We take a look at the preparations and how they're commemorating a four-legged cheerleader. It's Tax Day, April 15th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, glad you're with me. I'm Frances Rivera. All eyes are on Israel this morning after Iran carried out its first ever direct military assault on the country after years of hostility. Iran launched more than 300 drones and missiles towards the country in response to Israel's deadly airstrike on the Iranian embassy in Damascus, Syria, 2 weeks ago. Israel says it destroyed 99% of the incoming fire before it entered its airspace. NBC's Claudia Lavanga joins us now from Rome for the latest on how Israel is responding so far. Good morning, Claudia. What can we expect next?
Good morning, Francis. Well, now that the alert is over, Israel appears to have gone back to its normal, regular life. Children are going back to school, and a ban on public gatherings, which was introduced as a precaution ahead of Iran's attack, is now being lifted. Now the only question that remains is Israel going to retaliate? Now, according to an Israeli official who spoke to NBC News, it's not a matter of if, but when and how, even though a counterattack doesn't appear to be backed by either the U.S. or also the United Nations. Now, following an emergency meeting at the Security Council there, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez said that it is vital to avoid any action that could lead to military confrontation on multiple fronts in the Middle East, even though the Israeli representative to the United Nations during that same meeting said that it is Israel's legal right to defend itself and to retaliate, and use some colorful language to emphasize that message. He said that Israel is not a frog in boiling water. It is a nation of liars. Francis?
Okay, Claudia Lavanga for us. Claudio, thank you. Overnight, President Biden shared a video of himself praising the U.S. troops who helped protect Israel from Iran. The president spoke with members of fighter squadrons who helped defend against the aerial attack. He called them the best in the world and said their incredible skills potentially saved many lives. For more on the U.S. response, we're joined by NBC's Bree Jackson in D.C. Hi, Bree, good morning. There are concerns that the U.S. could be drawn into this conflict.
Good morning, Francis. So the Biden administration has been trying to downplay that possibility. President Biden is urging restraint. He met virtually with G7 leaders. The members all condemned Iran's actions and demanded that Iran and their proxies stop the attacks. President Biden spoke Saturday to Prime Minister Netanyahu. According to senior administration officials, President Biden said U.S. support for Israel is ironclad, but that the U.S. will not participate in any counteroffensive by Israel. The White House insists it does not want to see an escalation of this war.
The hope is that we can de-escalate the tensions. That's really what the president's been trying to do. He doesn't want to see a major war in the Middle East. He doesn't want us not looking for a conflict with Iran. The president doesn't believe it to have another war in the Middle East where you've got thousands and thousands of American troops involved on the ground.
Last night, President Biden spoke with the leaders of the House and the Senate. An administration source says the president stressed the importance of passing foreign aid for Israel and Ukraine, calling on the House Speaker to hold a vote as early as this week. Now, the Senate already passed a bipartisan deal that stalled in the House. On Sunday, House Speaker Mike Johnson said he does want to try again this week, but he says the House is still working out the details of their own package. Francis.
Bree, thank you. Breaking overnight, Oklahoma authorities recovered 2 bodies in the search for a pair of missing moms from Kansas. The bodies have not yet been identified. Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly vanished 16 days ago while going to pick up their children. Their car was found abandoned near the Kansas-Oklahoma border. On Saturday, authorities arrested 4 people in connection to their disappearance. They are charged on counts of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy.
We are still looking for these women. We cannot confirm that they are dead. However, based on the evidence, we did believe that it is necessary and appropriate to charge all 4 suspects with first-degree murder.
Authorities are expected to give an update on the case later this morning. Let's turn now to the trials of Donald Trump. Today, the former president's first criminal trial is set to begin. Jury selection will begin soon for his hush money trial. Here's NBC's Vaughn Hilliard.
At this lower Manhattan courthouse, an unprecedented case just hours away. the first ever criminal trial of a former president of the United States.
When I walk into that courtroom, I know I will have the love of 200 million Americans behind me.
Donald Trump this weekend rallying supporters before the start of jury selection in his criminal trial Monday over the alleged hush money scheme to cover up payments to adult film actress Stormy Daniels just before the 2016 election.
I go into court over nothing. It's not a crime.
Trump has said he did nothing wrong. Same with his supporters.
If they do find him guilty.
Who? Trump? I won't believe that.
NBC News has learned some 6,000 New Yorkers have been summoned as potential jurors.
This is a case that's going to burn through a lot of potential jurors during jury selection. And that's probably because a lot of jurors are going to have very strong views one way or the other about the defendant.
Prospective jurors will be asked more than 60 questions, including what news sources they read and watch, and whether they have attended a Trump rally or follow him on social media. Per the judge's instructions, the questions do not include whom potential jurors have or intend to vote for. Witnesses expected to be called include Trump's former aide, Hope Hicks, Stormy Daniels herself, and Trump's one-time personal lawyer, Michael Cohen, who has already served time for his role in the alleged scheme.
It's always somebody else's fault when it comes to Donald Trump.
Trump indicating he too will take the stand.
All I can do is tell the truth, and the truth is that there's no case.
And our thanks to Vaughn for that report. A pair of mass shootings left communities reeling over the weekend. In Dallas, a shooting at a party on Sunday killed a 21-year-old woman and injured 8 others. Investigators have not yet made any arrests in the case. And a tragic end to a family gathering in Chicago. A mass shooting on Saturday night, killing an 8-year-old girl and injuring 10 other people, including several more children. Investigators believe it was a targeted act of gang violence. Police are still searching for the gunman. The estate executor for O.J. Simpson says the notorious football star will be cremated in the coming days. And he says requests to study Simpson's brain for possible CTE are, quote, a hard no. CTE is a degenerative brain disease often studied in football players. It's associated with repeat head injuries and linked to behavioral and cognitive issues. The executor says there has been at least one request to study Simpson's brain since he died of cancer last week. Millions of Americans will wake up to potentially dangerous storms. Let's check in with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's tracking the severe weather this morning. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Francis. Great to see you. Yeah, we are tracking severe weather today, also tomorrow and into Wednesday. So another week and another threat for severe storms over the next few days. Today, we're looking at 14 million Americans under the risk of severe storms from Texas all the way to portions of the Dakotas. We could see some really large hail, 2 inches or larger. Also winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, bringing down trees, some power lines, creating power outages. A few tornadoes are possible as well, especially where you see that orange shading. So parts of Kansas and also Nebraska. Tomorrow, that number grows to 24 million Americans from Texas all the way to portions of the Great Lakes. Again, the orange is the enhanced risk. So Des Moines, you could see some really strong storms tomorrow. Large hail, once again, a few tornadoes are possible and winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Tomorrow, we'll see that number shrink. Wednesday, we'll see that number shrink to 6 million, but still the slight risk for severe storms in parts of the Midwest, the Tennessee Valley, and also the Ohio Valley. This is why a storm system moving across the middle of the country. We're looking at some really cold air on the backside. That's going to bring some wind and also some snow, and then some late day storms in portions of the plains. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, feeling like summer-like in parts of the southeast. We're near 90 degrees in Jacksonville and also Orlando. You need the sunscreen, lots of sunshine there. And then we're looking at summer-like weather too. It feels like May in Philadelphia, also DC. DC, you're going to hit a high of 83, 86 in Richmond. All right, that's your Monday forecast.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks so much, Michelle. See you in a bit. The South Carolina Gamecocks women's basketball team was all smiles as the city of Columbia honored them with a parade to celebrate their national championship win. It comes a week after Coach Don Staley and the team defeated Iowa 87-75 to win the NCAA women's basketball tournament. The Gamecocks are now the 10th undefeated national champion. Coming up, Iowa star Caitlin Clark gets ready to tip off the NBA draft, the WNBA draft. But first, the international crime ring booking trips to the U.S. to ransack homes. How police are cracking down on burglary tourism.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their #1 issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with new calls for a crackdown on what's being described as burglary tourism. Professional thieves traveling to the U.S. to rob upscale houses. Here's Dana Griffin.
We do, and you know, you kind of feel like it is your sanctuary.
On Valentine's Day 2022, Dr. Nancy Silverberg's safe space, perched on this hillside in Orange County, was targeted by thieves.
Climbed up over there and fell through. There was a big hole in the patio cover.
Stealing more than $100,000 in jewelry and family heirlooms.
You feel violated? Oh, yes.
Investigators say she was likely the victim of so-called burglary tourists, gang members in an organized South American crime ring, and it's happening all across the country. Thieves caught on camera breaking into this home in Scottsdale, Arizona, and this pair who hit a home in Miami. Law enforcement officials say thefts like these have been an ongoing problem for the past 5 years, but there's been a recent uptick.
This is organized crime, hands down.
And these thieves are not sneaking across the southern border to get in. Instead, they're flying to the U.S., entering legally on tourist visas under a program known as the Electronic System for Travel Authorization, or ESTA.
For $21 online, 43 countries participate. You can come here for 90 days at a time.
Orange County District Attorney Todd Spitzer says these professional thieves use camouflage while watching your home and may be armed with the latest technology.
Wi-Fi jammers, so if you have a Wi-Fi system, then they block that. If the police are being dispatched because there's a silent alarm from the alarm company, they have the ability to block these police transmissions.
That's like military level type
It's
stuff.
totally military.
And Spitzer says many of the suspects come from just one country.
People we've arrested here in Orange County have criminal records coming from the country of Chile.
Congresswoman Young Kim says that's because a key part of the agreement is being ignored, allowing these gang members to enter the United States.
Under the agreement, Chilean government has to vet every single passenger that gets on the plane, but they're not doing it.
Chilean officials say while the total number of cases are relatively small, quote, we recognize the severity of the problem. And Homeland Security says they are working with the Chilean government to detect, deter, and prevent travel to the United States by known criminal actors. Nancy Silverberg has added extra security to her home, and she hopes lawmakers will solve the burglary tourists problem.
This seems like such an easy backdoor way that I think could be addressed.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
The armorer for the film set of Rust will be sentenced this morning. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was convicted last month of involuntary manslaughter for her role in the deadly shooting of cinematographer Elena Hutchins. Prosecutors are seeking the maximum of 18 months in prison, saying she has shown no remorse. They also revealed jail phone calls ahead of the sentencing where Gutierrez-Reed called the jurors idiots and other expletives. Lawyers for Gutierrez-Reed are seeking a conditional discharge, which would allow her to go free on probation. Still to come, Scottie Scheffler sees green at Augusta, and on the eve of going pro, a college sports phenom reflects on her legacy. We preview Caitlin Clark's exit interview right after this.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
His stardom confirmed.
The world's #1 golfer cemented his status and made things look easy at Augusta. Scottie Scheffler took home his second green jacket on Sunday after finishing with a dominant 11 under at the 88th Masters. Scheffler came in 4 strokes ahead of Ludvig Åberg in the Swedes Masters debut. Scheffler becomes the 18th player to win multiple green jackets, as well as the 4th youngest to be crowned Masters champion more than once. Turning now to the NBA, where the playoff picture was finalized on a frantic Sunday. While the league-leading Celtics had held control of the East for some time, the Oklahoma City Thunder solidified its dominance of the West. OKC officially claimed the top seed with their win over the 5th-seeded Mavericks. Over at MSG, the Knicks clinched control of their 2nd seed in the East with their overtime win over the Bulls. New York's win also pushed the Milwaukee Bucks down to the 3rd seed. Those Bulls aren't out of it yet, as they'll join the Hawks, Heat, and 76ers in the East and the play-in tournament to determine the final postseason spots. The play-in tournament begins in the West Tuesday as the Pelicans play the Lakers and the Kings face the Warriors. And just a week after her historic college career ended, Caitlin Clark is gearing up for one of the biggest nights of her life. Ahead of tonight's WNBA draft, Clark sat down with NBC's Stephanie Gosk to talk about the impact she's made on the next generation of players.
The people I idolized in my life were, either professional women's basketball players, professional soccer players, and that's what I wanted to be growing up. And I think, understanding like how big of an impact that can have on a young girl's life is super important. So I always try to make as much time as I can for them, and just to see them scream your name or have your jersey on, that's something that never gets old.
You can catch the full interview with Clark on the Today Show right here on NBC. When we come back, a new vaccine is showing promise against the most common STI in the U.S. And stay tuned for some tax day deals to sweeten the start of your week.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We are in a sea of strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammers deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever. Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters. Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back with what you need to know early today. According to a new study, vision issues may be able to predict dementia 12 years before diagnosis. Participants who demonstrated lower visual sensitivity went on to develop the disease. An early-stage clinical trial showed promising results for a chlamydia vaccine. There is currently no shot to protect against a sexually transmitted infection, which is the most common STI in the U.S. The Tonight Show's Jimmy Fallon is teaming up with NBC's Olympics primetime host Mike Tirico to host the Paris Olympics closing ceremony this summer. NBC Sports' Terry Gannon will be joined by former Olympians Tara Lipinski and Johnny Weir as commentators. Turning to some tax day deals, Krispy Kreme is offering a dozen of its original glazed donuts for just the price of state sales tax with a purchase of a dozen donuts. Potbelly shops are giving away a free original sandwich if you buy one original or big size sandwich today with the code BOGO. We'll be right back after this.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is Patriots Day in New England, which means it's also Marathon Monday. Nearly 30,000 people are expected to run the 128th annual Boston Marathon this morning, representing 129 countries in all 50 states. And this year, runners and spectators alike are also remembering the much-beloved unofficial mascot of the Boston Marathon. Here's Hallie Jackson with the story.
When Dory and Rich Powers adopted their golden retriever, Spencer, in 2009, they knew he was something special.
What was it about Spencer that first drew you to him?
He was just so sweet and unassuming. And once I picked him up, I just did not want to let him go.
An angel, they called him. But for thousands more, he was also a hero. 2 years after the marathon bombing in 2015, Spencer began spending every year, rain or shine, roadside, cheering on runners with a flag, Boston strong, reminding the athletes that they were too.
Spencer was like the marathon mascot for so many people beyond just your family.
He faced a lot of challenges. He had some severe health issues, and he miraculously bounced back, and he just took his spot every year, and he was just such a symbol of hope and inspiration that people could latch on to.
And latch on they did, people stopping for snuggles and selfies. Spencer, so beloved, he became the marathon's official dog. So when he died last year, it broke hearts in Boston and beyond. Sympathy cards pouring in, his obituary in the New York Times.
Here comes Spencer!
And now a statue funded by donations right along the marathon route near where Spencer always stood.
I can't thank you enough. This boy meant the world to us, and he meant the world to a lot of people.
Here you go, beautiful boy.
A new guard will greet Boston Marathon runners. Meet Jimmy and Jade.
Does he live on in these new puppies that you have?
I think so, yeah, definitely. They're so sweet, and they have a mission, and they're going to do it.
Like Spencer, they're training to become therapy dogs, part of Spencer's legacy, in a way, honoring a hometown hero this community cannot forget.
He was a symbol of hope and resilience and an inspiration for so many that we want this to go on for generations. He was just a symbol. You can do way more than you think you can, and, you can do it.
Oh, nothing like the inspiration those furry faces give when those athletes are running. We all wish them the best today, and good luck. Our thanks to Hallie for that report, and thanks to you for watching early today. Have a great Monday. I'm Frances Rivera. Growing calls to pull back from the brink. World leaders urging restraint after Iran's unprecedented attack on Israel. We have team coverage on the efforts to avert a wider war in the Middle East, both abroad and here at home in the U.S. Donald Trump's campaign collides with the courtroom for the first time ever. A former president will face criminal charges in court today. We're live with who's expected to take the stand and how the case could reshape the race for the White House. Breaking overnight, a gruesome discovery in the search for a pair of missing moms in Oklahoma as 4 suspects face murder charges in the case. Tax day is here. If you still haven't filed, we'll have last-minute tips ahead of the deadline later today. And an incredible journey home. A California family reunited with their beloved dog after he was found thousands of miles away. It's Monday, April 15th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. Glad you're with me. I'm Frances Rivera. Today marks a new phase in the legal troubles of Donald Trump. The first criminal trial for the former president will begin within hours. Jury selection is about to get underway in New York in Mr. Trump's hush money case. NBC's Jay Gray joins us now from Lower Manhattan. Jay, the anticipation has been growing for this trial to get started.
Hey, good morning, Francis. Yeah, it certainly has. And look, the barricades are up around the Manhattan courthouse now. There'll be high security and high drama expected, as well as the first of 3 felony cases against the former president gets underway in just a few hours here.
It is a controversial and complicated case.
Allegations that someone lied again and again to protect their interests and evade the laws.
Former President Trump facing 34 felony counts of falsifying business records to conceal damaging information and unlawful activity from American voters before and after the 2016 election. Specifically, a 6-figure payoff to silence an alleged mistress, former adult film star Stormy Daniels. Trump continues to deny the affairs and any illegal payments, calling the case politically motivated with a, quote, crooked judge and partisan DA.
They found nothing, which makes me perhaps the most honest guy almost in the world, I think. They found nothing. But like all true communist show trials, this is what you call a communist show trial.
The list of potential witnesses reads like a cast of characters from a soap opera, including Daniels, Michael Cohen, Trump's former attorney and fixer, convicted on campaign finance charges for paying the porn star money reimbursed by Trump after the election. Michael Avenatti, Daniels' ex-lawyer, now in federal prison for stealing clients' money, and former Trump aides, including Hope Hicks. The drama all playing out against the backdrop of the 2024 campaign. The defendant, Mr. Trump, the presumptive Republican nominee in the race for the White House.
Yeah, and look, this trial could go on for months here today. Potential jurors will be asked about their political beliefs. They'll be asked about prior knowledge of the accusations and whether they can be impartial in this first-of-its-kind case. Francis?
Jay, thank you. Now to breaking news out of the Middle East. All eyes on Israel after Iran carried out its first ever direct military assault on the country after years of hostility. Iran launched more than 300 drones and missiles towards the country in response to Israel's deadly airstrike on the Iranian embassy in Damascus, Syria, 2 weeks ago. Israel says it destroyed 99% of the incoming fire before it entered its airspace. NBC's Claudia Levanga joins us now for the latest on how Israel is responding so far. Good morning, Claudia. What can we expect next?
Good morning, Francis. Well, now that the alert is over, it looks like that Israel is just going back to its regular, normal life. Children are going back to school, and a ban on public gatherings, which was introduced as a precaution ahead of Iran's attack, is now being lifted. Now, the only question that remains unanswered is, will Israel counterattack? Well, now, according to an Israeli official who spoke to NBC News, it's not a matter of if, but when and how, even though a retaliation doesn't seem to have the backing of either the United States or the United Nations. Now, during an emergency meeting at the UN Security Council, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said that it is vital to avoid any action that could lead to a military confrontation on multiple fronts in the Middle East. But during that same meeting, the Israel's representative to the United Nations said that it is in Israel's legal rights to retaliate, and used even some colorful language to emphasize that message. He said that Israel is not a frog in boiling water, it is a nation of lions. Back to you, Francis.
Claudia Levanga for us. Claudia, thank you. And overnight, President Biden shared a video of himself praising the U.S. troops who helped protect Israel from Iran. The president spoke with members of fighter squadrons who helped defend against the aerial attack. He called them the best in the world and said their incredible skills potentially saved a lot of lives. For more on the U.S. response, we're joined by NBC's Bree Jackson in D.C. Hi, Bree. There are concerns that the U.S. could be drawn into this conflict.
Good morning, Francis. The administration has been trying to downplay that possibility. President Biden is urging restraint. He met virtually with G7 leaders. The members all condemned Iran's actions and demanded that Iran and their proxies stop the attack. President Biden spoke Saturday to Prime Minister Netanyahu, and according to senior administration officials, President Biden said U.S. support for Israel is ironclad, but the U.S. will not participate in any counteroffensive by Israel. The White House insists it does not want to see an escalation of this war.
The hope is that we can de-escalate the tensions. That's really what the president's been trying to do. He doesn't want to see a major war in the Middle East. He doesn't want us not looking for a conflict with Iran. The president doesn't believe that to have another war in the Middle East where you've got thousands and thousands of American troops involved on the ground.
Last night, President Biden spoke with the leaders of the House and the Senate. An administration source says the president stressed the importance of passing foreign aid for Israel and Ukraine, calling on the House Speaker to hold a vote as early as this week. Now, the Senate already passed a bipartisan deal that stalled in the House. On Sunday, House Speaker Mike Johnson said he does want to try again this week, but he says the House is still working out the details of their own package. Francis.
All right, so much business ahead. Okay, Bree, thank you. Breaking overnight, Oklahoma authorities recovered 2 bodies in the search for a pair of missing moms from Kansas. The bodies have not yet been identified. Investigators expected to give an update on the case later this morning. The discovery coming just after 4 arrests in the case. Here's George Solis.
There are new developments in the desperate search for missing Kansas moms Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly. Authorities arresting these 4 people Saturday in connection to the women's disappearance. Butler and Kelly vanished on March 30th, somewhere near rural northwest Oklahoma. Authorities say the pair left Hugoton, Kansas to pick up their children, but never made it. Their car later found abandoned near the Kansas-Oklahoma border. We spoke with Hunter McKee with the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation.
We are still looking for these women, and we cannot confirm that they are dead. However, based on the evidence, we did believe that it is necessary and appropriate to charge all 4 suspects with first-degree murder.
In custody, Tad Cullum, Tiffany Adams, and Cole and Cora Twombly, charged on counts of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy. Court documents obtained by NBC News show Veronica Butler and the father of her children had been in a custody battle, and that at least 2 of the suspects arrested were known to Butler. Retired FBI agent Rob D'Amico weighing in on the case.
Why the first-degree murder charge, and is that significant?
I think it is, because something in this investigation has really led them to as premeditated.
It's not clear if any of the 4 suspects have hired attorneys. And as the mystery deepens, heartache in the women's hometown, where loved ones are tying yellow ribbons in their honor, hoping for answers.
I see those yellow bows and think, well, maybe today, maybe we'll know today.
George Solis, NBC News.
Now to a pair of mass shootings that left communities reeling over the weekend. In Dallas, a shooting at a party on Sunday killed a 21-year-old woman and injured 8 others. Investigators have not made any arrests in the case. And a tragic end to a family gathering in Chicago. The mass shooting on Saturday night killed an 8-year-old girl and injured 10 other people, including several more children. Investigators believe it was a targeted act of gang violence. Police are still searching for the gunman. The estate executor for O.J. Simpson says the notorious football star will be cremated in the coming days. And he says requests to study Simpson's brain for possible CTE are, quote, a hard no. CTE is a degenerative brain disease often studied in football players. It's associated with repeat head injuries and linked to behavioral and cognitive issues. The executor says there has been at least 1 request to study Simpson's brain since he died of cancer last week. A massive brush fire shut down traffic and shows up on weather radar just outside of Miami. Fire crews are still working to get the blaze under control. As of last night, the fire stretched across 150 acres. The Florida Forest Service is expected to monitor the fire overnight. Residents were urged to avoid the area and stay indoors. Well, severe weather will impact millions of Americans today. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the areas at risk. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, Francis. Yeah, we're watching an intensifying storm system that will bring the threat for severe weather today from the southern plains all the way to portions of the Dakotas. We are looking at enhanced risk for parts of Kansas, Nebraska, 14 million people at risk for severe storms later on this Monday, damaging hail larger than 2 inches. We're looking at winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see a few tornadoes as well. Then by Tuesday, we'll see the storm system move a little bit to the east, now the Mississippi Valley into portions of the southern plains into the Great Lakes. 24 million people at risk, kind of the same things on the table. Really large hail, a few tornadoes are possible, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. The threat stays in place on Wednesday for parts of the Ohio Valley into the Tennessee Valley. So Paducah, Cincinnati, Bowling Green, Nashville, 6 million people at risk on Wednesday for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. The hail, also hail, a few tornadoes are possible as well. This is why we have a storm system that's bringing snow to portions of the Rockies, really gusty winds as well. On the warm side, we are watching the chance for late day storms developing from Texas to the Dakotas. It will move off to the east on Tuesday, bringing widespread storms to the northern plains and also the Midwest. Damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes are all on the table there. And then by Wednesday, we are looking at the storm system heading to the east coast. Severe storms are possible in portions of the Tennessee Valley. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's a warm one in parts of the southeast. Temperatures near 90 degrees in Charleston, Raleigh, also Charlotte. It's a warm one, too, feeling like May in the mid-Atlantic. Philadelphia today, we're looking at 78 degrees, 83 in D.C. All right, that's your Monday forecast.
Okay, thanks so much, Michelle. Coming up, Caitlin Clark's slam dunk appearance on Saturday Night Live. But first, the tax man cometh. What you need to know before filing the deadline later today.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are in a sea of strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We have some bad news for procrastinators across the country. Today is the deadline to file your taxes, but there are some good deals to spend your refund money on. Let's get to CNBC's Arabile Gamede. Good morning, Arabile.
Yeah, good morning, Francis. Look, certainly a tough time really for a whole host of tax people across the country. Of course, April 15th being the key significant date then for their tax deadline. Then 100 million, if not more, hundreds of millions of Americans have certainly filed their taxes according to the IRS. But it also estimates that 19 million people will actually be asking for a little bit of an extension when it comes to their tax filing then as well then in today's deadline then, of course. But interestingly enough, you're quite right. There seems to be a few deals at play that you could actually get, whether you've filed your taxes already, are about to file them, need an extension or the like, that's really just because the likes of Hooters as well as Krispy Kreme have actually put out a few deals that one could be a part of. And when one takes a look at some of these, I mean, look, you might just want to get in on a bit of a donut, right? Krispy Kreme saying that you can purchase an original glazed or assorted dozen in the shop and receive a second original glazed dozen for just the price of sales tax in that state, or in the state that you're in, of course, the company said in a news release. So if you're one that would fill out their taxes and would like a donut for it, well, that would certainly be a hole-in-one, considering yesterday's Masters.
That too, and a plus considering the taxes we pay. Arabile, thank you. Still to come, a high-energy edition of SNL, and moviegoers spent the weekend flocking to a provocative thriller. We break down the box office battle right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money, mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we are on the cusp of something big.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Look, they even sitting like they do on the show. You two really don't know that you look like Beavis and Butthead.
I've heard rumblings that I look like someone from TV, but it's just, maybe it's this Beavis person, I don't know.
And the laughs weren't limited to just the audience on SNL this weekend when Ryan Gosling returned to Studio 8H for his third go-around as host. The Oscar nominee found it hard to keep a straight face during many of the night's sketches, sending himself and the show's cast members into repeated fits of laughter, breaking their characters too. Gosling was joined by several special guests, including Kate McKinnon, Emily Blunt, and then there's Caitlin Clark, who got her chance to dunk on Weekend Update anchor Michael Che. The show returns in 3 weeks with Dua Lipa pulling double duty as host and musical guest. Turning now to the multiplex, where the battle for audiences fielded a decisive victor.
We're moving to D.C. today.
We need to go down there.
They shoot journalists on sight in the Capitol. Every instinct in me says this is death. Blooded.
Alex Garland's thriller Civil War took the top spot at the weekend box office. The film, starring Kirsten Dunst and Kaylee Spaney, debuted at $25.7 million. It marks the biggest opening so far for Studio A24. Godzilla x Kong and Ghostbusters Frozen Empire rounded out the top three, taking in $15.4 million and $5.8 million, respectively. When we come back, basketball star Caitlin Clark is leaving the college court to go pro. And later, NBA legend Allen Iverson is seeing bronze. We'll check out his new statue next.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from studio.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just me too.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back with what you need to know early today. The WNBA draft takes place tonight, and basketball star Caitlin Clark is in place as the #1 draft pick. Clark is expected to be selected by the Indiana Fever just a week after her collegiate career at Iowa came to an end. The city of Columbia honored Coach Don Staley and the South Carolina Gamecocks with a parade to celebrate their national championship win. The celebration comes after the team defeated Iowa 87-75 to win the NCAA Women's Basketball Tournament. The Gamecocks are now the 10th undefeated national champion. NBA Hall of Famer Allen Iverson unveiled a statue of his iconic crossover. The statue was revealed at the 76ers practice facility on the Legends Walk. Iverson played a total of 12 seasons in Philly and is now the 10th player in Sixers history to have a statue on Legends Walk. The #1 golfer, Scottie Scheffler, won the 2024 Masters Tournament, coming in 4 strokes ahead of Sweden's Ludvig Åberg. Scheffler is the 18th player to win multiple green jackets and the 4th youngest to be crowned Masters champion more than once. And as we get closer to the start of the Olympic Games, the Olympic torch will be lit Tuesday at the site of the first Olympic Games. After that, the symbolic flame will make its way from Olympia, Greece to Paris for the opening ceremony. Early today, we'll be right back.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand to them, Richards.
All right, it just me too.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
A family reunites with their beloved pup found over 2,000 miles from home. Plus, a Little League team finds its newest member. Here's Jose Diaz-Balart with a little bit of good news to kick off your week.
When you think of stepping up to the plate, this Southern California Little League team knocks it out of the park. That's Norco Braves coach Pete Moreno handing out jerseys to his players. But there was still one jersey left.
We got one more.
Watch as he gives it to the team's biggest fan, Mikey Mena, who has Down syndrome. Mikey, now an honorary player. Here's a reunion one California family thought might never happen. They're overjoyed at finally getting their dog Mishka back after she went missing last summer.
There she is.
Mishka, who was microchipped and wearing a collar with ID, was finally found more than 2,000 miles away in Michigan. And in Florida. That's 99-year-old World War II Army veteran Sidney Levy, surprised by school kids in Palm Beach County. This celebration planned by the Honor Flight organization. I noticed that not only did they sing the Star Spangled Banner, but you sang along with them. What did that mean to you?
Oh, breathtaking. And it'll never leave me. The kids, the shining faces, the peace on their faces.
Are you surprised at all that this video has touched so many people?
I think they need it. I think they really need it. To get up and understand the value of living in this country. It's freedom.
And our thanks to Jose Diaz-Balart for the smiles he brought us to start off our week. We are just over 100 days until the Summer Olympics. Coming up on the Today Show, Team USA hopefuls from men's and women's gymnastics are live with how they're preparing to go for the gold in Paris, something you don't want to miss. Thanks so much for watching early today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Monday and start your week. See you back here tomorrow.
Right now on Morning News Now, a potential boiling point in the Middle East. This morning,
The world bracing for what could come next following Iran's first ever direct assault on Israel in the wake of a deadly attack on a consulate in Syria earlier this month.
This attack is just another example of how they operate for years and years, spreading havoc, terror, instability all over the world.
Now, as Israel weighs a possible counterattack, new concern that the U.S. will soon be dragged into a wider war. We'll bring you the latest. Also this morning, history in a New York City courtroom with Donald Trump's hush money trial and the first ever criminal trial involving a former president set to get underway.
When I walk into that courtroom, I know I will have the love of 200 million Americans behind me.
As you can see, a lot to get to this morning. We hope you had a good weekend. Thanks for joining us this Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. From New York to the Middle East and Washington, we have teams standing by to cover both of these major stories. We begin with the latest on Iran's weekend aerial assault on Israel with NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobiella in London and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Good morning to both of you. So, Monica, an official told NBC News that the U.S. is not going to take part in an offensive counterattack against Iran and that President Biden is urging Prime Minister Netanyahu to not retaliate. Has the administration said whether it plans to take any other action against Iran for this weekend's attack?
Main topic of conversation between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu in their phone call on Saturday evening. And he conveyed to him that the U.S. would not be part of any kind of retaliatory action or counteroffensive. And he really stressed the prime minister and Israel overall to think carefully and critically about how to respond here, because something really could lead to a wider escalation. It could really broaden this conflict that's already so fragile and so fraught. So we know that the U.S., because it met with other G7 leaders, did hint in their joint statement that if they deem there are more moves that are destabilizing to the entire region, that there could be future actions here, but maybe they would be more economic, something like sanctions if they determine that that's appropriate. But they didn't want to preview any other kinds of moves or any other kinds of responses. And really, the president spent much of the weekend huddling with his national security team and applauding Israel's defense capability, and also, of course, the role that the U.S. played in that, which was to shoot down dozens of missiles and drones that came from Iran, but also from Syria and Yemen. So yesterday, he actually called some of those who were part of those fighter squadrons to commend them for their airmanship and their skill. So everybody was breathing a bit of a collective sigh of relief that the attack to Israel wasn't worse, but of course everybody's still bracing for what could come next. And the president and his top aides, their main message was, we do not want this to become a wider war. Joe and Savannah.
Kelly, let's talk about what we know at this point for Israel's side of things. So despite this warning from President Biden, an Israeli official did tell NBC News that Israel will respond to Iran's attack and that their war cabinet is going to meet today. They met over the weekend also to discuss options. What do we know at this point about their plans? Do we have any idea what a response could look like?
Yeah, Savannah, Israel's war cabinet is set to meet again at this hour after convening for hours last night. An Israeli official told NBC News that the country will respond, as you mentioned, but that no final decision has been made on the scale or timing of that response. The official said that among the considerations were whether Israel needed to retaliate immediately or could wait, and what impact any escalation against Iran would have on the military operation in Gaza. We also heard from IDF spokesman Daniel Hagari on Sunday. He said that operational plans for both offensive and defensive actions have been approved, but he didn't get into details on what those operations might be. And again, it's up to the war cabinet to decide if anything will happen at all. A second Israeli aide to a member of the war cabinet told NBC News that no one wants to see an escalation, and it's a very delicate time right now, which I think has been underscored by a number of leaders in the region. Iran has doubled down on its right to defend itself on carrying out these strikes, calling the strikes necessary and proportionate after that April 1st bombing of the site in Damascus. Iranian officials also said on X that Iran considered the matter concluded after those strikes over the weekend, but warned that if Israel makes, quote, another mistake, Iran would deliver a considerably more severe response. So the back and forth continuing, and everyone now waiting on Israel to see whether or not they will respond.
So, Monica, with all that in mind, just how worried is the White House that Israel's response could trigger a wider war in that region?
It is a top concern. All weekend long, U.S. officials were huddling. They were trying to talk to their counterparts, their allies throughout the region. We know President Biden, for instance, also called King Abdullah of Jordan, trying to stress that really, ideally, the temperature is going to come down here so that this doesn't become a far deeper conflict that does, in the U.S. view, have the potential for the U.S. and Washington to be dragged in deeper into this conflict than it already is. And we heard a little bit more from National Security Council spokesman John Kirby about this concern on Meet the Press yesterday. Listen.
Whether and how the Israelis will respond, that's going to be up to them. We understand that and respect that. But the president's been very clear. We don't seek a war with Iran. We're not looking for escalation here. We will continue to help Israel defend itself.
And that is something that the president also stressed to the prime minister in this phone call, that U.S. support for Israel is ironclad. And of course, that does come against the backdrop of these questions about whether the U.S. will reconsider its policy in Gaza if Israel doesn't do what the U.S. wants it to do from a humanitarian perspective. But that was a little bit of a secondary priority and concern this weekend compared to the attack we saw over the weekend. Joe and Savannah.
Hey, Kelly, Monica had mentioned some of these conversations that the U.S. has been having with leaders in the area. Secretary of State Blinken spoke with leaders from Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan about this attack over the weekend. What has the response been to this weekend's developments around the Middle East? Tell us more.
Well, yet again, you're hearing this same line. Nobody wants an escalation of this. Secretary Blinken and his Saudi counterpart agreeing they needed a coordinated diplomatic response. The same message coming from the Egyptian foreign minister, the Egyptians and Jordanians also talking about the need to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza, so not letting the issue of Gaza slide away amidst all of this. They said it's important to end the crisis there and find a solution that provides lasting peace for both Israelis and Palestinians, really emphasizing the humanitarian issues in Gaza and that continuing crisis and conflict, and making sure that that is still front and center, along with de-escalating this conflict now between Iran and Israel.
All right.
Savannah, Joe.
Kelly Kobiea and Monica Alba, thank you both.
And let's stay on this. We're now joined by Ambassador Dennis Ross. He's the former special envoy to the Middle East. Ambassador Ross, thank you as always for joining us. Thanks for your time this morning. So how concerned are you that any type of response by Israel could escalate into a regional war? Does Benjamin Netanyahu have a fair amount of control about what happens next year?
Well, I do think all the decisions that are going to be made are going to be more collective decisions, meaning within the war cabinet. The war cabinet includes the prime minister, the defense minister, and Benny Gantz, who joined the government along with Gadi Eisenkot. Gantz and Eisenkot are two former chiefs of staff of the Israeli military. And I think you're going to see them have a major influence in terms of what is done, meaning I'm not sure the prime minister can make a decision in which they would be opposed to it. Now, having said that, your question was, does that mean there'll be no Israeli response? I believe there will be an Israeli response, but one shouldn't think that an Israeli response is necessarily an overt military attack against targets within Iran. Israel has a lot of different kinds of choices, and the fact that the Israelis are putting out, and I hope they stick with this, that they will choose the time, place, and the character of what they do, that will keep the Iranians on edge, which I think the Israelis want to do, number one. Number two, it gives them a lot of flexibility in terms of what they choose to do. For example, what if the Israelis at some point within a week or so were to do a massive cyber attack? They wouldn't necessarily take credit for it, but they could shut down a lot of Iran. That would send a message to the Iranian leadership. You did this, you think it's cost-free, it's not cost-free to you. There could be other covert kinds of actions. Once again, not necessarily something they take credit for. There have been many attacks the Israelis have conducted in the past within Iran against centrifuge assembly plants and the like, again, that wouldn't necessarily be an overt military response. So there's a range of things that the Israelis could do that still fall in the category of responding, but not necessarily look like an overt military attack of the sort that we saw the Iranians carry out against Israel.
So, Ambassador, looking at what happened this last weekend, 99% of Iran's attack was shot down. And as Kelly reported in a statement, Iran says it now considers the matter concluded. That begs the question, what was this? Was this meant to be a symbolic show of force? Is there a way both sides can simply declare victory and move on, or does that seem unlikely?
I don't think you can call it simply a symbolic approach, because when you fire over 350 rockets, cruise missiles, and drones, and you try to time those so that it is designed to make the Israeli defense against it as complicated as possible, they clearly want to inflict some cost on Israel. And so I don't think it was purely symbolic. However, the fact that they, in a sense, conveyed that they were going to do something over a period of many days in advance gave the Israelis a time to prepare. It also gave us time to prepare. We were, along with the British and others and some in the region, we were responsible for intercepting about a third of all the weapons that were fired against Israel. So it gave us time to position ourselves as well. In effect, what the Iranians were signaling is they were going to do something that was going to impose a price on Israel, but at the same time, they didn't want to turn it into a wider war. And in a sense, so it's more than symbolic. It is a statement. They wanted to inflict much more damage on Israel without turning it into an all-out war, and they were frustrated in that. It is interesting. Their claims, by the way, are that they forced Israel to spend a lot of its assets in defense, and that in itself is an achievement. I guess I would make one more point. Mm-hmm. The real point here is that the Iranians have signaled the Israelis that when the Israelis go after their Revolutionary Guard senior generals in Syria, that from now on it's going to draw an Iranian response. In effect, what they're trying to do is change the rules of the game.
All right, Ambassador Dennis Ross, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time and expertise this morning.
Let's turn now to our other top story this morning, the historic start of the criminal trial of former President Donald Trump.
Yeah, jury selection begins today in the hush money case brought by Manhattan's district attorney. Trump is charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records and could face up to 4 years in state prison. Prosecutors allege this was done to conceal payoffs used to hide damaging information from the voting public during the 2016 presidential election. The case centers around allegations Trump tried to suppress various sex scandals with hush money, most notably a $130,000 payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels, paid via his former fixer and lawyer Michael Cohen. Now, Trump denies any wrongdoing.
NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is outside the courthouse for us this morning. So, Vaughn, history will be made today in that courthouse right behind you when Donald Trump becomes the first former president to stand trial ever in a criminal case. Explain to us the jury selection process, which won't be easy. How is that all expected to unfold?
Well, first of all, guys, you're looking at 6,000 New Yorkers who are being summoned this week to the Manhattan criminal court system. That's not all for the Trump trial, but in a typical week, it's 4,000. And a source tells NBC News that 2,000-person uptick is due to the Trump trial here because of the understanding that you're dealing with a criminal defendant who is so well known. And just today alone, they're looking at 1,500 jurors coming in, and there's going to be more than 60 questions that are asked of jurors, including everything from whether they've attended a Trump rally in the past, whether they follow him on social media, or what news sites they read or watch. What is unique about this case is that each of the jurors, they have the opportunity to dismiss themselves for whatever reason, saying they are not able to attend what could be a 6-week trial. This is going to be a very serious process where the prosecution and the defense are engaged. You're looking at a total of 12 jurors being selected, as well as 6 alternates.
Vaughn, who are some of the main witnesses expected to testify here? And at this point, do we know if Trump himself will take the stand?
Of course, we're looking at Michael Cohen, who is Donald Trump's former personal lawyer. He's the one, Michael Cohen, who paid Stormy Daniels, the porn star, 2 weeks before the 2016 election, $130,000 to keep her story silent about her alleged affair with Donald Trump. But what gets at the heart of the 34 felony counts is Donald Trump's reimbursement of Michael Cohen throughout 2017 in the form of checks for that $130,000. So we expect to see the prosecution bring not only Michael Cohen, but also Stormy Daniels, but even individuals like former Trump aide Hope Hicks, who had put Michael Cohen on the phone with David Pecker, the head of AMI, back in 2016. Of course, Hope Hicks was a longtime loyalist of Donald Trump, and that is what is so compelling here about this case, is that these are events that took place now nearly 9 years ago, but only after he was leaving the White House. At this point in time, it was the investigation from the district attorney ultimately culminate in these 34 felony counts.
So, Von, break down what is really at stake here, both politically and just personally, for the former president.
Of course, we're less than 7 months away here from the general election, and I was at a rally in central Pennsylvania with Donald Trump over the weekend where he repeatedly lambasted the trial against him, saying there's no case against him, that he is innocent, and he made a very clear statement saying that when he goes inside of that courtroom, he knows that, in his words, 200 million Americans are behind him. Donald Trump is looking to not only make the case here to the jury inside the actual courtroom, but also make the case to the American electorate at large, is that he is innocent, or at least that he is being unfairly prosecuted. For Donald Trump, there is new polling just from this weekend from New York Times Siena College, though, that showed that a majority of Americans, including a majority of independents who are going to be critical to his ability to win in those major battleground states, view the charges against him here in New York as either very serious or somewhat serious. So for Donald Trump, being able to go onto the campaign trail when he can, because he's required as a criminal defendant to be inside of this courtroom, when he's able to get out on the campaign trail or address microphones, he has every intention of trying to undercut the testimony presented against him by people like Michael Cohen, but also make the case to the American public at large that he is still the best one fit to be in the White House, even if he is found guilty and even sentenced to prison time for 2025.
All right, Von Hilliard, we will be speaking with you a lot over these next several weeks. Thank you, as always.
We sure will. Let's stay on this and walk you through the timeline of what we are expecting in this trial.
Yeah, jury selection kicks off today. That is expected to take 1 to 2 weeks. Overall, this trial expected to last 6 to 8 weeks. The court will take some time off. It will not meet on Wednesdays. It will also take days off for Passover, which starts April 22nd. It's expected to wrap up well before the next big political event on the calendar. That is the Republican National Convention, which begins July 15th in Milwaukee.
NBC News legal analyst Annie Savalas joins us now to dig in on what we're about to see unfold today, this jury selection process. So, as Vaughn had mentioned, 6,000 New Yorkers summoned to come in to potentially serve this week. That's more than normal. Tell us exactly what to expect from them in these next couple days.
I expect we're going to burn through a lot of them in jury selection, and that's what the court expects. That's why they summoned so many jurors, because you can expect right off the bat there are going to be some jurors who will raise their hand and say right up front, I don't think I can consider the evidence in a fair and unbiased way. Because Judge Merchan has pointed out, it's not enough that a juror may not like the defendant. We're sitting in a county where, statistically, looking at voting returns, a lot of people in Manhattan probably don't like Donald Trump. That's not the inquiry. The inquiry is whether or not they can set aside their biases and listen to the evidence and make a decision based on the evidence and the law. However, that just may not be possible. Right. And Judge Merchan has said that self-identified jurors who say, hey, I'm out, I can't do this, they're not even going to interview them further. So you're going to see a lot of people moving in and then moving out of the courthouse, I think, relatively quickly as they go through jury selection.
I did jury duty just last week.
And me the week before.
Yeah, but I saw firsthand they were asking for people for like a 6-week trial, and it was nearly impossible to get people who could commit to that. And that was without the former president being the defendant in the case. So let's talk about the questions that are going to be asked here. What can be asked of the jurors and more importantly, perhaps what can't be asked, because you can't say, like, who'd you vote for in the last election, right?
Notably, that is the question that is omitted from the juror questionnaire. But look, let's get real. Some of the questions in there certainly give you an idea of which way someone's politically leaning. For example, what do you read? Here are some of the other questions. Have you ever been a member of QAnon or Antifa? That might give you a couple ideas of which way a juror leans politically. But the specific question of who did you vote for isn't in there. On the other hand, did you ever attend a rally for Donald Trump? If you attended a rally for Donald Trump, either you're a journalist or you're a fan of Donald Trump. So these questions, and Judge Merchan himself said, look, we're not asking that voting question, but you're going to be able to tell from the answers to some of these questions which way someone leans. And the bottom line is, it really doesn't matter. What really matters is whether or not they think they can set aside whatever thoughts they have about this particular defendant. I actually think normally in jury duty, the mission is get out of jury duty. I actually think something they need to guard against is the stealth juror. Yeah. Somebody who's going to pretend to be, oh, I am just vanilla neutral. You can put me on this jury, but they have an agenda.
Wow.
This is arguably one of the 4 most important criminal cases in American history. If you're a juror and you are thinking about a book deal or something like that, or you just want to be part of history, this is the place to be right now.
Wow, it's a lot to watch for. Quite a tall order to get this in line. Danny Savalas, thank you so much. We'll be talking throughout the week.
Let's bring in Axios senior politics reporter Eugene Scott for more on the potential fallout of this trial. Eugene, good morning. So a recent New York Times poll showed 58% of voters see these charges as very or somewhat serious. I mean, for almost any other politician, a case like this would be fatal. That's not the case for former President Trump. In fact, it's only strengthened his support within his base. Why is that, and what could be the impact on more independent-minded voters or swing voters who maybe voted for him once but didn't vote for him another time?
Sure. Well, one reason is that the former president has been incredibly effective in communicating to his base that he's being targeted, that this is a witch hunt. And we've seen since he launched his campaign in 2016 that these individuals are incredibly loyal to him and believe what he says very often when he communicates to them what the agenda of the U.S. government is. In terms of swing voters, a group I speak to often through the Axios Swing Voter Project, overwhelmingly, when we talk to people in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan, and all these states that will be influential in determining who will win the next presidential election, most of these individuals are not on the Trump train, and they are concerned that the former president's ongoing legal problems, which will continue or could continue, should we say, after the election in November, could make it difficult for him to lead this country.
This could be the only trial, right, that actually has a verdict before Election Day this year. The fact that it's this particular one of all of the legal issues the former president is facing, what could any outcome of this trial? Guilty, innocent, what could that mean for the election?
Well, we know that there have been individuals that we've spoken with who are swing voters who have said that if convicted, they will find themselves much less likely, much less willing to back Donald Trump. And so this could be very instrumental in determining whether or not Donald Trump gets to return to the Oval Office.
Once this trial begins, Trump is going to be in court most days. That's the expectation. How will this affect his ability to run a successful campaign against President Biden? We know he sort of has turned this into part of the campaign, but there's also no cameras in court.
Well, it'll have a significant impact. The reality is it's very difficult to campaign. I mean, it's a full-time job. And so if he's not able to attend this job, he's going to have to resort to other options. Some of the options that his campaign have said they'll resort to is leaning heavily on surrogates. They're going to spend significant time talking to conservative media, knowing that conservative media is quite popular with their base. And they're going to hope that social media is able to communicate to people that they're hoping to reach, including those outside of his base, what it is that he believes he will do if he's able to return to the White House. And hopefully that message will trump whatever's happening in the court.
All right. Eugene Scott, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Well, there is much more to come here on Morning News Now. After the break, it's being called burglary tourism. Thieves flying to the U.S. on tourist visas and breaking into homes in upscale neighborhoods. More on the organized crime ring investigators say is responsible and what's being done to stop them.
Later, hoop dreams about to become reality for the biggest names in college basketball. We're going to get the down low ahead of round 1 of the WNBA draft. Stay with us.
Rangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with a look at new efforts to crack down on what law enforcement agencies call burglary tourism. It's when professional thieves travel to the U.S. on tourist visas and then break into homes. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has more.
We do, and you know, you kind of feel like it is your sanctuary.
On Valentine's Day 2022, Dr. Nancy Silverberg's safe space, perched on this hillside in Orange County, was targeted by thieves.
Climbed up over there and fell through. There was a big hole in the patio cover.
Stealing more than $100,000 in jewelry and family heirlooms.
You feel violated? Oh, yes.
Investigators say she was likely the victim of so-called burglary tourists, gang members in an organized South American crime ring, and it's happening all across the country. Thieves caught on camera breaking into this home in Scottsdale, Arizona, and this pair who hit a home in Miami. Law enforcement officials say thefts like these have been an ongoing problem for the past 5 years, but there's been a recent uptick.
This is organized crime, hands down.
And these thieves are not sneaking across the southern border to get in. Instead, they're flying to the U.S., entering legally on tourist visas under a program known as the Electronic System for Travel Authorization, or ESTA.
For $21 online, 43 countries participate. You can come here for 90 days at a time.
Orange County District Attorney Todd Spitzer says these professional thieves use camouflage while watching your home and may be armed with the latest technology.
Wi-Fi jammers, so if you have a Wi-Fi system, then they block that. If the police are being dispatched because there's a silent alarm from the alarm company, they have the ability to block these police transmissions.
That's like military level type
It's
stuff.
totally military.
And Spitzer says many of the suspects come from just one country.
People we've arrested here in Orange County have criminal records coming from the country of Chile.
Congresswoman Young Kim says that's because a key part of the agreement is being ignored, allowing these gang members to enter the United States.
Under the agreement, Chilean government has to vet every single passenger that gets on the plane, but they're not doing it.
Chilean officials say while the total number of cases are relatively small, quote, we recognize the severity of the problem. And Homeland Security says they are working with the Chilean government to detect, deter, and prevent travel to the United States by known criminal actors. Nancy Silverberg has added extra security to her home, and she hopes lawmakers will solve the burglary tourists problem.
This seems like such an easy backdoor way that I think could be addressed.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
Get to weather now. Millions across the plains and parts of the south are under risk this morning for strong to severe storms.
Michelle Grossman is with us with the latest. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And yeah, we're looking at another three-day event of the threat for severe weather. Today, we're looking at millions under the threat for tornadoes, some really large hail, also the chance of some damaging winds. On the backside of this system, we're looking at cold air in place. So mountain snow for parts of the Cascades, parts of the Rockies, also really windy conditions. And then another big story on this Monday, southern warm, actually really 2/3 of the country really warm for this time of year. Portions of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic will feel more like June, and we're going to break some records in some spots today. Let's start with that severe weather threat because we are looking at 14 million people at risk from the southern plains all the way to the Dakotas, especially where you see the yellow and the orange. That is the likeliest spot for seeing some stronger storms. So parts of Nebraska, parts of Kansas, the likeliest spot. 14 million Americans under the risk for damaging hail, 2 inches or greater. That's large. Also winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. A few tornadoes are possible as well. The number grows on Tuesday to 24 million. Same sort of story. All the hazards on the table once again tomorrow for large hail, a few tornadoes, and winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Again, where you see the yellow and orange, that is the likeliest spot, especially in parts of Missouri, into Iowa, and also Illinois. But Chicago, you could see some airport delays as you go throughout your Tuesday. Wednesday, we're going to see that number at 12 million. It's going to shrink a bit, moving a little bit to the east. So now we're talking about the Tennessee Valley, parts of the Ohio Valley into the Great Lakes, but still Indianapolis, Lexington, Nashville, Paducah. You could see some strong storms on your Wednesday. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, smaller hail, but also the chance of hail, and a few tornadoes are possible. We're worried about some heavy rainfall as well. This is why a storm system bringing cold air on the backside, where we're going to see that snow. Also, the cold front going through some really warm air. That's why we're expecting the chance of some late day storms. We could see some stronger storms, and that will again move to the east as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday. Here's the chance for heavy rainfall, where you see the reds, the oranges, the yellows in parts of the Dakotas into the Great Lakes, the Midwest. We are expecting the highest amounts of rain, and we could see some flash flooding with any of these storms, so 2 inches or greater in some spots. Big time warm, guys. We're looking at temperatures into the 80s, near 90 degrees in some spots. New York City today, 15 degrees above normal. We're going to end up right around 77 degrees, so enjoy it with some sunshine as well.
77 degrees.
Like that forecast. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Coming up, continuing coverage of the historic criminal trial of Donald Trump.
Jury selection set to start today with thousands of potential jurors summoned for questioning in Trump's New York hush money trial. When we come back, more on what to expect and what's next for the former president. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We are back now with more on the history that's set to play out in a New York City courtroom later today, where former President Trump will become the first ever former president to face a criminal trial.
It's all over alleged falsified business records used to cover up hush money payments prosecutors say he made to adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 campaign. Trump has denied any wrongdoing and says the case is part of an effort to hurt his 2024 presidential campaign.
NBC News correspondent Jay Gray joins us from outside the courthouse with what to expect. Jay, good morning. So walk us through two things here: the charges the former president is facing and also what jurors are being asked to consider, as that's what's getting underway today.
Yeah, Savannah, Joe, it's expected to be a controversial and really a very difficult trial on both sides here. As you talked about, 34 charges about falsifying business records in order to conceal damaging information or unlawful activity from voters just ahead of the 2016 election. What it boils down to is that six-figure payment made initially by Michael Cohen, an attorney and fixer for former President Trump, which he repaid after taking office. So the question for jurors is going to be, is this a payment that was made to hide information, to hide the alleged affair, which Mr. Trump says that he never had, from voters, or was it to hide it from other individuals, including his family? Was he embarrassed about this and didn't want his family to know? If so, that's not an illegal payment. If he was hiding this information, though, from voters ahead of the election, obviously that would be illegal here. And so that's where the jury's going to have to draw the line, and going to be tough, according to legal analysts on both sides, to really differentiate that.
Jay, what witnesses are we expecting to be called in this trial? Who could take the stand?
Yeah, there are a number, Joe, and many of it reads like a roll call for a soap opera, a cast of a soap opera. We'll have Stormy Daniels is expected to take the stand, or she is at least on the potential witness list, along with Michael Cohen, who we talked about, who, by the way, has been convicted for making those payments of campaign finance charges. And then we expect to hear from Daniels' ex-attorney, Michael Avenatti, who is in federal prison right now for stealing money from his clients, and then a number of former Trump aides, including loyalist Hope Hicks. So that will be a very interesting part of all this and how it may play out inside this courtroom.
And Jay, how realistic is it that the former president himself could testify?
Well, look, I think when you talk to legal analysts and most lawyers, they say it would be a bad move. But the former president has said repeatedly that he is willing and would like to testify as a part of this case. He has to be in the courtroom, unlike the civil cases, every day of this felony trial. And he has, again, said that he wants his message relayed by himself, that he wants to get up there and say this. While it's maybe not the best strategy legally, it is the former president. So I think we're at 50-50 right now as things get started. We'll see.
All right, Jay Gray from Lower Manhattan for us. Thank you so much.
This is a historic day, so let's bring in NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss for more context on the significance of today's events. Michael, good to have you with us. So we know Trump's the first president to face criminal charges. I don't need to tell you, when it comes to criminality in the presidency, of course, Richard Nixon comes to mind. Ultimately, though, he was pardoned by President Ford for what he did in office. This case here, it's about alleged acts that would have happened before Trump even took office. I guess, have we ever seen anything like this when it comes to the president or former president in the country? Just how historic is this moment?
Well, I can say this with a full heart, Joe and Savannah, this is something we have never seen before in American history. Yes, Richard Nixon, as you both know, was pardoned by Gerald Ford, 1974. And without that, Nixon would have probably gone on a criminal trial, or more than one trial, in 1975 and 1976. We could have seen the first former president going to prison. But here we are, not only a former president, but someone who is about to be nominated by his party and is going to be on the ballot this fall to come back to the White House if he is elected for another term. This takes this to a new stratosphere. And I think ultimately what people are going to look at this in history for is not only the fact that, you know, in history, they'll say Donald Trump, who was the first president to go on criminal trial, and they'll say whether he was acquitted or convicted. But future historians, future Americans are going to say, was he not above the law and not below the law? In other words, was this trial because he was a controversial former president running for president again, or did they say that he was given a lot of breaks that the rest of us would not have?
Michael, the prosecution's alleging this broader conspiracy, right? It's not just about what was paid or why it was paid or how it was documented, but that this was actually done to try to influence the 2016 election, essentially. So when you think about that aspect, you look at polling, voters see that as a serious crime. They say it's important to them. But in the past, how have presidential candidates sort of pushed the envelope when it comes to trying to influence elections?
Well, this has happened in history. That's what Richard Nixon was all about. You know, what he would have gone to jail for is obstructing justice in order to cover up something that happened during his political campaign in Watergate in 1972. So that has happened before, and there's certainly a precedent for getting into criminal trouble. The jury, in the end, is going to have to read the law. Did he violate the law? You know, despite all of this, you know, I was chuckling when both of you were saying that those pictures of all these people are going to testify looks like a soap opera. It really does. But we have to remember that this is a serious effort to make sure that none of us is above the law. And you can't convict a former president or a possible future president if he did not do something badly wrong.
Michael, if he is convicted, these are state charges, which means if Trump's elected, he can't pardon himself. Another Republican president in the future can't pardon him. He faces potentially maybe up to 4 years in prison. It's also possible if he's convicted, he'll get no prison time. But if he is sentenced to prison time, what do you think even just that prospect means for the country, especially heading into an election where he's on the ballot?
Well, we're going to learn things about ourselves that we don't know at this moment. You know, it's this the biggest question you could ask this morning, which is, you know, let's say, and I'm not suggesting this or predicting it, but if Donald Trump is convicted, and let's say he is sent to prison, those are two enormous ifs, but if that happens, a spectacle we have never seen in American history. Some of those people who are saying he was railroaded, they don't care, they want to vote for him anyway, would the sight of him in that scene make them change their minds? A lot of American history suggests yes. So above and beyond everything else that we're going to see during the next month or two, and we're going to see all sorts of things that we cannot even begin to predict this morning, we're going to learn whether Americans have become so jaded that they will just say, okay, well, he's a felon, that's, you know, it was unfair, and this was, you know, something that shouldn't have been done, voting for him anyway. We should all stay tuned.
He, as any citizen, right, is of course deserving of a fair trial. That's what this process in our country is supposed to do. This is not a foregone conclusion. You kind of touched on this before, but is it almost sort of a bright spot in a way that this is kind of like this test of our whole system here, so much so that somebody who once held the highest office in the land is kind of even being put into that system?
Sure. You know, one of the reasons that Americans hate politics at this moment is that they think that our political system oftentimes does not work and that even our justice system is not perfect. You know, some people will say people who are rich or famous or powerful get better treatment before the law than people who are not that way or for other reasons. So what this is going to be is going to be a big classroom lesson for all of us. Does our system work, and particularly, does the law apply equally to everyone, an ex-president or someone without that kind of power and fame?
Michael Beschloss, we're grateful to have you on this morning. Thank you as always for your time.
Thank you. Be well, both.
Thanks, Michael. Coming up, first comes love, then comes marriage. What happens next might not be like the classic nursery rhyme.
We come back why more and more couples are choosing to go childless. Stay with us. Morning News Now. We'll be right back.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We are back now with financial headlines, starting with what we are watching on Wall Street this week.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other money news. Good morning, Pippa.
Hey, Joe. Well, Wall Street is set to open higher as the market looks to rebound from last week's losses. The Dow dropping nearly 500 points Friday, and the S&P 500 posted its worst day since January on lingering concerns about inflation and earnings season following disappointing results from J.P. Morgan. Oil prices are pulling back today as Israel reported limited damage from Iran's drone and missile attack this weekend, even as traders brace for any potential response. Also in focus today, economic data on retail sales and housing and earnings from Goldman Sachs. Meantime, Google could be adding a feature to the Pixel 9 smartphone that's already available on the iPhone. Android Authority reports it's teaming with T-Mobile to include an emergency SOS satellite feature. The tool would ask Pixel owners a series of questions to determine what's happening. The feature won't necessarily be free. A similar one offered by Garmin costs $15 per month. Apple is subsidizing its SOS service for now. And it's tax day, and last-minute filers can get their hands on some deals and freebies. Krispy Kreme customers who buy an original glazed or assorted dozen donuts can get a second dozen for just the price of sales tax in their state. Grubhub is offering a $15 discount on delivery orders over $25 today with the code TAXBREAK to the first 1,000 customers. TGI Fridays is offering a new limited-time cocktail to celebrate the end of tax season. The tax break features 1,800 tequilas, citrus, agave, strawberry, and passion fruit, served with a shot of Hennessy to soften the blow of owing money or to celebrate a refund. Joe and Savannah, this is one of my most hated days of the year.
I know.
If you drink all that, though, you might forget that you filed your taxes. It's like
Yeah, thank you for the rundown there, Pippa. Thank you so much.
More and more couples are choosing not to have children. Instead, they're embracing something called a dual income, no kids lifestyle. They're being called dinks, a name that really I feel needs to change. And they're sharing their stories on social media. NBC News Now anchor Zinklea Samwa has the details.
There's a new term buzzing on the internet, dink. It means dual income, no kids. Put simply, it's referring to couples where both partners are employed but have no children.
Logan, Hillary, Leo, and Bodie. It sounds like a full house, but it's actually a couple and their dogs.
Hillary and Logan are 31 and 30. They've been married for nearly 7 years, meeting in college.
When we got married, I felt like the pressure was on, like, when are you guys going to have kids? Like,
Were people asking you?
All the time.
Oh my
And
gosh, the
Hillary,
second we got married.
What's been your experience as a couple with no kids?
Yeah, I think it's given us opportunities that we may not have otherwise gotten if we would have had kids right away.
Together, they've traveled to about 20 countries. Embracing the freedom of dink life is not new. Quick history lesson. The term yuppies was used in the 80s, referring to a population of young urban professionals.
Really sort of a derogatory term to refer to these people. And then dinks came out of that to specifically target people who were living lavishly, and on top of that, they're not having kids.
Dink then popping up in media in the 80s. But today, young people, like the Bowles, are reclaiming the term. The Bowles say no kids has allowed them to focus on building their marriage, careers, and wealth. Hillary is a self-employed influencer, and Logan works at a consulting firm.
We are technically dinks, but when you use that phrase, there is a lot of hate that comes with it. You know, I'll get some nasty comments on some videos and stuff. And
what do people say?
You're selfish. You're going to be
one.
lonely when you're old. You're going to have no one to take care of you.
We love kids, but when we're in Ohio with my nieces and nephews, it's our natural birth control. So.
Their choice, a microcosm of a larger trend. Birth rates in the U.S. declining in the last 15 years. A 2023 NBC News analysis finding that today, families are smaller and people are waiting longer to have kids, based on data from the National Center for Health Statistics.
Yes, there has been a decline in fertility, But often after a decline, we'll see an increase. So while the focus these days is often on Gen Z and millennials and their fertility intentions, I would say the jury's still out about whether or when they will have children.
As for the Bulls, the label of dink may not be a permanent one.
We will have kids eventually. We're not putting a timeline on that, though.
You don't really know somebody's backstory as to why they may or may not be having kids.
Our thanks to Zinkley Esamoah for that report. Coming up, a new era of women's sports is about to begin.
That is right. Round 1 of the WNBA draft happening tonight with Caitlin Clark and some of the biggest names in college hoops fueling the excitement. We'll break down the hype behind one of the most stacked draft classes in basketball history. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
While Caitlin Clark's reign over college basketball might be over, she is not done surprising fans on network TV. Clark made a cameo on SNL's Weekend Update over the weekend.
Yeah, she used her appearance to not only bring attention to the trailblazing women in basketball who came before her, but also to have a little fun with Michael Che.
Good luck in the WNBA. I hope you have a great first season.
Thanks. I'm sure it will be a big first step for me. But it's just one step for the WNBA. Thanks to all the great players like Cheryl Swoops, Lisa Leslie, Cynthia Cooper, the great Dawn Staley, and my basketball hero, Maya Moore. These are the women that kicked down the door so I could walk inside. So I want to thank them tonight for laying the foundation. And Michael, since you're such a big fan, I brought you a souvenir. It's an apron signed by me.
As you heard there, Clark was plugging the highly anticipated WNBA draft, which is happening tonight right here in New York. It comes on the heels of a record-breaking season in viewership for women's college basketball.
Joining us now for more on what to expect in this year's draft is Kavitha Davidson. She's a sports writer and the co-author of Loving Sports When They Don't Love You Back, Dilemmas of the Modern Fan. Good to have you with us. So the Indiana Fever have the #1 pick. My goodness, they have to be picking Caitlin Clark, right? Are there any lingering questions about how her college game will translate to the big leagues?
I mean, there are always going to be questions about how you translate when you go to the highest level of competition. I think that's a fair that's a fair thing to be looking forward to. But the Indiana Fever know exactly what they're doing with this pick. Caitlin Clark will fit in very nicely with Aaliyah Boston, who was also the #1 pick last year out of South Carolina, was Rookie of the Year. And the Fever are looking forward to a huge boost in interest out of this. You know, they've already seen a spike in ticket sales. This is a team team that had the second lowest home game attendance last year. And even the Las Vegas Aces have moved their home matchup against the Fever to a bigger arena because of the anticipation for Caitlin Clark coming to the league.
Aside from Caitlin Clark, tell us who else that you're watching out for, especially as I understand there's been some changes in the mock draft. Do we care about that? Does that matter? Does that impact tonight?
I mean, it does. You know, I think that you're going to see beyond Caitlin Clark an incredible depth of talent that is going to be drafted. But pretty much a lock at number 2 is Cameron Brink, who's a power forward out of Stanford. She's the very definition of a two-way player. She impacts both the offensive and the defensive sides of the ball. And then things get really interesting. You've got probably the most WNBA ready player in Rakia Jackson, who's a small forward out of Tennessee. She's a shooting machine. She made 22 three-pointers this season. And then Camila Cardoso, who just won the national championship with South Carolina. We saw what she can do. And then beyond that, you know, there's some other names to look out for. Obviously, JC Sheldon from Ohio State, and then Angel Reese. It'll be really interesting to see where she lands. There is a chance that she could land on the same team as Camila Cardoso of the Chicago Sky, draft both of them in the first round. And they don't have particularly good blood between them. So it'll be interesting to see how that happens.
Yeah, I mean, with Angel Reese, it got so much attention when she and Caitlin Clark had the feud with the rematch over the national championship last year. But she is such a strong player. Where ultimately do you see her going? Will it be in the top 10?
I think it will be in the top 10. It's a question about, I think right now she could be projected as going 7th or 8th. And look, she is obviously already a star. As you said, she is a strong player. She's a force on the boards. There are some questions about how her offensive game does translate to the pros. She's not the most efficient scorer, but it'll be great to see what she does in the pros.
So obviously this is a very big draft for the WNBA, and as we mentioned, coming off these records in viewership for women's basketball. Do you think that this hype carries over to next year?
I do. I absolutely do. And I think that we're seeing that structurally, to be honest, not just in the last 5 years, we've seen growth year over year in viewership, but we're seeing, looking ahead to the season, you know, what people in charge of the programming are doing. You know, the ESPN just announced 36 of the 40 Indiana Fever games will be featured on national broadcast and streaming. The Aces will have 35 of their games on national outlets. The New York Liberty will have 31 of those games available to everybody in the country. And that's on ABC, ESPN, CBS, you know, Amazon Prime down the line. And that's really what's going to help continue to propel the growth of the sport.
We got the draft coming up tonight, and then the season starts in about a month. Kavitha Davidson, as always, we appreciate your time and your expertise. Thanks for joining us this morning. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. Don't go anywhere. The news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Monday. Welcome to a busy news week. Thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Let's get right to the headlines. A big news day both at home and abroad. This morning, the world is awaiting a potential military response from Israel after Iran launched that unprecedented and direct attack on the nation over the weekend. The damage in Israel was minimal, thanks in part to its sophisticated air defense system and a response from allies, including the U.S. Still, Iran celebrated the attack as a success, saying it achieved its goals. So what comes next? President Biden sending another clear message to Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that the U.S. will not stand behind any sort of retaliation. We've got team coverage. Back home, that criminal hush money trial involving former President Trump and adult film star Stormy Daniels set to begin today right here in New York. We're going to set the stage as history unfolds on two critical fronts.
We are going to get started this morning straight to NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett to kick off our coverage of the former president's trial.
Hey there, it was just a little over a year ago that Donald Trump walked into a Manhattan courtroom for his first arraignment. And today, another first. The former president and current presumptive GOP nominee on trial in the middle of a re-election campaign, possibly the only one of his 4 criminal cases to see a conclusion before this November.
This morning in New York City, history in the making, with jury selection beginning in the first criminal trial against Donald Trump. Thousands of prospective jurors summoned down to the courthouse in Lower Manhattan for extensive vetting over the next several days, questioned on everything from their favorite podcasts to whether they've ever been to a Trump rally. The ultimate jury of 12 and 6 alternates not expected to be sequestered away from their families, but will stay anonymous to the public for their own safety. Prosecutors expected to argue Mr. Trump orchestrated a plot to buy the silence of a porn star who threatened to derail his 2016 bid for the White House.
Hello, how are you?
Reeling from the release of the Access Hollywood tape, prosecutors say Mr. Trump wanted to bury the story of a tryst with Stormy Daniels, so his former fixer Michael Cohen paid her off with $130,000 just days before the 2016 election. The crux of the state's case will be how the presumptive GOP nominee allegedly doctored his company's books to cover up how he reimbursed Cohen.
Sometimes you hear people describe it as a weak case, and I think that's the wrong way to think about it. The evidence is compelling. It's an attempt by Mr. Trump to obscure important facts from the voters right before the election.
Mr. Trump denies the encounter with Daniels ever happened, pleading not guilty after a grand jury indicted him on 34 felony counts last year, more recently suggesting he's prepared to risk taking the stand at trial.
Yeah, I would testify, absolutely.
And continuing to try to turn what would ordinarily amount to significant legal jeopardy to his political advantage while he seeks re-election, framing the prosecutors and the judge in this case, as in all of his cases, as out to get him.
When I walk into that courtroom, I know I will have the love of 200 million Americans behind me.
As for picking the jury in this trial, it could last several days, if not weeks, given the lengthy questionnaire the judge plans to walk through with each individual person. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you so much. Let's dig in further with NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. She joins us here on set, which is very exciting to have you in person with us. So let's talk through this process. 12 jurors, 6 alternates. It seems like a tall task. What are they going to be asking of these potential jurors? How do you see this process going?
The main crux of what a jury selection process is going to be trying to uncover is whether or not any of those jurors sitting as fact finders can be fair and impartial. So they're going to ask them all sorts of questions. Where do you live? What's your education like? Because jury selection is really a jury deselection process. So they want to know what's the best juror. But the only way that the court system can actually strike a juror, the judge, is if they cannot be fair and impartial. So the attorneys are going to want to ask more bias type questions. What channel do you watch? Where do you live? What's your education like? Because they have a specific juror that they think will look at the evidence and find in favor of their potential person. But the court is the one that can only strike someone if they are being fair and impartial.
So there is this jury questionnaire. What are some of the questions we see on that, and how is it the lawyers tend to look at that in making their decisions?
So they're going to be asking questions like, what channel do you watch? Because they're going to say if it's one particular channel, news channel, are they going to be left-leaning or right-leaning? And so obviously the defense is really going to look for the right-leaning individuals, in the Commonwealth, or excuse me, New York is going to be looking for more of the left-leaning people. But ultimately, again, what they really want to know is how many times do you watch TV? Because typically, if those people who are watching more TV will have more of the news, they may have pre-decided the case without actually looking at the case and looking at the evidence, which is the only thing a real juror can actually consider.
So are political leanings enough here, to disqualify someone one way or the other? I mean, it's probably going to be difficult, just given that we're all citizens and this is a former president, for somebody who doesn't have an opinion, at least, about Trump. But what is it that would get to the point of disqualification?
The only thing that would really qualify as a court disqualification would be if your political leaning impairs your ability to be fair and impartial. If the person says no, then obviously the attorney is going to want to know what political leaning they are and strike them. But again, the only way they can be stricken by the court is if they cannot be fair and impartial.
All right, Kristen Gibbons-Fettin, great to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
U.S. officials are closely monitoring those mounting tensions in the Middle East. Israel's war cabinet is meeting this morning to discuss its response to this weekend's unprecedented attack from Iran. More than 300 drones and missiles were launched into Israel on Saturday night, most thwarted by Israel's air defense systems with support from the U.S. and other allies. But today, President Biden is urging Benjamin Netanyahu not to retaliate amid fears it could spark a wider war. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from Jerusalem.
Could have been so much worse. Iran's attack was stopped. Had it not been, we would very likely be in a new war this morning with the United States involved. And now President Biden and other world leaders are calling for restraint and de-escalation.
Looking at Israel this morning, you can hardly tell the country just faced an unprecedented attack from Iran. Israelis bounced back quickly. But what happened this weekend could have easily triggered a massive war. And it's not off the table. What saved Israel and stopped a wider war were air defenses and extensive American help. Around 2 a.m. Sunday morning, we watched as more than 300 Iranian missiles and drones were heading for Israel. Its air defense system lighting up the sky over Jerusalem.
For the last several minutes, we've seen these flares streaking all across the skies over Jerusalem. And now, for the first time, we're hearing the air raid sirens.
It was a striking juxtaposition. Modern weapons over the ancient city. Sites holy to billions of Jews, Christians, and Muslims could have easily been damaged or destroyed. Also threatened, the nearby Christian town of Bethlehem. Visiting American Cardinal Dolan forced to take shelter. In the end, there was almost no damage, as Israel, the U.S., and other allies shot down 99% of Iran's missiles and drones, most of them before they even entered Israeli airspace. President Biden praising American troops involved.
I swear to God, you're incredible.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Keep it going. Stay safe, man.
In Iran, they celebrated the nation's first direct attack against Israel. Retaliation for an Israeli airstrike 2 weeks ago on the Iranian embassy compound in Damascus that killed 7 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. But Iran could have made its attack more difficult to stop, sending its slow-flying drones in waves all the way from Iran, effectively giving Israel hours of advance warning.
Israel's war cabinet meets again today, but so far Israeli officials are remaining vague about any potential response, saying only that they will act at a time and place of their choosing.
All right, Richard, thank you so much. For more, we are joined by former NBC News correspondent and bureau chief in Tel Aviv, Martin Fletcher. Martin, always good to have you with us to get your perspective, to tap into your expertise. So this is the first time Iran has directly attacked Israel from its own territory. Even though this didn't cause any significant damage, is this a sign the so-called shadow war is now out in the open? I mean, what does this mean for the region?
Well, that's exactly right. The shadow war is now in the open. The Israeli president yesterday, I believe it was, said that now the attack by Iran was basically a declaration of war against Israel. And I think that's overstating the issue a little bit. And the fact that Israel has said that this morning said that they would they would retaliate at a time and a place of their choosing, I think that's music to the ears of Washington, which was very afraid, as you know, that Israel would just retaliate, knee-jerk, strong reaction against Iran, thus endangering the region, possibly encouraging a wider war, which is what everybody wants to avoid. So there is that positive aspect to it. But I think the bottom line is that Israel has been attacked. It will retaliate in some way. And the question is whether their retaliation will spark a wider war. At the moment, there's a lot of pressure on Israel coming from every corner almost, from the United States, from Europe, from the G7, from within Israel also, of course, to retaliate in a measured way that will not spark a greater conflagration. But Israel has to do something. It will do something. It may not be right away.
Absolutely. So, Martin, as you're saying, President Biden has said that to sort of practice that restraint. Also, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby appeared on the Today Show earlier this morning with a similar message. Let's play a little bit of that, and we'll talk on the other side.
We want to see de-escalation clearly in the region, and everything the president has done since October 7th has been designed to keep this from becoming a wider war, Savannah. And that's why we're going to keep lashed up with our Israeli counterparts. That's why we're going to make it clear again to the Israelis. We'll do what we have to do to defend them, help them in their self-defense. But we don't want to see a wider war. We don't want to see this escalate. We certainly are not looking for a war with Iran.
Martin, do you see the White House's position influencing the Israelis' decisions? Does this change the calculus for how Israel will respond, especially as we understand their war cabinet is meeting today?
Well, Israel has to pay attention, very close attention to President Biden. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu has had this on and off rather hostile relationship with the American president. Under present circumstances, that has to change and change immediately. And therefore, Netanyahu and the war cabinet in Israel that met again today after a long contentious meeting last night, they have to take into consideration what the United States says. But the bottom line is that the region has dodged a bullet for the time being because Israel has not launched an immediate retaliation. But I think what's going to happen out of all this is that, in a sense, it's good news for Israel in one way, because if the consensus is that Israel is now being emerging from the isolation that followed after October 7th. You know, Israel, as you know, after October 7th attack, Israel came under a lot of criticism, and is still under criticism for the way it responded in Gaza. Israel was becoming more and more isolated. But now with the combined attack, the combined defense, rather, of Israel with the United States, with European countries like Germany, France, Britain, and also with the help of Arab countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Jordan, with all that emerging, Israel's now emerging from that isolation. It has real, I guess you can say, friends in time of need. That's what happened. And I don't think Israel wants to break that. It's a step forward diplomatically and politically for Israel that would be ruined if Israel suddenly launched a violent attack now on Iran. So I think that the effect on the region and on Israel in the short term is positive politically for Israel, and they don't want to throw that away by a sudden attack on Iran.
Martin, for those who don't know, 2 of your family members were kidnapped during the Hamas terror attack on October 7th. We were relieved to report that they were released. We're very tight on time here, but these latest developments, what could they mean for the remaining hostages?
Well, one of our family still is the remaining hostage, and I think what it means is that the pressure is on in Israel not to do anything that would endanger the release of the hostages. And there are negotiations ongoing right now. Hamas apparently has presented a new plan that Israel has to look at and see whether there are any aspects of it they can agree on. But I think what it means really for the hostages is that a release is delayed in the short term, but at least it's encouraging these negotiations that are continuing. But either way, what I can tell you is here in Tel Aviv, where I am now, the hostage families, the families of the remaining hostages are absolutely desperate. They're demonstrating every day, and they're terrified that this latest round of violence will endanger their family members even more.
We're thinking of them and always thinking of you and your family. Martin Fletcher, thank you for your time, as always.
Thanks, Martin. Good to see you. Before we head to break, let's check in with meteorologist Michelle Grossman.
Yeah, she's got the forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys, and it's a good one for some of us, not so much for others. We'll start with the severe weather threat because we have a multi-day event where we're going to see the threat for severe weather Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So for today, that threat exists from the southern plains all the way to portions of the Dakotas. On the cold side of this system, we're looking at heavy snow in parts of the Cascades, parts of the Rockies, drying out in parts of the Southwest. And then we're looking at really warm weather for 2/3 of the nation. We're going to see temperatures feeling June-like in many areas, could even break a few records. We're going to be near 80 degrees in New York City today. By Wednesday, those strong storms move into the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, parts of the Tennessee Valley. We're going to see rain, too, for the Mid-Atlantic eventually on Wednesday. Snowy still in the Intermountain West and Northern Plains. Sunny and warm on Wednesday in parts of the Southern Plains, notice 80s and 90s in parts of Texas. And then by Friday, we'll see some rain from the Great Lakes all the way down to the Tennessee Valley. Could see some storms as well. In April, chill for the Northern Plains into the Great Lakes and upper Midwest. 40s on the map on Friday. Friday there, and then record highs in the southeast, especially in Florida. Let's talk about that severe weather threat, because we're looking at 14 million people impacted today, especially where you see the yellow and especially where you see the orange. Lincoln, also just north of Wichita, you could see some strong storms with damaging hail, very large hail, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, and a few tornadoes are possible. By tomorrow, we're going to see that number growing up to 24 million. Same sort of story where we have the threat for damaging hail, a few tornadoes, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, causing power outages. Des Moines, Kirksville, just west of Peoria, you could see some strong storms. Again, where you see the yellow and also the orange, so parts of the Ohio Valley into the Great Lakes. And then Wednesday, we'll end here, guys, 12 million at risk throughout the Ohio Valley into the Tennessee Valley. But once again, we're going to see temperatures very much above normal in parts of the east today. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Much more to come on this busy Monday morning, including continuing coverage of former President Trump's criminal hush money trial involving adult film star Stormy Daniels. It's set to kick off here in New York this morning.
First, though, the future of O.J. Simpson's estate thrown into the spotlight this morning as his longtime attorney takes the reins. What that could mean for the families of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman after the football star's death. That's next.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
We're back now with new details surrounding the future of O.J. Simpson's estate. Simpson's longtime attorney, Malcolm Laverne, was named as his executor and is now tasked with managing any claims to the former football player's estate, which could include from the families of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff joins us with the latest. Hey, Jacob, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Yeah, in an interview with Malcolm Laverne, he tells us that he is taking his role as executor of the Simpson estate very seriously. He's also already combing through Simpson's assets to try to figure out what he's worth.
This morning, the battle between O.J. Simpson and the Goldman family continuing even after Simpson's death.
centered around the estate of the former football star turned celebrity defendant.
Orenthal James Simpson not guilty.
While Simpson was famously acquitted in the criminal trial over the murders of his ex-wife Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ron Goldman, he was found liable for wrongful death in a 1997 civil suit. The jury ordering Simpson to pay more than $33 million to the victims' families.
The civil verdict was the only opportunity we had to punish him for what he did to Ron and Nicole.
Damages that were never paid in full and have since ballooned to more than $100 million, according to an attorney for Fred Goldman, Ron's father. In a final will drafted in January of this year, Simpson ordered all of his property be placed in a trust. How those assets are distributed will be determined by his longtime attorney, Malcolm Laverne. Now, multiple parties, including the Simpson and Golden estates, along with the IRS, have already requested payments, according to Laverne. On Friday, Laverne telling the Las Vegas Review-Journal, "I will do everything in my capacity to try and ensure that the Goldmans get nothing." Comments he later walked back in our interview.
Mr. Goldman's claim obviously has to be accepted.
Still, Laverne maintains Simpson's estate likely won't be able to pay the debt in full.
Mr. Goldman's probably going to have to decide whether he's going to be willing to negotiate.
While Simpson's funeral arrangements are still being finalized, Laverne says Simpson's 4 children are discussing a private ceremony for family and friends. And despite multiple requests for the former football star's brain to be examined for the degenerative brain disease CTE, Simpson's family has declined to donate his body to science.
And it's a hard no because the family members are in consensus that the entirety of Mr. Simpson's body will be cremated.
Jacob, so tell us, is there any estimate on how much O.J. Simpson's estate may be able to pay the families of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman?
I don't think so, Savannah. At this point, the answer is no. But what Laverne tells us is the task right now is to determine basically exactly that. And this is all going to play out in probate court, by the way. But I guess the way that this is going to unfold is that he's going to have to look at assets, including things like Simpson's golf clubs and jewelry that he owned, to determine what each of those things is worth. Then they can move forward from that point, Savannah. And by the way, we did reach out to the Nicole Brown Simpson family and to the Ron Goldman family. Neither of them got back to us.
All right, Jacob, thank you so much.
It was 5 years ago today the world watched a catastrophic fire devastate Paris's Notre Dame Cathedral. Now, as the city gears up for July's Olympics, the restoration is almost complete. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has been seeing some of the work going into rebuilding this iconic building. He has been following the process step by step. Joins us from Paris with more. Keir, good morning.
Hey Joe, good morning to you. It is raining, it is blowing a gale here in Paris, but nothing can wipe the smile from our faces, because that is it. That is the newly restored spire without the scaffold around it. That spire that you saw go crashing down into Notre Dame 5 years ago. Around 1,000 craftspeople have worked on making that happen, including one guy who's over here, but hails from over there. This morning, the world able to admire this iconic cathedral once again. Beautiful.
It's fantastic. It's awesome. I just wish I could get inside.
Years of delicate restorative repairs, inside and out. The centuries-old monument now nearing completion. Parts of the massive scaffold are gone, revealing the carefully mended scars from the devastating fire. 5 years ago, an inferno tore through the interior of the magnificent church, consuming 800 years of history in minutes. Bringing the cathedral back to its former glory required rare skills, remaking each of its famous wood structures. Amongst the few foreigners involved in the colossal effort, Hank Silver, a carpenter from New England who helped rebuild the roof made by medieval craftsmen.
What does it feel like to be standing here now?
It still doesn't feel real, if I'm honest. It's still a bit of a dream, really.
Hank belongs to Carpenters Without Borders, a volunteer group of woodwork experts restoring historic structures around the globe. Last year, he watched overwhelmed as the trusses he crafted were transported and lifted into position.
What was it like to watch that?
To see a truss of that scale, hand-hewn, pegged together, flying through space, it's a really out-of-time kind of experience.
Last December, NBC News got a special glimpse inside the cathedral, climbing 300 feet to spectacular views across Paris. So this is the spire that went crashing down. Exactly. We all watched it all around the world. Right up there is where we were. Now the cockle can be seen across Paris again. We first met Hank last summer at a workshop in Normandy, painstakingly crafting the roof's beam.
In the U.S., we have a built tradition that's much newer. Being able to work on this building, which is the birth of this technique, is particularly meaningful.
Using replicas of medieval tools like these axes, Hank and his colleagues reconstructed each truss exactly as they were made in the 13th century.
As carpenters here, we've had to do things that the original carpenters never did. We've had to recreate all these inconsistencies, all these deformations that have accrued over the centuries.
The reconstruction effort, 5 years on, nearing the finish line, while Hank now calls France home.
This incredible building has changed your life.
Oh, absolutely.
For the rest of your life, you can come here and look at this and know that you had a part in it.
I'll be dining out on this for a long time,
yeah.
I think.
This is the city to dine out.
And Hank says maybe he's not confirming anything. He left a few mementos and perhaps a few signatures there in Notre Dame, Joe. If you want to get inside, they say they're going to reopen the place in December. Book your tickets.
Oh, unreal. Just fascinating and awe-inspiring what they've been able to accomplish. Keir, thank you so much for that great look. We appreciate it.
That was really cool. All right, more international news now, starting with new developments in that deadly stabbing rampage at a mall in Sydney over the weekend.
NBC's Claudia Labanga has that and other world news. Claudia, good morning.
Joseph, and good morning. That's right. Australian police looking for a motive behind that knife attack that left 6 people dead in that busy shopping mall in Sydney last Saturday. Now believe that the attacker may have targeted deliberately women. Now, 5 out of the 6 victims of the attack were women, and police say that videos of the attack shows that the attacker was focusing on women while avoiding men. The attacker, named as 40-year-old Joel Cauchi, was shot dead by an officer during Saturday's rampage. Let's go to Indonesia now, where at least 18 people died following a landslide on Sulawesi Island. The landslide, caused by torrential rain, came down on Saturday from surrounding hills onto 4 houses in the small villages of Makale and South Makale. A spokesman for the search and rescue team said a big family gathering was taking place in one of the affected houses and are still looking for 2 missing people. And let's end this tour of the world in Paris, where we just saw Keir, where athletes in the Summer Olympics will compete on a purple racetrack for the first time. It is a move away from the traditional red brick clay color we are all used to, including the athletes, of course. Why? Well, the company in northern Italy that has provided tracks at every summer game since 1976 said it used a new generation of granules that are more elastic and cohesive and has been designed to minimize energy loss and enhance performance. In other words, it is expected to help Olympians to run faster, jump higher, and leap further. Back to you guys.
That's what I need. A purple track, and then I'll be super fast.
Can medal. Yeah. Thank you, Claudio. And all right, when we come back, we have continuing coverage of that historic hush money trial involving former President Trump and adult film star Stormy Daniels. It all kicks off this morning right here in New York.
We're going to take you to the courthouse up next.
the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
We are back with more on former President Trump's unprecedented hush money trial.
It is the first ever criminal trial of a former president of the United States, and it could have far-reaching effects on the 2024 presidential election. Prosecutors allege Trump falsified business records used to cover up hush money payments that he allegedly made to adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 campaign. Trump has denied any wrongdoing, and he says the case is part of an effort to hurt his 2024 presidential campaign.
NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Rasugian joined us now from outside the courthouse. So Yasmin, I mean, you could argue this is not the most serious of the 4 criminal cases against former President Trump, yet it might be the only one where we get a verdict before Election Day. So what is at stake here for the former president?
Not just a verdict, Joe, by the way. It could be the only one that actually even goes to trial. What's at stake here is the former president's freedom, possibly. He's looking at facing 4 years in prison if he's found guilty. Think about the historic moment that we are facing currently in our country, right? The first ex-president of the United States, the presumptive Republican nominee, facing criminal charges today. He'll be on trial for probably 4 to 6 weeks or so. He's going to be inside that courtroom every single day. We are beginning today with jury selection, which is expected to last around 2 weeks or so, with a week off likely for Passover, because Judge Juan Merchan has already said he's going to be giving off jurors for Passover. We've seen a glimpse of the jury questionnaire. Some of the questions, guys, that stand out to me are honing in specifically on the media in which some of these potential jurors watch. Do you watch Fox News? Do you watch MSNBC? Do you watch CNN? What podcasts, for instance, do you listen to? What news radio do you listen to? If we think back, for instance, to Judge Kaplan's juror questionnaire during the defamation trial with E. Jean Carroll, one of the questions that were asked was, do you think the 2020 election was in fact stolen, right? They're not asking that question outright here, but you can deduce essentially from some of the questions in this juror questionnaire where folks stand. And the jury, really the makeup of the jury, guys, is really what is going to make or break this case for Donald Trump.
Yasmin, walk us through the arguments we're expecting from prosecution, but then also the defense quickly. We just have a few seconds here, but remind us what we're looking for.
So for prosecution, essentially they're saying Donald Trump falsified business records to aid in winning the 2020 election, to influence the 2020 election. We got a list of witnesses potentially from the prosecution, everybody from Stormy Daniels, Karen McDougal, Michael Cohen, the star witness. Keep in mind here, right, the question is, will the jury in fact Michael Cohen credible, right? We know Judge Engoron in the Trump civil fraud trial wrote in his judgment, in fact, he found Michael Cohen to be credible. Michael Cohen is likely to testify towards the end of this trial. He may be on the stand possibly for 1 week. When you're thinking about the defense, their whole game here is chip away at the credibility of the witnesses, specifically the star witness, Michael Cohen. They've already begun to do that. And by the way, look out for more delay tactics throughout this next 4 to 6 weeks, guys, because we're going to be getting a lot of those from the defense.
All right, Yasmin, thank you so much.
Let's now bring in NBC News national security analyst Frank Figluzzi to talk about the security implications of this trial. Frank, good morning. So we're in uncharted waters here with the criminal trial of a former president. What level of security are you expecting?
Well, this is the right city for this security challenge, because I am expecting high levels of security and in a protracted fashion. I think any city can handle something like this for a day or two, but for 4 or 6 weeks, it's NYPD and its partners in the federal government that are the best at this. And then, you know, there's going to be clearly inconveniences that New Yorkers are used to. They get the UN General Assembly every year, for example. But you're going to have traffic disruptions, not only around the courthouse on Center Street, but also there's other locations that are going to be part of this picture, because Trump at the end of the day will likely lay his head at Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue. He has a campaign headquarters in New York. on Wall Street, and he'll be headed there, I'm sure, on breaks or after the court day is over. So you're going to see parts of the city disrupted for this. But as we move forward, I also have great concerns about people on the periphery. Who's that? Jurors who are ultimately selected and their security, court staff and prosecutors and witness and the judge. All of these people will be in a security bubble for a protracted period of time.
So, Frank, in addition to all those folks you mentioned, we know that Mr. Trump has been rallying his supporters to try and protest at the trial. History tells us when protesters show up, counter-protesters show up. What are some of the biggest security risks when it comes to what's happening outside of the courthouse today and throughout the trial?
Yeah, great point. And I have to tell you, this is a unique challenge for Secret Service and for the police. Why do I say that? Because ordinarily, the Secret Service wants a peaceful, quiet, small crowd kind of day for their protectee, and that's their dream day. That's not the case for this protectee. Donald Trump is part of the challenge, because a good day for him is a large, loud crowd with lots of chaos and protesters. He's already posted on Friday that this is the day that all hell will break loose. He's already posting this morning. So you have this irony of Secret Service and the police trying to look for peace and quiet, and you have this protectee who's trying to disrupt the court proceedings, make it loud and noisy. So all you need, as we saw at a Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade, right, victory parade, all you need is someone with a gun to have a beef with somebody else, and now you've got a violent incident to attach to the court security challenge.
Frank, as always, we appreciate your expertise. Thanks for joining us this morning on a historic day.
Coming up, one-on-one with the GOAT herself, Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, she sat down with our own Steph Gosk to talk about her own big league future ahead of tonight's highly anticipated WNBA draft in Brooklyn. We've got that conversation for you up next. Stick around.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Welcome back. Hoop dreams are about to become a reality for some of the biggest names in women's basketball. The WNBA draft is happening tonight in Brooklyn, of course, with rising star Caitlin Clark, all but guaranteed to be the first pick by the Indiana Fever.
The college hoop sensation attracted millions of fans from all around the country as she became college basketball's all-time scoring leader. Our own Stephanie Goss got a chance to sit down with the star player before the big event. What a fun interview. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. It was really fun. You know, there's no question that this is Caitlin Clark's moment. Throughout her historic run in Iowa, she's proven she can sell out stadiums, smash records, and score from just about anywhere on court. And she's only getting started. After hanging up her Hawkeyes jersey, she's now ready to go pro in her new chapter with the WNBA. After a storybook college career filled with record-breaking moments.
Here comes Clark. How will she go for history?
And legions of new fans, NCAA superstar Caitlin Clark is ready to take her game to the next level as a WNBA rookie.
I know there would probably be a little bit of a learning curve, but I think always I've had confidence in myself, and that's always kind of what I remind myself is, you know, you're not here by accident.
They haven't sold tickets to the WNBA draft in years, and they sold out in 15 minutes. Where is your mindset going into the draft?
I think more than anything, I'm just really excited. I think, like, you know, this is a dream. This is something I wrote down on a piece of paper when I was in, like, second grade. Like, get a basketball scholarship, play in the WNBA. Like, this is always something I wanted to do.
At tonight's draft in Brooklyn, the 22-year-old Iowa phenom is expected to be the #1 pick by the Indiana Fever. In Indianapolis, home of the Fever, the Caitlin Clark effect is already in full swing. I heard that season tickets are going like blazes in Indiana. Have you heard that rumor?
I have heard that rumor. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think they're selling pretty well.
Clark is also part of the reason why a record 18.9 million viewers tuned in to this year's NCAA championship game.
Clark, oh my, from the future!
Making women's basketball must-see TV. One of the really great things about this season has been watching all of the little kids, most of them little girls, who are so inspired to play basketball because of you. What does that mean to you?
I think that's like the reason you do it, and just to see them scream your name or have your jersey on, that's something that never gets old.
Something else that never gets old?
Clark for the win!
Seeing Clark drain those threes.
She does it time and time again!
Every time you go to take one of those logo threes, I think to myself, she's never gonna make that.
Dang, you don't have confidence in me? Come on.
I know, I should have confidence. But then you do make it, and I think I should have known she was gonna make that. But I wondered, what goes through your mind right before you take that shot?
I think the biggest thing is just confidence. I think sometimes, like, I feel like I'm closer to the basket than I really am, but also, like, the adrenaline gets going, the crowd gets behind you.
Playing to a crowd is something the star player never shies away from.
Here to comment is Caitlin Clark.
Clark even making a cameo on SNL.
You make a lot of jokes about women's sports, don't you, Michael?
What would you say is more daunting, getting ready for the national championship game or getting ready for Saturday Night Live?
Getting ready for Saturday Night Live, and it's not even close. My heart was like pounding out of my chest, but I did all right. It was super cool, and obviously to be a surprise guest, like, that's a bucket list item that not a lot of people get to do.
Now with her college career in the rearview mirror and the WNBA within arm's reach, next up on Clark's bucket list, living out her ultimate hoop dreams in Paris at the Summer Games. I know the team is not set. Your chances of making it are pretty good. What would it mean to you to represent the country in Paris this summer?
Yeah, I think it would mean everything. That's like one of my dreams as a kid growing up. You always want to be an Olympic gold medalist. So I know how special it is to represent USA across your chest. So being able to do that on the highest level would certainly be a dream come true.
Steph, how great was that interview?
So, it was terrific. She's so genuine and open and such a good talker.
And do we think we're going to see her in Paris then? Is there a chance there?
So here's what happened. There's a training camp for the Olympic team, and it is a mandatory training camp. 14 players get invited. She was one of the 14, the only collegiate player to be invited. It happened right in the middle of Final Four. So she didn't go, which is a pretty good excuse. I mean, it's a pretty good excuse.
Like they should have timed that differently.
She still has a chance, right? And so the selection committee is going to make its decision. There's so much excitement behind her. It's really hard to imagine that she's not going to be one of the 12 who goes to Paris.
They'll say the Final Four was her training camp. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and Dawn Staley is on the selection committee. And Dawn Staley has said in the past, the coach of University of South Carolina, that she's just a special player and has done something special for the game.
Yeah, it was actually very classy to hear her make those comments right after that game. Steph Goss, so cool. Thank you so much for bringing it to us.
All right, let's get some financial headlines. Apple's run as the world's top smartphone maker seems to have come to an end.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us with that and other headlines. Hey, Pippa, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Apple has lost its spot as the world's top smartphone maker to Samsung. Data from research firm IDC shows iPhone shipments fell about 10% in the first quarter of this year, hurt by fierce competition from Android smartphone makers and as Chinese companies take more share of the global market. Apple's reign was short. It had just claimed the top spot in the fourth quarter of last year when it was helped by the popularity of premium devices, aggressive trade-in offers, and interest-free financing plans. Meantime, Tesla could be preparing for major layoffs. Electrek reports employees are hearing rumors that cuts could be coming this week after Tesla told workers in Texas it's shortening production shifts for the Cybertruck. Some are speculating layoffs could be as high as 20% of the workforce. Tesla is coming off a disastrous first quarter as vehicle deliveries fell year over year and came in well below analyst forecasts. The company has been expected to reduce production to adjust for what appears to be lower demand overall for electric vehicles. And McDonald's has found a new way to lure customers to its stores. The fast food giant has debuted several red and yellow billboards in public spaces in the Netherlands that give off the distinct aroma of French fries. Local officials say McDonald's is using ventilators to diffuse the scent of the fries, which were placed inside the billboards and are strategically placed within 700 feet of a restaurant. People can experience the full French fry effect when they get up close and personal with the boards. I mean, wow, I guess this is a whole new marketing campaign.
It's like scratch and sniff stickers or something,
Oh, and everybody's nose up in it. Oh, I don't like any of that.
They can diffuse it out more. Pump the space with the smell. All right, Pippa Stevens, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, coming up, Space Camp, the next generation.
After the break, our own Gotti Schwartz lives out one of his childhood dreams. He went to space camp to get a glimpse at how future astronauts are training for liftoff. That's next. Stay with us.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. The Hollywood-backed British soccer team Wrexham are continuing to write their own movie script after they won a second consecutive promotion. For the first time in 19 years, Wrexham will be playing in League One soccer. That's the third tier of the game over there. The small but mighty team found new fans around the world after it was bought by Ryan Reynolds back in 2021 for $2.5 million. Their comeback was the subject of the hit documentary series Welcome to Wrexham. The Dragons, as they're known, are now 2 promotions away from facing teams like Manchester United and Arsenal in the Premier League. Reynolds says he cried tears of joy at the news, and this is just like so Ted Lasso.
Yeah, no kidding. You can see Ryan Reynolds, Rob McElhenney, absolutely over the moon over that one. All right. When it comes to the future of space, the next wave of missions will depend on a whole new generation of explorers. These young minds are fueled by curiosity and a burning desire to get back to the moon and go even farther. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz went to space camp to meet this next generation and see what it takes to get them to space.
We have managed to start 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Booster ignition.
Cool, it's well out, isn't it?
And liftoff, Special Discovery.
At Space Camp, it's never too late for liftoff. All right, all my childhood dreams are coming true right now. But first, buckle up, because my crash course in becoming an astronaut starts with a spin.
And it's called the multi-axis trainer.
Yes.
Because I'm going to be spinning on all the axes.
All the axes.
There we go. Oh, yeah.
All right, Johnny, how you feeling?
I feel great. It's like the most complicated rocking chair I've ever been in. Scuba diving for space is completely different than ocean scuba diving. This is more like a lunar walk. Correct. Where we're just jumping around with our feet vertical than it is like scuba diving on Earth. I see a basketball hoop down there.
Yeah, you're gonna shoot some hoops.
Am I gonna school these kids right here? What do you think? Clearly a skill that could come in handy on the courts of a lunar starbase. But on Mars, that's a whole other ballgame. And this is where Space Camp meets the 21st century, the Mars base. Gets a little tight in here. Come on in, come check this out. Future astronauts training not just for what's to come, but honoring the history that allowed us to leave our planet and explore, like those famous Apollo missions to the moon and the legendary Saturn V rocket. When you're underneath this thing, it finally sinks in how insane it is that we humans put astronauts on the tippity top of this thing. This is the size of the Statue of Liberty. Saturn V rocket is one of the crowning achievements of humankind, and it's something that's changed space travel forever.
And so here we go. This is the largest artifact of the Smithsonian Institution.
This is what took us to the moon.
That's right.
It was a period of stepped-up activity in anticipation of the first manned flight in Apollo.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
How is the quality of the TV?
Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
And while the days of Apollo and the shuttles are behind us, Space Camp is all about preparing a whole new generation with a new mission and a new name.
What we call now the Artemis generation. These are people that are growing up with the expectation that, of course, we're going back to the moon and we're going on to Mars.
Your lives started not too long ago. What do you think you're going to see in your lifetime?
Hopefully something happening with Mars, I reckon.
Mars.
Yeah, I reckon something with that will happen.
Meet Ruby, Hannah, and Lily, all the way from Australia. These Generation Artemis campers are obsessed with all things cosmos. Do you see yourselves in space in the future?
Well, maybe not in space. I mean, I could go to space. That would be pretty fun.
She's short enough.
You're maybe doing support down here. And every job matters because while the space industry is booming, studies show a shrinking pool of young engineers entering the field. At NASA, only 17% of the agency's workforce are millennials or Gen Z, and the Artemis generation aims to change that.
Well, check this out. Hey, Lily.
Hello.
You made Commander?
Oh, yeah.
Commander, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, don't crash.
Ooh, we'll see, we'll see.
And with commanders like Lily taking the helm, anything is possible.
And without curiosity, we'd have nothing. And the willingness to always want to know more, like not just stopping at what is already in front of you.
You guys give me hope for the future.
Thank you. Thank you.
But thanks to Gotti for that story and for all the young astronauts who are giving all of us hope.
Absolutely. We're very happy for him that he got to do that, because that was a bucket list item for him. We love you, Gotti. All right, finally this hour, a touching tribute to a dog named Spencer, the former mascot of the Boston Marathon who died last year. This year, Spencer is being remembered with a statue along the route where he stood. Runners also get to meet the two new puppies stepping into Spencer's spot. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the story.
Hey there. So at the Boston Marathon today, a special surprise for the runners, a reminder of a legacy living on and man's best friend becoming a hometown hero. When Dory and Rich Powers adopted their golden retriever Spencer in 2009, they knew he was something special.
What was it about Spencer that first drew you to him?
He was just so sweet and unassuming. And once I picked him up, I just did not want to let him go.
An angel, they called him, but for thousands more, he was also a hero. 2 years after the marathon bombing in 2015, Spencer began spending every year, rain or shine, roadside, cheering on runners with a flag, Boston strong, reminding the athletes that they were too.
Spencer was like the marathon mascot for so many people beyond just your family.
He faced a lot of challenges. He had some severe health issues, and he miraculously bounced back, and he just took his spot every year, and he was just such a symbol of hope and inspiration that people could latch on to.
And latch on they did, people stopping for snuggles and selfies. Spencer, so beloved, he became the marathon's official dog. So when he died last year, it broke hearts in Boston and beyond. Sympathy cards pouring in. His obituary in the New York Times.
Here comes Spencer!
And now a statue funded by donations right along the marathon route near where Spencer always stood.
I can't thank you enough. This boy meant the world to us, and he meant the world to a lot of people.
Here you go, beautiful boy.
A new guard will greet Boston Marathon runners. Meet Jimmy and Jade.
Does he live on in these new puppies that you have?
I think so. Yeah, definitely. They're so sweet, and they have a mission, and they're going to do it.
Like Spencer, they're training to become therapy dogs, part of Spencer's legacy in a way, honoring a hometown hero this community cannot forget.
He was a symbol of hope and resilience and an inspiration for so many that we want this to go on for generations. He was just a symbol. You can do way more than you think you can, and you can do it.
Rich and Dory say Jade and Jimmy will be on the route today. They will be ready for some snuggles. Definitely worth the stop to say hello. Back to you.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you. Good luck to everyone running, and we just love a dog picture story.
I have to imagine the boost that would give you to see that cute
1,000,000%.
on the side of the road.
Love it.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though, on this big news day. The news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, a potential boiling point in the Middle East. This morning, the world bracing for what could come next following Iran's first ever direct assault on Israel in the wake of a deadly attack on a consulate in Syria earlier this month.
This attack is just another example of how they operate for years and years, spreading havoc, terror, instability all over the world.
Now, as Israel weighs a possible counterattack, new concern that the U.S. will soon be dragged into a wider war. We'll bring you the latest. Also this morning, history in a New York City courtroom with Donald Trump's hush money trial and the first ever criminal trial involving a former president set to get underway.
When I walk into that courtroom, I know I will have the love of 200 million Americans behind me.
As you can see, a lot to get to this morning. We hope you had a good weekend. Thanks for joining us this Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. From New York to the Middle East and Washington, we have teams standing by to cover both of these major stories. We begin with the latest on Iran's weekend aerial assault on Israel with NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobiea in London and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Good morning to both of you. So, Monica, an official told NBC News that the U.S. is not going to take part in an offensive counterattack against Iran and that President Biden is urging Prime Minister Netanyahu to not retaliate. Has the administration said whether it plans to take any other action against Iran for this weekend's attack?
Main topic of conversation between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu in their phone call on Saturday evening. And he conveyed to him that the U.S. would not be part of any kind of retaliatory action or counteroffensive. And he really stressed the prime minister and Israel overall to think carefully and critically about how to.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Savannah Guthrie.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. We come on the air with breaking news. Former President Donald Trump set to arrive at any moment at a New York City courthouse as the beginning of his first criminal trial against a former president. As that gets underway in just a few minutes, jury selection up first, a process expected to take at least several days, if not more. Our cameras are right there waiting for the arrival of the former president. Over the next few days, 12 jurors and 6 alternates have to be selected to hear the case, and we have our cameras high in the sky watching the president's motorcade as he arrives in downtown Manhattan for this trial. He faces 34 counts of falsifying business records. These are related to hush money payments made in 2016 in the closing weeks of the campaign to adult film actress Stormy Daniels. Those payments took place through his then attorney, Michael Cohen, who has since pleaded guilty and will testify in this matter. And the payments, as mentioned, came near the end of his first campaign for president. We've got our reporters fanned out this morning. The former president denying any wrongdoing in the case and says he will testify at the trial. Laura Jarrett is there in position. So, Laura, set this up for us. What are we about to see?
Savannah, an unprecedented moment playing out here in Lower Manhattan. The former president's motorcade just arriving here at the courthouse as he sets to go in for day one of what will be a historic moment for the country. For him, this trial actually quite simple, Savannah, as you laid out, 34 felony counts, all having to do with what prosecutors say was an illegal scheme to cover up a hush money payment in the waning days of the 2016 election. We call it the hush money case, but in fact, prosecutors have tried to craft it as far more broad, potentially much more significant, having to do with what they think is election interference, a scheme to try to hide pertinent information, an alleged affair from the voters in 2016. The former president obviously denies all the charges. He denies knowing about the scheme, the plot. He denies that the affair ever happened. He pled not guilty. He has tried to fight this case tooth and nail for the better part of a year, but lost all of his appeals, and that is why he is here today for the beginning of jury selection. Savannah.
All right, Laura, stand by there. We've heard that the former president has entered the courthouse, and we've got cameras in there. We are allowed to shoot comings and goings outside the courtroom. There will be no camera or audio recording of this trial, including jury selection, which is about to get underway. With me here, we also have senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. So, Hallie, the former president has been defiant. Yes. He has used these criminal matters. There are 4 cases pending against him. This is the first to see trial. He's used them to his advantage in the Republican primary. Now we're in a general election. How do you think this plays? He has to be in court every single day for this criminal trial.
Super important point, because what we're about to see now from these hallway cameras is what we are going to see from the former president for weeks to come, likely. He has an opportunity to stop if he wants to talk to reporters, to be visible, to be present. It is not a campaign rally, but it is absolutely the collision of the campaign trail and the courtroom here. We know that. That is how he has tried to use this to his advantage. I'm told by a senior advisor that the former president feels defiant today, as he has now for months, ever since he has started to, and for years really, convey all of these legal issues against him as the idea that he is being, as he sees it, a victim of political persecution. Now, in the Republican primary, this was gangbusters for him. He did very well from a support perspective. He consolidated the GOP party largely around him in the primary. He raised a ton of money, millions of dollars, after the indictments came down in each of these cases. The question is, will that hold for a general election? Recent polling shows that about half of Americans, 44%, say it doesn't matter what we see through the course of these trials, whether former President Trump is convicted. But you know who doesn't think that necessarily? About a third of independents, 36%, who say, yeah, they are less likely to vote for the former president if, in fact, he ends up with a conviction. Keep in mind, he can still run for president if this trial goes through, if he ends up with a conviction. There is nothing constitutionally that says that he can no longer run, that he would have to drop out at that point.
No, and even though, as I turn to Danny Savalas, a practicing lawyer, a defense lawyer, in some ways this is something so ordinary, a criminal case in the Manhattan courthouse, and in other ways so extraordinary. We've never seen this. We've never seen a former president go on trial in a criminal matter. So now jury selection. This is a Manhattan jury that will be selected, not Trump country. So how will they go about finding a jury that can be fair?
Judge Merchan has made it clear that someone's political affiliation, who they voted for, is not a factor that will automatically exclude someone from this jury. And the jury questionnaire reflects that. 42 questions, not one of them is, who did you vote for in the last election? But Judge Merchan said, and you can see for yourself, you're going to be able to get a pretty good idea of where someone stands by their answers to the questions on the questionnaire. For example, the question, are you a member of Antifa or the Proud Boys? That's going to probably give you a pretty good idea where someone stands politically. Have you ever attended a Donald Trump rally? The answer to that question, if it's in the affirmative, will give you a pretty good idea of how this particular juror votes. But the mere fact that they may not have voted for Donald Trump, the mere fact that they may not even like Donald Trump, will not disqualify people from this jury. The test is, and has always been, given what you know or think about this particular defendant, can you set those ideas aside and judge this case fairly on the facts and the evidence? The challenge here is just realism. This is someone that is so divisive in this country, and we're in a county that voted overwhelmingly for President Biden. How do you suss through that? Because I actually think normally people try to get off jury duty. I actually think something they really need to guard for here is what we call the stealth juror, somebody who will appear very plain, very neutral, but maybe wants to get on this jury, maybe because they have an agenda, or maybe simply because they know this is a part of history and they want to be part of history.
And that can cut both ways. Stealth juror, I mean, it only takes one juror to side with the former president, and you have a hung jury. So you need a unanimous jury to get a conviction in this case.
Exactly right. It's often said that it only takes one. It only takes one to hang a jury. But, you know, the reality is, as jurors deliberate, if you only have one or two in the room, they usually get harangued into changing their vote. So you typically want more than one or two. But you're right that just one juror can hang the entire case. And by the way, some of the traditional thoughts about jury selection are kind of flipped on their head here. Whereas normally a defense attorney like me, if somebody comes in and they have a connection to law enforcement or an affinity for law enforcement, you want them off that jury. Maybe in a case like this, that's exactly who Donald Trump wants on the jury, given voting patterns and other things that are beyond my Ken and Moore Halley's area. But this is a very unique jury selection. And just lastly, lawyers are actually involved in jury selection in New York, which is very unusual. In federal court, for example, I don't say a word until I'm spoken to by the judge. In New York, they have one-on-one access by questioning these jurors.
Which is an opportunity for both sides to kind of seed the facts and seed arguments early on with the jury pool. Let me turn back to Laura Jarrett, because we are awaiting the former president to walk into that courtroom. Just the specter of that, Laura, he is required to be there every single day. He has indicated that he wants to testify. If he does, his lawyers can't stop him from doing so. How do you expect that to play out day by day?
Well, the trick of it is, Savannah, that he's been in this courtroom before. He's been here, obviously, for his arraignment and several pre-trial hearings. But this is different. His appearance here is not voluntary. He's required to be here unless he gets special dispensation for some reason for the judge. And the judge has made it very clear he expects him to be here every single day, which in the middle of a re-election campaign is also just extraordinary and unprecedented if you really think about it. It'll be interesting to see who's really driving this? When you get down to it, you talk about him saying that he wants to testify. That obviously poses extreme risks for him of cross-examination. Obviously, he would be in the witness chair there under oath and would have to testify truthfully in front of this jury as they assess his credibility. And we've seen him testify before, just recently in his civil fraud trial. He insisted upon testifying in that case, and we all know how that one turned out. So it may be the case that he doesn't testify, in which case the prosecution can't comment on that in front of the jury. He has a right not to testify, just like any other defendant. But I think throughout this trial, we're going to see sort of the power struggle between what Donald Trump, the candidate, wants to do and what his lawyers might think is in the best interest for him legally.
All right. We've also got Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker with us from Washington. The question of whether he testifies in court, there's probably no question he'll testify on the courthouse steps in a certain way, although there is a partial gag order in the case. What is the Trump strategy as this case unfolds? He's off the campaign trail and in a courtroom. How does he intend to balance those things?
Savannah, it's a great question. We've seen it play out throughout his previous court cases in which he has made use of the cameras outside the courtroom. I am told by an advisor close to former President Donald Trump, expect to see the same in this case, that his team ready to make use of every avenue of the media possible. No surprise there. He's a former reality TV star, after all, so he knows how to do this. Savannah, he has also been very clear that he plans to be out on the campaign trail as much as he can after court. Court's not going to be in session on Wednesday, so expect to see him out on the campaign trail as well, potentially those days. He's close to nearby Pennsylvania, big battleground state. Expect to see President Biden in Pennsylvania, by the way, this week. He has 3 separate stops in Pennsylvania. He's going to try to counter-program all of this, Savannah. I am told don't expect the current commander-in-chief to talk directly about this court case. Instead, he's going to be talking about things like the economy, abortion, other issues that he thinks will resonate. And if you think about the polling, Savannah, we just got new polling nationally showing that this race is as tight as a tick. So all of this could potentially resonate with moderates, independents in those critical battleground states, Savannah.
Kristen, we continue to keep our eye on those doors. We do expect former President Donald Trump to walk in as his criminal trial, an unprecedented moment in American history. A criminal trial for a former president begins any minute now with jury selection. I want to turn to Danny Savalos, one of the lawyers on our panel this morning. Let's talk about the case. There are 4 cases pending, criminal cases pending against the former president. This is a New York State case. It is the first to go to trial. There has been a lot of analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of the various cases. This case is widely considered to be the weakest legally. Why is that?
It's probably the most defensible for a number of reasons. Number one, the original theory of the case is that Trump falsified business records. And additionally, because he was doing that to conceal another crime, it gets elevated to a felony in New York. But that other crime that he was allegedly concealing is essentially a federal campaign violation, which really is an unusual place. It's a novel theory. It's never really been tested in New York courts. The falsification of business records has surely been tested many times. It's a crime that is prosecuted. Not every day and all the time, but a crime that is prosecuted. So the prosecution must prove not only that the business records were falsified, but additionally that it was in concealment of a crime. And so the defense there could simply be, no, it wasn't for campaign purposes. It was just to reduce the embarrassment that I would have with Melania. It was just because this was a personal issue and I wanted to hide these payments. Or you might see a defense of, I don't know anything about that. Those are other people. Michael Cohen acted on his own. But that's why I suspect you see such witnesses as Madeleine Westerhout and Hope Hicks. These are people that were around him and maybe heard him talk about these things. And of course, Michael Cohen has some credibility issues. But I have to say, that is a classic thing that all cooperating witnesses have. If he's introducing documents, the prosecution will say the documents speak for themselves no matter how much Michael Cohen lacks credit.
Yeah, let me talk to Laura about that matter. Michael Cohen is the former lawyer. He is the person who actually executed these payments and then later was reimbursed. He has pleaded guilty. And when you have a cooperating witness like that who is flipped and turned state's evidence, they have credibility problems. So the prosecutors will have to shore him up with corroborating evidence.
They are. They're going to have to try to use some documentary evidence. Obviously, there's at least one recording that we know about, not about Stormy Daniels, the porn star who's involved in this hush money payment, but there's another one where the former president is on tape discussing sort of how these reimbursement schemes are going to work. Prosecutors are going to want to bring in all of that to try to flesh out the story, Savannah. They want to show a pattern of not just suppressing this one woman's story, but a bunch of stories leading up to the election, all in service of trying to keep what they say, prosecutors say, was damaging information from the voters. As Danny laid out, though, of course, the defense is going to continually say this wasn't about keeping information from the voters because the voters would have never seen how I was documenting this on my books and records. Instead, this was a personal issue. This was about embarrassment. This was about keeping the issue from his wife, Savannah.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hallie, I mean, we don't know how the public will react to how this will play politically. But of all the facts that are pending, this is certainly the seamiest. This is the scummiest set of
details.
facts.
Yes.
So how does that play?
It's a set of facts that was also known before the former president was elected in 2016. I mean, the information that is being presented to the jury here was in the public sphere, in the public eye, prior to Election Day in 2016.
But he paid off a porn star who he acknowledges having he says, consensual affair with.
Denies any wrongdoing in this situation, obviously. But the politics of it is interesting because the timing piece of it, Savannah. I mean, you brought up the idea that this is perceived to be potentially the weakest case from a legal perspective. Those close to the former president see a political advantage in this case coming up first, and not the federal election interference case, and not the case involving the mishandling allegedly of classified documents here. So the fact that this is the one that we're sitting here talking about that is in the public eye right now, they see this as potentially useful because of the fact that it is known information, because of the fact that it is happening in New York City, where the former president has and can say, look, it's Manhattan. It's a bunch of Democrats here who are looking to be, quote unquote, out to get me, as he has often put it before. We're talking about some of the names coming up. You can be forgiven for flashing back to 2016. That is what the vibes are here. People like Hope Hicks, who we haven't really seen or heard from publicly in years.
Well, Stormy Daniels. The former adult film actress, will testify. Karen McDougal, who is another woman who claims to have an affair and have been paid off by Trump allies to be silenced, to catch and kill that story, essentially. She may be a potential witness.
The National Enquirer folks who were involved in that so-called catch and kill scheme, as you see, the list of potential witnesses here, which we are expecting to find out more about, possibly as early as today. I mean, these are all names, Savannah, that we were having conversations about during the campaign in 2016, who are coming back now and reliving, as you put it, some of those seamy details, if you will, of what exactly happened here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Danny, I mean, one of the issues, and we only have a couple seconds left, is timing. Because the former president can say, look, this was a personal matter. I used personal funds. These are my business records. No one's relying on them. But the flip side to that argument is, well, then why did you do it in the waning days of the 2016 election? This story had been out there for much longer than that.
Exactly right. The timing here is probably the prosecution's best piece of evidence. Had it happened a year, maybe two before, then there is no case. So the prosecution really needs to tie together that timing to go against the defense's plan of saying this is really just about a personal payment.
All right. Well, Danny Savalas, thank you so much. Hallie, Laura Jarrett at the courthouse, and Kristen Welker. We will continue to have the coverage on our streaming network on NBC News Now, NBCNews.com. Full wrap-up tonight on Nightly News, and we will be the eyes and ears inside that courthouse. Most of you will now return to more of the Today Show. I'm Savannah Guthrie. Thanks for watching.
Self-identified jurors who say, hey, I'm out, I can't do this, they're not even going to interview them further. So you're going to see a lot of people moving in and then moving out of the courthouse, I think, relatively quickly as they go through jury selection.
I did jury duty just last week.
And me the week before.
Yeah, but I saw firsthand they were asking for people for like a 6-week trial, and it was nearly impossible to get people who could commit to that. And that was without the former president being the defendant in the case. So let's talk about the questions that are going to be asked here. What can be asked of the jurors? And more importantly, perhaps, what can't be asked? Because you can't say, like, who'd you vote for in the last election, right?
Notably, that is the question that is omitted from the juror questionnaire. But look, let's get real. Some of the questions in there certainly give you an idea of which way someone's politically leaning. For example, what do you read? Here are some of the other questions. Have you ever been a member of QAnon or Antifa? That might give you a couple ideas of which way a juror leans politically. But the specific question of who did you vote for isn't in there. On the other hand, did you ever attend a rally for Donald Donald Trump. If you attended a rally for Donald Trump, either you're a journalist or you're a fan of Donald Trump. So these questions, and Judge Merchan himself said, look, we're not asking that voting question, but you're going to be able to tell from the answers to some of these questions which way someone leans. And the bottom line is it really doesn't matter. What really matters is whether or not they think they can set aside whatever thoughts they have about this particular defendant. I actually think normally in jury duty, the mission is get out of jury duty. I actually think something they need to guard against is the stealth juror. Yeah. Somebody who's going to pretend to be, oh, I am just vanilla neutral. You can put me on this jury, but they have an agenda. Wow. This is arguably one of the four most important criminal cases in American history. If you're a juror and you are thinking about a book deal or something like that, or you just want to be part of history, this is the place to be right now.
Wow, it's a lot to watch for. Quite a tall order to get this in line. Danny Savalas, thank you so much. We'll be talking throughout the week.
Let's bring in Axios senior politics reporter Eugene Scott for more on the potential fallout of this trial. Eugene, good morning. So a recent New York Times poll showed 58% of voters see these charges as very or somewhat serious. I mean, for almost any other politician, a case like this would be fatal. That's not the case for former President Trump. In fact, it's only strengthened his support within his base. Why is that, and what could be the impact on more independent-minded voters or swing voters who maybe voted for him once but didn't vote for him another time?
Sure. Well, one reason is that the former president has been incredibly effective in communicating to his base that he's being targeted, that this is a witch hunt. And we've seen since he launched his campaign in 2016 that these individuals are incredibly loyal to him and believe what he says very often when he communicates to them what the agenda of the U.S. government is. In terms of swing voters, a group I speak to often through the Axios Swing Voter Project, overwhelmingly, when we talk to people in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan, and all these states that will be influential in determining who will win the next presidential election, most of these individuals are not on the Trump train, and they are concerned that the former president's ongoing legal problems, which will continue or could continue, should we say, after the election in November, could make it difficult for him to lead this country.
This could be the only trial, right, that actually has a verdict before Election Day this year. The fact that it's this particular one of all of the legal issues the former president is facing, what could any outcome of this trial, guilty, innocent, what could that mean for the election?
Well, we know that there have been individuals that we've spoken with who are swing voters who have said that if convicted, they will find themselves much less likely, much less willing to back Donald Trump. And so this could be very instrumental in determining whether or not Donald Trump gets to return to the Oval Office.
Once this trial begins, Trump is going to be in court most days. That's the expectation. How will this affect his ability to run a successful campaign against President Biden? We know he sort of has turned this into part of the campaign, but there's also no cameras in court.
Well, it'll have a significant impact. The reality is it's very difficult to campaign. I mean, it's a full-time job. And so if he's not able to attend this job, he's going to have to resort to other options. Some of the options that his campaign has said they'll resort to is leaning heavily on surrogates. They're going to spend significant time talking to conservative media, knowing that conservative media is quite popular with their base. And they're going to hope that social media is able to communicate to people that they're hoping to reach, including those outside of his base, what it is that he believes he will do if he's able to return to the White House. And hopefully that message will trump whatever's happening in the court.
All right. Eugene Scott, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Well, there is much more to come here on Morning News Now. After the break, it's being called burglary tourism. Thieves flying to the U.S. on tourist visas and breaking into homes in upscale neighborhoods. More on the organized crime ring investigators say is responsible and what's being done to stop them.
Later, hoop dreams about to become reality for the biggest names in college basketball. We're going to get the down low ahead of round one of the WNBA draft. Stay with us.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer with everything.
All right.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We are in a sea of strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We are back now with a look at new efforts to crack down on what law enforcement agencies call burglary tourism. It's when professional thieves travel to the U.S. on tourist visas and then break into homes. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has more.
We do, and you kind of feel like it is your sanctuary.
On Valentine's Day 2022, Dr. Nancy Silverberg's safe space, perched on this hillside in Orange County, was targeted by thieves.
Climbed up over there and fell through. There was a big hole in the patio cover.
Stealing more than $100,000 in jewelry and family heirlooms.
You feel violated? Oh, yes.
Investigators say she was likely the victim of so-called burglary tourists, gang members in an organized South American crime ring, and it's happening all across the country. Thieves caught on camera breaking into this home in Scottsdale, Arizona, and this pair who hit a home in Miami. Law enforcement officials say thefts like these have been an ongoing problem for the past 5 years, but there's been a recent uptick.
This is organized crime, hands down.
And these thieves are not sneaking across the southern border to get in. Instead, they're flying to the U.S., entering legally on tourist visas under a program known as the Electronic System for Travel Authorization, or ESTA.
For $21 online, 43 countries participate. You can come here for 90 days at a time.
Orange County District Attorney Todd Spitzer says these professional thieves use camouflage while watching your home and may be armed with the latest technology.
Wi-Fi jammers, so if you have a Wi-Fi system, then they block that. If the police are being dispatched because there's a silent alarm from the alarm company, they have the ability to block these police transmissions.
That's like military level type stuff.
It's totally military.
And Spitzer says many of the suspects come from just one country.
People we've arrested here in Orange County have criminal records coming from the country of Chile.
Congresswoman Young Kim says that's because a key part of the agreement is being ignored, allowing these gang members to enter the United States.
Under the agreement, Chilean government has to vet every single passenger that gets on the plane, but
they're not doing it.
Chilean officials say while the total number of cases are relatively small, quote, we recognize the severity of the problem. And Homeland Security says they are working with the Chilean government to detect, deter, and prevent travel to the United States by known criminal actors. Nancy Silverberg has added extra security to her home, and she hopes lawmakers will solve the burglary tourists problem.
This seems like such an easy backdoor way that I think could be addressed.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
Get to weather now. Millions across the plains and parts of the south are under risk this morning for strong to severe storms.
Michelle Grossman is with us with the latest. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And yeah, we're looking at another three-day event of the threat for severe weather. Today, we're looking at millions under the threat for tornadoes, some really large hail, also the chance of some damaging winds. On the backside of this system, we're looking at cold air in place. So mountain snow for parts of the Cascades, parts of the Rockies, also really windy conditions. And then another big story on this Monday, southern warm, actually really 2/3 of the country really warm for this time of year. Portions of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic will feel more like June, and we're going to break some records in some spots today. Let's start with that severe weather threat because we are looking at 14 million people at risk from the southern plains all the way to the Dakotas, especially where you see the yellow and the orange. That is the likeliest spot for seeing some stronger storms. So parts of Nebraska, parts of Kansas, the likeliest spot. 14 million Americans under the risk for damaging hail 2 inches or greater. That's large. Also winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. A few tornadoes are possible as well. The number grows on Tuesday to 24 million. Same sort of story. All the hazards on the table once again tomorrow for large hail, few tornadoes, and winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Again, where you see the yellow and orange, that is the likeliest spot, especially in parts of Missouri, into Iowa, and also Illinois. But Chicago, you could see some airport delays as you go throughout your Tuesday. Wednesday, we're going to see that number at 12 million. It's going to shrink a bit, moving a little bit to the east. So now we're talking about the Tennessee Valley, parts of the Ohio Valley into the Great Lakes, but still Indianapolis, Lexington, Nashville, Paducah. You could see some strong storms on your Wednesday. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, smaller hail, but also the chance of hail, and a few tornadoes are possible. We're worried about some heavy rainfall as well. This is why a storm system bringing cold air on the backside, where we're going to see that snow. Also the cold front going through some really warm air. That's why we're expecting the chance of some late day storms. We could see some stronger storms, and that will again move to the east as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday. Here's the chance for heavy rainfall, where you see the reds, the oranges, the yellows in parts of the Dakotas into the Great Lakes, the Midwest. We are expecting the highest amounts of rain, and we could see some flash flooding with any of these storms, so 2 inches or greater in some spots. Big time warm, guys. We're looking at temperatures into the 80s, near 90 degrees in some spots. New York City today, 15 degrees above normal. We're going to end up right around 77 degrees, so enjoy it with some sunshine as well.
77 degrees.
Like that forecast. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Coming up, continuing coverage of the historic criminal trial of Donald Trump.
Jury selection set to start today with thousands of potential jurors summoned for questioning in Trump's New York hush money trial. When we come back, more on what to expect and what's next for the former president. This is Morning News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with more on the history that's set to play out in a New York City courtroom later today, where former President Trump will become the first ever former president to face a criminal trial.
It's all over alleged falsified business records used to cover up hush money payments prosecutors say he made to adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 campaign. Trump has denied any wrongdoing and says the case is part of an effort to hurt his 2024 presidential campaign.
NBC News correspondent Jay Gray joins us from outside the courthouse with what to expect. Jay, good morning. So walk us through two things here: the charges the former president is facing and also what jurors are being asked to consider, as that's what's getting underway today.
Yeah, Savannah, Joe, it's expected to be a controversial and really a very difficult trial on both sides here. As you talked about, 34 charges about falsifying business records in order to conceal damaging information or unlawful activity from voters just ahead of the 2016 election. What it boils down to is that six-figure payment made initially by Michael Cohen, an attorney and fixer for former President Trump, which he repaid after taking office. So the question for jurors is going to be, is this a payment that was made to hide information, to hide the alleged affair, which Mr. Trump says that he never had, from voters, or was it to hide it from other individuals, including his family? Was he embarrassed about this and didn't want his family to know? If so, that's not an illegal payment. If he was hiding this information, though, from voters ahead of the election, obviously that would be illegal here. And so that's where the jury's going to have to draw the line, and going to be tough, according to legal analysts on both sides, to really differentiate that.
Jay, what witnesses are we expecting to be called in this trial? Who could take the stand?
Yeah, there are a number, Joe, and many of it reads like a roll call for a soap opera, a cast of a soap opera. We'll have Stormy Daniels is expected to take the stand, or she is at least on the potential witness list, along with Michael Cohen, who we talked about, who, by the way, has been convicted for making those payments of campaign finance charges. And then we expect to hear from Daniels' ex-attorney, Michael Avenatti, who is in federal prison right now for stealing money from his clients, and then a number of former Trump aides, including loyalist Hope Hicks. So that will be a very interesting part of all this and how it may play out inside this courtroom.
And Jay, how realistic is it that the former president himself could testify?
Well, look, I think when you talk to legal analysts and most lawyers, they say it would be a bad move. But the former president has said repeatedly that he is willing and would like to testify as a part of this case. He has to be in the courtroom, unlike the civil cases, every day of this felony trial. And he has, again, said that he wants his message relayed by himself, that he wants to get up there and say this. While it's maybe not the best strategy legally, it is the former president. So I think we're at 50-50 right now as things get started. We'll see.
All right, Jay Gray from Lower Manhattan for us. Thank you so much.
This is a historic day, so let's bring in NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss for more context on the significance of today's events. Michael, good to have you with us. So we know Trump's the first president to face criminal charges. I don't need to tell you, when it comes to criminality in the presidency, of course, Richard Nixon comes to mind. Ultimately, though, he was pardoned by President Ford for what he did in office. This case here, it's about alleged acts that would have happened before Trump even took office. I guess, have we ever seen anything like this when it comes to the president or former president in the country? Just how historic is this moment?
Well, I can say this with a full heart, Joe and Savannah, this is something we have never seen before in American history. Yes, Richard Nixon, as you both know, was pardoned by Gerald Ford, 1974. And without that, Nixon would have probably gone on a criminal trial or more than one trial in 1975 and 1976. We could have seen the first former president going to prison. But here we are, not only a former president, but someone who is about to be nominated by his party and is going to be on the ballot this fall to come back to the White House if he is elected for another term. This takes this to a new stratosphere. And I think ultimately what people are going to look at this in history for is not only the fact that, you know, in history, they'll say Donald Trump, who was the first president to go on criminal trial, and they'll say whether he was acquitted or convicted. But future historians, future Americans are going to say, was he not above the law and not below the law? In other words, was this trial because he was a controversial former president running for president again? Or did they say that he was given a lot of breaks that the rest of us would not have?
Michael, the prosecution's alleging this broader conspiracy, right? It's not just about what was paid or why it was paid or how it was documented, but that this was actually done to try to influence the 2016 election, essentially. Right. So when you think about that aspect, you look at polling, voters see that as a serious crime. They say it's important to them. But in the past, how have presidential candidates sort of pushed the envelope when it comes to trying to influence elections?
Well, this has happened in history. That's what Richard Nixon was all about. You know, what he would have gone to jail for is obstructing justice in order to cover up something that happened during his political campaign in Watergate in 1972. So that has happened before, and there's certainly a precedent for getting into criminal trouble. The jury, in the end, is going to have to read the law. Did he violate the law? You know, despite all of this, you know, I was chuckling when both of you were saying that those pictures of all these people who are going to testify looks like a soap opera. It really does. But we have to remember that this is a serious effort to make sure that none of us is above the law. And you can't convict a former president or a possible future president if he did not do something badly wrong.
Michael, if he is convicted, these are state charges, which means if Trump's elected, he can't pardon himself. Another Republican president in the future can't pardon him. He faces potentially maybe up to 4 years in prison. It's also possible if he's convicted, he'll get no prison time. But if he is sentenced to prison time, what do you think even just that prospect means for the country, especially heading into an election where he's on the ballot?
Well, we're going to learn things about ourselves that we don't know at this moment. You know, it's this the biggest question you could ask this morning, which is, you know, let's say, and I'm not suggesting this or predicting it, but if Donald Trump is convicted, and let's say he is sent to prison, those are two enormous ifs, but if that happens, a spectacle we have never seen in American history. Some of those people who are saying he was railroaded, they don't care, they want to vote for him anyway, would the sight of him in that scene make them change their minds? A lot of American history suggests that yes. So above and beyond everything else that we're going to see during the next month or two, and we're going to see all sorts of things that we cannot even begin to predict this morning, we're going to learn whether Americans have become so jaded that they will just say, okay, well, he's a felon, that's, you know, it was unfair, and this was, you know, something that shouldn't have been done, voting for him anyway. We should all stay tuned.
He, as any citizen, right, is of course deserving of a fair trial. That's what this process in our country is supposed to do. This is not a foregone conclusion. You kind of touched on this before, but is it almost sort of a bright spot in a way that this is kind of like this test of our whole system here, so much so that somebody who once held the highest office in the land is kind of even being put into that system?
Sure. You know, one of the reasons that Americans hate politics at this moment is that they think that our political system oftentimes does not work and that even our justice system is not perfect. You know, some people will say people who are rich or famous or powerful get better treatment before the law than people who are not that way or for other reasons. So what this is going to be is going to be a big classroom lesson for all of us. Does our system work, and particularly, does the law apply equally to everyone, an ex-president or someone without that kind of power and fame?
Michael Beschloss, we're grateful to have you on this morning. Thank you as always for your time.
Thank you. Be well, both.
Thanks, Michael. Coming up, first comes love, then comes marriage. What happens next might not be like the classic nursery rhyme.
We come back, why more and more couples are choosing to go childless. Stay with us. Morning News Now. We'll be right back.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters.
This is where it all begins.
Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are back now with financial headlines, starting with what we are watching on Wall Street this week.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other money news. Good morning, Pippa.
Hey, Joe. Well, Wall Street is set to open higher as the market looks to rebound from last week's losses. The Dow dropping nearly 500 points Friday, and the S&P 500 posted its worst day since January on lingering concerns about inflation and earnings season following disappointing results from J.P. Morgan. Oil prices are pulling back today as Israel reported limited damage from Iran's drone and missile attack this weekend, even as traders brace for any potential response. Also in focus today, economic data on retail sales and housing and earnings from Goldman Sachs. Meantime, Google could be adding a feature to the Pixel 9 smartphone that's already available on the iPhone. Android Authority reports it's teaming with T-Mobile to include an emergency SOS satellite feature. The tool would ask Pixel owners a series of questions to determine what's happening. The feature won't necessarily be free. A similar one offered by Garmin costs $15 per month. Apple is subsidizing its SOS service for now. And it's tax day, and last-minute filers can get their hands on some deals and freebies. Krispy Kreme customers who buy an original glazed or assorted dozen donuts can get a second dozen for just the price of sales tax in their state. Grubhub is offering a $15 discount on delivery orders over $25 today with the code TAXBREAK to the first 1,000 customers. TGI Fridays is offering a new limited-time cocktail to celebrate the end of tax season. The Tax Break features 1,800 tequilas, citrus, agave, strawberry, and passion fruit, served with a shot of Hennessy to soften the blow of owing money or to celebrate a refund. Joe and Savannah, this is one of my most hated days of the year.
I know.
If you drink all that, though, you might forget that you filed your taxes. It's so true.
Yeah, thank you for the rundown there, Pippa. Thank you so much.
More and more couples are choosing not to have children. Instead, they're embracing something called a dual income, no kids lifestyle. They're being called dinks, a name that really I feel needs to change. And they're sharing their stories on social media. NBC News Now anchor Zinkley Esamoah has the details.
There's a new term buzzing on the internet, dink. It means dual income, no kids. Put simply, it's referring to couples where both partners are employed but have no children.
Logan, Hillary, Leo, and Bodie. It sounds like a full house, but it's actually a couple and their dogs.
Hillary and Logan are 31 and 30. They've been married for nearly 7 years, meeting in college.
When we got married, I felt like the pressure was on, like, when are you guys going to have kids? Like,
Were people asking you?
All the time.
Oh my
And
gosh, the
Hillary,
second we got married. What's been your experience as a couple with no kids?
Yeah, I think it's given us opportunities that we may not have otherwise gotten if we would have had kids right away.
Together, they've traveled to about 20 countries. Embracing the freedom of dink life is not new. Quick history lesson. The term yuppies was used in the 80s, referring to a population of young urban professionals.
Really sort of a derogatory term to refer to these people. And then dinks came out of that to specifically target people who were living lavishly, and on top of that, they're not having kids.
Dink then popping up in media in the 80s. But today, young people, like the Bowles, are reclaiming the term. The Bowles say no kids has allowed them to focus on building their marriage, careers, and wealth. Hillary is a self-employed influencer, and Logan works at a consulting firm.
We are technically dinks, but when you use that phrase, there is a lot of hate that comes with it. You know, I'll get some nasty comments on some videos and stuff. And
what do people say?
You're selfish. You're going to
pretty
be lonely when you're old. You're going to have no one to take care of you.
We love kids, but when we're in Ohio with my nieces and nephews, it's our natural birth control. So.
Their choice, a microcosm of a larger trend. Birth rates in the U.S. declining in the last 15 years. A 2023 NBC News analysis finding that today families are smaller and people are waiting longer to have kids, based on data from the National Center for Health Statistics.
Yes, there has been a decline in fertility, but often after a decline, we'll see an increase. So while the focus these days is often on Gen Z and millennials and their fertility intentions, I would say the jury's still out about whether or when they will have children.
As for the Bowles, the label of dink may not be a permanent one.
We will have kids eventually. We're not putting a timeline on that, though.
You don't really know somebody's backstory as to why they may or may not be having kids.
Our thanks to Zinkley Esamoah for that report. Coming up, a new era of women's sports is about to begin.
That is right. Round 1 of the WNBA draft happening tonight with Caitlin Clark and some of the biggest names in college hoops fueling the excitement. We'll break down the hype behind one of the most stacked draft classes in basketball history. This is Morning News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
While Caitlin Clark's reign over college basketball might be over, she is not done surprising fans on network TV. Clark made a cameo on SNL's Weekend Update over the weekend.
Yeah, she used her appearance to not only bring attention to the trailblazing women in basketball who came before her, but also to have a little fun with Michael Che.
Good luck in the WNBA. I hope you have a great first season.
Thanks. I'm sure it will be a big first step for me. But it's just one step for the WNBA. Thanks to all the great players like Cheryl Swoops, Lisa Leslie, Cynthia Cooper, the great Dawn Staley, and my basketball hero, Maya Moore. These are the women that kicked down the door so I could walk inside. So I want to thank them tonight for laying the foundation. And Michael, since you're such a big fan, I brought you a souvenir. It's an apron signed by me.
As you heard there, Clark was plugging the highly anticipated WNBA draft, which is happening tonight right here in New York. It comes on the heels of a record-breaking season in viewership for women's college basketball.
Joining us now for more on what to expect in this year's draft is Kavitha Davidson. She's a sports writer and the co-author of Loving Sports When They Don't Love You Back, Dilemmas of the Modern Fan. Good to have you with us. So the Indiana Fever have the #1 pick. My goodness, they have to be picking Caitlin Clark, right? Are there any lingering questions about how her college game will translate to the big leagues?
I mean, there are always going to be questions about how you translate when you go to the highest level of competition. I think that that's a fair that's a fair thing to be looking forward to. But the Indiana Fever know exactly what they're doing with this pick. Caitlin Clark will fit in very nicely with Aaliyah Boston, who was also the #1 pick last year out of South Carolina, was Rookie of the Year. And the Fever are looking forward to a huge boost in interest out of this. You know, they've already seen a spike in ticket sales. This is a team that had the second lowest home game attendance last year. And even the Las Vegas Aces have moved their home matchup against the Fever to a bigger arena because of the anticipation for Caitlin Clark coming to the league.
Aside from Caitlin Clark, tell us who else that you're watching out for, especially as I understand there's been some changes in the mock draft. Do we care about that? Does that matter? Does that impact tonight?
I mean, it does. You know, I think that you're going to see beyond Caitlin Clark an incredible depth of talent that is going to be drafted. But pretty much a lock at #2 is Cameron Brink, who's a power forward out of Stanford. She's the very definition of a two-way player. She impacts both the offensive and the defensive sides of the ball. And then things get really interesting. You've got probably the most WNBA ready player in Rakia Jackson, who's a small forward out of Tennessee. She's a shooting machine. She made 22 three-pointers this season. And then Camila Cardoso, who just won the national championship with South Carolina. We saw what she can do. And then beyond that, you know, there's some other names to look out for. Obviously, JC Sheldon from Ohio State, and then Angel Reese. It'll be really interesting to see where she lands. There is a chance that she could land on the same team as Camila Cardoso of the Chicago Sky, draft both of them in the first round. And they don't have particularly good blood between them. So it'll be interesting to see how that happens.
Yeah, I mean, with Angel Reese, it got so much attention when she and Caitlin Clark had the feud with the rematch over the national championship last year. But she is such a strong player. Where ultimately do you see her going? Will it be in the top 10?
I think it will be in the top 10. It's a question about, I think right now she could be projected as going 7th or 8th. And look, she is obviously already a star. As you said, she is a strong player. She's a force on the boards. There are some questions about how her offensive game does translate to the pros. She's not the most efficient scorer, but it'll be great to see what she does in the pros.
So obviously this is a very big draft for the WNBA, and as we mentioned, coming off these records in viewership for women's basketball. Do you think that this hype carries over to next year?
I do. I absolutely do. And I think that we're seeing that structurally, to be honest, not just in the last 5 years, we've seen growth year over year in viewership, but we're seeing, looking ahead to the season, what people in charge of the programming are doing. The ESPN just announced 36 of the 40 Indiana Fever games will be featured on national broadcast and streaming. The Aces will have 35 of their games on national outlets. The New York Liberty will have 31 of those games available to everybody in the country. And that's on ABC, ESPN, CBS, Amazon Prime down the line. And that's really what's going to help continue to propel the growth of the sport.
We got the draft coming up tonight, and then the season starts in about a month. Kavitha Davidson, as always, we appreciate your time and your expertise. Thanks for joining us this morning. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. Don't go anywhere. The news continues right now.
We begin this hour with history in the making, the start of Donald Trump's criminal trial, a first for a former president.
Jury selection is now underway in the hush money case brought by Manhattan's district attorney. Trump is charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records and could face up to 4 years in jail. Prosecutors allege this was done to conceal payoffs used to hide damaging information from the voting public during the 2016 presidential election. The case centers around allegations Trump tried to suppress various sex scandals with hush money. That includes a $130,000 payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels, paid via his former fixer and lawyer, Michael Cohen.
Court is now in session. The judge is on the bench, and Trump, who denies any wrongdoing in the case, was seen arriving at court about an hour ago, just before jury selection began. He had this to say about this unprecedented trial.
Nothing like this has ever happened before. There's never been anything like it. It's an assault on America. And that's why I'm very proud to be here. This is an assault on our country.
We've got NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian outside the courthouse. She joins us now. Yasmin, good morning. So we heard from Mr. Trump there. That was just about half hour ago or so. How did he appear as he arrived at the courthouse?
He obviously said he was actually looking forward to being here, but then what we're getting from inside the courtroom, because I just want to kind of walk you guys through what we're seeing, right? We don't necessarily have cameras inside the courtroom, but we do have producers on the ground in the courtroom, in the overflow room as well. They're giving us live notes throughout the time period in which he's been in there. And he has said, while Donald Trump has continued to kind of whisper in the ear of his attorney, Todd Blanche, there's been a lot of whispering going back and forth. It seems a half hour into this thing, because, by the way, the trial has started and they're a half hour behind schedule, a half hour into this thing. It seems as if the former president is getting a little annoyed with being here in the first place. Let's not forget, by the way, this is just the beginning of a possibly 4 to 6 week long trial. Todd Blanche in there, along with Susan Necheles as well, both members of Trump's lawyers, attorney team. I'll also say the prosecution is also in the courtroom. A lot going on, by the way, here. We've got protesters. I'm looking at a whole area of protesters in front of me. Behind, we have a truck coming down Center Street behind me. Also protesting, and folks that are here in favor of Donald Trump. So just want to make you aware of some of the noises that you're hearing while we're talking about this. We're also looking at jury selection, guys, as this truck rolls in behind me. A lot of that is going to be going on over the next couple of weeks. We're expecting that. But again, there is a cordoned off area right in the center of the square that I'm looking at, in which most folks will, in fact, be protesting. Let's talk about jury selection. 1,500 jurors showing up today. Throughout the week, reported 6,000 jurors. Some of them, by the way, for other cases, so keep that in mind. But let's talk about some of the questions that are going to be asked. Honing in specifically on where the jurors are getting their information, I should say potential jurors. What do you watch, for instance? Where do you get your news? Is it CNN? Is it MSNBC? Is it the New York Times? What news radio, what talk radio stations do you listen to? What podcasts do you listen to as well? Another question that stands out to me is, do you currently follow Donald Trump on social media? Have you attended any rallies? So these are just some of the questions, guys, that are going to be asked of these potential jurors during this jury selection process.
All right, Yasmin, and a very loud horn horn outside the courthouse. Thank you so much. Let's bring in our legal analyst, Danny Savalos, for more on this. Let's talk more about this jury selection here. What is it both sides are looking for, using those questions as sort of their guide?
Well, what they're really looking for, and what they can't say out in the open, is they're really looking for the political leanings of these jurors. Because even though the judge has said that political voting history won't disqualify a juror, it's going to be the first red flag to one side or the other about which way a juror is going to vote in this case. At least that's the way the defense views it. And let's just be candid. Most of these jurors, at least statistically, are going to be Biden voters. Now, whether or not that means they can serve, the judge has said that it doesn't disqualify them. However, some of the juror questionnaire questions will certainly give the parties a pretty good idea of which way a juror leans. So, for example, questions about what kind of media you consume, whether it be news channels that you watch or newspapers that you read, will give a pretty good idea. I think one of the most telling questions is, have you ever been to a Donald Trump rally? I mean, I think that's a pretty good indicator. If you're motivated enough to go to his rally, you don't need to tell me who you voted for in the last election.
Walk us through some of just the challenges. I mean, I think first, there's so much passion, right, in politics, whether you're for Mr. Trump or you're against him. How difficult is it to seat a jury knowing that that's the backdrop?
In addition to people who don't want to be on the jury, as most people who go to jury duty maybe would prefer not to be on jury duty, one of the things you have to guard against in a high-profile trial is something called the stealth jury. You have to make sure that you don't seat these jurors who are going to want to get on the jury for their own personal reasons, or because they have a vendetta, or some other reason that they want to be on the jury. The other challenge, too, is the fact that you're going to burn through a lot of jurors for reasons of their own self-identification. They're going to raise their hand and say, I can't serve on this jury. Maybe they have personal reasons, you know, I have childcare, something else like that. Or they may just say, look, my feelings, I'm telling you right off the bat, I know who that defendant is. Everybody knows who that defendant is, and I have really strong feelings for or against him. The judge has said they won't even do additional interviews of those jurors. They'll just excuse them, which should move things along a little faster. But all in all, it's going to take a while. Look at even this morning. Things move slowly in a normal case. This is one of the most high-profile cases, and every time the defendant has to go, say, take a bathroom break, that's a procedural complexity itself.
And finding people available for 4 to 6 weeks, whether it was the former president or not, can always be tough.
Exactly.
Danny,
right.
thank you so much.
U.S. officials are closely monitoring those mounting tensions in the Middle East. Israel's war cabinet is meeting this morning to discuss its response to this weekend's unprecedented attack from Iran. More than 300 drones and missiles were launched into Israel on Saturday night, most thwarted by Israel's air defense systems with support from the U.S. and other allies. But today, President Biden is urging Benjamin Netanyahu not to retaliate amid fears it could spark a wider war. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from Jerusalem.
Could have been so much worse. Iran's attack was stopped. Had it not been, we would very likely be in a new war this morning with the United States involved. And now President Biden and other world leaders are calling for restraint and de-escalation.
Looking at Israel this morning, you can hardly tell the country just faced an unprecedented attack from Iran. Israelis bounce back quickly. But what happened this weekend could have easily triggered a massive war. And it's not off the table. What saved Israel and stopped a wider war were air defenses and extensive American help. Around 2 a.m. Sunday morning, we watched as more than 300 Iranian missiles and drones were heading for Israel. Its air defense system lighting up the sky over Jerusalem.
For the last several minutes, we've seen these flares streaking all across the skies over Jerusalem. And now, for the first time, we're hearing the air raid sirens.
It was a striking juxtaposition. Modern weapons over the ancient city. Sites holy to billions of Jews, Christians, and Muslims could have easily been damaged or destroyed. Also threatened, the nearby Christian town of Bethlehem. Visiting American Cardinal Dolan forced to take shelter. In the end, there was almost no damage, as Israel, the U.S., and other allies shot down 99% of Iran's missiles and drones, most of them before they even entered Israeli airspace. President Biden praising American troops involved.
I swear to God, you're incredible. Thank you, Mr. President. Keep it going. Stay safe, man.
In Iran, they celebrated the nation's first direct attack against Israel. Retaliation for an Israeli airstrike 2 weeks ago on the Iranian embassy compound in Damascus that killed 7 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. But Iran could have made its attack more difficult to stop, sending its slow-flying drones in waves all the way from Iran, effectively giving Israel hours of advance warning.
Israel's war cabinet meets again today, but so far Israeli officials are remaining vague about any potential response, saying only that they will act at a time and place of their choosing.
All right, Richard, thank you so much. For more, we are joined by former NBC News correspondent and bureau chief in Tel Aviv, Martin Fletcher. Martin, always good to have you with us to get your perspective, to tap into your expertise. So this is the first time Iran has directly attacked Israel from its own territory. Even though this didn't cause any significant damage, is this a sign the so-called shadow war is now out in the open? I mean, what does this mean for the region?
Well, that's exactly right. The shadow war is now in the open. The Israeli president yesterday, I believe it was, said that now the attack by Iran was basically a declaration of war against Israel. And I think that's overstating the issue a little bit. And the fact that Israel has said that this morning said that they would they would retaliate at a time and a place of their choosing, I think that's music to the ears of Washington, which was very afraid, as you know, that Israel would just retaliate, knee-jerk, strong reaction against Iran, thus endangering the region, possibly encouraging a wider war, which is what everybody wants to avoid. So there is that positive aspect to it. But I think the bottom line is that Israel has been attacked. It will retaliate in some way, and the question is whether their retaliation will spark a wider war. At the moment, there's a lot of pressure on Israel coming from every corner, almost, from the United States, from Europe, from the G7, from within Israel also, of course, to retaliate in a measured way that will not spark a greater conflagration. But Israel has to do something. It will do something. It may not be right away.
Absolutely. So, Martin, as you're saying, President Biden has said that to sort of practice that restraint. Also, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby appeared on the Today Show earlier this morning with a similar message. Let's play a little bit of that, and we'll talk on the other side.
We want to see de-escalation clearly in the region, and everything the president has done since October 7th has been designed to keep this from becoming a wider war, Savannah. And that's why we're going to keep lashed up with our Israeli counterparts. That's why we're going to make it clear again to the Israelis. We'll do what we have to do to defend them, help them in their self-defense. But we don't want to see a wider war. We don't want to see this escalate. We certainly are not looking for a war with Iran.
Martin, do you see the White House's position influencing the Israelis' decisions? Does this change the calculus for how Israel will respond, especially as we understand their war cabinet is meeting today?
Well, Israel has to pay attention, very close attention to President Biden. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu has had this on and off rather hostile relationship with the American president. Under present circumstances, that has to change and change immediately. And therefore, Netanyahu and the war cabinet in Israel that met again today after a long contentious meeting last night, they have to take into consideration what the United States says. But the bottom line is that the region has dodged a bullet for the time being because Israel has not launched an immediate retaliation. But I think what's going to happen out of all this is that, in a sense, it's good news for Israel in one way, because the consensus is that Israel is now being emerging from the isolation that followed after October 7th. You know, Israel, as you know, after October 7th attack, Israel came under a lot of criticism, and is still under criticism for the way it responded in Gaza. Israel was becoming more and more isolated. But now with the combined attack, the combined defense, rather, of Israel with the United States, with European countries like Germany, France, Britain, and also with the help of Arab countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Jordan, with all that emerging, Israel's now emerging from that isolation. It has real, I guess you can say, friends in time of need. That's what happened. And I don't think Israel wants to break that. It's a step forward diplomatically and politically for Israel that would be ruined if Israel suddenly launched a violent attack now on Iran. So I think that the effect on the region and on Israel in the short term is positive politically for Israel, and they don't want to throw that away by a sudden attack on Iran.
Martin, for those who don't know, 2 of your family members were kidnapped during the Hamas terror attack on October 7th. We were relieved to report that they were released. We're very tight on time here, but these latest developments, what could they mean for the remaining hostages?
One of our families still is the remaining hostage, and I think what it means is that the pressure is on in Israel not to do anything that would endanger the release of the hostages. And there are negotiations ongoing right now. Hamas apparently has presented a new plan that Israel has to look at and see whether there are any aspects of it they can agree on. But I think what it means really for the hostages is that a release is delayed in the short term, but at least it's encouraging these negotiations that are continuing. But either way, what I can tell you here in Tel Aviv, where I am now, the hostage families, the families of the remaining hostages are absolutely desperate. They're demonstrating every day, and they're terrified that this latest round of violence will endanger their family members even more.
We're thinking of them and always thinking of you and your family. Martin Fletcher, thank you for your time, as always.
Thanks, Martin. Good to see you. Before we head to break, let's check in with meteorologist Michelle Grossman.
Yeah, she's got the forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys, and it's a good one for some of us, not so much for others. We'll start with the severe weather threat because we have a multi-day event where we're going to see the threat for severe weather Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So for today, that threat exists from the southern plains all the way to portions of the Dakotas. On the cold side of this system, we're looking at heavy snow in parts of the Cascades, parts of the Rockies, drying out in parts of the Southwest. And then we're looking at really warm weather for 2/3 of the nation. We're going to see temperatures feeling June-like in many areas, could even break a few records. We're going to be near 80 degrees in New York City today. By Wednesday, those strong storms move into the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, parts of the Tennessee Valley. We're going to see rain, too, for the Mid-Atlantic eventually on Wednesday. Snowy still in the Intermountain West and Northern Plains. Sunny and warm on Wednesday in parts of the Southern Plains, notice 80s and 90s in parts of Texas. And then by Friday, we'll see some rain from the Great Lakes all the way down to the Tennessee Valley. Could see some storms as well. In April, chill for the Northern Plains into the Great Lakes and upper Midwest. 40s on the map on Friday there, and then record highs in the southeast, especially in Florida. Let's talk about that severe weather threat because we're looking at 14 million people impacted today, especially where you see the yellow and especially where you see the orange. Lincoln, also just north of Wichita, you could see some strong storms with damaging hail, very large hail, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, and a few tornadoes are possible. By tomorrow, we're going to see that number growing up to 24 million. Same sort of story where we have the threat for damaging hail, a few tornadoes, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, causing power outages. Des Moines, Kirksville, just west of Peoria, you could see some strong storms. Again, where you see the yellow and also the orange, so parts of the Ohio Valley into the Great Lakes. And then Wednesday, we'll end here, guys, 12 million at risk throughout the Ohio Valley into the Tennessee Valley. But once again, we're going to see temperatures very much above normal in parts of the east today. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Much more to come on this busy Monday morning, including continuing coverage of former President Trump's criminal hush money trial involving adult film star Stormy Daniels. It's set to kick off here in New York this morning.
First, though, the future of O.J. Simpson's estate thrown into the spotlight this morning as his longtime attorney takes the reins. What that could mean for the families of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman after the football star's death. That's next.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
We are in a sea of strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now with new details surrounding the future of O.J. Simpson's estate. Simpson's longtime attorney, Malcolm Laverne, was named as his executor and is now tasked with managing any claims to the former football player's estate, which could include from the families of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff joins us with the latest. Hey, Jacob, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Yeah, in an interview with Malcolm Laverne, he tells us that he is taking his role as executor of the Simpson estate very seriously. He's also already combing through Simpson's assets to try to figure out what he's worth.
This morning, the battle between O.J. Simpson and the Goldman family continuing even after Simpson's death, centered around the estate of the former football star turned celebrity defendant.
Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of...
While Simpson was famously acquitted in the criminal trial over the murders of his ex-wife Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ron Goldman, he was found liable for wrongful death in a 1997 civil suit. The jury ordering Simpson to pay more than $33 million to the victims' families.
The civil verdict was the only opportunity we had to punish him for what he did to Ron and Nicole.
Damages that were never paid in full and have since ballooned to more than $100 million, according to an attorney for Fred Goldman, Ron's father. In a final will drafted in January of this year, Simpson ordered all of his property be placed in a trust. How those assets are distributed will be determined by his longtime attorney, Malcolm Laverne. Now, multiple parties, including the Simpson and Goldman estates, along with the IRS, have already requested payments, according to Laverne. On Friday, Laverne telling the Las Vegas Review-Journal, "I will do everything in my capacity to try and ensure that the Goldmans get nothing." Comments he later walked back in our interview.
Mr. Goldman's claim obviously has to be accepted.
Still, Laverne maintains Simpson's estate likely won't be able to pay the debt in full.
Mr. Goldman's probably going to have to decide whether he's going to be willing to negotiate.
While Simpson's funeral arrangements are still being finalized, Laverne says Simpson's 4 children are discussing a private ceremony for family and friends. And despite multiple requests for the former football star's brain to be examined for the degenerative brain disease CTE, Simpson's family has declined to donate his body to science.
And it's a hard no because the family members are in consensus that the entirety of Mr. Simpson's body will be cremated.
Jacob, so tell us, is there any estimate on how much O.J. Simpson's estate may be able to pay the families of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman?
I don't think so, Savannah. At this point, the answer is no. But what Laverne tells us is the task right now is to determine basically exactly that. And this is all going to play out in probate court, by the way. But I guess the way that this is going to unfold is that he's going to have to look at assets, including things like Simpson's golf clubs and jewelry that he owned, to determine what each of those things is worth. Then they can move forward from that point, Savannah. And by the way, we did reach out to the Nicole Brown Simpson family and to the Ron Goldman family. Neither of them got back to us.
All right, Jacob, thank you so much.
It was 5 years ago today the world watched a catastrophic fire devastate Paris's Notre Dame Cathedral. Now, as the city gears up for July's Olympics, The restoration is almost complete. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has been seeing some of the work going into rebuilding this iconic building. He has been following the process step by step. Joins us from Paris with more. Keir, good morning.
Hey Joe, good morning to you. It is raining, it is blowing a gale here in Paris, but nothing can wipe the smile from our faces, because that is it. That is the newly restored spire without the scaffold around it. That spire that you saw go crashing down into Notre Dame 5 years ago. Around 1,000 craftspeople have worked on making that happen, including one guy who's over here, but hails from over there. This morning, the world able to admire this iconic cathedral once again. Beautiful.
It's fantastic. It's awesome. I just wish I could get inside.
Years of delicate restorative repairs, inside and out. The centuries-old monument now nearing completion. Parts of the massive scaffold are gone, revealing the carefully mended scars from the devastating fire. 5 years ago, an inferno tore through the interior of the magnificent church, consuming 800 years of history in minutes. Bringing the cathedral back to its former glory required rare skills, remaking each of its famous wood structures. Amongst the few foreigners involved in the colossal effort, Hank Silver, a carpenter from New England who helped rebuild the roof made by medieval craftsmen. What does it feel like to be standing here now?
It still doesn't feel real, if I'm honest. It's still a bit of a dream, really.
Hank belongs to Carpenters Without Borders, a volunteer group of woodwork experts restoring historic structures around the globe. Last year, he watched overwhelmed as the trusses he crafted were transported and lifted into position. What was it like to watch that?
To see a truss of that scale, hand-hewn, pegged together, flying through space, it's a really out-of-time kind of experience.
Last December, NBC News got a special glimpse inside the cathedral, climbing 300 feet to spectacular views across Paris. So this is the spire that went crashing down. Exactly. We all watched it, all around the world. Right up there is where we were. Now the cockle can be seen across Paris again. We first met Hank last summer at a workshop in Normandy, painstakingly crafting the roof's beam.
In the US, we have a built tradition that's much newer. Being able to work on this building, which is the birth of this technique, is particularly meaningful.
Using replicas of medieval tools like these axes, Hank and his colleagues reconstructed each truss exactly as they were made in the 13th century.
As carpenters here, we've had to do things that the original carpenters never did. We've had to recreate all these inconsistencies, all these deformations that have accrued over the centuries.
The reconstruction effort, 5 years on, nearing the finish line, while Hank now calls France home. This incredible building has changed your life.
Oh, absolutely.
For the rest of your life, you can come here and look at this and know that you had a part in it.
I'll be dining out on this for a long time, yeah. I think.
This is the city to dine out. And Hank says maybe he's not confirming anything. He left a few mementos and perhaps a few signatures there in Notre Dame, Joe. If you want to get inside, they say they're going to reopen the place in December. Book your tickets.
Oh, unreal. Just fascinating and awe-inspiring what they've been able to accomplish. Keir, thank you so much for that great look. We appreciate it.
That was really cool. All right, more international news now, starting with new developments in that deadly stabbing rampage at a mall in Sydney over the weekend.
NBC's Claudia Labanga has that and other world news. Claudia, good morning.
Joe Savannah, good morning. That's right. Australian police looking for a motive behind that knife attack that left 6 people dead in that busy shopping mall in Sydney last Saturday. Now believe that the attacker may have targeted deliberately women. Now 5 out of the 6 victims of the attack were women, and police say that videos of the attack shows that the attacker was focusing on women while avoiding men. The attacker, named as 40 years old Joel Cauchi, was shot dead by an officer during Saturday's rampage. Let's go to Indonesia Indonesia now, where at least 18 people died following a landslide on Sulawesi Island. The landslide, caused by torrential rain, came down on Saturday from surrounding hills onto 4 houses in the small villages of Makale and South Makale. A spokesman for the search and rescue team said a big family gathering was taking place in one of the affected houses and are still looking for 2 missing people. And let's end this tour of the world in Paris, where we just saw here, where athletes in the Summer Olympics will compete on a purple racetrack for the first time. It is a move away from the traditional red brick clay color we are all used to, including the athletes, of course. Why? Well, the company in northern Italy that has provided tracks at every Summer Games since 1976 said it used a new generation of granules that are more elastic and cohesive and has been designed to minimize energy loss and enhance performance. In other words, it is expected to help Olympians to run faster, jump higher, and leap further. Thanks to you guys.
That's what I need. A purple track, and then I'll be super fast.
Can medal. Yeah. Thank you, Claudio. And all right, when we come back, we have continuing coverage of that historic hush money trial involving former President Trump and adult film star Stormy Daniels. It all kicks off this morning right here in New York.
We're going to take you to the courthouse up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We are back with more on former President Trump's unprecedented hush money trial.
It is the first ever criminal trial of a former president of the United States, and it could have far-reaching effects on the 2024 presidential election. Prosecutors allege Trump falsified business records used to cover up hush money payments that he allegedly made to adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 campaign. Trump has denied any wrongdoing, and he says the case is part of an effort to hurt his 2024 presidential campaign.
NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Masugian joined us now from outside the courthouse. So Yasmin, I mean, you could argue this is not the most serious of the 4 criminal cases against former President Trump, yet it might be the only one where we get a verdict before Election Day. So what is at stake here for the former president?
Not just a verdict, Joe, by the way. It could be the only one that actually even goes to trial. What's at stake here is the former president's freedom, possibly. He's looking at facing 4 years in prison if he's found guilty. Think about the historic moment that we are facing currently in our country, right? The first ex-president of the United States, the presumptive Republican nominee, facing criminal charges today. He'll be on trial for probably 4 to 6 weeks or so. He's going to be inside that courtroom every single day. We are beginning today with jury selection, which is expected to last around 2 weeks or so, with a week off likely for Passover, because Judge Juan Merchan has already said he's going to be giving off jurors for Passover. We've seen a glimpse of the jury questionnaire. Some of the questions, guys, that stand out to me are honing in specifically on the media in which some of these potential jurors watch. Do you watch Fox News? Do you watch MSNBC? Do you watch CNN? What podcasts, for instance, do you listen to? What news radio do you listen to? If we think back, for instance, to Judge Kaplan's juror questionnaire during the defamation trial with E. Jean Carroll, one of the questions that were asked was, do you think the 2020 election was in fact stolen, right? They're not asking that question outright here, but you can deduce essentially from some of the questions in this juror questionnaire where folks stand. And the jury, really, the makeup of the jury, guys, is really what is going to make or break this case for Donald Trump.
Yasmin, walk us through the arguments we're expecting from prosecution, but then also the defense quickly. We just have a few seconds here, but remind us what we're looking for.
So for prosecution, essentially they're saying Donald Trump falsified business records to aid in winning the 2020 election, to influence the 2020 election. We got a list of witnesses potentially from the prosecution, everybody from Stormy Daniels, Karen McDougal, Michael Cohen, the star witness. Keep in mind here, right, the question is, will the jury in fact Michael Cohen credible, right? We know Judge Engoron in the Trump civil fraud trial wrote in his judgment, in fact, he found Michael Cohen to be credible. Michael Cohen is likely to testify towards the end of this trial. He may be on the stand possibly for 1 week. When you're thinking about the defense, their whole game here is chip away at the credibility of the witnesses, specifically the star witness, Michael Cohen. They've already begun to do that. And by the way, look out for more delay tactics throughout this next 4 to 6 weeks, guys, because we're going to be getting a lot of those from the defense.
All right, Yasmin, thank you so much.
Let's now bring in NBC News national security analyst Frank Figliuzzi to talk about the security implications of this trial. Frank, good morning. So we're in uncharted waters here with the criminal trial of a former president. What level of security are you expecting?
Well, this is the right city for this security challenge, because I am expecting high levels of security and in a protracted fashion. I think any city can handle something like this for a day or two, but for 4 or 6 weeks, it's NYPD and its partners in the federal government that are the best at this. And then, you know, there's going to be clearly inconveniences that New Yorkers are used to. They get the UN General Assembly every year, for example. But you're going to have traffic disruptions, not only around the courthouse on Center Street, but also there's other locations that are going to be part of this picture, because Trump at the end of the day will likely lay his head at Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue. He has a campaign headquarters in New York on Wall Street, and he'll be headed there, I'm sure, on breaks or after the court day is over. So you're going to see parts of the city disrupted for this. But as we move forward, I also have great concerns about people on the periphery. Who's that? Jurors who are ultimately selected and their security, court staff and prosecutors and witness and the judge. All of these people will be in a security bubble for a protracted period of time.
So, Frank, in addition to all those folks you mentioned, we know that Mr. Trump has been rallying his supporters to try and protest at the trial. History tells us when protesters show up, counter-protesters show up. What are some of the biggest security risks when it comes to what's happening outside of the courthouse today and throughout the trial?
Yeah, great point. And I have to tell you, this is a unique challenge for Secret Service and for the police. Why do I say that? Because ordinarily, the Secret Service wants a peaceful, quiet, small crowd kind of day for their protectee, and that's their dream day. That's not the case for this protectee. Donald Trump is part of the challenge, because a good day for him is a large, loud crowd with lots of chaos and protesters. He's already posted on Friday that this is the day that all hell will break loose. He's already posting this morning. So you have this irony of Secret Service and the police trying to look for peace and quiet. And you have this protectee who's trying to disrupt the court proceedings, make it loud and noisy. So all you need, as we saw at a Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade, right, victory parade, all you need is someone with a gun to have a beef with somebody else, and now you've got a violent incident to attach to the court security challenge.
Frank, as always, we appreciate your expertise. Thanks for joining us this morning on a historic day.
Coming up, one-on-one with the GOAT herself, Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, she sat down with our own Steph Gosk to talk about her own big league future ahead of tonight's highly anticipated WNBA draft in Brooklyn. We've got that conversation for you up next. Stick around.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer delivery.
All right, it just me too.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer delivery.
All right, it just me too.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Hoop dreams are about to become a reality for some of the biggest names in women's basketball. The WNBA draft is happening tonight in Brooklyn, of course, with rising star Caitlin Clark, all but guaranteed to be the first pick by the Indiana Fever.
The college hoop sensation attracted millions of fans from all around the country as she became college basketball's all-time scoring leader. Our own Stephanie Goss got a chance to sit down with the star player before the big event. What a fun interview. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. It was really fun. You know, there's no question that this is Caitlin Clark's moment. Throughout her historic run in Iowa, she's proven she can sell out stadiums, smash records, and score from just about anywhere on court. And she's only getting started. After hanging up her Hawkeyes jersey, she's now ready to go pro in her new chapter with the WNBA.
After a storybook college career filled with record-breaking moments.
Here comes Clark. How will she go for history?
And legions of new fans. NCAA superstar Caitlin Clark is ready to take her game to the next level as a WNBA rookie.
I know there would probably be a little bit of a learning curve, but I think always I've had confidence in myself. And that's always kind of what I remind myself is, you know, you're not here by accident.
They haven't sold tickets to the WNBA draft in years, and they sold out in 15 minutes. Where is your mindset going into the draft?
I think more than anything, I'm just really excited. I think, like, you know, this is a dream. This is something I wrote down on a piece of paper when I was in, like, 2nd grade. Like, get a basketball scholarship, play in the WNBA. Like, this is always something I wanted to do.
At tonight's draft in Brooklyn, the 22-year-old Iowa phenom is expected to be the #1 pick by the Indiana Fever. In Indianapolis, home of the Fever, the Caitlin Clark effect is already in full swing.
I heard that season tickets are going like blazes in Indiana. Have you heard that rumor?
I have heard that rumor. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think they're selling pretty well.
Clark is also part of the reason why a record 18.9 million viewers tuned in to this year's NCAA championship game.
Clark, oh my, from the future!
Making women's basketball must-see TV.
One of the really great things about this season has been watching all of the little kids, most of them little girls, who are so inspired to play basketball because of you. What does that mean to you?
I think that's like the reason you do it, and just to see them scream your name or have your jersey on, that's something that never gets old.
Something else that never gets old?
Clark for the win!
Seeing Clark drain those threes.
She does it time and time again!
Every time you go to take one of those logo threes, I think to myself, she's never gonna make that.
Dang, you don't have confidence in me?
I know, I know, I should have confidence. But then you do make it, and I think I should have known she was gonna make that. But I wondered, what goes through your mind right before you take that shot?
I think the biggest thing is just confidence. I think sometimes, like, I feel like I'm closer to the basket than I really am, but also, like, the adrenaline gets going, the crowd gets behind you.
Playing to a crowd is something the star player never shies away from.
Here to comment is Caitlin Clark.
Clark even making a cameo on SNL.
You make a lot of jokes about women's sports, don't you, Michael?
What would you say is more daunting, getting ready for the national championship game or getting ready for Saturday Night Live?
Getting ready for Saturday Night Live, and it's not even close. My heart was like pounding out of my chest, but I did all right. It was super cool, and obviously to be a surprise guest, like, that's a bucket list item that not a lot of people get to do.
Now with her college career in the rearview mirror and the WNBA within arm's reach, next up on Clark's bucket list, living out her ultimate hoop dreams in Paris at the Summer Games.
I know the team is not set. Your chances of making it are pretty good. What would it mean to you to represent the country in Paris this summer?
Yeah, I think it would mean everything. That's like one of my dreams as a kid growing up. You always want to be an Olympic gold medalist. So I know how special it is to represent USA across your chest. So being able to do that on the highest level would certainly be a dream come true.
Steph, how great was that interview?
So, it was terrific. she's so genuine and open and such a good talker.
And do we think we're going to see her in Paris then? Is there a chance there?
So here's what happened. There's a training camp for the Olympic team, and it is a mandatory training camp. 14 players get invited. She was one of the 14, the only collegiate player to be invited. It happened right in the middle of Final Four. So she didn't go, which is a pretty good excuse. I mean, it's a pretty good excuse, right?
Like they should have timed that differently.
She still has a chance, right? And so the selection committee is going to make its decision. There's so much excitement behind her. It's really hard to imagine that she's not going to be one of the 12 who goes to Paris.
They'll say the Final Four was her training camp. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and Dawn Staley is on the selection committee, and Dawn Staley has said in the past, the coach of University of South Carolina, that she's just a special player and has done something special for the game.
Yeah, it was actually very classy to hear her make those comments right after that game. Steph Goss, so cool. Thank you so much for bringing it to us.
All right, let's get some financial headlines. Apple's run as the world's top smartphone maker seems to have come to an end.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us with that and other headlines. Hey, Pippa, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Apple has lost its spot as the world's top smartphone maker to Samsung. Data from research firm IDC shows iPhone shipments fell about 10% in the first quarter of this year, hurt by fierce competition from Android smartphone makers and as Chinese companies take more share of the global market. Apple's reign was short. It had just claimed the top spot in the fourth quarter of last year when it was helped by the popularity of premium devices, aggressive trade-in offers, and interest-free financing plans. Meantime, Tesla could be preparing for major layoffs. Electrek reports employees are hearing rumors that cuts could be coming this week after Tesla told workers in Texas it's shortening production shifts for the Cybertruck. Some are speculating layoffs could be as high as 20% of the workforce. Tesla is coming off a disastrous first quarter as vehicle deliveries fell year over year and came in well below analyst forecasts. The company has been expected to reduce production to adjust for what appears to be lower demand overall for electric vehicles. And McDonald's has found a new way to lure customers to its stores. The fast food giant has debuted several red and yellow billboards in public spaces in the Netherlands that give off the distinct aroma of French fries. Local officials say McDonald's is using ventilators to diffuse the scent of the fries, which were placed inside the billboards and are strategically placed within 700 feet of a restaurant. People can experience the full French fry effect when they get up close and personal with the boards. I mean, wow, I guess this is a whole new marketing campaign.
It's like scratch and sniff stickers or something, yeah.
Oh, and everybody's nose up in it. Oh, I don't like any of that.
They can diffuse it out more. Pump the space with the smell. All right, Pippa Stevens, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, coming up, Space Camp, the next generation.
After the break, our own Gotti Schwartz lives out one of his childhood dreams. He went to space camp to get a glimpse at how future astronauts are training for liftoff. It's next. Stay with us.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and this is
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins. Welcome back. The Hollywood-backed British soccer team Wrexham are continuing to write their own movie script after they won a second consecutive promotion. For the first time in 19 years, Wrexham will be playing in League One soccer. That's the third tier of the game over there. The small but mighty team found new fans around the world after it was bought by Ryan Reynolds back in 2021 for $2.5 million. Their comeback was the subject of the hit documentary series Welcome to Wrexham. The Dragons, as they're known, are now 2 promotions away from facing teams like Manchester United and Arsenal in the Premier League. Reynolds says he cried tears of joy at the news, and this is just like so Ted Lasso.
Yeah, no kidding. You can see Ryan Reynolds, Rob McElhenney, absolutely over the moon over that
so cool.
one. All right. When it comes to the future of space, the next wave of missions will depend on a whole new generation of explorers. These young minds are fueled by curiosity and a burning desire to get back to the moon and go even farther. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz went to space camp to meet this next generation and see what it takes to get them to space.
We have made it each start. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Booster ignition.
Cool, it's well out, isn't it?
And liftoff, special discovery.
At Space Camp, it's never too late for liftoff.
All right, all my childhood dreams are coming true right now.
But first, buckle up, because my crash course in becoming an astronaut starts with a spin.
And it's called the multi-axis trainer.
Yes.
Because I'm going to be spinning on all the axes.
All the axes.
There we go. is like the most complicated rocking chair I've ever been in. Scuba diving for space is completely different than ocean scuba diving. This is more like a lunar walk. Correct. Where we're just jumping around with our feet vertical than it is like scuba diving on Earth. I see a basketball hoop down there.
Yeah, you're gonna shoot some hoops.
Am I gonna school these kids right here? What do you think? Clearly a skill that could come in handy on the courts of a lunar starbase. But on Mars, that's a whole other ballgame. And this is where space camp meets the 21st century, the Mars base. Gets a little tight in here. Come on in, come check this out. Future astronauts training not just for what's to come, but honoring the history that allowed us to leave our planet and explore, like those famous Apollo missions to the moon and the legendary Saturn V rocket. When you're underneath this thing, it finally sinks in how insane it is that we humans put astronauts on the tippity top of this thing. This is the size of the Statue of Liberty. Saturn V rocket is one of the crowning achievements of humankind, and it's something that's changed space travel forever.
And so here we go. This is the largest artifact of the Smithsonian Institution.
This is what took us to the moon.
That's right.
It was a period of stepped-up activity in anticipation of the first manned flight in Apollo.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
How is the quality of the TV?
Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
And while the days of Apollo and the shuttles are behind us, Space Camp is all about preparing a whole new generation with a new mission and a new name.
What we call now the Artemis generation. These are people that are growing up with the expectation that, of course, we're going back to the moon and we're going on to Mars.
Your lives started not too long ago. What do you think you're going to see in your lifetime?
Hopefully something happening with Mars, I reckon.
Mars.
Yeah, I reckon something with that will happen.
Meet Ruby, Hannah, and Lily, all the way from Australia. These Generation Artemis campers are obsessed with all things cosmos. Do you see yourselves in space in the future?
Well, maybe not in space. I mean, I could go to space. That would be pretty fun.
She could go to space. She's short enough.
You're maybe doing support down here? And every job matters because while the space industry is booming, studies show a shrinking pool of young engineers entering the field. At NASA, only 17% of the agency's workforce are millennials or Gen Z, and the Artemis generation aims to change that. Well, check this out. Hey, Lily.
Hello.
You made Commander?
Oh, yeah.
Commander, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, don't crash.
Ooh, we'll see, we'll see.
And with commanders like Lily taking the helm, anything is possible.
And without curiosity, we'd have nothing. And the willingness to always want to know more, like not just stopping at what is already in front of you.
You guys give me hope for the future.
Thank you. Thank you.
But thanks to Gotti for that story and for all the young astronauts who are giving all of us hope.
Absolutely. We're very happy for him that he got to do that, because that was a bucket list item for him. We love you, Gotti. All right, finally this hour, a touching tribute to a dog named Spencer, the former mascot of the Boston Marathon who died last year. This year, Spencer is being remembered with a statue along the route where he stood. Runners also get to meet the two new puppies stepping into Spencer's spot. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the story.
Hey there. So at the Boston Marathon today, a special surprise for the runners, a reminder of a legacy living on and man's best friend becoming a hometown hero. When Dory and Rich Powers adopted their golden retriever, Spencer, in 2009, they knew he was something special.
What was it about Spencer that first drew you to him?
He was just so sweet and unassuming. And once I picked him up, I just did not want to let him go.
An angel, they called him. But for thousands more, he was also a hero. 2 years after the marathon bombing in 2015, Spencer began spending every year, rain or shine, roadside, cheering on runners with a flag, Boston strong, reminding the athletes that they were too.
Spencer was like the marathon mascot for so many people beyond just your family.
He faced a lot of challenges. He had some severe health issues, and he miraculously bounced back, and he just took his spot every year, and he was just such a symbol of hope and inspiration that people could latch on to.
And latch on they did, people stopping for snuggles and selfies. Spencer, so beloved, he became the marathon's official dog. So when he died last year, it broke hearts in Boston and beyond. Sympathy cards pouring in. His obituary in the New York Times.
Here we come, Spencer!
And now a statue funded by donations right along the marathon route near where Spencer always stood.
I can't thank you enough. This boy meant the world to us, and he meant the world to a lot of people.
Here you go, beautiful boy.
A new guard will greet Boston Marathon runners. Meet Jimmy and Jade.
Does he live on in these new puppies that you have?
I think so. Yeah, definitely. They're so sweet and they have a mission and they're going to do it.
Like Spencer, they're training to become therapy dogs, part of Spencer's legacy in a way, honoring a hometown hero this community cannot forget.
He was a symbol of hope and resilience and an inspiration for so many that we want this to go on for generations. He was just a symbol. You can do way more than you think you can. And, you can do it.
Rich and Dory say Jade and Jimmy will be on the route today. They will be ready for some snuggles. Definitely worth the stop to say hello. Back to you.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you. Good luck to everyone running, and we just love a dog picture story.
I have to imagine the boost that would give you to see that cute
1,000,000%.
on the side of the road.
Love it.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though, on this big news day. The news continues right now.
We begin this hour with history in the making, the start of Donald Trump's criminal trial, a first for a former president.
Jury selection is now underway in the hush money case brought by Manhattan's district attorney. Trump is charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records and could face up to 4 years in jail. Prosecutors allege this was done to conceal payoffs used to hide damaging information from the voting public during the 2016 presidential election. The case centers around allegations Trump tried to suppress various sex scandals with hush money. That includes a $130,000 payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels, paid via his former fixer and lawyer, Michael Cohen.
Court is now in session. The judge is on the bench, and Trump, who denies any wrongdoing in the case, was seen arriving at court about an hour ago, just before jury selection began. He had this to say about this unprecedented trial.
Nothing like this has ever happened before. There's never been anything like it. It's an assault on America. And that's why I'm very proud to be here. This is an assault on our country.
We've got NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian outside the courthouse. She joins us now. Yasmin, good morning. So we heard from Mr. Trump there. That was just about half hour ago or so. How did he appear as he arrived at the courthouse?
He obviously said he was actually looking forward to being here, but then what we're getting from inside the courtroom, because I just want to kind of walk you guys through what we're seeing, right? We don't necessarily have cameras inside the courtroom, but we do have producers on the ground in the courtroom, in the overflow room as well, that are giving us live notes throughout the time period in which he's been in there. And he has said, while Donald Trump has continued to kind of whisper in the ear of his attorney, Todd Blanche, there's been a lot of whispering going back and forth. It seems a half hour into this thing, because, by the way, the trial has started and they're a half hour behind schedule, a half hour into this thing. It seems as if the former president is getting a little annoyed with being here in the first place. Let's not forget, by the way, this is just the beginning of a possibly 4 to 6 week long trial. Todd Blanche in there, along with Susan Necheles as well, both members of Trump's lawyers, attorney team. I'll also say the prosecution is also in the courtroom. A lot going on, by the way, here. We've got protesters. I'm looking at a whole area of protesters in front of me. Behind, we have a truck coming down Center Street behind me. Also protesting, and folks that are here in favor of Donald Trump. So just want to make you aware of some of the noises that you're hearing while we're talking about this. We're also looking at jury selection, guys, as this truck rolls in behind me. A lot of that is going to be going on over the next couple of weeks. We're expecting that. But again, there is a cordoned off area right in the center of the square that I'm looking at, in which most folks will, in fact, be protesting. Let's talk about jury selection. 1,500 jurors showing up today. Throughout the week, reported 6,000 jurors. Some of them, by the way, for other cases, so keep that in mind. But let's talk about some of the questions that are going to be asked. Honing in specifically on where the jurors are getting their information, I should say potential jurors. What do you watch, for instance? Where do you get your news? Is it CNN? Is it MSNBC? Is it the New York Times? What news radio, what talk radio stations do you listen to? What podcasts do you listen to as well? Another question that stands out to me is, do you currently follow Donald Trump on social media? Have you attended any rallies? So these are just some of the questions, guys, that are going to be asked of these potential jurors during this jury selection process.
All right, Yasmin, and a very loud horn outside the courthouse. Thank you so much. Let's bring in our legal analyst, Danny Savalos, for more on this. Let's talk more about this jury selection here. What is it both sides are looking for, using those questions as sort of their guide?
Well, what they're really looking for, and what they can't say out in the open, is they're really looking for the political leanings of these jurors. Because even though the judge has said that political voting history won't disqualify a juror, it's going to be the first red flag to one side or the other about which way a juror is going to vote in this case. At least that's the way the defense views it. And let's just be candid. Most of these jurors, at least statistically, are going to be Biden voters. Now, whether or not that means they can serve, the judge has said that it doesn't disqualify them. However, some of the juror questionnaire questions will certainly give the parties a pretty good idea of which way a juror leans. So, for example, questions about what kind of media you consume, whether it be news channels that you watch or newspapers that you read, will give a pretty good idea. I think one of the most telling questions is, have you ever been to a Donald Trump rally? I mean, I think that's a pretty good indicator. If you're motivated enough to go to his rally, you don't need to tell me who you voted for in the last election.
Walk us through some of just the challenges. I mean, I think first, there's so much passion, right, in politics, whether you're for Mr. Trump or you're against him. How difficult is it to seat a jury knowing that that's the backdrop?
In addition to people who don't want to be on the jury, as most people who go to jury duty maybe would prefer not to be on jury duty, one of the things you have to guard against in a high-profile trial is something called the stealth jury. You have to make sure that you don't seat these jurors who are going to want to get on the jury for their own personal reasons, or because they have a vendetta, or some other reason that they want to be on the jury. The other challenge, too, is the fact that you're going to burn through a lot of jurors for reasons of their own self-identification. They're going to raise their hand and say, I can't serve on this jury. Maybe they have personal reasons, I have childcare, something else like that. Or they may just say, look, my feelings, I'm telling you right off the bat, I know who that defendant is. Everybody knows who that defendant is, and I have really strong feelings for or against him. The judge has said they won't even do additional interviews of those jurors. They'll just excuse them, which should move things along a little faster. But all in all, it's going to take a while. Look at even this morning. Things move slowly in a normal case. This is one of the most high-profile cases, and every time the defendant has to go, say, take a bathroom break, that's a procedural complexity itself.
And finding people available for 4 to 6 weeks, whether it was the former president or not, can always be tough.
Exactly.
Danny, thank you so much.
U.S. officials are closely monitoring those mounting tensions in the Middle East. Israel's war cabinet is meeting this morning to discuss its response to this weekend's unprecedented attack from Iran. More than 300 drones and missiles were launched into Israel on Saturday night, most thwarted by Israel's air defense systems with support from the U.S. and other allies. But today, President Biden is urging Benjamin Netanyahu not to retaliate amid fears it could spark a wider war. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from Jerusalem.
Could have been so much worse. Iran's attack was stopped. Had it not been, we would very likely be in a new war this morning with the United States involved. And now President Biden and other world leaders are calling for restraint and de-escalation.
Looking at Israel this morning, you can hardly tell the country just faced an unprecedented attack from Iran. Israelis bounced back quickly. But what happened this weekend could have easily triggered a massive war. And it's not off the table. What saved Israel and stopped a wider war were air defenses and extensive American help. Around 2 a.m. Sunday morning, we watched as more than 300 Iranian missiles and drones were heading for Israel. Its air defense system lighting up the sky over Jerusalem.
For the last several minutes, we've seen these flares streaking all across the skies over Jerusalem. And now, for the first time, we're hearing the air raid sirens.
It was a striking juxtaposition. Modern weapons over the ancient city. Sites holy to billions of Jews, Christians, and Muslims could have easily been damaged or destroyed. Also threatened, the nearby Christian town of Bethlehem. visiting American Cardinal Dolan forced to take shelter. In the end, there was almost no damage as Israel, the U.S., and other allies shot down 99% of Iran's missiles and drones, most of them before they even entered Israeli airspace. President Biden praising American troops involved.
I swear to God, you're incredible.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Keep it going. Stay safe, man.
In Iran, they celebrated the nation's first direct attack against Israel. Retaliation for an Israeli airstrike 2 weeks ago on the Iranian embassy compound in Damascus that killed 7 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. But Iran could have made its attack more difficult to stop, sending its slow-flying drones in waves all the way from Iran, effectively giving Israel hours of advance warning.
Israel's war cabinet meets again today, but so far Israeli officials are remaining vague about any potential response, saying only that they will act at a time and place of their choosing.
All right, Richard, thank you so much. For more, we are joined by former NBC News correspondent and bureau chief in Tel Aviv, Martin Fletcher. Martin, always good to have you with us to get your perspective, to tap into your expertise. So this is the first time Iran has directly attacked Israel from its own territory. Even though this didn't cause any significant damage, is this a sign the so-called shadow war is now out in the open? I mean, what does this mean for the region?
Well, that's exactly right. The shadow war is now in the open. The Israeli president yesterday, I believe it was, said that now the attack by Iran was basically a declaration of war against Israel. And I think that's overstating the issue a little bit. And the fact that Israel has said that this morning said that they would retaliate at a time and a place of their choosing, I think that's music to the ears of Washington, which was very afraid, as you know, that Israel would just retaliate, knee-jerk, strong reaction against Iran, thus endangering the region, possibly encouraging a wider war, which is what everybody wants to avoid. So there is that positive aspect to it. But I think the bottom line is that Israel has been attacked. It will retaliate in some way, and the question is whether their retaliation will spark a wider war. At the moment, there's a lot of pressure on Israel coming from every corner, almost from the United States, from Europe, from the G7, from within Israel also, of course, to retaliate in a measured way that will not spark a greater conflagration. But Israel has to do something. It will do something. It may not be right away.
Absolutely. So, Martin, as you're saying, President Biden has said that to sort of practice that restraint. Also, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby appeared on the Today Show earlier this morning with a similar message. Let's play a little bit of that, and we'll talk on the other side.
We want to see de-escalation clearly in the region, and everything the president has done since October 7th has been designed to keep this from becoming a wider war, Savannah. And that's why we're going to keep lashed up with our Israeli counterparts. That's why we're going to make it clear again to the Israelis. We'll do what we have to do to defend them, help them in their self-defense. But we don't want to see a wider war. We don't want to see this escalate. We certainly are not looking for a war with Iran.
Martin, do you see the White House's position influencing the Israelis' decisions? Does this change the calculus for how Israel will respond, especially as we understand their war cabinet is meeting today?
Well, Israel has to pay attention, very close attention to President Biden. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu has had this on and off, rather hostile relationship with the American president. Under present circumstances, that has to change and change immediately. And therefore, Netanyahu and the war cabinet in Israel that met again today after a long, contentious meeting last night, they have to take into consideration what the United States says. But the bottom line is that the region has dodged a bullet for the time being because Israel has not launched an immediate retaliation. But I think what's going to happen out of all this is that, in a sense, it's good news for Israel in one way, because it's the consensus is that Israel is now being emerging from the isolation that followed after October 7th. You know, Israel, as you know, after October 7th attack, Israel came under a lot of criticism, and is still under criticism for the way it responded in Gaza. Israel was becoming more and more isolated. But now with the combined attack, the combined defense, rather, of Israel with the United States, with European countries like Germany, France, Britain, and also with the help of Arab countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Jordan, with all that emerging, Israel's now emerging from that isolation. It has real, I guess you can say, friends in time of need. That's what happened. And I don't think Israel wants to break that. It's a step forward diplomatically and politically for Israel that would be ruined if Israel suddenly launched a violent attack now on Iran. So I think that the effect on the region and on Israel in the short term is positive politically for Israel, and they don't want to throw that away by a sudden attack on Iran.
Martin, for those who don't know, 2 of your family members were kidnapped during the Hamas terror attack on October 7th. We were relieved to report that they were released. We're very tight on time here, but these latest developments, what could they mean for the remaining hostages?
Well, one of our families still is the remaining hostage, and I think what it means is that the pressure is on in Israel not to do anything that would endanger the release of the hostages. And there are negotiations ongoing right now. Hamas apparently has presented a new plan that Israel has to look at and see whether there's any aspects of it they can agree on. But I think what it means really for the hostages is that a release is delayed in the short term, but at least it's encouraging these negotiations that are continuing. But either way, what I can tell you here in Tel Aviv, where I am now, the hostage families, the families of the remaining hostages are absolutely desperate. They're demonstrating every day, and they're terrified that this latest round of violence will endanger their family members even more.
We're thinking of them and always thinking of you and your family. Martin Fletcher, thank you for your time as always.
Thanks, Martin. Good to see you. Before we head to break, let's check in with meteorologist Michelle Grossman.
Yeah, she's got the forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys, and it's a good one for some of us, not so much for others. We'll start with the severe weather threat because we have a multi-day event where we're going to see the threat for severe weather Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So for today, that threat exists from the southern plains all the way to portions of the Dakotas. On the cold side of this system, we're looking at heavy snow in parts of the Cascades, parts of the Rockies, drying out in parts of the Southwest. And then we're looking at really warm weather for 2/3 of the nation. We're going to see temperatures feeling June-like in many areas, could even break a few records. We're going to be near 80 degrees in New York City today. By Wednesday, those strong storms move into the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, parts of the Tennessee Valley. We're going to see rain, too, for the Mid-Atlantic eventually on Wednesday. Snowy still in the Intermountain West and Northern Plains. Sunny and warm on Wednesday in parts of the Southern Plains, notice 80s and 90s in parts of Texas. And then by Friday, we'll see some rain from the Great Lakes all the way down to the Tennessee Valley. Could see some storms as well. In April, chill for the Northern Plains into the Great Lakes and upper Midwest. 40s on the map on Friday there, and then record highs in the southeast, especially in Florida. Let's talk about that severe weather threat because we're looking at 14 million people impacted today, especially where you see the yellow and especially where you see the orange. Lincoln, also just north of Wichita, you could see some strong storms with damaging hail, very large hail, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, and a few tornadoes are possible. By tomorrow, we're going to see that number growing up to 24 million. Same sort of story where we have the threat for damaging hail, a few tornadoes, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, causing power outages. Des Moines, Kirksville, just west of Peoria, you could see some strong storms. Again, where you see the yellow and also the orange, so parts of the Ohio Valley into the Great Lakes. And then Wednesday, we'll end here, guys, 12 million at risk throughout the Ohio Valley into the Tennessee Valley. But once again, we're going to see temperatures very much above normal in parts of the east today. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Much more to come on this busy Monday morning, including continuing coverage of former President Trump's criminal hush money trial involving adult film star Stormy Daniels. It's set to kick off here in New York this morning.
First, though, the future of O.J. Simpson's estate thrown into the spotlight this morning as his longtime attorney takes the reins. What that could mean for the families of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman after the football star's death. That's next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are in a sea of strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're back now with new details surrounding the future of O.J. Simpson's estate. Simpson's longtime attorney, Malcolm Laverne, was named as his executor and is now tasked with managing any claims to the former football player's estate, which could include from the families of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff joins us with the latest. Hey, Jacob, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Yeah, in an interview with Malcolm Laverne, he tells us that he is taking his role as executor of the Simpson estate very seriously. He's also already combing through Simpson's assets to try to figure out what he's worth.
This morning, the battle between O.J. Simpson and the Goldman family continuing even after Simpson's death, centered around the estate of the former football star turned celebrity defendant.
Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of...
While Simpson was famously acquitted in the criminal trial over the murders of his ex-wife Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ron Goldman, he was found liable for wrongful death in a 1997 civil suit. The jury ordering Simpson to pay more than $33 million to the victims' families.
The civil verdict was the only opportunity we had to punish him for what he did to Ron and Nicole.
Damages that were never paid in full and have since ballooned to more than $100 million, according to an attorney for Fred Goldman, Ron's father. In a final will drafted in January of this year, Simpson ordered all of his property be placed in a trust. How those assets are distributed will be determined by his longtime attorney, Malcolm Laverne. Now, multiple parties, including the Simpson and Golden estates, along with the IRS, have already requested payments, according to Laverne. On Friday, Laverne telling the Las Vegas Review-Journal, "I will do everything in my capacity to try and ensure that the Goldmans get nothing." Comments he later walked back in our interview.
Mr. Goldman's claim obviously has to be accepted.
Still, Laverne maintains Simpson's estate likely won't be able to pay the debt in full.
Mr. Goldman's probably going to have to decide whether he's going to be willing to negotiate.
While Simpson's funeral arrangements are still being finalized, Laverne says Simpson's 4 children are discussing a private ceremony for family and friends. And despite multiple requests for the former football star's brain to be examined for the degenerative brain disease CTE, Simpson's family has declined to donate his body to science.
And it's a hard no, because the family members are in consensus that the entirety of Mr. Simpson's body will be cremated.
Jacob, so tell us, is there any estimate on how much O.J. Simpson's estate may be able to pay the families of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman?
I don't think so, Savannah. At this point, the answer is no. But what Laverne tells us is the task right now is to determine basically exactly that. And this is all going to play out in probate court, by the way. But I guess the way that this is going to unfold is that he's going to have to look at assets, including things like Simpson's golf clubs and jewelry that he owned, to determine what each of those things is worth. Then they can move forward from that point, Savannah. And by the way, we did reach out to the Nicole Brown Simpson family and to the Ron Goldman family. Neither of them got back to us.
All right, Jacob, thank you so much.
It was 5 years ago today the world watched a catastrophic fire devastate Paris's Notre Dame Cathedral. Now, as the city gears up for July's Olympics, the restoration is almost complete. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has been seeing some of the work going into rebuilding this iconic building. He has been following the process step by step. Joins us from Paris with more. Keir, good morning.
Hey Joe, good morning to you. It is raining, it is blowing a gale here in Paris, but nothing can wipe the smile from our faces, because that is it. That is the newly restored spire without the scaffold around it. That spire that you saw go crashing down into Notre Dame 5 years ago. Around 1,000 craftspeople have worked on making that happen, including one guy who's over here, but hails from over there. This morning, the world able to admire this iconic cathedral once again. Beautiful.
It's fantastic. It's awesome. I just wish I could get inside.
Years of delicate restorative repairs, inside and out. The centuries-old monument now nearing completion. Parts of the massive scaffold are gone, revealing the carefully mended scars from the devastating fire. 5 years ago, an inferno tore through the interior of the magnificent church, consuming 800 years of history in minutes. Bringing the cathedral back to its former glory required rare skills, remaking each of its famous wood structures. Amongst the few foreigners involved in the colossal effort, Hank Silver, a carpenter from New England who helped rebuild the roof made by medieval craftsmen.
What does it feel like to be standing here now?
It still doesn't feel real, if I'm honest. It's still a bit of a dream, really.
Hank belongs to Carpenters Without Borders, a volunteer group of woodwork experts restoring historic structures around the globe. Last year, he watched overwhelmed as the trusses he crafted were transported and lifted into position.
What was it like to watch that?
To see a truss of that scale, hand-hewn, pegged together, flying through space, it's a really out-of-time kind of experience.
Last December, NBC News got a special glimpse inside the cathedral, climbing 300 feet to spectacular views across Paris.
So this is the spire that went crashing down. Exactly. We all watched it all around the world.
Right up there is where we were. Now the cockle can be seen across Paris again. We first met Hank last summer at a workshop in Normandy, painstakingly crafting the roof's beam.
In the U.S., we have a built tradition that's much newer. Being able to work on this building, which is the birth of this technique, is particularly meaningful.
Using replicas of medieval tools like these axes, Hank and his colleagues reconstructed each truss exactly as they were made in the 13th century.
As carpenters here, we've had to do things that the original carpenters never did. We've had to recreate all these inconsistencies, all these deformations that have accrued over the centuries.
The reconstruction effort, 5 years on, nearing the finish line, while Hank now calls France home.
This incredible building has changed your life.
Oh, absolutely.
For the rest of your life, you can come here and look at this and know that you had a part in it.
I'll be dining out on this for a long time,
yeah.
I think.
This is the city to dine out.
And Hank says maybe he's not confirming anything. He left a few mementos and perhaps a few signatures there in Notre Dame, Joe. If you want to get inside, they say they're going to reopen the place in December. Book your tickets.
Oh,
Unreal, just fascinating and awe-inspiring what they've been able to accomplish. Keir, thank you so much for that great look. We appreciate it.
That was really cool. All right, more international news now, starting with new developments in that deadly stabbing rampage at a mall in Sydney over the weekend.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga has that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Joseph, and a good morning. That's right. Australian police looking for a motive behind that knife attack that left 6 people dead in that busy shopping mall in Sydney last Saturday. Now believe that the attacker may have targeted deliberately women. Now, 5 out of the 6 victims of the attack were women, and police say that videos of the attack shows that the attacker was focusing on women while avoiding men. The attacker, named as 40 years old Joel Cauchi, was shot dead by an officer during Saturday's rampage. Let's go to Indonesia now, where at least 18 people died following a landslide on Sulawesi Island. The landslide, caused by torrential rain, came down on Saturday from surrounding hills onto 4 houses in the small villages of Makale and South Makale. A spokesman for the search and rescue team said a big family gathering was taking place in one of the affected houses and are still looking for 2 missing people. Let's end this tour of the world in Paris, where we just saw Keir, where athletes in the Summer Olympics will compete on a purple racetrack for the first time. It is a move away from the traditional red brick clay color we are all used to, including the athletes, of course. Why? Well, the company in northern Italy that has provided tracks at every summer game since 1976 said it used a new generation of granules that are more elastic and cohesive and has been designed to minimize energy loss and enhance performance. In other words, it is expected to help Olympians to run faster, jump higher, and leap further. Back to you guys.
That's what I need. A purple track, and then I'll be
you
super fast.
Could medal. Yeah. Thank you, Claudio. All right, when we come back, we have continuing coverage of that historic hush money trial involving former President Trump and adult film star Stormy Daniels. It all kicks off this morning right here in New York.
We're going to take you to the courthouse up next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is 2 things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with more on former President Trump's unprecedented hush money trial.
It is the first ever criminal trial of a former president of the United States, and it could have far-reaching effects on the 2024 presidential election. Prosecutors allege Trump falsified business records used to cover up hush money payments that he allegedly made to adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 campaign. Trump has denied any wrongdoing, and he says the case is part of an effort to hurt his 2024 presidential campaign.
NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Masugian joins us now from outside the courthouse. So Yasmin, I mean, you could argue this is not the most serious of the 4 criminal cases against former President Trump, yet it might be the only one where we get a verdict before Election Day. So what is at stake here for the former president?
Not just a verdict, Joe, by the way. It could be the only one that actually even goes to trial. What's at stake here is the former president's freedom, possibly. He's looking at facing 4 years in prison if he's found guilty. Think about the historic moment that we are facing currently in our country, right? The first ex-president of the United States, the presumptive Republican nominee, facing criminal charges today. He'll be on trial for probably 4 to 6 weeks or so. He's going to be inside that courtroom every single day. We are beginning today with jury selection, which is expected to last around 2 weeks or so, with a week off likely for Passover, because Judge Juan Merchan has already said he's going to be giving off jurors for Passover. We've seen a glimpse of the jury questionnaire. Some of the questions, guys, that stand out to me are honing in specifically on the media in which some of these potential jurors watch. Do you watch Fox News? Do you watch MSNBC? Do you watch CNN? What podcasts, for instance, do you listen to? What news radio do you listen to? If we think back, for instance, to Judge Kaplan's juror questionnaire during the defamation trial with E. Jean Carroll, one of the questions that were asked was, do you think the 2020 election was in fact stolen, right? They're not asking that question outright here, but you can deduce essentially from some of the questions in this juror questionnaire where folks stand. And the jury, really the makeup of the jury, guys, is really what is going to make or break this case for Donald Trump.
Yasmin, walk us through the arguments we're expecting from prosecution, but then also the defense quickly. We just have a few seconds here, but remind us what we're looking for.
So for prosecution, essentially they're saying Donald Trump falsified business records to aid in winning the 2020 election, to influence the 2020 election. We got a list of witnesses potentially from the prosecution, everybody from Stormy Daniels, Karen McDougal, Michael Cohen, the star witness. Keep in mind here, right, the question is, will the jury in fact Michael Cohen credible, right? We know Judge Engoron in the Trump civil fraud trial wrote in his judgment, in fact, he found Michael Cohen to be credible. Michael Cohen is likely to testify towards the end of this trial. He may be on the stand possibly for 1 week. When you're thinking about the defense, their whole game here is chip away at the credibility of the witnesses, specifically the star witness, Michael Cohen. They've already begun to do that. And by the way, look out for more delay tactics throughout this next 4 to 6 weeks, guys, because we're going to be getting a lot of those from the defense.
All right, Yasmin, thank you so much.
Let's now bring in NBC News national security analyst Frank Figluzzi to talk about the security implications of this trial. Frank, good morning. So we're in uncharted waters here with the criminal trial of a former president. What level of security are you expecting?
Well, this is the right city for this security challenge, because I am expecting high levels of security and in a protracted fashion. I think any city can handle something like this for a day or two, but for 4 or 6 weeks, it's NYPD and its partners in the federal government that are the best at this. And then, you know, there's going to be clearly inconveniences that New Yorkers are used to. They get the UN General Assembly every year, for example. But you're going to have traffic disruptions, not only around the courthouse on Center Street, but also there's other locations that are going to be part of this picture, because Trump at the end of the day will likely lay his head at Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue. He has a campaign headquarters in New York on Wall Street, and he'll be headed there, I'm sure, on breaks or after the court day is over. So you're going to see parts of the city disrupted for this. But as we move forward, I also have great concerns about people on the periphery. Who's that? Jurors who are ultimately selected and their security, court staff and prosecutors and witness and the judge. All of these people will be in a security bubble for a protracted period of time.
So, Frank, in addition to all those folks you mentioned, we know that Mr. Trump has been rallying his supporters to try and protest at the trial. History tells us when protesters show up, counter-protesters show up. What are some of the biggest security risks when it comes to what's happening outside of the courthouse today and throughout the trial?
Yeah, great point. And I have to tell you, this is a unique challenge for Secret Service and for the police. Why do I say that? Because ordinarily, the Secret Service wants a peaceful, quiet, small crowd kind of day for their protectee, and that's their dream day. That's not the case for this protectee. Donald Trump is part of the challenge, because a good day for him is a large, loud crowd with lots of chaos and protesters. He's already posted on Friday that this is the day that all hell will break loose. He's already posting this morning. So you have this irony of Secret Service and the police trying to look for peace and quiet. And you have this protectee who's trying to disrupt the court proceedings, make it loud and noisy. So all you need, as we saw at a Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade, right, victory parade, all you need is someone with a gun to have a beef with somebody else, and now you've got a violent incident to attach to the court security challenge.
Frank, as always, we appreciate your expertise. Thanks for joining us this morning on a historic day.
Coming up, one-on-one with the GOAT herself, Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, she sat down with our own Steph Gosk to talk about her own big league future ahead of tonight's highly anticipated WNBA draft in Brooklyn. We've got that conversation for you up next. Stick around.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. Hoop dreams are about to become a reality for some of the biggest names in women's basketball. The WNBA draft is happening tonight in Brooklyn. Of course, with rising star Caitlin Clark, all but guaranteed to be the first pick by the Indiana Fever.
The college hoop sensation attracted millions of fans from all around the country as she became college basketball's all-time scoring leader. Our own Stephanie Goss got a chance to sit down with the star player before the big event. What a fun interview. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. It was really fun. You know, there's no question that this is Caitlin Clark's moment. Throughout her historic run in Iowa, she's proven she can sell out stadiums, smash records, and score from just about anywhere on court. And she's only getting started. After hanging up her Hawkeyes jersey, she's now ready to go pro in her new chapter with the WNBA.
After a storybook college career filled with record-breaking moments.
Here comes Clark. How will she go for history? There it is!
And legions of new fans. NCAA superstar Caitlin Clark is ready to take her game to the next level as a WNBA rookie.
I know there would probably be a little bit of a learning curve, but I think always I've had confidence in myself. And that's always kind of what I remind myself is, you know, you're not here by accident.
They haven't sold tickets to the WNBA draft in years, and they sold out in 15 minutes. Where is your mindset going into the draft?
I think more than anything, I'm just really excited. I think, like, you know, this is a dream. This is something I wrote down on a piece of paper when I was in, like, second grade. Like, get a basketball scholarship, play in the WNBA. Like, this is always something I wanted to do.
At tonight's draft in Brooklyn, the 22-year-old Iowa phenom is expected to be the #1 pick by the Indiana Fever. In Indianapolis, home of the Fever, the Caitlin Clark effect is already in full swing.
I heard that season tickets are going like blazes in Indiana. Have you heard that rumor?
I have heard that rumor. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think they're selling pretty well.
Clark is also part of the reason why a record 18.9 million viewers tuned in to this year's NCAA championship game.
Clark, oh my, from the future!
Making women's basketball must-see TV.
One of the really great things about this season has been watching all of the little kids, most of them little girls, who are so inspired to play basketball because of you. What does that mean to you?
I think that's like the reason you do it, and just to see them scream your name or have your jersey on, that's something that never gets old.
Something else that never gets old?
Clark for the win!
Seeing Clark drain those threes.
She does it time and time again!
Every time you go to take one of those logo threes, I think to myself, she's never gonna make that.
Hey, you don't have confidence in me? Come on.
I know, I should have confidence. But then you do make it, and I think I should have known she was gonna make that. But I wondered, what goes through your mind right before you take that shot?
I think the biggest thing is just confidence. I think sometimes, like, I feel like I'm closer to the basket than I really am, but also, like, the adrenaline gets going, the crowd gets behind you.
Playing to a crowd is something the star player never shies away from.
Here to comment is Caitlin Clark.
Clark even making a cameo on SNL.
You make a lot of jokes about women's sports, don't you, Michael?
What would you say is more daunting, getting ready for the national championship game or getting ready for Saturday Night Live?
Getting ready for Saturday Night Live, and it's not even close. My heart was like pounding out of my chest, but I did all right. It was super cool, and obviously to be a surprise guest, like, that's a bucket list item that not a lot of people get to do.
Now with her college career in the rearview mirror and the WNBA within arm's reach, next up on Clark's bucket list, living out her ultimate hoop dreams in Paris at the Summer Games.
I know the team is not set. Your chances of making it are pretty good. What would it mean to you to represent the country in Paris this summer?
Yeah, I think it would mean everything. That's like one of my dreams as a kid growing up. You always want to be an Olympic gold medalist. So I know how special it is to represent USA across your chest. So being able to do that on the highest level would certainly be a dream come true.
Steph, how great was that interview?
So, it was terrific. She's so genuine and open and such a good talker.
And do we think we're going to see her in Paris then? Is there a chance there?
So here's what happened. There's a training camp for the Olympic team, and it is a mandatory training camp. 14 players get invited. She was one of the 14, the only collegiate player to be invited. It happened right in the middle of Final Four. So she didn't go, which is a pretty good excuse. I mean, it's a pretty good excuse, right?
Like they should have timed that differently.
She still has a chance, right? And so the selection committee is going to make its decision. There's so much excitement behind her. It's really hard to imagine that she's not going to be one of the 12 who goes to Paris.
They'll say the Final Four was her training camp. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and Dawn Staley is on the selection committee, and Dawn Staley has said in the past, the coach of University of South Carolina, that she's just a special player and has done something special for the game.
Yeah, it was actually very classy to hear her make those comments right after that game. Steph Goss, so cool. Thank you so much for bringing it to us.
All right, let's get some financial headlines. Apple's run as the world's top smartphone maker seems to have come to an end.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us with that and other headlines. Hey, Pippa, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Apple has lost its spot as the world's top smartphone maker to Samsung. Data from research firm IDC shows iPhone shipments fell about 10% in the first quarter of this year, hurt by fierce competition from Android smartphone makers and as Chinese companies take more share of the global market. Apple's reign was short. It had just claimed the top spot in the fourth quarter of last year when it was helped by the popularity of premium devices, aggressive trade-in offers, and interest-free financing plans. Meantime, Tesla could be preparing for major layoffs. Electrek reports employees are hearing rumors that cuts could be coming this week after Tesla told workers in Texas it's shortening production shifts for the Cybertruck. Some are speculating layoffs could be as high as 20% of the workforce. Tesla is coming off a disastrous first quarter as vehicle deliveries fell year over year and came in well below analyst forecasts. The company has been expected to reduce production to adjust for what appears to be lower demand overall for electric vehicles. And McDonald's has found a new way to lure customers to its stores. The fast food giant has debuted several red and yellow billboards in public spaces in the Netherlands that give off the distinct aroma of French fries. Local officials say McDonald's is using ventilators to diffuse the scent of the fries, which were placed inside the billboards and are strategically placed within 700 feet of a restaurant. People can experience the full French fry effect when they get up close and personal with the boards. I mean, wow, I guess this is a whole new marketing campaign.
It's like scratch and sniff stickers or something, yeah.
Oh, and everybody's nose up in it. Oh, I don't like any of that.
They can diffuse it out more. Pump the space with the smell. All right, Pippa Stevens, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, coming up, Space Camp, the next generation.
After the break, our own Gotti Schwartz lives out one of his childhood dreams. He went to space camp to get a glimpse at how future astronauts are training for liftoff. That's next. Stay with us.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. The Hollywood-backed British soccer team Wrexham are continuing to write their own movie script after they won a second consecutive promotion. For the first time in 19 years, Wrexham will be playing in League One soccer. That's the third tier of the game over there. The small but mighty team found new fans around the world after it was bought by Ryan Reynolds back in 2021 for $2.5 million. Their comeback was the subject of the hit documentary series Welcome to Wrexham. The Dragons, as they're known, are now 2 promotions away from facing teams like Manchester United and Arsenal in the Premier League. Reynolds says he cried tears of joy at the news, and this is just like so Ted Lasso.
Yeah, no kidding. You can see Ryan Reynolds, Rob McElhenney, absolutely over the moon over
So
that
cool.
one. All right. When it comes to the future of space, the next wave of missions will depend on a whole new generation of explorers. These young minds are fueled by curiosity and a burning desire to get back to the moon and go even farther. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz went to space camp to meet this next generation and see what it takes to get them to space.
We have made it start. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Booster ignition.
Ooh, it's well out, isn't it?
And liftoff. Special discovery.
At Space Camp, it's never too late for liftoff. All right, all my childhood dreams are coming true right now. But first, buckle up, because my crash course in becoming an astronaut starts with a spin.
And it's called the multi-axis trainer.
Yes.
Because I'm going to be spinning on all the axes.
All the axes.
There we go. Oh, yeah.
All right, Johnny, how you feeling?
I feel great. It's like the most complicated rocking chair I've ever been in. Scuba diving for space is completely different than ocean scuba diving. This is more like a lunar walk. Correct. Where we're just jumping around with our feet vertical than it is like scuba diving on Earth. I see a basketball hoop down there.
Yeah, you're gonna shoot some hoops.
Am I gonna school these kids right here? What do you think?
Clearly a skill that could come in handy on the courts of a lunar starbase. But on Mars, that's a whole other ballgame.
And this is where Space Camp meets the 21st century. The Mars base gets a little tight in here. Come on in. Come check this out.
Future astronauts training not just for what's to come, but honoring the history that allowed us to leave our planet and explore, like those famous Apollo missions to the moon and the legendary Saturn V rocket.
When you're underneath this thing, it finally sinks in how insane it is that we humans put astronauts on the tippity top of this thing. This is the size of the Statue of Liberty. Saturn V rocket is one of the crowning achievements of humankind, and it's something that's changed space travel forever.
And so here we go. This is the largest artifact of the Smithsonian Institution.
This is what took us to the moon.
That's right.
It was a period of stepped-up activity in anticipation of the first manned flight in Apollo.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
How is the quality of the TV?
Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
And while the days of Apollo and the shuttles are behind us, Space Camp is all about preparing a whole new generation with a new mission and a new name.
What we call now the Artemis generation. These are people that are growing up with the expectation that, of course, we're going back to the moon and we're going on to Mars.
Your lives started not too long ago. What do you think you're going to see in your lifetime?
Hopefully something happening with Mars, I reckon. On Mars.
Yeah.
I reckon something with that will happen.
Meet Ruby, Hannah, and Lily, all the way from Australia. These Generation Artemis campers are obsessed with all things cosmos.
Do you see yourselves in space in the future?
Well, maybe not in space. I mean, I could go to space. That would be pretty fun. Space.
So
She's
you're
short
in,
enough.
you're maybe doing support down here?
And every job matters, because while the space industry is booming, studies show a shrinking pool of young engineers entering the field. At NASA, only 17% of the agency's workforce are millennials or Gen Z, and the Artemis generation aims to change that.
Well, check this out. Hey, Lily.
Hello.
You made Commander?
Oh, yeah.
Commander, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, don't crash.
We'll see, we'll see.
And with commanders like Lily taking the helm, anything is possible.
And without curiosity, we'd have nothing. And the willingness to always want to know more, like not just stopping at what is already in front of you.
You guys give me hope for the future.
Thank you. Thank you.
But thanks to Gotti for that story and for all the young astronauts who are giving all of us hope.
Absolutely. We're very happy for him that he got to do that, because that was a bucket list item for him. We love you, Gotti. All right, finally this hour, a touching tribute to a dog named Spencer, the former mascot of the Boston Marathon who died last year. This year, Spencer is being remembered with a statue along the route where he stood. Runners also get to meet the 2 new puppies stepping into Spencer's spot. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the story.
Hey there. So at the Boston Marathon today, a special surprise for the runners, a reminder of a legacy living on and man's best friend becoming a hometown hero. When Dory and Rich Powers adopted their golden retriever Spencer in 2009, they knew he was something special.
What was it about Spencer that first drew you to him?
He was just so sweet and unassuming. And once I picked him up, I just did not want to let him go.
An angel, they called him, but for thousands more, he was also a hero. 2 years after the marathon bombing in 2015, Spencer began spending every year, rain or shine, roadside, cheering on runners with a flag, Boston strong, reminding the athletes that they were too.
Spencer was like the marathon mascot for so many people beyond just your family.
He faced a lot of challenges. He had some severe health issues, and he miraculously bounced back, and he just took his spot every year, and he was just such a symbol of hope and inspiration that people could latch on to.
And latch on they did, people stopping for snuggles and selfies. Spencer, so beloved, he became the marathon's official dog. So when he died last year, it broke hearts in Boston and beyond. Sympathy cards pouring in. His obituary in the New York Times.
Here we come, Spencer!
And now, a statue funded by donations right along the marathon route near where Spencer always stood.
I can't thank you enough. This boy meant the world to us, and he meant the world to a lot of people.
Here you go, beautiful boy.
A new guard will greet Boston Marathon runners. Meet Jimmy and Jade.
Does he live on in these new puppies that you have?
I think so. Yeah, definitely. They're so sweet and they have a mission and they're going to do it.
Like Spencer, they're training to become therapy dogs, part of Spencer's legacy in a way, honoring a hometown hero this community cannot forget.
He was a symbol of hope and resilience and an inspiration for so many that we want this to go on for generations. He was just a symbol. You can do way more than you think you can. And, you can do it.
Rich and Dory say Jade and Jimmy will be on the route today. They will be ready for some snuggles. Definitely worth the stop to say hello. Back to you.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you. Good luck to everyone running. And we just love a dog picture story.
I have to imagine the boost that would give you to see that cute
1,000,000%.
on the side of the road.
Love it.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though, on this big news day. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, good Monday. So happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining. I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, April 15th. History in the making right now. Former President Trump in court for jury selection in his New York hush money case. The questions the potential jurors are being asked to determine if they are fit to serve.
Escalation fears Israel weighing its next steps after Iran's retaliatory drone and missile attack just over the weekend. We're going to tell you why world leaders, they're really urging Prime Minister Netanyahu not to respond with force.
Deadline day, the IRS says it expects tens of millions of tax returns to be filed tonight at the last minute. How to file for an extension if you are struggling to get yours done in time.
Road to Paris. For the first time in Olympic history, breakdancing will be added as a sport for both men and women. We're going to talk to a member of Team USA about how she's preparing to compete on the world stage.
Can't wait for that conversation.
I am so excited.
It's going to be so cool, and the rules of how they judge is fascinating.
We're only like 100 days out or something.
I know,
right?
yeah,
Close.
you're right.
Yeah.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We are going to start, though, with what is already a watershed moment in the history of our country. Jury selection begins today in Donald Trump's New York hush money case. This makes him the first former president to face criminal trial. Trump is accused of paying off adult film star Stormy Daniels during his 2016 presidential campaign.
In that case, Trump is charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records, a low-level felony.
Punishable by up to 4 years in prison. He has pleaded not guilty to those charges and called the case a politically motivated witch hunt.
Those claims serving as a rallying cry for his supporters. They've also helped him rake in millions of dollars for his 2024 re-election campaign. We're covering this high-stakes story from all angles. NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden is here to break down the jury selection process. But first, let's go ahead and check in with NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns, who joins us now from just outside the courthouse there in Lower Manhattan. Dasha, a historic day, no doubt. Thousands of prospective jurors, they've been summoned in this case. What can you tell us about what's going on at the courthouse right now?
Well, that process that you're talking about, the jury selection process, that's supposed to be the focus for the next couple of weeks, hasn't actually started yet. And apologies for the background noise here. We've had some of the Trump supporters, this truck driving around, really, here to make their voices heard. Both supporters and anti-Trump protesters have been surrounding the courthouse this morning. But that jury selection process hasn't yet started. Instead, what we've heard for the last couple of hours has been what the prosecution hopes to present as evidence at trial. We've already seen a heated debate over that infamous Access Hollywood tape. The prosecution wanted to be able to play that tape in court. The judge said that is not going to happen. However, they can read from the transcript of that Access Hollywood tape. Also, a debate over evidence that former President Trump's 2016 campaign coordinated with the National Enquirer publication to put out headlines that were more favorable to the former president and that put out some negative information about his 2016 rivals, the likes of Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, Ben Carson. And also now we're in the middle of a debate over the star witness for the prosecution, Michael Cohen. We know that the fundamental strategy of the defense will be to discredit Cohen. And now they are talking about what evidence around Michael Cohen, his guilty pleas, what can and cannot be discussed during trial. So a little bit of a glimpse as to what we are likely to see presented to the jury. I do want you to hear from former President Trump. He's been fairly stoic in court, but here's what he had to say earlier this morning.
This is political persecution. This is a persecution like never before. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And again, it's a case that should have never been brought. It's an assault on America.
In court, as evidence from that Access Hollywood tape has been discussed, some of the more salacious details of alleged affairs of the former president has not really been emotive, talking to his lawyers, but sitting fairly stoically there, guys.
Dasha, this first criminal trial that Mr. Trump is facing, what's the expected timeline for, how long it'll take?
Yeah, likely to last 6 to 8 weeks is what we're expecting. Jury selection beginning today and expected to take 1 to 2 weeks. And let's remember, this is all, of course, coming across the backdrop of the 2024 presidential election. And the RNC is on July 15th, guys.
All right. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns for us. Dasha, thank you.
All right, we want to bring in NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden here in studio with us today. Kristen, great to have you. So let's talk about these jurors, right? Thousands of people summoned. There are hundreds there at the courthouse now waiting to go through this voir dire process to be asked these questions. What are the requirements? Who can sit on this jury? What are the lawyers on both sides looking for?
Yeah, so who can sit on the jury is a legal question. They have to be U.S. citizens. They have to be 18 or over. They have to have no felonies. They have to, because this is a state county criminal case, they have to reside in Manhattan. But in terms of what the attorneys are actually looking for, the judge has said there are 42 questions. And basically those questions range from background to what political sources they receive their news from. And so the judge is actually going to be making sure that they can be fair and impartial. But the attorneys are going to want to know what side of the political line they're really leaning so that they can determine what juror will most likely rule in their favor.
And that question of impartiality is really the big one here, because no one doesn't know who the former president is at this point. So will the jurors be allowed to identify themselves, or will we as the public ever really know who they are?
certainly after the conclusion of the case, they can choose to identify themselves. Whether or not they would want to is going to be a different question, just because they are going to be fearful of retaliation, harassment, whichever way they may decide. But as of now, the judge has determined that the identities of the jurors will remain confidential at this point.
You know, what does the process look like for the jurors who are eventually selected at the end of this 1 to 2 weeks? Will they possibly face any sequestration over the 6 to 8 week trial? And what if they don't want to serve? Can they get out of it?
They certainly could face that sequestration, particularly if there's any harassment or any changes in circumstances. But in terms of whether or not they want to serve, generally, if a juror doesn't want to serve, you know, it is their civic duty. So they are going to have to serve unless they have a compelling reason. But in this case, because it's against the former president, if they have a good reason, not necessarily a compelling reason, they may be able to get out of service.
Well, speaking of compelling, I mean, ultimately, this has to be a unanimous decision, whether they're going to acquit or whether they're going to convict. What happens if they can't reach a unanimous decision?
If they can't reach a unanimous decision, the judge could render a mistrial, because it would result in a hung jury. We actually saw this in the case that I had against Bill Cosby, where we had a hung jury, the first one, and then the prosecution will be able to decide whether or not they want to retry the case, which is what we did in the Cosby case. So if it ends up in some type of hung jury, that is exactly what the prosecution will decide to do, whether they want to retry it or not.
First, we got to get to that jury. NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Kristen, thank you so much.
Thanks, Kristen. Well, right now, world leaders, they're calling on Israel to show some restraint as it considers how to respond to an unprecedented aerial attack from Iran. They launched more than 300 drones and missiles just over the weekend. An Israeli spokesman says its military, along with help from allies, including the United States, intercepted 99% of them and prevented any real major damage.
The attack was in retaliation for an Israeli strike on a consular building in Syria that killed 2 of Iran's top commanders. President Biden says the U.S. is committed to Israel's security and defense, but fears are growing that an Israeli response to Iran could trigger a wider conflict across the Middle East. We have complete coverage of this story. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba has more on the reaction out of Washington. But first, we go to NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel live in Jerusalem for us this afternoon. So, Richard, Israel's war cabinet meeting again today to consider a potential response. Is there a sense of what that could like? How could that affect tensions in the region if they do decide to respond?
So this is a developing story, and earlier today it seemed like the Biden administration had convinced Israel, President Biden convincing Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to, in the White House's words, take the win, that there had been a tit-for-tat exchange between Iran and Israel, first with Israel attacking the diplomatic building in Damascus 2 weeks ago, killing 7 Iranians, including 2 senior Revolutionary Guard officials, one of them from the Quds Force, and then that unprecedented attack over the weekend in which Iran launched more than 300 drones and missiles at Israel, nearly all of them stopped by Israeli air defenses and a U.S.-led international coalition that included the UK, France, Jordan, many different countries involved in shutting down that attack. But now, just in the last few hours, a war cabinet meeting has concluded. Prime Minister Netanyahu convened this war cabinet. And now in the Israeli media, there are numerous reports that there could be yet another Israeli attack, that it would be a response to Iran's attack. So this would be a response to a response. But it has, there are deep concerns across the region that it could lead to an escalation. According to these Israeli media reports, and we are also hearing similar indications, that Israel is trying to figure out a way how to respond to what Iran did, to show strength, to reestablish some deterrent without provoking a regional war. The U.S. has already said that it won't be involved directly. the reports here are that it would be carried out in coordination with the United States. So a lot of clarity, but things after that Security Cabinet meeting seem to have taken a much more serious turn, and people in this country are starting to wonder what is going to happen over the next 24 hours or so. But that said, we have not seen officially any announcements from the military to the public, telling the public that they need to go to shelters, that they need to follow different kinds of orders, just these numerous reports. So we're following it.
All right, NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel. Richard, thank you.
Let's go now to NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba with more. Monica, what are White House officials saying about the threat of the wider conflict as Richard was laying it out? I mean, and really, ultimately, the possibility of U.S. troops getting involved at this point.
There is a high degree of concern about that possibility, and that's why the president spent so much time huddling with his national security team over the weekend, and also why he called Prime Minister Netanyahu to tell him directly, you should think very carefully about your next steps here, because nobody wants to see a wider war. And there is that worry and that anxiety that the U.S. would be drawn deeper into the conflict. But here's a little bit of what we heard from National Security Council spokesman John Kirby this morning on that possibility, which everybody's trying to diffuse.
The president made it clear to Prime Minister Netanyahu that there was much to be proud of the other night in terms of the military success. The president has also been very clear in multiple venues that we do not seek a war with Iran. We don't want to see a wider war in the region.
And that's why the president also spent some time yesterday speaking to King Abdullah of Jordan and reaching out to other counterparts at the official level to make sure that the temperature can come down on this. That's the hope, so that this doesn't explode or escalate further.
You know, Monica, President Biden set to meet any moment now with the leader of Iraq. So what else has Mr. Biden been saying, both publicly and privately, about Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu?
Well, we know that in that conversation, there was also a discussion about the larger issues. Of course, remember, it was just a couple of weeks ago the U.S. had said it was going to potentially reconsider its policy in Gaza if Israel didn't change certain things after those 7 aid workers who worked for World Central Kitchen were killed by an Israeli airstrike. And Israel did pledge to make some changes on the humanitarian front, and that's something that the U.S. applauded in the moment, but they still want to see much more. So it's a reminder that there's still just so many other elements to this conflict, that the U.S. has pledged its ironclad support of Israel while saying it also wants to see it do some things differently in this war.
NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Thank you so much, Monica. Coming up, the armorer from the Rust movie shooting is set to be sentenced today for the death of the film's cinematographer. How much prison time she could face and what we are learning from her jail cell phone calls. You're watching NBC News Daily.
good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Rust armorer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is set to be sentenced today in New Mexico. Last month, the jury found her guilty of charges of involuntary manslaughter connected to the deadly 2021 on-set shooting. The movie cinematographer was killed and the director was injured.
In a new court filing, prosecutors asked for the maximum sentence, citing jail cell phone calls made by Gutierrez-Reed. They say she called the jurors who convicted her, quote, idiots, and that she continues to deny responsibility. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now. So, Dana, good to see you. You covered this trial extensively. What's happening in court today? And walk us through these jail cell phone calls that could impact the judge's decision when it comes to the sentence.
Absolutely, Vicki, because a lot of those conversations, according to the prosecutors, were very disparaging. Like you mentioned, calling the jurors idiots, stupids, and a-holes. She even had disparaging comments about the prosecutor, calling her the B word, and she noted that she thinks the judge got paid off. Now, these filings, the judge actually reads. So this doesn't look good for her in the sense that it may not help her case because her defense team has already asked for her to be put on probation, and these filings may inhibit that. The prosecution also noted a point in the filing that says, quote, she continued to complain in her jail calls about the negative effects this incident has had on her life and modeling career while never expressing genuine remorse at any time. And that report also goes on to say that she wanted her legal team to reach out to the Hutchins family to get Helena Hutchins's widow and son to speak on her behalf today. Vicki Morgan.
You know, Dana Gutierrez-Reed also said that she won't show up if, in fact, she is called to testify in Alec Baldwin's upcoming trial on the same charges. Is that a decision that she actually can make? I mean, and how will the outcome of her trial sort of impact Baldwin's case moving forward?
Yeah, I guess it's possible she could not show up, but if you're subpoenaed, you could be also found in contempt. So she could get more jail time, which is obviously what she doesn't want. And what's interesting about today and what we've seen over the entire last couple of months is that the Baldwin defense team is watching and seeing what plays out because it could dictate their next moves. They had an attorney in court the entire trial for Hannah, so they know exactly what the prosecution has as far as evidence against them. And depending on how much time Hannah gets, if she gets any jail time today, the Baldwin team may decide if they want to try to seek another plea deal. The prosecution also put in information that said they offered Baldwin a plea deal, but they took it back once they learned that he had planned to use witness interviews for an upcoming documentary. So it'll all be interesting to see what happens today. Ladies.
All right, NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin for us there. Dana, as always, thank you.
Coming up, new developments in the search for two missing mothers in rural Oklahoma. What we know about their case and the 4 people now facing murder charges. That's coming up later this hour. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Well, do you ever wonder what it takes to become a real-life astronaut? You can find out at Space Camp, where young minds are training to be the next generation of space explorers and to lead future missions.
Stay tuned now. Anchor Gotti Schwartz gives us an inside look at their programs, simulations, experiments, and even a little bit of Martian living. Take a look.
We have managed start. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Booster ignition.
Cool, it's well out, isn't it?
And liftoff, Special Discovery.
At Space Camp, it's never too late for liftoff.
All right, all my childhood dreams are coming true right now.
But first, buckle up, because my crash course in becoming an astronaut starts with a spin.
And it's called the multi-axis trainer.
Yes.
Because I'm going to be spinning on all the axes.
All the axes.
There we go. Oh, yeah.
All right, Johnny, how you feeling?
I feel great. It's like the most complicated rocking chair I've ever been in. Scuba diving for space is completely different than ocean scuba diving. This is more like a lunar walk.
Correct.
Where we're just jumping around with our feet vertical than it is like scuba diving on Earth. I see a basketball hoop down there.
Yeah, you're going to shoot some hoops.
Am I going to school these kids right here? What do you think?
Clearly a skill that could come in handy on the courts of a lunar starbase. But on Mars, that's a whole other ballgame.
And this is where Space Camp meets the 21st century, the Mars base. Gets a little tight in here. Come on in, come check this out.
Future astronauts training not just for what's to come, but honoring the history that allowed us to leave our planet and explore, like those famous Apollo missions to the moon and the legendary Saturn V rocket.
When you're underneath this thing, it finally sinks in how insane it is that we humans put astronauts on the tippity top of this thing. This is the size of the Statue of Liberty. Saturn V rocket is one of the crowning achievements of humankind, and it's something that's changed space travel forever.
And so here we go. This is the largest artifact of the Smithsonian Institution.
This is what took us to the moon.
That's right.
It was a period of stepped-up activity in anticipation of the first manned flight in Apollo.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
How is the quality of the TV?
Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
And while the days of Apollo and the shuttles are behind us, Space Camp is all about preparing a whole new generation with a new mission and a new name.
What we call now the Artemis generation. These are people that are growing up with the expectation that, of course, we're going back to the moon and we're going on to Mars.
Your lives started not too long ago. What do you think you're going to see in your lifetime?
Hopefully something happening with Mars, I reckon.
Mars.
Yeah, I reckon something with that will happen.
Meet Ruby, Hannah, and Lily, all the way from Australia. These Generation Artemis campers are obsessed with all things cosmos.
Do you see yourselves in space in the future?
Well, maybe not in space. I mean, I could go to space. That would be pretty fun.
Space.
So
She's short
you're
enough.
You're maybe doing support down here?
And every job matters, because while the space industry is booming, studies show a shrinking pool of young engineers entering the field. At NASA, only 17% of the agency's workforce are millennials or Gen Z, and the Artemis generation aims to change that.
Well, check this out. Hey, Lily.
Hello.
You made Commander?
Oh, yeah.
Commander, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, don't crash.
We'll see.
And with commanders like Lily taking the helm, anything is possible.
And without curiosity, we'd have nothing. And the willingness to always want to know more, like not just stopping at what is already in front of you.
You guys give me hope for the future.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Yeah.
I love that.
They're giving us all hope for the future, frankly.
That was my secret dream. I wanted to be Mae Jemison.
Yeah,
the first black woman who went to space, 1992. Yeah.
Could you handle all that? The claustrophobia for me,
Absolutely
I think,
not.
No,
Yeah.
okay.
I ended up here, not there in space. Yeah, but I'm lucky I get to be beside you instead.
Gotti, thank you so much for that story. Well, up next, the deadline for filing your taxes, how to get an extension if you need more time, plus how to make the most of your payments to the IRS. You are watching NBC News Daily, and watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks so much for joining us where it is 12:30 in Newark, New Jersey, and right here in New York City, New York. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. Scottie Scheffler is a Masters champion once again, winning the tournament yesterday for the second time in 3 years. The 27-year-old finished yesterday with a 4-under 68 at Augusta National. Scheffler's wife, Meredith, though, she wasn't there because the two of them are expecting their first baby together at the end of this month.
Congratulations. The FBI has opened a criminal investigation into the container ship that crashed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore last month. Federal agents boarded the ship with search warrants just earlier today. Officials are reportedly looking into whether the crew on board actually knew of any issues before leaving port.
And another violent encounter in Sydney, Australia today, where police responded to an alleged stabbing incident at a church. One man was arrested. None of the injuries were life-threatening, thankfully. This all comes just 2 days after a man went on a stabbing spree at a mall in Sydney, killing 6 women and injuring a dozen more, including a 9-month-old baby. Police say the male suspect targeted women, and that suspect was shot and killed by a policewoman.
Well, speaking of police in Oklahoma recovered 2 bodies in a rural part of the state amid an intensifying search for 2 Kansas moms who've been missing for weeks.
4 people were arrested and charged with murder on Saturday in connection with the women's disappearance. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now with the very latest. So, Marissa, tell us what you know about these 4 people who were arrested and charged and what their personal connection may be to the victims.
Hey guys, so that press conference with all the latest from authorities wrapped up not that long ago. So authorities wouldn't speak directly about the relationships between the 4 people arrested and the 2 missing women. But what we have learned from our affiliate KOFR is that one of the women arrested is the grandmother of Veronica Butler's children, and at least 2 of the suspects arrested were known to her. You can see those 4 people arrested on your screen there. We also know through court documents that Butler and her children's father have been in a custody battle. The 4 people charged have been charged with first-degree murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy. And authorities said this morning that all 4 arrests were made without incident. Authorities said they feel confident that those 4 people were responsible for these 2 women going missing. They said they currently have no other suspects.
Marissa, where exactly were those bodies discovered? And when do we expect police to actually release information about the specific identities?
Right, so all of this happening between Kansas and Oklahoma. So the 2 women from Kansas, their car discovered in Oklahoma. Those 2 bodies, of course, on everyone's mind, everyone's wondering, can we confirm definitively that those identities belong to these 2 women? And authorities said that that's just going to take time. It's going to take time to even determine the cause and manner of death as well. And we know, obviously, the family and the people who love these women searching for that definitive proof or wanting to get some sort of closure here. But I will say something that was very telling from this press conference is when authorities were asked if there was any chance that these 2 women would still be alive, could still be alive, authorities definitively said no.
Oh, wow. All right, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra, tragic story there. We appreciate you.
We want to change gears now. Today is April 15th. It means tax day has arrived, y'all. The IRS estimates about 1 million tax returns are actually going to be submitted per hour today. By that calculation, they should already have more than 12 million returns at this point of the day.
But if you live in Massachusetts or Maine, you get an extra 2 days to file because of state holidays. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us now. Sharon, midnight tonight.
Midnight tonight, you gotta get it in.
Is the deadline. I mean, Vicki just cited that hours. If you had a friend named Schmorgan Schmadford,
and we were talking about her on Friday, still, she didn't get it together over the weekend.
Not gotten it together. How would Schmorgan get an extension?
Schmorgan should definitely look at either filling out the paper form to get an extension and mailing it to IRS, but you're not. Schmorgan's not going to want to do that. Schmorgan just wants to go online.
Schmorgan wants to
go to IRS Free File and file for an extension. If that person owed or has estimated taxes, you can also file for an extension while paying your estimated tax.
That's the tricky part. You have to pay by the deadline, even if you get the extension to add all the paperwork.
Wait, run that back. You have to pay the money by today, even if you get the extension.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Estimate what you think you're going to owe and pay that amount. Or if you think you might own just a little something, at least put something toward it. It's very important to pay.
Are there options? Is there a payment plan? What if you can't pay the whole estimated
Well, here's the thing.
amount?
This is why it's so important. If you don't submit your tax return today, then anything that you owe, you're going to pay 5% of whatever that balance due is per month until you pay it in full, up to 25%. If you just fail to pay, but you've submitted your return, it's only 0.5% per month. There's also interest that you have to think about that on top of that. So the good thing to know is the IRS wants to work with you. There are different payment plan options. You can go to payment plans on the IRS website and see which ones a short-term or long-term plan is best for you. But just know they want your money, and it's better for you to give them at least some of what you owe today.
Schmorgan's palms just got sweaty, I heard. Question. I heard that you can actually call the IRS today, but if you called that number, how likely are you to actually get someone on the phone?
Well, they're doing much better. They've added thousands of agents, and so they're doing better than they did, say, 2 years ago. Right now, they're saying the hold time should be about 3 minutes. They also have the callback option. If you don't want to hold and wait for them, they can call you back. But know this, irs.gov is not super intimidating. You have a question, you go in that search bar and you say what your question is. More than likely, there's going to be something there that answers that, like, where's my refund? Go right there. They have a whole tab you can go to and figure out when that's going to happen. So hopefully for more people, you're getting a refund and not owing. But if you owe, figure that out too.
Oof. For all the Schmorgans out there.
For all the Schmorgans
out there are stressed today.
CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson, we love having you. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Well, basketball phenom Caitlin Clark is expected to be the #1 pick at tonight's WNBA draft.
Yeah, it comes after just 2 days after she was a surprise guest on Saturday Night Live. You see her there. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk sat down with Caitlin Clark and talked with her about what the beginning is going to look like for this headline-making journey in the big leagues.
After a storybook college career filled with record-breaking moments, legions of new fans, NCAA superstar Caitlin Clark is ready to take her game to the next level as a WNBA rookie.
I know there would probably be a little bit of a learning curve, but I think always I've had confidence in myself, and that's always kind of what I remind myself is, you know, you're not here by accident.
They haven't sold tickets to the WNBA draft in years, and they sold out in 15 minutes. Where is your mindset going into the draft?
I think more than anything, I'm just really excited. I think, like, you know, this is a dream. This is something I wrote down on a piece of paper when I was in, like, 2nd grade. Like, get a basketball scholarship, play in the WNBA. Like, this is always something I wanted to do.
At tonight's draft in Brooklyn, the 22-year-old Iowa phenom is expected to be the #1 pick by the Indiana Fever. In Indianapolis, home of the Fever, the Caitlin Clark effect is already in full swing.
I heard that season tickets are going like blazes in Indiana. Have you heard that rumor?
I have heard that rumor.
Clark is also part of the reason why a record 18.9 million viewers tuned in to this year's NCAA championship game, making women's basketball must-see TV.
One of the really great things about this season has been watching all of the little kids, most of them little girls, who are so inspired to play basketball because of you. What does that mean to you?
I think that's like the reason you do it, and just to see them scream your name or have your jersey on, that's something that never gets old.
Something else that never gets old?
Clark for the win!
Seeing Clark drain those threes. Playing to a crowd is something the star player never shies away from.
Here to comment is Caitlin Clark.
Clark even making a cameo on SNL.
What would you say is more daunting? Getting ready for the national championship game or getting ready for Saturday Night Live?
Getting ready for Saturday Night Live, and it's not even close. My heart was like pounding out of my chest, but I did all right. It was super cool, and obviously to be a surprise guest, like, that's a bucket list item that not a lot of people get to do.
Now with her college career in the rearview mirror and the WNBA within arm's reach, next up on Clark's bucket list, living out her ultimate hoop dreams in Paris at the Summer Games.
It would mean everything. That's like one of my dreams as a kid growing up. You always want to be an Olympic gold medalist. Being able to do that on the highest level would certainly be a dream come true.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
All right, let's keep it on inspiring women. Just months from now, breakdancing will make its debut as an Olympic sport at the Summer Games in Paris.
But to be clear, it is officially known as breaking. And Sunny Choi, was seen here, will be representing the United States after beating out other B-girls across America. Sunny joins us live in the studio. Sunny, this is so cool. We're obviously rooting for you and really excited that you can make the time today. Listen, you grew up as a gymnast, though, and then you actually discovered your love for this kind of later. When did you decide that this is what you wanted to do?
So I actually, it wasn't until I got to college. There were some people dancing on campus, and they were like, "Hey, do you want to like come try this?" And I was like, "I guess so." And I went and tried it, and I fell in love with it because I was like back upside down doing something I missed because I'd quit gymnastics. And then I just stuck with it because it was fun.
And now you're going to Paris.
I am. Now I'm going to Paris.
Oh my gosh. So for people who aren't aware, and this is a brand new sport introduced to the Olympics, how exactly is it going to work? Because I'm reading that you actually won't even know what kind of music is going to be played. The judges play this music, and you have to kind of improvise and break on the go.
Oh,
right
it's
there.
improv. Yeah, it is. So it's still actually a freestyle dance form, also a sport. And we battle head to head. So it's actually like 1 versus 1 on stage. And there's like a conversation that happens. Sometimes we actually talk to each other and we talk a little smack. And sometimes it's just like respectful, but you're like vibing off of each other when you're up there. So yeah, it'll be 16 men, 16 women competing for
How long does that like event last, you know, in between?
So usually each round when you get down is about 30 seconds to a minute.
Okay.
But we do 15 of those throughout the day. And so depending on where you are, it's like 2 or 3 rounds against each other, and then the judges vote.
Because like when you typically see breakdancing, as you say, when kind of people talk a little, you know, healthy smack, it's like and then the next person comes on. Is that how you know when you, obviously it's in my future,
when
like,
you start.
is that how you know when it's your turn to resume?
Well, when the person's dancing, usually they like kind of get up and you end your round. You're like, all right, I'm done. Like, what do you have now?
Check it. Okay, I got it. Boom. So what is your training like then for this?
So I have a strength coach, and I see her a couple times a week, and then I also do like workouts outside of that. I do hot vinyasa. I have a therapist for my mental health, and also for sports psychology. I see a massage therapist, and then I also I actually train breaking too, of course.
Wow, so you teach.
So there's a lot. I don't teach right now. I do some workshops and stuff, but I do hope to open like a dance center after the Olympics where I will be teaching.
Wow. Oh, I know, absolutely. That'd be so fun. We should do that.
She was like a badminton
Some real
champ.
basic breaking I would like to learn. But let's talk about the boys and girls you're going to be inspiring at the Olympic Games. I know when you got into this in college, this wasn't an Olympic sport, wasn't in your dreams, but now it's here and it's real. And what are you hoping you teach that next generation?
I mean, for me, breaking has given me so much, and it's such a beautiful form of self-expression, and it's about learning who you are, but also learning how you communicate with other people and connect within a community. And so I think it's just such a healthy thing for young kids to get into, and I really hope to kind of pass on those lessons to the next generation.
We are going to be cheering you on.
Go, Sunny, go, Sunny,
no matter what, you're already a winner.
We're going to have like the big foam fingers outside.
Yeah, number one.
Yes. We're really proud of you.
Team USA breaker, Sunny Choi, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much.
And switching gears, straight ahead, medical misdiagnoses. We are breaking down why and how women of color face disparities when it comes to health care and what needs to be done to actually bridge that gap. More NBC News Daily just after this short break.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are in a sea of strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
After being misdiagnosed for 7 months, 36-year-old beauty influencer Jessica Petway died last month after complications from stage 3 cervical cancer. As it turns out, Petway's tragic story is not unusual for women and minorities here in the U.S.
According to a study in the British Medical Journal, women and racial minorities are 20 to 30% more likely to experience a medical misdiagnosis compared to white men. In fact, every single year, nearly 800,000 patients die or are permanently permanently disabled because of a misdiagnosis. Joining us now is the CEO of Advancing Health Equity and Emergency Medicine physician, Dr. Uche Blackstock. She is also the author of Legacy, a book that addresses racism in the medical field. I believe that book was a New York Times bestseller, if I'm not mistaken.
Many weeks now.
Dr. Blackstock.
Yes.
So first, congratulations on that. You know, let's just start with the basics. Why are we seeing women of color misdiagnosed?
I know it's so sad that's happening in 2024, but essentially one of the reasons is because our health professionals are not listening to our patients. They're not listening to their concerns and sometimes even minimizing their complaints. So in Jessica's case, she actually presented several times, 3 times with heavy vaginal bleeding, and it wasn't until her 3rd visit that she was diagnosed with cervical cancer. So we have a culture in healthcare and in medicine where women and people of color are, you know, it's not conscious, it's unconscious bias, but where they are not being assessed and managed the same way as other patients. And also a lot of studies have not involved women and people of color. So we're going with symptoms that specifically like white men may have that other patients may present differently.
Yeah, and that's not going to help when it comes to something like cervical cancer, which white men cannot even have.
Right.
You know, I think one of the shocking parts of her death, Petway's death, is that cervical cancer is actually considered quite treatable and even curable. So in general, what do women need to know?
Yeah, so this part of it is so important that the health literacy part, like we have to go in knowing what tests we need to ask for. So regular pap smears, HPV, vaccinations are available, avoiding STIs, sexually transmitted infections, you know, practicing safer sex and avoiding smoking. So those are all things that, you know, we can do. Of course, there's systemic issues, you know, within the healthcare system, but we need to be able to say, hey, and I do this too with my nurse practitioner and my primary care physician. I say, hey, I need to get my pap smear. You know, when was my last one? What were the results? So we really need to advocate for ourselves, even though we shouldn't have to.
Dr. Blackstock, you said something really important just a moment ago. You said unconscious bias. And I must admit that I get frustrated when we do these segments in a sense that a lot of times people sometimes say, well, I'm not a black woman. I can tune out. This doesn't affect me personally. You know, people don't see the way that racism works in 2024. It's not, you know, calling someone a racial slur necessarily in the grocery store. It's when they tell you these happen, medically or not, people aren't believed, right? How can people begin to be a part of the problem, even if they themselves are not a black woman?
Be a part of the solution.
So the individual practitioners, you know, in terms of listening to patients, I think they have to make sure they're educating patients about what symptoms to look out for as well. So they have to say, for example, with cervical cancer, a lot of times, you know, people are not diagnosed until much later. So they have to make sure they're telling their patients what are the screening exams that you need, what are the tests that you need. That is just incredibly important. And I think we need to reflect, health professionals, even though it may be unconscious, we need to reflect on our own biases and how that may impact how we care for our patients.
Thank you so much, author and CEO of Advancing Health Equity, Dr. Uche Blackstock. We appreciate you.
Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Digital.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
As a singer, songwriter, and classically trained pianist, Alicia Keys has made her mark on the music charts. But this week, she can add Broadway musical producer to her resume.
NBC News Weekend Today co-host Willie Geist sat down with Keys and talked with her about her new project called Hell's Kitchen.
Remember where dreams begin? Hell's Kitchen? Nah, I really feel like I'm dreaming. Very highly likely that this is a dream.
You did it.
Willie!
You did it.
This is crazy.
A dream more than a decade in the making. After a sold-out run off-Broadway, Hell's Kitchen, a musical inspired by the early life of Alicia Keys, has moved uptown.
Kaleidoscope. What does it feel like to be sitting here now, just a few days from opening night of your Broadway show, Hell's Kitchen?
I feel steady because I know the time that we've taken to build this. This is not a rush job. It's been years and years of development, and I feel proud of that. You know, I feel like you can't rush greatness.
At the center of the story is Allie, a young woman growing up in the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood of Manhattan while discovering music, navigating a first love, and pushing teenage boundaries with her mother.
So, to be clear, this is not autobiographical. People might come in and say, oh, I'm watching the story of Alicia Keys' life. It's not.
Right.
Where are the differences as you see them?
Allie is kind of a little bit more gullible, a little bit more naive even. A 17-year-old girl who's trying to find her way, feeling quite rebellious, looking for her muse, her passion, being raised by a single mother who's quite overprotective in New York City, which you can understand why.
How important was that relationship to this story?
Telling a mother-daughter story is really, really important. There are many father-son stories. There are not many mother-daughter stories. And if you think about it, it's such a special relationship, such a unique relationship. And so telling that story is really dynamic.
See, I learned the hard way. Keys wrote new music for the show, but rest assured, the hits find their way in.
And how far is the building you grew up in from here?
A couple avenues over, a couple blocks down.
But a universe away.
A whole universe away.
The 43-year-old Keys was born Alicia Cook and raised by her single mother in Hell's Kitchen, a then gritty New York neighborhood just steps from the glittering lights of Broadway.
Did your dream begin when you first sat in front of a piano at 7 years old?
Yeah, because I was able to unlock a world that I had no idea what it was going to be able to, what doors it would be able to take me through. And I mean, that's the reason why I chose Keys for my last name. Because I played the keys and the piano keys, but because they opened doors.
Keys graduated from her performing arts high school at 16 as class valedictorian and began to pursue a career in music. In 2001, the world fell for Alicia Keys. Her debut album, Songs in A Minor, went to #1 and earned her 5 Grammy Awards. Combining classically trained piano talent with the R&B influences on which she grew up, Keys has become one of the best-selling artists in the history of music, with anthems about her hometown and empowerment. Now, all of that work and that dreaming have brought her back to Broadway.
The tagline is "Remember where dreams begin," and I really love that because everybody can remember where their dreams began. Even if it was just yesterday, your dreams begin somewhere. And that is something we have to hold on to forever.
Better to be alive than just to be living.
So good,
Wow,
so
that
good.
was NBC News Weekend Today co-host Willie Geister reporting. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. A lot more news ahead. Stay with us.
Live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this Monday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, April 15th. Trump on trial. The former president in court today for the start of his criminal hush money case. We're following the historic proceedings and how they could impact the race for the White House.
On edge, Israel is weighing a response after Iran's aerial attack sparked fears of a broader war in the Middle East, what it could mean for U.S. involvement in the region.
A state showdown. There's a legal battle underway over the assets left behind by O.J. Simpson. We're going to talk about how this could affect the debts still owed to the families of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman.
Child-free life. Many couples across the U.S. are now making the decision not to have kids. We're going to explain what's behind this growing trend and how it is reshaping the meaning of family.
Thank you so much for joining us and welcome to NBC News Daily, where we start right now with the fallout from Iran's aerial attack on Israel, which is raising some pretty serious concerns about a wider conflict in the Middle East. Israel's war cabinet is meeting once again today as the country's military considers how to respond to Iran's retaliatory strikes. Now, Iran launched more than 300 drones and missiles at Israel over the weekend, but an Israeli spokesman says its forces and partners intercepted nearly all of them and prevented any major damage.
The attack was in retaliation for an Israeli strike on a consular building in Syria that killed two of Iran's top commanders. Now, President Biden and other world leaders are calling on both sides to de-escalate the situation. He reiterated that just moments ago at the White House in a meeting with the Iraqi Prime Minister.
We're committed to a ceasefire
that will bring the hostages home and preventing conflict from spreading beyond what it already has.
NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez is following it all for us from Tel Aviv today. Raf, you have some new reporting on a potential Israeli response to this Iranian attack. What can you tell us?
Vicky, that's right. Israel's war cabinet meeting wrapped up a little while ago, and an Israeli official tells me Israel's response may now be imminent. This official says the consensus among the Israeli war cabinet is that any response needs to follow soon after the attack, that Israel cannot be seen to be waiting for a long period of time after Saturday's attack to respond. So they believe this response may now be imminent. They say a range of both military and diplomatic options were considered when the war cabinet met at the defense ministry here in Tel Aviv a little while earlier. And they are also saying that any response will be coordinated with the United States. Now, as you just said, President Biden has made clear the U.S. does not want to see further escalation. He urged Prime Minister Netanyahu in a phone call immediately after that attack on Saturday to, quote, take the win, not to retaliate further. But it seems now that Israel feels it has no choice but to respond to this unprecedented barrage of cruise missiles, drones, ballistic missiles over the weekend. I can tell you guys here in Tel Aviv right now, the situation is calm. It's quiet. The Israeli military actually lifted a lot of the restrictions that were in place over the weekend. But it's very possible, if that Israeli response begins, that we will see new restrictions here in Israel. Guys.
Raf, we have just a few seconds left. How does this all sort of impact the push for a ceasefire and that hostage deal? I mean, is that sort of off the table at this point? What about those efforts to actually get more of that aid into Gaza?
It's a really good question, Morgan. It is a question that the families of Israeli hostages are asking themselves. It's a question that we are hearing people in Gaza asking. I think the only answer we can give at this point is that further escalation across the Middle East, potentially leading to an all-out regional war, certainly makes those negotiations more complicated. It is definitely distracting the world, the Israeli government, the U.S. government, other regional players from those ceasefire talks, which have been continuing in Cairo and in Qatar. But the hope is that those negotiations can stay on track regardless of what else is happening in the region. Guys.
All right, incredible reporting. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez for us there. Raf, thank you.
We head now to Lower Manhattan, where former President Donald Trump is in court for the first day of his criminal hush money trial. The court spent the morning hearing motion arguments and is expected to begin jury selection soon after the lunch break is over.
Now, that jury will ultimately consist of 12 people and 6 alternates. Jurors are not expected to be sequestered, but they'll stay anonymous to the public for their own safety, at least until that trial ends. Now, as for the case against Trump, he's been charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records. All of this stemming from an alleged hush money payment made to adult film star Stormy Daniels during Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson and NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden join us now. Ladies, thank you both for joining us. We appreciate it. Hallie, we talked about them being on a lunch break right now. What have we seen thus far this morning?
So it's been an interesting morning as things kick off for a lot of reasons, right? First, because of the historic nature of what we're seeing. This is history, right? This is extraordinary in this moment. Whatever you think of the merits of the legal case or not, and I'm sure I'll get to that with Kristen, this is a former president, somebody who is actively running a campaign for president, who right now is facing potential criminal conviction in a trial, being prosecuted here. Somebody with a real shot at winning the White House. So there's sort of the moment of that, of him arriving, speaking, and then there's everything that we're seeing that's going down inside court. Jury selection hasn't officially started yet. They haven't begun calling in the jurors because they've been doing some procedural things, key among them starting to determine what can and cannot be presented to the jury in court. So, for example, that now infamous Access Hollywood tape that came up, of course, during the 2016 campaign can't be played. Can quote from it, right? There's also this big outstanding question, one we do not have an answer to yet, as to whether or not the former president violated that partial gag order against him. He has gone after Stormy Daniels, Michael Cohen, 2 people who are expected to be witnesses here in this trial, in this case, on his Truth Social platform and in rallies. The judge has not issued a ruling on that yet. He's expected to later. TBD on timing of when that could happen.
Kristen, let me bring you in, because the practical nature of this, we have thousands of people in New York City who have been summoned to be jurors. 500 of them are in that courthouse in Lower Manhattan. It was supposed to start at like 9 this morning. Here we are. They still haven't been brought in to be asked questions. But what does that process look like for those prospective jurors?
So, and this is totally normal for any trial, and especially for this type of trial as well. But the jurors are going to be waiting until the judge and the attorneys are ready to bring them in. So essentially, the judge will give them an opening statement of just minimal facts about what the case is about. The judge is going to ask, are there any scheduling conflicts that prevent any of the jurors from being able to stay for that 6 to 8 week expected time frame? And then the voir dire will actually begin to start. There's about 42 questions, and the judge and the jury, the judge and the attorneys will be able to determine whether or not the jurors can be fair and impartial, and the attorneys will be able to assess whether or not they actually want to strike that juror from the panel.
What's also interesting here is that the judge seems a little bit antsy before the lunch break. Like, hey, let's get going here. He talked about, and this isn't a direct quote, but wanting to get past what he described as some of the minutia of these different motions. He's like, I got 500 people waiting out there to be called in for jury selection. Like, let's get on with it here.
Right. Speaking of which, Kristen, you mentioned scheduling conflicts for the jurors. Hallie, what about for the former president? Because I know that he's expected to be there in court. Is he going to be there in court?
It's not even just he's expected to be there in court, Morgan. He has to be, or he could be arrested. And this was one of the rare moments that we saw the judge address former President Trump directly this morning. Reading to him, as you know, every defendant has to be read this sort of formalized, like, you know, words or whatever that says, do you understand that if you do not show up and there is not a good reason that has been cleared by the court, you could have a warrant issued for your arrest. And the former president acknowledged that. His attorneys acknowledged that he intends to be here, obviously, every day of jury selection. There may be an occasion where he could not go. They would obviously work to get that cleared in advance. But yeah, he's got to be there Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, no court Wednesday. Keep in mind, though, yes, this absolutely keeps him off the campaign trail. But I would issue 2 big caveats to that. Number one, he is a weekend rallier anyway. He holds his rallies. He likes to on the weekends. He will be able to continue to do that. And number two, in so many ways, the courtroom is the campaign trail for former President Trump. This plays to the case that he has been making again and again. Yeah, at his rallies.
It's a fundraiser in some ways, too, Hallie. Kristen, let me ask you this. There's a long list of witnesses. We have that graphic to show you on the screen. Whose testimony are you most interested in hearing?
I am most interested in, Hallie and I were talking about this beforehand, I'm interested in hearing what Hope Hicks has to say, right? We heard her testify at Congress, but then what happened afterwards? What is it that she knows? What did she testify to at the grand jury that ultimately led to this indictment? That's what I want to hear. How is it that the prosecution is going to be able to prove not just the falsification of the business records, but the intent to commit a crime or defraud? And that's really the key to the felony charge that I think Hope Hicks may be able to string along those dots for us.
And as you both mentioned, a historic day for this country. All right, our senior Washington correspondent, also NBC Nightly News anchor on Sundays, Hallie Jackson, as well as legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedens. Ladies, thank you both so much. We appreciate it.
Great to see you both. Thank you. We're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Markets are beginning to fall after surging this morning as investors process the economic fallout from Iran's attack on Israel. The Dow trending flat right now, while the S&P and the NASDAQ are both just a little bit lower.
Luckily, we have the man with all the answers, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, thanks so much for joining us this Monday. Let's just get a scene of the land here. What is driving these changes today?
So we are well off session highs, by the way. I mean, the S&P was up 45 points at one point. Like you said, it's just about flat right now. So investors are reacting to fresh economic data as well as those geopolitical tensions. That data was retail sales, and they grew in March. They rose by 0.7% in just another indicator that Americans are continuing to spend despite higher inflation. Now, meanwhile, oil prices were also falling as traders seem to bet that the conflict in the Middle East between Israel and Iran will not escalate that much further. But higher interest rates are weighing on the markets overall as well. The closely watched 10-year Treasury yield hit its highest level since mid-November. Meanwhile, the White House announced today it would award Samsung more than $6 billion in grants. The funding from the CHIPS and Science Act will go towards expanding its production of semiconductor chips at future facilities in the state of Texas. The investment is aimed at reducing dependence on China and Taiwan for chip manufacturing. And American Americans are not saving as much money. That's according to new government data. The personal savings rate fell to 3.6% in February. That's its lowest level in more than a year. Spending also outpaced income growth for the month as well. Analysts at Wells Fargo say the trend is possibly an example of American consumers pulling out just about all the stops they can to continue their spending patterns. We'll see. It's not a sustainable trend. We'll see if it lasts, how long it does for.
TBD. TBD. CNBC senior markets correspondent, you are a lasting one. We know this. Dominic Chu. Dom, thank you.
All right, well, more questions around the disappearance of 2 Kansas moms. Why police say foul play is suspected, and what we know about those who were arrested when we come back. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today?
Closer to the Gaza border.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We are learning more about the battle over O.J. Simpson's estate. The families of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman have both submitted claims for debts owed. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff spoke with the estate's executor about the fate of the late football player's assets.
The future of O.J. Simpson's estate in the spotlight. In a final will drafted in January of this year, Simpson ordered all of his property be placed in a trust. How those assets are distributed will be determined by his longtime attorney, Malcolm Laverne, who said he was surprised to be named O.J.'s sole executor.
I'm still trying to think why he would do that.
One of the biggest questions now, how much is Simpson's estate worth? Laverne says multiple parties have already requested payment, including the IRS. And the estates of Simpson's ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ron Goldman.
Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of...
While Simpson was famously found not guilty of their murders in his criminal trial, he was found liable for wrongful death in a 1997 civil suit. The jury ordering Simpson to pay more than $33 million to the victims' families. Damages that were never paid in full and have since ballooned to more than $100 million, according to an attorney for Fred Goldman, Ron's father. On Friday, Laverne telling the Las Vegas Review-Journal, "I will do everything in my capacity to try and ensure that the Goldmans get nothing. Comments he later walked back in our interview.
Mr. Goldman's claim obviously has to be accepted.
Still, Laverne maintains Simpson's estate likely won't be able to pay the debt in full. Laverne says Simpson's last 2 weeks were spent at home in hospice.
He was no longer able to actively have any type of conversation with me.
While Simpson's funeral arrangements are still being finalized, Laverne says Simpson's 4 children are discussing a private ceremony for family and friends. And despite multiple requests for the former football star's brain to be examined for the degenerative brain disease CTE, Simpson's family has declined to donate his body to science.
And it's a hard no because the family members are in consensus that the entirety of Mr. Simpson's body will be cremated.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
Police in Oklahoma are waiting to identify 2 bodies they recovered in a rural part of that state on Sunday amid an intensifying search for 2 Kansas moms. They've been missing since March 30th after traveling together near the Oklahoma-Kansas border, according to police. 4 people have been arrested and charged in connection with the women's disappearance. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now with the latest details. Marissa, officials did give an update in a press conference a little bit earlier on today. What were the takeaways?
Hey, Morgan. So one thing we did notice is that they were very tight-lipped when they were asked questions. Many of the times they said, we're not going to answer that at this time. And they said that's in part because they don't believe the community is at risk. They said that they're not looking for anyone beyond the 4 people that they've already arrested. But in terms of some of the takeaways, some of the new things that we did learn, we did hear that they got a call on March 30th about an abandoned vehicle, that same car belonging to the women. And so they said they, quote, found things that weren't adding up. They did not specify what those things were, and that they did say that foul play remains suspected here in this case. It was suspected, remains suspected, and finally they talked about how the rural nature of the search area, both the area where the car was found, and they didn't elaborate on how near or far those 2 bodies have been found, but they said the rural area made this a very difficult investigation and search because there was no nearby buildings, no nearby residences for them to really glean camera and video evidence from. Morgan.
What do we know, though, Marissa, about the 4 suspects and even about the specific charges they're facing right now?
Right. So we'll talk about the charges first. They're facing charges of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy. Police, again, would not talk about the specific relationships when they were asked today, but our affiliate KFR reports that one of the women arrested is the grandmother of Veronica Butler's children, and at least 2 of the suspects arrested were known to her. And Butler and her children's father have been in a long custody battle. We know this from court documents. Police said there are no other suspects aside from the 4 people that you saw on your screen just now. But I will add, because it's really important to say here, Morgan, something else that was really important, an important thing to take away from this press conference is to remember these women were missing for 2 weeks, and they were supposed to go and pick up their children. They were supposed to pick up their children, take them to a birthday party. They never showed up. So those children, they said at the press conference today, are safe. Of course, police not giving their whereabouts, not giving any specifics other than to reassure the public that they are safe right now.
All right, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra with the latest on that case. Thanks so much, Marissa.
Coming up, why dietitians say you don't need to avoid eggs or potatoes, contrary to popular belief, plus the healthier ways you can prepare them. You're watching NBC News Daily.
is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, do you ever wonder what it takes to become a real-life astronaut? You can find out at Space Camp, where young minds are training to be the next generation of space explorers and to lead future missions.
Stay tuned now. Anchor Gotti Schwartz gives us an inside look at their programs, simulations, experiments, and even a little bit of Martian living. Take a look.
We have man in each start. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Booster ignition.
Ooh, it's so loud, isn't it?
And liftoff, special discovery.
At Space Camp, it's never too late for liftoff.
All right, all my childhood dreams are coming true right now.
But first, buckle up, because my crash course in becoming an astronaut starts with a spin.
And it's called the multi-axis trainer.
Yes.
Because I'm going to be spinning on all the axes.
All the axes.
There we go. Oh, yeah.
All right, Johnny, how you feeling?
I feel great. It's like the most complicated rocking chair I've ever been in. Scuba diving for space is completely different than ocean scuba diving. This is more like a lunar walk. Correct. Where we're just jumping around with our feet vertical than it is like scuba diving on Earth. I see a basketball hoop down there.
Yeah, you're going to shoot some hoops.
Am I going to school these kids right here? What do you think?
Clearly a skill that could come in handy on the courts of a lunar starbase. But on Mars, that's a whole other ballgame.
And this is where Space Camp meets the 21st century, the Mars base. Gets a little tight in here. Come on in, come check this out.
Future astronauts training not just for what's to come, but honoring the history that allowed us to leave our planet and explore, like those famous Apollo missions to the moon and the legendary Saturn V rocket.
When you're underneath this thing, it finally sinks in how insane it is that we humans put astronauts on the tippity top of this thing. This is the size of the Statue of Liberty. Saturn V rocket is one of the crowning achievements of humankind, and it's something that's changed space travel forever.
And so here we go. This is the largest artifact of the Smithsonian Institution.
This is what took us to the moon.
That's right.
It was a period of stepped-up activity in anticipation of the first manned flight in Apollo.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
How is the quality of the TV? Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
And while the days of Apollo and the shuttles are behind us, Space Camp is all about preparing a whole new generation with a new mission and a new name.
What we call now the Artemis generation. These are people that are growing up with the expectation that, of course, we're going back to the moon and we're going on to Mars.
Your lives started not too long ago. What do you think you're going to see in your lifetime?
Hopefully something happening with Mars, I
First man
reckon.
on Mars.
Yeah, I reckon something with that will happen.
Meet Ruby, Hannah, and Lily, all the way from Australia. These Generation Artemis campers are obsessed with all things cosmos.
Do you see yourselves in space in the future?
Well, maybe not in space. I mean, I could go to space. That would be pretty fun.
So you're in, you're maybe doing support down here?
And every job matters, because while the space industry is booming, studies show a shrinking pool of young engineers entering the field. At NASA, only 17% of the agency's workforce are millennials or Gen Z, and the Artemis generation aims to change that.
Well, check this out. Hey, Lily.
Hello.
You made Commander?
Oh, yeah.
Commander, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, don't crash.
Ooh, we'll see, we'll see.
And with commanders like Lily taking the helm, anything is possible.
And without curiosity, we'd have nothing. And the willingness to always want to know more, like not just stopping at what is already in front of you.
You guys give me hope for the future.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Yeah.
I love that.
They're giving us all hope for the future, frankly.
That was my secret dream. I wanted to be Mae Jemison.
Yeah, really?
The first black woman who went to space, 1992. Yeah.
Could you handle all that? The claustrophobia for me,
Absolutely not.
No,
Yeah.
okay.
I ended up here, not there in space. Yeah, but I'm lucky I get to be beside you instead.
Gotti, thank you so much for that story. Well, up next, the deadline for filing your taxes, how to get an extension if you need more time, plus how to make the most of your payments to the IRS. You are watching NBC News Daily, and watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
Now is raw. How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Rhinelander, Wisconsin, and 1:30 in Tampa, Florida. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news right now. NBC News has learned that the House of Representatives is planning to send over articles of impeachment against DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas tomorrow afternoon. Republican Senator Mike Lee, who is leading that effort, says they need to hold him accountable for what they say is Mayorkas' failure to secure the southern border. The Senate is expected to swear in senators as jurors in that impeachment trial on Wednesday. It's unclear how long the trial will last.
The vessel sculpture in New York's Hudson Yards is set to reopen this year with new steel mesh safety enclosures. The 150-foot tall sculpture closed 3 years ago after a fourth person died by suicide by jumping off of it. Now developers say they plan to reopen it with new floor-to-ceiling steel mesh. Previously, the vessel only had chest-high barriers.
And another violent encounter in Sydney, Australia today, where police responded to an alleged stabbing incident at a church. One man was arrested and none of the injuries were life-threatening. This all comes just 2 days after a man went on a stabbing spree at a mall, killing 5 women and 1 man and injuring a dozen more, including a 9-month-old baby. Police say the male suspect targeted women. That same suspect was shot and killed by police.
In New Mexico, a judge is set to sentence rust armorer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. Last month, the jury found the 26-year-old guilty of involuntary manslaughter charges in connection to an on-set shooting that led to the death of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins.
Prosecutors say Gutierrez-Reed deserves the maximum penalty of 18 months in prison, claiming she is still blaming others and has shown no remorse for that tragedy.
NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now. Dana, Hannah appeared emotional while listening to Helena's friends and colleagues speaking about her. What did we hear from them in court today?
Yeah, Vicky, so emotional. Actually, just moments ago, we heard from Helena's mother, who had a recorded statement from Kiev, Ukraine. She couldn't be here in the U.S., and we've heard from several friends who just talked about how inspiring Helena was. They described her as one of the friends that you always wanted. They said that she was talented, funny, and say that her impact will live on. We also heard from her talent agent, who had some really remarkable words about the defendant in this case. Listen to what he had to say.
But the truth is that if Ms. Gutierrez-Reed and the producers of Rust simply followed the decades-old written guidelines for the film industry, this tragedy would never have happened.
Yeah, we also heard from another film friend who says that they want they want Hannah Gutierrez-Reed to receive the max sentence, which is 18 months. And she also went on to say that this was not an accident. It was negligence and nothing else. Vicki Morgan.
You know, Alec Baldwin has pleaded not guilty, Dana, to the same exact charges. I mean, how will this case and conviction sort of impact his trial?
Yeah, well, Morgan, it could set up what his defense team decides to do next, because they were in the courtroom every single day watching Hannah's trial, and you best believe they are watching the sentencing, because if she's going to get the max 18 months, they may decide to go back to the prosecution and say, hey, we want another deal, because it may not make sense for him to sit through trial, because we all learned the evidence against him, allegedly, that he made some mistakes on set and was bossing people around and wanted to move things way faster than they should have. And so he could likely make a decision. We've still got months to go before his trial, which is expected to start in July, and anything could happen when it comes to taking a plea deal or deciding to continue with this case. Ladies.
All right, NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin for us there. Dana, thank you.
Now, today is April 15th. It means tax day has arrived, y'all. The IRS estimates about 1 million tax returns are actually going to be submitted per hour today. By that calculation, they should already have more than 12 million returns at this point of the day.
But if you live in Massachusetts or Maine, you get an extra 2 days to file because of state holidays. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us now. Sharon, midnight tonight.
Midnight tonight. You got to get it in.
Is the deadline. I mean, Vicki just cited that hours. If you had a friend named Schmorgan Schmadford,
we were talking about her on Friday. Still, she didn't get it together over the weekend.
Gotten it together. How would Schmorgan get an extension?
Schmorgan should definitely look at either filling out the paper form to get an extension and mailing it to IRS. Okay. But you're not. Schmorgan's not going to want to do that. Schmorgan just wants to go online.
Schmorgan wants to
go to IRS Free File and file for an extension. If that person owed or has estimated taxes, you can also file for an extension while paying your estimated tax.
That's the tricky part. You have to pay by the deadline, yes. Even if you get the extension to add all the paperwork.
Exactly. Wait, run that back. You have to pay the money by today, even if you get the extension.
Pay something.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Estimate what you think you're going to owe and pay that amount. Or if you think you might own just a little something, at least put something toward it. It's very important to pay.
Are there options? Is there a payment plan? What if you can't pay the whole estimated
amount? Well, here's the thing.
Amount?
This is why it's so important. If you don't submit your tax return today, then anything that you owe, you're going to pay 5% of whatever that balance due is per month until you pay it in full, up to 25%. If you just fail to pay, but you've submitted your return, it's only 0.5% per month. There's also interest that you have to think about that on top of that. So the good thing to know is the IRS wants to work with you. There are different payment plan options. You can go to payment plans on the IRS website and see which ones a short-term or long-term plan is best for you. But just know they want your money, and it's better for you to give them at least some of what you owe today.
Schmorgan's palms just got sweaty, I heard. Question. I heard that you can actually call the IRS today, but if you called that number, how likely are you to actually get someone on the phone?
Well, they're doing much better. They've added thousands of agents, and so they're doing better than they did, say, 2 years ago. Right now, they're saying the hold time should be about 3 minutes.
Oh, wow.
They also have the callback option. If you don't want to hold and wait for them, they can call you back. But know this, IRS.gov is not super intimidating. You have a question, you go in that search bar and you say what your question is. More than likely, there's going to be something there that answers that, like, where's my refund? Go right there. They have a whole tab you can go to and figure out when that's going to happen. So hopefully for more people, you're getting a refund and not owing. But if you owe, figure that out too.
Oof. For all the schmorgans out there.
All the schmorgans out there are stressed today.
The NBC Senior Personal Finance Correspondent, Sharon Epperson, we love having you. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Well, some of our favorite foods have gotten a bad rap as being unhealthy, but now some doctors and even nutritionists are saying they actually don't deserve that bad reputation.
Yeah, eggs, potatoes, coffee, even popcorn have been vilified, but more and more experts are now recommending that people eat them. Joining us now is registered dietitian and founder of Food Trainers, Lauren Slayton. Lauren, thanks so much for being with us. So eggs and potatoes, these are kitchen staples. Where do their bad reputations come from, and what is the healthiest way to cook with these foods?
Sure. So I think the no's in nutrition tend to get more attention in general. There's a hyper focus on what we should cut out of our diet. And then I also think, as is the case with eggs, one fact, erroneous fact, often gets repeated, such as eggs raising cholesterol.
Speaking of which, you know, coffee is probably one of the most repeated or consumed beverages worldwide. I mean, but how many cups of coffee per day is actually considered to be healthy?
Well, to set the record straight, most people do not need to quit coffee. Coffee has myriad health benefits, but to your point, too much of any food is unhealthy, including water. So I usually recommend 2 cups per day to my clients. We're not talking venti, like 2 normal size cups, and if possible, having those cups before midday.
Okay.
We talk a lot about fruits and vegetables, Lauren, and the nutritional value between frozen and fresh. Which ones should you feel okay buying and eating that are frozen, and which ones are better for you nutritionally when they're bought fresh?
So despite what people think, if we're talking a single food like berries or peas, frozen is often more healthy and more nutrient rich because it's frozen at peak ripeness. Of course, if we're talking about a processed frozen meal, then homemade is better. But yeah, frozen or fresh, whatever you have access to, but we shouldn't, turn our noses up at frozen food.
You know, another thing I think about, especially when people go to the movies and things like that, they think of popcorn and movies and lots of butter, which of course butter is not super healthy. I mean, as a nutritionist, how would you sort of make a healthier version of that snack?
Yeah, and it's not even butter at the movies, so like butter would be better in that case. But I think with any of these foods, when we hear the rumors, preparation matters and portion matters, right? So when it comes to the movies, if you were making popcorn at home with olive oil or avocado oil or some sort of a real fat that occurs in nature, it would be better. And consuming something like 3 cups of popcorn better than the lovely big tub.
Oh, in our house, we use avocado oil and just pop the regular fresh kernels. It's so good once you have that popcorn. Just a little salt, you're good.
Crispy?
Going back to that first question real quick about preparation, you touched on it here. What are the best ways to prepare potatoes and eggs to maximize their nutritional value?
Right. So are we talking about a baked potato or are we talking about a French fry? Both delicious. But potatoes in themselves have some benefit. They have some potassium. They have a little bit of protein. But you fry them once again in, an unhealthy processed fat, and you don't have a health food anymore.
So eggs may be boiled?
Eggs again, in a good fat or boiled. Eggs, to me, it's more, what is it with? Like, is it eggs and berries, eggs and half an avocado, or is it eggs and a biscuit, right? So,
Or
eggs and bacon.
Oh, do love a biscuit bacon. Can take the girl out of the South. But, all right, registered dietitian Lauren Slayton. Thank you so much, Lauren. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, more Americans are choosing not to have children. We are going to be talking about the so-called dink lifestyle and what's contributing to this trend. That's coming up next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Well, a recent study from Michigan State University found that 1 in 5 adults in the state choosing not to have children. Researchers say this reflects a larger part of the population that has opted for a child-free lifestyle.
NBC News Daily anchor Zinkla Esamoah talked to one couple embracing the trend and looking at how people without kids are redefining what it means to have a family.
There's a new term buzzing on the internet, DINK. It means dual income, no kids. Put simply, it's referring to couples where both partners are employed but have no children.
Logan, Hillary, Leo, and Bodie. It sounds like a full house, but it's actually a couple and their dogs.
Hillary and Logan are 31 and 30. They've been married for nearly 7 years, meeting in college.
When we got married, I felt like the pressure was on, like, when are you guys gonna have kids? Like,
Were people asking you?
All the time.
Oh my gosh, the second we got married. What's been your experience as a couple with no kids?
Yeah, I think it's given us opportunities that we may not have otherwise gotten if we would have had kids right away.
Together, they've traveled to about 20 countries. Embracing the freedom of DINK life is not new. Quick history lesson. The term yuppies was used in the 80s, referring to a population of young urban professionals.
Really sort of a derogatory term to refer to these people. And then DINKs came out of that to specifically target people who were living lavishly, and on top of that, they're not having kids.
DINK then popping up in media in the 80s. But today, young people, like the Bowles, are reclaiming the term. The Bowles say no kids has allowed them to focus on building their marriage, careers, and wealth. Hillary is a self-employed influencer, and Logan works at a consulting firm.
We are technically dinks, but when you use that phrase, there is a lot of hate that comes with it. You know, I'll get some nasty comments on some videos and stuff. And
what do people say?
You're selfish. You're going to be lonely when you're old. You're going to have no one to take care of you.
We love kids, but when we're in Ohio with my nieces and nephews, it's our natural birth control. So.
Their choice, a microcosm of a larger trend. Birth rates in the U.S. declining in the last 15 years. A 2023 NBC News analysis finding that today families are smaller and people are waiting longer to have kids, based on data from the National Center for Health Statistics.
Yes, there has been a decline in fertility, but often after a decline, we'll see an increase. So while the focus these days is often on Gen Z and millennials and their fertility intentions, I would say the jury's still out about whether or when they will have children.
As for the Bowles, the label of DINK may not be a permanent one.
We will have kids eventually. We're not putting a timeline on that, though.
You don't really know somebody's backstory as to why they may or may not be having kids.
And that's DINK simply explained. Zinkla Esamoah, NBC News, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Psychotherapist Dr. Robbie Ludwig joins us now. Great to see you, Dr. Robbie. So we just heard there is this misconception, a big one, about couples who don't want children being selfish. So talk to us about that stigma and walk us through some of the actual real reasons why people are choosing child-free lives.
Yeah, and there's a difference between childless and child-free. And child-free gets a bad rap because there are people that choose not to have kids. Sometimes this decision is made early on. Sometimes people flip-flop and eventually come to the decision that they don't want to have kids. And there's this sense that maybe they're just being selfish, that they're spending all of their money on themselves. But really, there are a lot of different reasons. In some cases, women age out of having kids, or they weren't in the right circumstances. Maybe they weren't with a partner and they didn't want to be a single parent. Maybe financially they didn't have the means that they felt they needed in order to have children. And in some cases there are health issues. You really don't know why a person chooses not to have kids, and in some cases it's not a choice. So it's a very sensitive topic.
Which, you know, if people are choosing to spend their money on themselves, that's also a perfectly valid decision too, right? I mean, that's their prerogative. And a lot of couples say that they're constantly asked, hey, when are you guys going to have kids? You know, that can be offensive for a lot of people. How should they respond in that circumstance? And what are even some other questions that people should be mindful to avoid?
Yeah, so it's really a boundary issue when you're saying, when are you having kids? It's a very judgmental question because you're assuming that they are going to have children or that they even want to have children and can have children. But I think it's really important to open it up and make it a less judgmental question. Are you guys thinking about having kids? When you present it that way, it's more of an open-ended question, and it's not making the presumption that somebody wants to have a child. You're really opening up to hearing what they would like to do. And I think it's also really important to know that it is sensitive and it can be a hurtful question if not asked properly. So you need to ask yourself, is it really worth it to ask this question that could be hurtful or cause pain in some way?
Such a good point, Dr. Robbie. Another thing I think is interesting, a lot of couples are documenting their lives without kids and they're putting it on social media. How does that help normalize child-free relationships? And what do you make of that trend?
Well, I think it's great that there's a new trend for people who are choosing not to have kids and creating a community of sorts that didn't exist in the past. You know, in the past, people often felt that they were alone, or maybe there was something unusual about them because they didn't want to have a child. So this offers support, and you're never going to convince somebody to have a child or not based on these community support groups.
Psychotherapist and award-winning reporter Dr. Robbie Ludwig, thank you.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
As a singer, songwriter, and classically trained pianist, Alicia Keys has made her mark on the music charts. But this week, she can add Broadway musical producer to her resume.
NBC News Weekend Today co-host Willie Geist sat down with Keys and talked with her about her new project called Hell's Kitchen.
Remember where dreams begin? Hell's Kitchen? Nah, I really feel like I'm dreaming. Very highly likely that this is a dream.
You did it.
Really?
You did it.
This is crazy.
A dream more than a decade in the making. After a sold-out run off-Broadway, Hell's Kitchen, a musical inspired by the early life of Alicia Keys, has moved uptown.
What does it feel like to be sitting here now, just a few days from opening night of your Broadway show, Hell's Kitchen?
I feel steady because I know the time that we've taken to build this. This is not a rush job. It's been years and years of development, and I feel proud of that. You know, I feel like you can't rush greatness.
At the center of the story is Allie, a young woman growing up in the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood of Manhattan while discovering music, navigating a first love, and pushing teenage boundaries with her mother.
So, to be clear, this is not autobiographical. People might come in and say, oh, I'm watching the story of Alicia Keys' life. It's not.
Right.
Where are the differences as you see them?
Allie is kind of a little bit more gullible, a little bit more naive even. A 17-year-old girl who's trying to find her way, feeling quite rebellious, looking for her muse, her passion, being raised by a single mother who's quite overprotective in New York City, which you can understand why.
How important was that relationship to this story?
Telling a mother-daughter story is really, really important. There are many father-son stories. There are not many mother-daughter stories. And if you think about it, it's such a special relationship, such a unique relationship. And so telling that story is really dynamic.
See, I learned the hard way. Keys wrote new music for the show, but rest assured, the hits find their way in.
And how far is the building you grew up in from here?
A couple avenues over, a couple blocks down.
But a universe away.
A whole universe away.
The 43-year-old Keys was born Alicia Cook and raised by her single mother in Hell's Kitchen, a then gritty New York neighborhood just steps from the glittering lights of Broadway.
Did your dream begin when you first sat in front of a piano at 7 years old?
Yeah, because I was able to unlock a world that I had no idea what it was going to be able to, what doors it would be able to take me through. And I mean, that's the reason why I chose Keys for my last name, because I played the keys and the piano keys, but because they opened doors.
Keys graduated from her performing arts high school at 16 as class valedictorian and began to pursue a career in music. In 2001, the world fell for Alicia Keys. Her debut album, Songs in A Minor, went to #1 and earned her 5 Grammy Awards. Combining classically trained piano talent with the R&B influences on which she grew up, Keys has become one of the best-selling artists in the history of music, with anthems about her hometown and empowerment. Now, all of that work and that dreaming have brought her back to Broadway.
The tagline is "Remember where dreams begin," and I really love that because everybody can remember where their dreams began. Even if it was just yesterday, your dreams begin somewhere, and that is something we have to hold on to forever.
To be alive and just to be living.
So good,
Wow,
so
that
good.
was
NBC News Weekend Today co-host Willie Geister reporting. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. A lot more news ahead. Stay with us.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Ellison Barber. Kate Snow is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Monday, April 15th, 2024, a historic case. Jury selection is set to begin in Donald Trump's hush money trial, the legal and political implications as he becomes the first former president ever to face criminal charges.
Strategic patience. The world is bracing for potential escalation in the Middle East following Iran's first ever direct assault on Israel. Netanyahu's war cabinet meeting just hours ago as the White House cautions Israel against a response.
Tax day. You only have hours left to file your tax return. How quickly can you do an extension? And what happens if you don't file at all? We'll answer your last-minute questions.
And bye-bye, baby. Have you heard of dinks? I'll simply explain why more couples are deciding to live child-free. That'll be a fun story.
That will be. I heard that term for the first time a little while ago, so I'm glad it's like getting bigger. I'm excited to see it.
It goes back generations, and we will get to that later this hour. But we're going to start with history unfolding inside a New York City courtroom.
The first ever criminal trial of a former president is happening right now. Jury selection is set to begin any moment now in the hush money trial of former President Donald Trump. As a reminder, here is what this case is all about. It centers on what prosecutors call a scheme to hide an alleged affair with former adult film star Stormy Daniels. Mr. Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, paid Daniels $130,000 to stay quiet back in 2016. Prosecutors say the former president reimbursed Cohen but lied on business records to hide the repayments and what they were for. Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty.
The trial is expected to last several weeks. Mr. Trump is required to be in court, which will take him off the presidential campaign trail. The former president spoke to reporters before going into the courtroom this morning.
This is political persecution. This is a persecution like never before. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And again, it's a case that should have never been brought.
We've got team coverage on this with NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns outside the courthouse in Manhattan. Here in studio, Hallie Jackson, NBC News senior Washington correspondent and anchor of Hallie Jackson Now and Nightly News, and Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, former prosecutor and an NBC News contributor. Thank you all for being here. Dasha, let's start with you on the ground there. Take us through what has happened inside court so far today, and what are you seeing outside of the courtroom?
So court has just resumed after a short lunch break, and while we have been in session for several hours now here, jury selection, which is what's supposed to be the focus of the next couple of weeks, hasn't even fully started yet. We expect that will begin shortly here, but what we have seen over the last several hours is an indication of some of the evidence that the prosecution hopes to present here, and that includes some of those more salacious details. We've talked about how this case is not the most serious of all of the cases, but it does include some of those details, like the Access Hollywood tape. That was a focus of some debate, the prosecution wanting to bring that into evidence. The judge said no to that, no playing the tape in court, but they are allowed to quote from the transcript of the tape. Also, a big part of the impassioned debate between defense and prosecution is the coordination, alleged coordination between Trump's 2016 campaign and the National
Inquirer that Trump was approving headlines, that the Trump campaign was pushing for more positive coverage of the former president and more damaging coverage of his 2016 rivals. Now, the reason that pieces of evidence like that are critical is because the prosecution here isn't just trying to convince the jury that the former president falsified business records in this hush money scheme, but also that he did so in order to influence the 2016 election, guys.
Okay, so Kristen, let's talk about jury selection here. We're starting with a pool of thousands of possible jurors. It has to be narrowed down to 12 plus 6 alternates. How difficult is it to actually get to that group? I've heard time estimates that this could take 2 weeks. What do you think?
I agree. It is going to be tremendously difficult in order to, particularly in this trial, it's unprecedented. There is not going to be one juror who steps foot in there who doesn't know Donald Trump. So what the real question, though, is going to be, is there anyone who can, knowing Donald Trump, having no real affiliation, and regardless of their political leanings, can they fairly and impartially view the evidence, not that they saw on TV, but rather what they see on the evidence sheet? Will they be able to render a fair decision based on that? And it's going to be tremendously difficult to do that.
And Hallie, let's bring you in here. This is happening in the middle of a presidential campaign.
Right.
So let's talk about Trump, the candidate, the presumptive GOP nominee. What impact will this have on his candidacy, given that so far it doesn't seem like the trials are impacting his popularity, his fundraising?
Yeah, that, of course, is in a primary, right? And now we are in a general election, and that's where the question mark is. It's interesting, Zinkley, you say Trump the candidate. Trump the candidate is Trump the defendant, right? I mean, it is one and the same, because in so many ways, this is a collision of the campaign trail and the court proceedings here. The former president has gone out to these rallies again and again and talked about, in his view, being the victim of political persecution. And now, in his view, he's got a case study to point to with what is happening right now in Lower Manhattan, to say, see, like, I'm fighting for you. They're fighting against me, and I'm the one sort of being the defender, as he sees it, of justice and democracy. Obviously, there's a lot to say about that on the political sphere. The question is, how is this going to work for him in the political field now that he is out of the Republican primary? You talk about fundraising. He raised millions of dollars after his previous indictments last year when he was in that primary. He saw the Republican base coalesce around him. We know that about half of Americans, about 44%, based on some recent polling, say it doesn't matter to them whether he gets convicted or not. However, about a third of independents suggest it does have an impact, that they would be less likely to vote for him if, in fact, he did face a conviction come November here. And it's those independents who are so critical because this election is going to be so close.
Yeah, Kristen, Hallie talks about this idea of Trump the candidate being Trump the defendant. And it's not just this one case where he's a defendant, right? It's multiple other ones. Talk to us about how, when you look at these other trials, whether it's the classified document case that's supposed to get started really around May 20th, or what we've seen happen in Georgia, how could this trial in New York impact the other cases where he's currently a defendant?
Well, it could absolutely impact it because, here's one thing that I think is really important. This trial is going on right now, but I do not believe, based on the rulings, based on everything that we've seen, that those other trials will take place before the election. And that could be quite interesting, because if it takes place after the election, and if Trump is elected president, will they actually take place? And I think that's going to be the telling question. It's really not clear.
Keep in mind here that, let's say this goes through, because this could be very well the only one of those 4 cases that wraps up before the November election. This is an instance where the former president could not pardon himself, even if he were to choose to do that in these other cases. It's a state case, can't do it. This does not get wiped away.
Time matters in this one. Hallie Jackson, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, and Dasha Burns, thank you all so much. And of course, you can stay on top of the latest developments in the case right now at NBCnews.com. Click on the live blog from our reporters who are actually inside the courtroom for up-to-date updates. And right now, the Middle East is on high alert as Israel weighs a potential response to Iran's retaliatory attack over the weekend.
So according to American and Israeli officials, the U.S. and other allies helped Israel repel more than 300 missiles and drones that were launched from Iran and Yemen. This is the first time Iran has launched a direct military attack on Israel. Iran's weekend attack was in response to a deadly strike on the Iranian consulate in Syria earlier this month, which U.S. officials believe was launched by Israel. The tension being felt domestically as well. We're following a massive demonstration on the Golden Gate Bridge right now. Our San Francisco station reports multiple arrests have been made so far as activists protest against the Israel-Hamas war. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa, as well as NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez, who is in Tel Aviv, Israel, for us. Raf, let's start with you. The Israeli War Cabinet meeting earlier to discuss a potential response. Netanyahu is getting a lot of pressure from the far right in Israel to have a bigger response, a rebuttal to this pressure, obviously coming from the U.S. and other allies to sort of stand down and let this lay sort of where it is. Talk to us about where things stand in Israel at this moment.
So, Ellison, that War Cabinet meeting wrapped up a short time ago, and an Israeli official tells me Israel's response to that Iranian attack may now be imminent. This Israeli official says the consensus among those key decision makers inside of the War Cabinet is that Israel's response needs to come swiftly. Israel cannot afford to wait weeks and weeks before responding to an attack on this scale, unprecedented for Iran to directly attack Israel, unprecedented to attack on this scale, 350 missiles and drones. This official says a number of both diplomatic and military options were considered inside of that War Cabinet meeting, and that any response will be coordinated with the Americans. But this is not what President Biden wanted to hear. And the concern here is that Israel climbing further up the ladder of escalation following that April 1 attack near the Iranian embassy in Damascus. Guys.
Ali, let's bring you in and dig a bit deeper on what Raf just mentioned. We know Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin condemned Iran's attacks and reiterated America's support for Israel. But the U.S. has also made it pretty clear that it will not be involved in any strikes against Iran, right?
Absolutely, Zincle. The White House is saying that they are committed to Israel's security and right to defend itself. The president repeatedly saying in statements over the weekend, assuring that what he says, quote, ironclad support towards Israel. But the U.S. is also urging Israel to exercise restraint and de-escalation. And that is something that has happened and really since the war began on October 7th. The U.S. trying to prevent this conflict from widening out into a deeper one, not getting the U.S. dragged into it. And that is something that the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, talked more about earlier today. Listen here.
In the 36 hours since, we have been coordinating a diplomatic response to seek to prevent escalation. Strength and wisdom need to be the same sides, the different sides of the same coin. I've been in close communication with counterparts in the region, and we will continue to do so in the hours and days ahead.
So obviously the big questions now are what we could potentially see Israel do next and whether Israel will share its plans with the United States. That's something that U.S. officials have officially asked the Israelis to do. The White House not answering clearly whether they have been informed of those plans. So that's definitely something we're going to be monitoring in the coming hours and days, guys.
Raf Sanchez, Ali Rafa will stay close to y'all. Thank you.
Let's turn now to today's CNBC Money Minute. Fewer people are buying iPhones.
And an intense thriller is shining at the box office. Steve Kovac joins us now with more. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Ellison and Zincle. Yeah, Apple lost its top spot as the world's leading phone maker. Samsung overtook the tech giant in global smartphone shipments in the first quarter of 2024. That's according to analysis from research firm IDC. Samsung launched its latest Galaxy smartphone lineup at the beginning of the year, and IDC says the South Korean company shipped more than 60 million phones in the first quarter. And more good news for Samsung, the White House announced today it would award the company more than $6 billion in grants. The funding comes from the CHIPS and Science Act, and it will go toward expanding its production of semiconductor chips at facilities in Texas. The investment is aimed at reducing dependence on China and Taiwan for chips. And there's a new #1 at the box office. Civil War surpassed expectations as it earned an estimated $25.7 million in its first weekend. That makes it the biggest R-rated opening of the year so far. Zincle, Ellison, I'll send it back over to you.
All right, Steve Kovac, thank you.
Thanks. And coming up, all eyes are on the WNBA draft tonight. What superstar Caitlin Clark is saying about her future on the court. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A battle is brewing over the estate of O.J. Simpson, who died last week from cancer. His longtime attorney says he plans to fight a $33 million payout to the families of Simpson's slain ex-wife, Nicole Brown, and her friend Ron Goldman, following a wrongful death lawsuit in 1997. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff has more.
The future of O.J. Simpson's estate in the spotlight. In a final will drafted in January of this year, Simpson ordered all of his property be placed in a trust. How those assets are distributed will be determined by his longtime attorney, Malcolm Laverne, who said he was surprised to be named O.J.'s sole executor.
I'm still trying to think why he would do that.
One of the biggest questions now, how much is Simpson's estate worth? Laverne says multiple parties have already requested payment, including the IRS. And the estates of Simpson's ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ron Goldman.
Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of...
While Simpson was famously found not guilty of their murders in his criminal trial, he was found liable for wrongful death in a 1997 civil suit. The jury ordering Simpson to pay more than $33 million to the victims' families. Damages that were never paid in full and have since ballooned to more than $100 million, according to an attorney for Fred Goldman, Ron's father. On Friday, Laverne telling the Las Vegas Review-Journal, "I will do everything in my capacity to try and ensure that the Goldmans get nothing." Comments he later walked back in our interview.
Mr. Goldman's claim obviously has to be accepted.
Still, Laverne maintains Simpson's estate likely won't be able to pay the debt in full. Laverne says Simpson's last 2 weeks were spent at home in hospice.
He was no longer able to actively have any type of conversation with me.
While Simpson's funeral arrangements are still being finalized, Laverne says Simpson's 4 children are discussing a private ceremony for family and friends. And despite multiple requests for the former football star's brain to be examined for the degenerative brain disease CTE, Simpson's family has declined to donate his body to science.
And it's a hard no because the family members are in consensus that the entirety of Mr. Simpson's body will be cremated.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
Oklahoma police say 4 people are now in custody in connection with the disappearance of 2 mothers from Kansas. On March 30th, Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly were on their way to pick up Butler's children in Oklahoma when they disappeared. On Saturday, police arrested 4 suspects in connection with their disappearance. Then Sunday, police discovered 2 bodies in a rural part of Oklahoma, but the medical examiner has not yet identified them. The suspects are facing charges of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now with more. So, Marissa, what do we know about the connection between these suspects and those 2 missing mothers, and what else have authorities said so far today?
Hey, Allison. Well, we know at today's press conference, authorities have been pretty tight-lipped, but what they did say is that they didn't want to comment on the relationships, but our affiliate has previously reported in the area that one of the women arrested, you saw the 4 people arrested on your screen just now. You'll see them again in just a moment, but that one of those women arrested was the grandmother of Veronica Butler's children, and at least 2 of the suspects arrested were known to her. And they also described how Butler and her children's father have been in a very long, drawn-out custody battle. Now, regarding the vehicle that was found, we know that they got a call, authorities got a call on March 30th about an abandoned vehicle. They said, quote, they found things that weren't adding up. Police did not elaborate on what that was, but we did just get our hands on an affidavit just seconds ago. And one of the things that I just read was that among the things that weren't adding up was that blood was found on the roadway near where the vehicle was found. Quickly, I want to add, Ellison, no conclusive ID has been made. We are waiting for a positive ID on exactly that. But as the family is awaiting this sort of closure here, those children, we can report, are currently safe. Ellison?
All right, Marissa Parra, thank you.
And coming up, rising from the ashes and rebuilding history. We'll take you inside the restoration of the iconic Notre Dame Cathedral 5 years after that devastating fire. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
There are new calls for a crackdown on what's being described as burglary tourism, professional thieves traveling to the United States to rob upscale houses. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has the details.
We do, and you know, you kind of feel like it is your sanctuary.
On Valentine's Day 2022, Dr. Nancy Silverberg's safe space, perched on this hillside in Orange County, was targeted by thieves.
Climbed up over there and fell through. There was a big hole in the patio cover.
Stealing more than $100,000 in jewelry and family heirlooms.
You feel violated? Oh, yes.
Investigators say she was likely the victim of so-called burglary tourists, gang members in an organized South American crime ring, and it's happening all across the country. Thieves caught on camera breaking into this home in Scottsdale, Arizona, and this pair who hit a home in Miami. Law enforcement officials say thefts like these have been an ongoing problem for the past 5 years, but there's been a recent uptick.
This is organized crime, hands down.
And these thieves are not sneaking across the southern border to get in. Instead, they're flying to the U.S., entering legally on tourist visas under a program known as the Electronic System for Travel Authorization, or ESTA.
For $21 online, 43 countries participate. You can come here for 90 days at a time.
Orange County District Attorney Todd Spitzer says these professional thieves use camouflage while watching your home and may be armed with the latest technology.
Wi-Fi jammers, so if you have a Wi-Fi system, then they block that. If the police are being dispatched because there's a silent alarm from the alarm company, they have the ability to block these police transmissions.
That's like military level type
It's
stuff.
totally military.
And Spitzer says many of the suspects come from just one country.
People we've arrested here in Orange County have criminal records coming from the country of Chile.
Congresswoman Young Kim says that's because a key part of the agreement is being ignored, allowing these gang members to enter the United States.
Under the agreement, Chilean government has to vet every single passenger that gets on the plane, but they're not doing it.
Chilean officials say while the total number of cases are relatively small, quote, we recognize the severity of the problem. And Homeland Security says they are working with the Chilean government to detect, deter, and prevent travel to the United States by known criminal actors. Nancy Silverberg has added extra security to her home, and she hopes lawmakers will solve the burglary tourists problem.
This seems like such an easy backdoor way that I think could be addressed.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
If you've been thinking about buying a new car, now could be a good time to do it. New data show that prices for new cars are down across the board compared to this time last year. CNBC auto and airline industry reporter Phil LeBeau joins us now to break this down. So, Phil, why exactly are new cars getting cheaper? And is it actually better to get a new car now rather than a used one?
Well, it depends on what you're looking for, Zingle. I think part of the discussion has to be, why are they lower? Because the chips that were in short supply a few years ago means there's greater supply for the automakers. So they're bringing down the trim levels. Instead of building only the higher trim levels, which cost more, they now realize they have to build more of the more moderately priced ones. And if you take a look at the prices, it's not just with the internal combustion engine models that are lower in price compared to a year ago. We're talking about EVs. That's the big drop there, which is not a surprise. And then hybrids are even about $1,300 lower. Overall, the discount compared to last year is about $1,600. And the automakers realize that they're going to have to work a little bit harder with greater supply, so incentives are up. Overall, if you were looking right now, these are some of the better deals that you're going to see, and we haven't seen in the last few years.
So to that end, Phil, I imagine someone is watching, trying to decide if now is a good time to buy a car. What factors should they consider?
Also consider interest rates. I'm going to give you the negative here, which is that the average new car auto loan comes with a 7.1% interest rate. It's hard to find any of the old deals that we used to see, which was 0% or 2%, really, really low interest rates. That's something you have to calculate into your monthly payment. By the way, monthly payments continue to move higher.
Phil LeBeau, really great reporting. Thank you so much.
Coming up, the sentence just handed down for the armorer involved in the deadly Rust movie set shooting. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. That includes all the places you see right there on your screen. Don't go anywhere. The news continues right after this.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Police in Australia say a suspect is in custody after a stabbing attack at a Sydney church. Video appears to show a bishop being stabbed during a live-streamed service on Monday. Members of the congregation managed to tackle the man. Police say the bishop and 4 churchgoers were hurt. All of them are recovering now. This is the nation's second stabbing attack in 3 days. At least 6 women were killed in a knife attack at a shopping mall on Saturday.
A new study suggests that the legalization of cannabis has not led to increased use among teenagers. It was published today in the Journal of the American Medical Association. The study analyzed thousands of teens across 47 states from 2011 to 2021. It found that an increase of legal dispensaries was not associated with an increase in cannabis use.
And Scotty Scheffler is the winner of this year's Masters tournament. He took first place at Augusta National Golf Club on Sunday, winning by 4 strokes. This is the 27-year-old's second time taking home the iconic green jacket. He also won the tournament back in 2022.
We are following breaking news out of New Mexico. Just moments ago, the armorer on the set of the film Rust was sentenced to 18 months in prison. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was found guilty last month of involuntary manslaughter in connection to the 2021 killing of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has been following this case and joins us now from Los Angeles. So, Dana, first, what more can you tell us about this sentencing and what exactly did we hear in court today?
Well, Zinclay, part of the sentencing may have been the jail conversation recordings that were released. And also, the judge noted that she never once heard Hannah Gutierrez-Reed say she was sorry. She said instead it was your attorney who said that you were remorseful. Here's some of the things that Hannah Gutierrez read when she spoke for the first time in court, begging the judge to not give her more time. She said her heart aches for the Hutchins family and that she called Helena Hutchins an inspiration to her. She says, I'm beyond grateful that director Joel Souza survived that terrible day. But she also said, quote, I am saddened by the way the media portrayed me as a complete monster. And never once did she say, I am sorry for my actions, not checking those dummy rounds that ended up having a live round mixed in that ultimately resulted in the death of this victim. We heard from several family members and friends of Helena Hutchins who talked about how much she was an inspiration to her. Listen to what her talent agent also said.
I am confidently stating that the death of my daughter was caused by systematic, gross violations of safety rules and regulations during filming of the movie Rust. I do not wish for revenge, but believe that each person responsible for the death of my Helena needs to carry the punishment that is equal to their guilt.
So that statement that was just read by the family's attorney actually came from Helena Hutchinson's father, who, as you just heard, said he does not wish for revenge, but he wants her to receive the sentence that she deserves, which in this case, the judge decided 18 months in prison. Zinkley?
All right, Dana Griffin with the latest from Los Angeles. Thank you.
Today is tax day. If you have not filed your return just yet, you're actually not alone. The IRS is expecting an influx of returns filed today.
On a day like today, April 15th, we might see 1 million returns come in every hour.
In most states, you have until 11:59 tonight to either file your taxes or request an extension. Joining me now is CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson. Okay, so Sharon, for those who have not filed yet, which I'm so anxious about taxes as soon as it's open. I'm like, can I do it all now? Like sometimes I'm like, well, you have to wait for the rest of your documents. Right, for people who take maybe a more calm, less anxious written approach and are doing it today, what do they need to know?
Well, the important thing that you need to know is that if you're not ready, you can file for an extension. And you should also know that a couple states, Maine and Massachusetts, get a few extra days. So you don't have to adhere to that deadline. Other people that may get an extension are those who are in a federally declared disaster zone. In 2023, they may get an extension, and people who have been impacted by the war in Gaza and Israel. So those are people that get an extension. But the people who owe money and need to file the returns by April 15th, they also need to pay what they owe by April 15th, or they could see some serious penalties and fines. Failure to file your tax return is really something that could be quite costly, up to 5% of the unpaid tax every month that it's not paid, up to 25%. But if you're just failing to pay, you've already submitted your return, it's only 0.5% per month. So it's a lot less of a penalty. And if you want to work out a payment plan, the IRS will do that with you. You just have to set up a payment plan through irs.gov.
Okay, yeah, so that was going to be my next question. How do you set up that payment plan? And if you think you do need an extension, or if you qualify for one of those federal disaster-related extensions, how do you get that at this point?
If you're in a disaster zone, it's automatic for you. So the government knows about that, and you're okay. The thing that you need to know, if you need to file an extension, just if your due date was April 15th and you want an extension till October 15th, that's the extension time, then you can mail a form directly to the IRS, that Form 4868, but it's so much easier to just go right on the IRS website. IRS free files open to anyone at any income to file for an extension. You can do that. And if you owe estimated tax, then you can also just choose extension as you pay that estimated tax payment.
Okay, all right, Sharon Epperson, thank you so much. We appreciate it as always.
You've probably noticed a growing number of married couples are holding off on growing their families or deciding not to have kids at all. For generations, there have been many attempts to describe couples with no kids. And today there's a phrase regaining popularity online. Here's Dink's Simply Explained.
There's a new term buzzing on the internet, DINK. It means dual income, no kids. Put simply, it's referring to couples where both partners are employed but have no children.
Logan, Hillary, Leo, and Bodie. It sounds like a full house, but it's actually a couple and their dogs.
Hillary and Logan are 31 and 30. They've been married for nearly 7 years, meeting in college.
When we got married, I felt like the pressure was on, like, when are you guys going to have kids? Like,
Were people asking you?
all the time.
Oh my
And
gosh, the
Hillary,
second we got married. What's been your experience as a couple with no kids?
Yeah, I think it's given us opportunities that we may not have otherwise gotten if we would have had kids right away.
Together, they've traveled to about 20 countries. Embracing the freedom of dink life is not new. Quick history lesson. The term yuppies was used in the 80s, referring to a population of young urban professionals.
Really sort of a derogatory term to refer to these people. And then dinks came out of that to specifically target people who were living lavishly, and on top of that, they're not having kids.
Dink then popping up in media in the 80s. But today, young people, like the Bowles, are reclaiming the term. The Bowles say no kids has allowed them to focus on building their marriage, careers, and wealth. Hillary is a self-employed influencer, and Logan works at a consulting firm.
We are technically dinks, but when you use that phrase, there is a lot of hate that comes with it. You know, I'll get some nasty comments on some videos and stuff. And
what do people say?
You're selfish. You're going to
the
be lonely when you're old. You're going to have no one to take care of you.
We love kids, but when we're in Ohio with my nieces and nephews, it's our natural birth control. So.
Their choice, a microcosm of a larger trend. Birth rates in the U.S. declining in the last 15 years. A 2023 NBC News analysis finding that today families are smaller and people are waiting longer to have kids, based on data from the National Center for Health Statistics.
Yes, there has been a decline in fertility, but often after a decline, we'll see an increase. So while the focus these days is often on Gen Z and millennials and their fertility intentions, I would say the jury's still out about whether or when they will have children.
As for the Bowles, the label of dink may not be a permanent one.
We will have kids eventually. We're not putting a timeline on that, though.
You don't really know somebody's backstory as to why they may or may not be having kids.
And that's dink simply explained.
Yeah, and a lot of the experts I talk to say you got to be careful about asking that question. Do you want to have kids? Because there's many reasons why someone may not.
And it's private. And if you want to not do it, if you do want to do it for whatever reason, you get to do that. And it's, as someone who looks at that and looks at the cost of children, I'm like, ooh, it sounds okay to not. Sometimes.
It definitely gets expensive. And, you know, we do want to hear from you. What do you want simply explained? Let us know by connecting with me on your favorite social media platform @SimplyZinclay.
That is one of my favorite segments y'all have. I love it. Okay, so tonight, some of the top names in women's basketball, they're going to gather in Brooklyn for the 2024 WNBA draft.
One of those names, Caitlin Clark. She's widely expected to be the top pick. Clark captivated the country as she shattered records in her final season playing for the Iowa Hawkeyes. The draft is set to be a huge moment for both Clark and the WNBA. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk sat down with the 22-year-old ahead of her big night.
After a storybook college career filled with record-breaking moments, legions of new fans, NCAA superstar Caitlin Clark is ready to take her game to the next level as a WNBA rookie.
I know there would probably be a little bit of a learning curve, but I think always I've had confidence in myself. And that's always kind of what I remind myself is, you know, you're not here by accident.
They haven't sold tickets to the WNBA draft in years, and they sold out in 15 minutes. Where is your mindset going into the draft?
I think more than anything, I'm just really excited. I think, like, you know, this is a dream. This is something I wrote down on a piece of paper when I was in, like, 2nd grade. Like, get a basketball scholarship, play in the WNBA. Like, this is always something I wanted to do.
At tonight's draft in Brooklyn, the 22-year-old Iowa phenom is expected to be the #1 pick by the Indiana Fever. In Indianapolis, home of the Fever, the Caitlin Clark effect is already in full swing.
I heard that season tickets are going like blazes in Indiana. Have you heard that rumor?
I have heard that rumor.
Clark is also part of the reason why a record 18.9 million viewers tuned in to this year's NCAA championship game, making women's basketball must-see TV.
One of the really great things about this season has been watching all of the little kids, most of them little girls, who are so inspired to play basketball because of you. What does that mean to you?
I think that's like the reason you do it, and just to see them scream your name or have your jersey on, that's something that never gets old.
Something else that never gets old? Clark for the win! Seeing Clark drain those threes. Playing to a crowd is something the star player never shies away from.
Here to comment is Caitlin Clark.
Clark even making a cameo on SNL.
What would you say is more daunting, getting ready for the national championship game or getting ready for Saturday Night Live?
Getting ready for Saturday Night Live, and it's not even close. My heart was like pounding out of my chest, but I did all right. It was super cool, and obviously to be a surprise guest, like that's a bucket list item that not a lot of people get to do.
Now with her college career in the rearview mirror and the WNBA within arm's reach, next up on Clark's bucket list, living out her ultimate hoop dreams in Paris at the Summer Games.
It would mean everything. That's like one of my dreams as a kid growing up. You always want to be an Olympic gold medalist. Being able to do that on the highest level would certainly be a dream come true.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Coming up, why women, especially women of color, are facing devastating consequences when it comes to medical misdiagnosis. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, we're talking about the prevalence of misdiagnosis for women of color. It happened to 36-year-old beauty influencer Jessica Petway, who shared online that she was misdiagnosed with fibroids when instead she had stage 3 cervical cancer. Last month, the mother of 2 died nearly 9 months after sharing her misdiagnosis. As it turns out, her story is not unusual for women and minorities in the country.
According to a study in the British Medical Journal, women and racial minorities are 20 to 30% more likely to experience a medical misdiagnosis compared to white men. In fact, every year, nearly 800,000 patients die or are permanently disabled because of a misdiagnosis. Joining us now is the CEO of Advancing Health Equity and Emergency Medicine physician, Dr. Uche Blackstock. She is also the author, a New York Times bestselling author, of Legacy, a book that addresses racism in the medical field. Okay, Dr. Blackstock, let's talk about this, because I think for a lot of women, and particularly women of color, they're going to say, yeah, we know. We've been trying to tell people this for years. Why does this keep happening?
Well, it's something that's very simple. It's something called medical gaslighting, where you're coming to your health professional saying, these are the symptoms that I'm having, and the health professional is like, well, it's normal or nothing's wrong. And unfortunately, so many of the studies in the past have been done on mostly white men. You know, they haven't been done on women and people of color. So that's how people are trained, and they're not listening to their patients. They're not listening to their concerns. And so what happens are delayed diagnoses, misdiagnoses, and in the case of Jessica Petway, even death.
And I mean, I think one of the most devastating things about Jessica's story that hit me is that this is so highly preventable cervical cancer. So let's dig into that for a minute. And it's highly treatable, right? So what are the risk factors for it, first of all?
So one piece for people to know is that the health literacy part is so incredibly important. Like, patients have to know to ask for these tests or the screening exams. And so one of the risk factors is HPV, right? And so that's why we recommend people to have safe sex, to get screened for sexually transmitted infections. That's critically important. There's also the HPV vaccine, which is available for people up until their late 20s.
Women and men, right?
Yes, women and men, so everyone. And then also to get your regular pap smears. Like, even myself as a physician, I remind my nurse practitioner, hey, I'm due. Because I know this. And so it's really important to read all the health education information from the CDC and other reliable sources to understand, like, what are the screening tests that you need to have, because these are preventable.
Yeah.
I mean, and in Petway's case, I mean, she had symptoms that would track with fibroids, right? Yes. And you look at her and it's like she's very young, seems very healthy.
Yes. Yeah.
So if I were in her case, I would think, well, why would I question that? Because I feel okay on X, Y, Z. This is probably it. What is the advice for how we push a little further, even if it makes sense, to make sure that a doctor's not missing something?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely to voice your concerns to that doctor, just saying, you're saying this is happening, but I'm still experiencing these symptoms and my body does not feel right. So patients are an expert in their bodies. I think also what's really important is for health professionals to listen and say, and listen to their patients, but also if you feel like as a patient you're not being listened to, get a second and third opinion. You have to.
To that end, how do you best advocate for yourself when you feel, I encountered this just the other week, where I felt like I was having to really push to get the provider to take a listen to what I was saying.
Right, yeah, so in addition to getting a second, third opinion, it's really important to write down all the symptoms that you're having. Make sure you're asking your providers, like, what are the red flag signs that you should look out for? How should I return, why should I return to the hospital or go to the ER? What should be concerning to me? Like, we need to educate our patients about these important symptoms that could cost them their lives.
What do you think is the most important next step to try to deal with this persistent problem of doctors not listening?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it happens within medical schools and medical education and how we're trained. We need to make sure people understand the history of racism and sexism and how that's impacted how healthcare is delivered and how that impacts how we make decisions about our patients. From the statistics we know, it makes a difference.
Dr. Uche Blackstock, thank you so much for joining us. And thank you for watching.
There's more news ahead. You're watching Daily.
democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now. The countdown has begun. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Today marks 5 years since a fire tore through the historic Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris.
It was a disaster that caught the world's attention, but now the cathedral's restoration is almost complete. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons spoke with a man who spent years helping to rebuild history.
Hey there, good day to you. That is it, the spire of Notre Dame without the scaffold around it. Around 1,000 craftspeople have worked on Notre Dame for the past 5 years, including one guy over here who hails from over there. The world able to admire this iconic cathedral once again. Beautiful.
Fantastic. It's awesome. I just wish I could get inside.
Years of delicate restorative repairs, inside and out. The centuries-old monument now nearing completion. Parts of the massive scaffold are gone, revealing the carefully mended scars from the devastating fire. 5 years ago, an inferno tore through the interior of the magnificent church, consuming 800 years of history in minutes. Bringing the cathedral back to its former glory required rare skills, remaking each of its famous wood structures. Amongst the few foreigners involved in the colossal effort, Hank Silver, a carpenter from New England who helped rebuild the roof made by medieval craftsmen.
What does it feel like to be standing here now? It still doesn't feel real, if I'm honest. It's still a bit of a dream, really.
Hank belongs to Carpenters Without Borders, a volunteer group of woodwork experts restoring historic structures around the globe. Last year, he watched overwhelmed as the trusses he crafted were transported and lifted into position.
What was it like to watch that? To see a truss of that scale, hand-hewn, pegged together, flying through space, it's a really out-of-time kind of experience.
Last December, NBC News got a special glimpse inside the cathedral, climbing 300 feet to spectacular views across Paris. So this is the spire that went crashing down. Exactly. We all watched it, all around the world. Right up there is where we were. Now the coq can be seen across Paris again. We first met Hank last summer at a workshop in Normandy, painstakingly crafting the roof's beam.
In the US, we have a built tradition that's much newer. Being able to work on this building, which is the birth of this technique, is particularly meaningful.
Using replicas of medieval tools like these axes, Hank and his colleagues reconstructed each truss exactly as they were made in the 13th century.
As carpenters here, we've had to do things that the original carpenters never did. We've had to recreate all these inconsistencies, all these deformations that have accrued over the centuries.
The reconstruction effort, 5 years on, nearing the finish line, while Hank now calls France home. This incredible building has changed your life.
Oh, absolutely.
For the rest of your life, you can come here, and look at this and know that you had a part in it.
I'll be dining out on this for a long time,
yeah.
I think.
This is the city to dine out. And Hank says that he may have hidden a few mementos, maybe even a signature or two inside Notre Dame there. They plan to reopen in December, so that's when you'll get the chance to go inside. Book your tickets.
I have never been. It's a to-do list, but you've been there.
Highly recommend. And Keir, thank you for that. I was there just months before it actually burned, and then I just went to Paris a few weeks ago, so it feels very full circle, and I'm so encouraged to see that it's coming along.
And now you got to book your ticket to go
Absolutely,
back when it opens.
as do you all. But before we go, let's turn to today's Daily Snapshot. Before nearly 30,000 runners took their mark today in the Boston Marathon, the city went to the dogs. Hundreds of golden retrievers took over the Boston Common on Sunday. They were there to honor honor the memory of the marathon's official dog. Yes, they had an official dog. His name was Spencer. He was considered a hometown hero, known for cheering runners on with Boston Strong flags in his mouth, but he died last year and leaves behind a golden memory.
And speaking of today's big race, here is Marcel Hug of Switzerland crossing the finish line. He placed first in the men's wheelchair division, breaking his own course record for, get this, the second year in a row.
I love marathons. They're so inspiring.
Me too. They're great.
Thanks for watching.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today?
Closer to the Gaza border.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinklea Samwan. And I'm Ellison Barber. Kate Snow is on assignment. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, April 15th, 2024. Response coming. Israel's military leaders debate their next steps after Iran's drone assault. The role the U.S. is playing as tensions in the Middle East reach new highs.
Trump in court. Jury selection now underway in the former president's historic hush money trial. How today is setting the stage for weeks of drama inside and outside of the courtroom.
Sentencing day, the armorer in the deadly Rust movie set shooting learned her fate. The strong words from the judge before delivering the decision.
And party of two. More couples are waiting to have kids or choosing not to have them at all. We'll tell you why they're embracing the child-free lifestyle.
Embracing the lifestyle and the internet has an acronym for them that we'll get into.
We're going to learn all about it. I can't wait. Simply explained.
But first, we are going to start in the Middle East, where tensions are rising as Israel weighs a potential response to Iran's retaliatory attack over the weekend.
So according to American and Israeli officials, the U.S. and other allies helped Israel repel more than 300 missiles and drones that were launched from Iran and Yemen. This is the first time Iran has launched a direct military attack on Israel. It was in response to a deadly strike on the Iranian consulate in Syria earlier this month, which U.S. officials believed was launched by Israel.
The tension being felt domestically as well. There were massive demonstrations from coast to coast. Pro-Palestinian demonstrators are protesting against the United States' support of Israel outside of Chicago O'Hare International Airport and on the Golden Gate Bridge. Our Chicago and San Francisco stations report police have made multiple arrests. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa and NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez in Tel Aviv, Israel. Raf, let's start with you. The Israeli War Cabinet met earlier to discuss a potential response here. Do we know what came out of that meeting and where Israel stands at the moment?
Zinkley, an Israeli official tells me that Israel's response to this Iranian attack may now be imminent following that meeting of the War Cabinet. They say the consensus among those key decision makers, Israel's response needs to come swiftly after that attack. They say any response will be coordinated with the United States, but this is causing a lot of concern in the White House and here in the region about the potential for this leading to a full-scale war. As you mentioned, starting April 1st, that explosion at the Iranian embassy in Damascus, then this Iranian attack, and who knows what may come next. There's also a lot of concern that this could derail those fragile negotiations on the release of hostages and a ceasefire. I spoke earlier to the mother of Romi Gonen. She's one of the 130 or so hostages being held in Gaza. Take a listen to a little bit of what she told me.
And you know, as a mother, I carried her for 9 months. I'm responsible for her. I don't have a lot of duties as mother, but one of them is to keep my daughters safe. And I failed.
And she said whatever is going on with Iran, Israel's government needs to focus on getting those hostages home. Guys.
Ali, let's bring you in here because Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin condemned Iran's attacks and reiterated America's support for Israel. But the U.S. has also been very clear that it does not plan to be involved in any strikes against Iran moving forward. Has that changed at all today?
That hasn't, Ellison, and that's something that was communicated by President Biden to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu on a call they shared over the weekend. And now as we hear that, as you heard Raf mention, the Israeli War Cabinet has finished convening and has decided on how they will respond, these questions that we know U.S. officials have asked of their Israeli counterparts to not only have a heads up on when that response will take place, but also to have a say in what decision is eventually made, that becomes even more consequential now. And that is something that National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby was asked about in today's White House press briefing a short time ago. Listen here.
Does the U.S. expect to be consulted in advance of them taking any next steps?
I won't get into our diplomatic conversations or expectations. The Israeli government will determine for themselves if there's going to be a response and what that response is going to look like.
The White House, in the meantime, doing really what it sees as the most it can do in urging the Israelis to exercise restraint and de-escalation as we await to see what they do next, you guys.
Ali Rafa, Raf Sanchez, thank you both. Later this hour, we will talk to former NBC News Tel Aviv Bureau Chief Martin Fletcher to get his expert perspective on the latest tensions between Israel and Iran. That's coming up on NBC News Daily.
The historic trial of former President Donald Trump is underway today right here in New York City.
It is the first day of jury selection in the hush money case. This is the first of 4 criminal trials of the former president. Here's a little reminder of what today's case is really all about. So prosecutors say the former president was part of a scheme to hide an alleged affair with former adult film star Stormy Daniels. Mr. Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, paid Daniels $130,000 to stay quiet back in 2016. Prosecutors say the former president reimbursed Cohen, but then lied on business records to try and hide what the payments were actually for.
Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty. The former president calling the case a, quote, political persecution before entering the courtroom just this morning. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is outside that courthouse in Manhattan, and here in studio with us, NBC News senior Washington correspondent and anchor of Hallie Jackson Now, Hallie Jackson, as well as NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. So, Dasha, let's start with you on the ground there. What have we heard both inside and outside of the courthouse today?
Well, guys, it's official. As we speak, the former president is seated at the defense table with 96 prospective jurors sitting in the pews behind him. This process of selecting a jury is underway. And as the judge was giving instructions to the jury, he said, quote, "My role is to help ensure a fair and orderly trial in accordance with the law," and explaining that he decides the questions of the law, but that the jury decides on the fact. We've had several hours today, though, before this jury process started, where we did get a little bit of insight into what the prosecution is going to try to present as evidence. Now, while this may not be the most serious case against the former president, it is one with some of those very salacious, almost soap opera-esque details. So we've seen debate over that infamous Access Hollywood tape, for example, prosecution wanting to use it. The judge said they cannot use the tape itself. They cannot play it, but they can use the transcript. Also, a lot of debate over how to treat the guilty plea of the prosecution's star witness, Michael Cohen. That is going to be an ongoing debate. And we will hear next week the judge's decision on what was brought up today about the former president's gag order and potential violations he has made on his Truth Social post recently, guys.
So, Danny, let's talk about this jury selection, because we're looking at a situation where the pool needs to be narrowed down to 12 jurors, 6 alternates. You did have Trump's attorneys earlier today try to get the questionnaire reworked, and Judge Merchant said, no, this is the most exhaustive questionnaire we have ever had in this court. What happens next for picking these jurors, and how difficult is this task going to be?
Well, Judge Merchant indicated that jurors who self-identified as unable to set aside their bias would be excused without further questioning. It looks like that is continuing to be the case, that they are being excused as soon as they self-identify, which is kind of unusual for jury selection. You don't normally get out of jury selection that quickly by rolling into court and saying, I don't feel very impartial. Normally, there are a couple. Some of us would have
loved to have that option.
Sure, but this is that rare 1 in a million case where you can expect that some people coming in simply have too strong feelings one way or another, and you want to encourage them to raise their hand and release them. Whereas in the typical run-of-the-mill case, a lot of people are trying to get off jury duty when they should want to serve. Here, presumably the judge is realizing that they're making that choice because it's the right thing to do. But beyond that, that's why they called in thousands of extra jurors today, because they know they're going to be burning through a lot of them, and that this is going to take a lot of time, not only to find impartial jurors, but just procedurally, it's just going to take a lot of time for no other reason than the former president requires a phalanx of security everywhere he goes.
And Hallie, let's talk about this through the lens of 2024. Sure. The former president is required to be in court for this trial. The 2024 race still continues. How is the Trump campaign navigating this? What's the strategy when he's going to be stuck in trial?
Yeah, in so many ways, the courtroom is the campaign trail. Look at the video that we've just been showing, right? Donald Trump stopping in that hallway, speaking to the cameras here. Those cameras will be there every day. He will be there, presumably, every day. He has an opportunity to be visible, to be present, and for the former president to make his case as much as he can publicly. And by the way, still hold those weekends free for rallies. He's already a weekend rallier, if you will. That's when we see the majority of his visits. And so that is going to be able to be something that he continues, especially in some of these states. Like, look at Pennsylvania. He was just there this weekend. Not that far to hop down towards, just outside Allentown from New York City, where he'll be spending a lot of time over the next 2 months.
You look at recent polling, Hallie, and there were at least 2 polls of late that suggested that most voters said these are serious charges against Donald Trump. But you also look back through the primary, and he had some of his biggest fundraising days after he was in court. His mugshot immediately went on merch on his website. How long will it take us to see how this will impact him in the general election versus the primary?
I mean, add maybe 2 weeks to the end of the trial. If you're getting nitty-gritty from polling to get into the field to see how people respond. It also depends on how close we get to November. Here's what I would say, though, in those numbers that you just showed. What's interesting there, and you talked about fundraising. The day that this indictment was announced, he raised $2.2 million. The day that he ended up being arraigned, he raised something like 3.9, if I have the figures right. In all, $6 million in just 2 single days connected to this particular case. But that was the primary, right? This is the general, and it goes back to the numbers that we just showed on screen. More than half of voters suggest that this is serious. And importantly, if you look into the sort of crosstabs of the Siena poll, the New York Times poll, it's half of independents as well, 52%. Caveat, we don't know if that suggests a willingness to change or modify their vote, but it is an indication of where these voters' heads are at.
All right, Hallie Jackson, Danny Savalos, and Dasha Burns, thank you all so much. And, of course, do not miss Hallie coming up on Hallie Jackson Now, streaming live starting at 5 p.m. Eastern on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
It is time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Massive layoffs are coming to Tesla.
And a new list of some of the airports really taking off. Bertha Coombs joins us now. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Sinclair, Allison. Yes, Tesla is going to be laying off more than 10% of its workforce in the wake of falling sales. Tech publication Electric first reported the company-wide memo from Elon Musk, where he says the cuts were necessary to prepare Tesla for its quote, next phase of growth. Sales for Tesla vehicles have fallen to their lowest since 2020 as the automaker faces stiff competition from Chinese EV makers whose cars are a lot cheaper. Meantime, as international travel surged back last year, the world's busiest airports saw an uptick in passenger traffic. The Airport Council International released its rankings of the world's busiest airports, which showed Tokyo and London's airports benefited from the surge. Meantime, topping the list again was Hartsfield-Jackson Airport in Atlanta, which serves over 104 million passengers. And as we all know, that's a Delta hub. I think if you change your mind on Delta, you have to go through Atlanta.
As an Atlanta girl, I love me some Hartsfield-Jackson. Bertha, thank you.
Thanks. Well, coming up, it's deadline day, the do's and don'ts of filing your taxes on time or asking for a little bit more time to get it done.
But first is state battle, why the family of Ron Goldman says they're owed millions from O.J. Simpson's estate, and why O.J.'s lawyer says he will do everything he can to make sure they do not see a dime. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
In a New Mexico courtroom this afternoon, the armorer on the set of the film Rust was just sentenced to 18 months in prison. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was found guilty last month of involuntary manslaughter in connection to the 2021 killing of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has been following this case and joins us now from Los Angeles. So, Dana, first, what more can you tell us about this sentencing, and what did we hear in court today?
Yes, and Clay, the judge sentenced Hannah Gutierrez-Reed to 18 months, the max sentence she could have received. And part of it was because of what she said and did not say when she spoke for the very first time in that courtroom. I want to listen to it and then come back on the other end and explain that. Listen.
I am saddened by the way the media sensationalized our traumatic tragedy and portrayed me as a complete monster, which has actually been the total opposite of what's been in my heart. Your Honor, when I took on Rust, I was young and I was naive, but I took my job as seriously as I knew how to. Despite not having proper time, resources, and staffing, when things got tough, I just did my best to handle it.
Gutierrez-Reed also acknowledged that she feels for the family of Helena Hutchins and also was grateful that director Joel Souza survived that day. But the judge kind of admonished her and said she never once heard her say, "I'm sorry," or take accountability for her actions that day. And that is likely why she received this max sentence. Also, the judge cited jail phone conversations where she disparaged the jury, calling them idiots, called the prosecutor the B word, and also claimed that she thought the judge was being paid off. Obviously, something that did not help when you're asking for leniency in a case like this. And I also want to note that this is going to play a role in how Alec Baldwin's team moves forward. He's expected to go to trial in July. Zinkley?
Yes, still more to come from this incident. Dana Griffin, thank you.
A battle is brewing over the estate of O.J. Simpson, who died last week from cancer. His longtime attorney says he plans to fight a $33 million payout to families of Simpson's slain ex-wife, Nicole Brown, and her friend Ron Goldman, following a wrongful death lawsuit in 1997. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff has more.
The future of O.J. Simpson's estate in the spotlight. In a final will drafted in January of this year, Simpson ordered all of his property be placed in a trust. How those assets are distributed will be determined by his longtime attorney, Malcolm Laverne, who said he was surprised to be named O.J.'s sole executor.
I'm still trying to think why he would do that.
One of the biggest questions now, how much is Simpson's estate worth? Laverne says multiple parties have already requested payment, including the IRS. And the estates of Simpson's ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ron Goldman.
Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of...
While Simpson was famously found not guilty of their murders in his criminal trial, he was found liable for wrongful death in a 1997 civil suit. The jury ordering Simpson to pay more than $33 million to the victims' families. Damages that were never paid in full and have since ballooned to more than $100 million, according to an attorney for Fred Goldman, Ron's father. On Friday, Laverne telling the Las Vegas Review-Journal, "I will do everything in my capacity to try and ensure that the Goldmans get nothing." Comments he later walked back in our interview.
Mr. Goldman's claim obviously has to be accepted.
Still, Laverne maintains Simpson's estate likely won't be able to pay the debt in full. Laverne says Simpson's last 2 weeks were spent at home in hospice.
He was no longer able to actively have any type of conversation with me.
While Simpson's funeral arrangements are still being finalized, Laverne says Simpson's 4 children are discussing a private ceremony for family and friends. And despite multiple requests for the former football star's brain to be examined for the degenerative brain disease CTE, Simpson's family has declined to donate his body to science.
And it's a hard no because the family members are in consensus that the entirety of Mr. Simpson's body will be cremated.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
Jacob, thank you. And coming up, a shocking discovery in the case of 2 missing mothers, what police say they found, and the 4 people now facing charges. That's coming up next on NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
A new report out today shows some surprising data on youth marijuana use. The American Medical Association published a report this morning which found that neither the legalization of cannabis nor the opening of retail stores across the U.S. has led to increases in use among young people. In fact, it's led to more young people staying away from the drug. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. So, Dr. Syal, what is behind these findings? And to you, were they surprising?
Hey, Allison. Yeah, so you're correct in that more people who didn't use marijuana actually were more likely to stay away. But there's a little caveat here, Allison, and that's in this study they found that, you know, if marijuana were to become legal, those who are already using it are more likely to use it. So those two things kind of balance each other out, Allison. And the authors make a point, you know, with so many people using marijuana in more and more states. I think we're at 24 states now with recreational use. It's legal. They point out that, you know, more people should know about the potential harms, particularly young people whose brains are still pliable, still molding. We definitely want to be aware of that.
So when we're talking about use of marijuana, cannabis, alcohol, there is a big difference between an adult using something and a child or a younger person using it. When we're talking about the impacts of cannabis on young people's bodies, one, what sort of effects does it have? And two, what is the age range we're actually talking about here?
It's a great question, Allison. And the thing we worry about most with marijuana use in young people, specifically those under the age of 25, we're worried about mental health, Allison. Things like psychosis, things like anxiety, like depression, and even schizophrenia in some cases. You can see here marijuana impact on teen health, depression, anxiety, and even decreasing things like reaction time, coordination, and increasing the risk of developing marijuana use disorder. All that means is you're more likely to become addicted the younger that you use it, Allison. So if you are out there somebody who's using marijuana, if you have to use it, really what experts tell me, Allison, you want to wait till you're 25, till your brain is fully developed, at least in that frontal region.
Syal, how will researchers, medical professionals use this study to inform their behavior moving forward?
Well, I think, you know, the thing that a lot of people were saying, Allison, as we were pushing legalization is that it's going to lead to a lot of other drug use. It's going to lead to a lot of people who weren't going to try marijuana. And you can see here that in this study, it's not really the case. They also found that, you know, they weren't more likely to turn to cigarettes, to alcohol, to vaping. So these things kind of all sort of net even here. So I think it's reassuring for a lot of people. But at the same time, you don't want to take your foot off the gas. And you really want to make sure that people are aware of what they're trying, especially when it comes to our nation's youth.
Really interesting study. Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you so much for your insight and breaking that down for us. We appreciate it.
If you've been thinking about buying a new car, now could be a good time to do it. New data show that prices for new cars are down across the board compared to this time last year. CNBC auto and airline industry reporter Phil LeBeau joins us now to break this down. So, Phil, why exactly are new cars getting cheaper? And is it actually better to get a new car now rather than a used one?
Well, it depends on what you're looking for, Zingley. I think part of the discussion has to be, why are they lower? Because the chips that were in short supply a few years ago means there's greater supply for the automakers. So they're bringing down the trim levels. Instead of building only the higher trim levels, which cost more, they now realize they have to build more of the more moderately priced ones. And if you take a look at the prices, it's not just with the internal combustion engine models that are lower in price compared to a year ago. We're talking about EVs. That's the big drop there, which is not a surprise. And then hybrids are even about $1,300 lower. Overall, the discount compared to last year is about $1,600. And the automakers realize that they're going to have to work a little bit harder with greater supply, so incentives are up. Overall, if you were looking right now, these are some of the better deals that you're going to see, and we haven't seen in the last few years.
So to that end, Phil, I imagine someone is watching, trying to decide if now is a good time to buy a car. What factors should they consider?
Also consider interest rates. I'm going to give you the negative here, which is that the average new car auto loan comes with a 7.1% interest rate. It's hard to find any of the old deals that we used to see, which was 0% or 2%, really, really low interest rates. That's something you have to calculate into your monthly payment. By the way, monthly payments continue to move higher.
Phil LeBeau, really great reporting. Thank you so much.
Still ahead, rising again. An inside look at the restoration of the historic Notre Dame Cathedral 5 years after that massive fire. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Police in Australia say a suspect is in custody after a stabbing attack at a Sydney church. Video appears to show a bishop being stabbed during a live stream service on Monday. Members of the congregation managed to tackle the man, and police say the bishop and 4 churchgoers who were hurt are all recovering. This is Australia's second stabbing attack in 3 days. At least 6 women were killed in a knife attack at a shopping mall on Saturday.
France's president says the country is ready to change its Olympic opening ceremony plans if there are security threats. The event is set to be the first not held inside of a stadium. Instead, it's supposed to take place on boats floating down Paris's famous Seine River. President Emmanuel Macron says he expects the ceremony will go off as planned, but there are multiple backup locations in the event it's needed.
And the FBI has opened a criminal probe into last month's bridge collapse in Baltimore. Federal agents boarded the cargo ship earlier today with search warrants. Sources tell NBC News the investigation will look into the events leading up to when the ship left the port and whether the crew had prior knowledge the vessel had potential mechanical problems that would have made it unsafe in that harbor.
Let's turn now back to our top story, the rising tensions in the Middle East after Iran's retaliatory strikes on Israel this past weekend.
Israel's war cabinet met earlier to discuss its potential response. According to American and Israeli officials, the United States and other allies helped Israel repel more than 300 missiles and drones launched from Iran and Yemen. Joining us now with more context is former NBC News Tel Aviv bureau chief Martin Fletcher. Martin, it's good to see you. So this is the first time Iran has launched a direct military attack on Israel. Just how significant is this moment and Israel's potential response here?
Well, Zinkley, hi, Alison Zinkley. Israel's on the abyss. The Middle East is on the edge of an extraordinary development here, waiting for Israel to decide what it will do, how it will respond to that massive missile attack on Saturday night. So depending on how Israel reacts, the region could be forced into a much wider war. And that, of course, is what everybody's trying to avoid. But the Israeli government has decided that they will retaliate in some way. It's clear they're going to coordinate whatever retaliation they do with the United States. They won't go off on their own. And the support that Israel will then get from the United States, which has said it will not join in under any circumstances in any offensive action by Israel, but it will continue to defend Israel if necessary. So what Israel decides to do, that will decide the way things go forward. And of course, then it'll be up to Iran. How will they react? So there's tit for tat, retaliation, attack, retaliation. It's escalating the level now to a degree to which we don't know what will happen. So the whole region is on edge, waiting for Israel's response to that attack.
Martin, when you talk to some of your contacts inside of Israel, what are the people saying about this right now? There has been some frustration, some recent protest against Netanyahu and how he's been handling the war inside of Gaza from Israeli citizens. Do Israeli citizens want Israel to take another step, another swing at Iran here?
Well, you know, Edison, some do, some don't. The nation is divided, as it has been for at least a year, deeply divided. The right wing of putting pressure on the prime minister to react quickly and strongly, and the army and intelligence services saying they're ready to do that, but they should go ahead carefully and slowly and really weigh the potential ramifications of whatever they do. But you know, one interesting thing you ask about how the people are reacting. Actually, it's probably true to say that the Iran issue, significant as it is, deeply significant as it is, for Israelis, it's a bit of a sideshow in a way for Gaza, because the hostage situation is still uppermost on most people's minds here. And because the defense of Israel, helped by America and its allies, against that massive, extraordinary attack by Iran, it was hardly felt by the people in Israel. Nothing happened, almost nothing happened. So the people are looking at what's going on. Of course, they're afraid of any potential wider war. But on the streets, the discussion of people is much more about Gaza at the moment than it is about Iran.
Martin, you mentioned allyship. How strained is the U.S. and Israel's relationship right now in the context of Iran's response, the deaths of those World Central Kitchen workers? How would you describe it?
Well, as you know, it's been very strained, especially the personal relations between the two leaders, President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu. But, you know, this has been a bit of a reality check, I think, for Israel. They were able to stop massive damage in Israel, really thanks to the aid they got from the United States, from Britain, from France and Germany, from some of the Arab countries in the region, Jordan, the UAE, Saudi Arabia. So Israel understands that they need this coalition of friends to defend themselves against Iran. Israel always says they don't want foreign boots on the ground, but they certainly need help in the air. That's clear.
Martin Fletcher, thank you so much for your time and insights. We appreciate it.
Here at home, Oklahoma police say 4 people are now in custody in connection with the disappearance of 2 mothers from Kansas.
On March 30th, Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly, you see them there. They were on their way to pick up Butler's children in Oklahoma when they disappeared.
On Saturday, police arrested 4 suspects in connection with their disappearance. Then, Sunday, police discovered 2 dead bodies in a rural part of Oklahoma, but the medical examiner has not yet identified them.
The suspects are facing charges of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now with more. Marissa, we understand that you have been poring over new information that you've just gotten in some court documents, right? Explain to us what you're seeing. What are you learning now about the investigation?
Hey guys, there's a lot to unpack here, so I'm going to do my best to try to lay it out in a concise way that's easy to understand. But I do want to warn some viewers, some of what we might be talking about might be difficult to hear because it is graphic and it is disturbing. We'll start first with some of the relationships here. So one of those 4 people charged, if we can bring up a photo, Tiffany Adams is one of those 4 people charged. And we understand from those documents, Adams is the grandmother of Butler's children. And these documents explain what is a very tense relationship over these children. There was a years-long custody battle, and Kelly, who was another victim here, was just sort of collateral damage in this years-long custody battle. All 4 of these people here were part of a religious group, an anti-government group called God's Misfits. Now, investigators describe all of the evidence that led them to the arrest, but I really want to start and take you to some of the most shocking details, as well as some of these interviews that were done. So they had found blood outside of that abandoned car, a broken hammer. Now, the daughter of one of those people charged told investigators that she had heard of discussions of attempts to kill Butler in February, that she had heard that the plan was to throw an anvil through Butler's windshield while she was driving to make it look like a traffic accident. And the people charged had said to his daughter the day of the disappearance that they were on a mission, coming back later and saying things didn't go as planned and they wouldn't have to worry about Butler again. So Zane, Clay, and Allison, there are so many other details here in this, but the one thing I want to end with is, remember, there's children at the center of all of this, and the one piece of reassuring news is that investigators and authorities have said today that those children are currently safe. Zane, Clay, and Allison.
Marissa Parra, important reporting. Thank you.
Today is tax day. If you have not filed your return just yet, you're actually not alone. The IRS is expecting an influx of returns filed today.
On a day like today, April 15th, we might see 1 million returns come in every hour.
In most states, you have until 11:59 tonight to either file your taxes or request an extension. Joining me now is CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson. Okay, so Sharon, for those who have not filed yet, which I'm so anxious about taxes as soon as it's open. I'm like, can I do it all now? Like sometimes I'm like, well, you have to wait for the rest of your documents. Right, for people who take maybe a more calm, less anxious written approach and are doing it today, what do they need to know?
Well, the important thing that you need to know is that if you're not ready, you can file for an extension. And you should also know that a couple states, Maine and Massachusetts, get a few extra days. So you don't have to adhere to that deadline. Other people that may get an extension are those who are in a federally declared disaster zone. In 2023, they may get an extension, and people who have been impacted by the war in Gaza and Israel. So those are people that get an extension. But the people who owe money and need to file the returns by April 15th, they also need to pay what they owe by April 15th, or they could see some serious penalties and fines. Failure to file your tax return is really something that could be quite costly, up to 5% of the unpaid tax every month that it's not paid, up to 25%. But if you're just failing to pay, you've already submitted your return, it's only 0.5% per month. So it's a lot less of a penalty. And if you want to work out a payment plan, the IRS will do that with you. You just have to set up a payment plan through irs.gov.
Okay, yeah, so that was going to be my next question. How do you set up that payment plan? And if you think you do need an extension, or if you qualify for one of those federal disaster-related extensions, how do you get that at this point?
If you're in a disaster zone, it's automatic for you. So the government knows about that, and you're okay. The thing that you need to know, if you need to file an extension, just if your due date was April 15th and you want an extension till October 15th, that's the extension time, then you can mail a form directly to the IRS, that Form 4868, but it's so much easier to just go right on the IRS website. IRS free files open to anyone at any income to file for an extension. You can do that. And if you owe estimated tax, then you can also just choose extension as you pay that estimated tax payment.
Okay, all right, Sharon Epperson, thank you so much. We appreciate it as always.
Have you seen this on social media? A growing number of married couples are holding off on growing their families or deciding not to have kids at all.
We're dinks. Of course I'm getting my hair and makeup done.
We're dinks. Of course we're working out in the middle of the day.
We're dinks. Of course we're going out on the boat on a Wednesday night.
Dinks. For generations, there have been many attempts to describe couples with no kids, and today there's a phrase regaining popularity online. Here's dinks simply explained.
There's a new term buzzing on the internet, dink.
It means dual income, no kids. Put simply, it's referring to couples where both partners are employed but have no children. Logan, Hillary, Leo, and Bodie. It sounds like a full house, but it's actually a couple and their dogs. Hillary and Logan are 31 and 30. They've been married for nearly 7 years, meeting in college.
When we got married, I felt like the pressure was on, like, when are you guys gonna have kids? Like,
Were people asking you?
all the time.
Oh my
And
gosh, the
Hillary,
second we got married.
What's been your experience as a couple with no kids?
Yeah, I think it's given us opportunities that we may not have otherwise gotten if we would have had kids right away.
Together, they've traveled to about 20 countries. Embracing the freedom of dink life is not new. Quick history lesson. The term yuppies was used in the 80s, referring to a population of young urban professionals.
Really sort of a derogatory term to refer to these people. And then dinks came out of that to specifically target people who were living lavishly, and on top of that, they're not having kids.
Dink then popping up in media in the 80s. But today, young people, like the Bowles, are reclaiming the term. The Bowles say no kids has allowed them to focus on building their marriage, careers, and wealth. Hillary is a self-employed influencer, and Logan works at a consulting firm.
We are technically dinks, but when you use that phrase, there is a lot of hate that comes with it. You know, I'll get some nasty comments on some videos and stuff. And
What do people say?
You're selfish.
Selfish is
You're going to
the
be lonely when you're old. You're going to have no one to take care of you.
We love kids, but when we're in Ohio with my nieces and nephews, it's our natural birth control. So.
Their choice, a microcosm of a larger trend. Birth rates in the U.S. declining in the last 15 years. A 2023 NBC News analysis finding that today families are smaller and people are waiting longer to have kids, based on data from the National Center for Health Statistics.
Yes, there has been a decline in fertility, but often after a decline, we'll see an increase. So while the focus these days is often on Gen Z and millennials and their fertility intentions, I would say the jury's still out about whether or when they will have children.
As for the Bowles, the label of dink may not be a permanent one.
We will have kids eventually. We're not putting a timeline on that, though.
You don't really know somebody's backstory as to why or they may or may not be having kids.
And that's dink simply explained. Yeah, and a lot of experts I talk to really encourage people to think twice before asking that intimate question, do you want to have kids?
Yeah, just wait. People can let you know.
Yeah.
We don't need to know everybody's business.
Exactly. Mind your business, folks. But we do want to hear from you. What do you want simply explained? Let me know by connecting with me on your favorite social media platform at Simply Zinkley.
Up next, how tonight will shape a new era in women's basketball and where Caitlin Clark and other college stars might soon call home in the pros. You're watching NBC News Daily.
morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, some of the top names in women's basketball will gather in Brooklyn for the 2024 WNBA draft.
Caitlin Clark, of course, is widely expected to be the top pick. Clark captivated the country as she shattered records in her final season playing for the Iowa Hawkeyes. The draft is set to be a huge moment both for Clark and the WNBA. Joining us now, Kavitha Davidson. She's a sports writer and co-author of Loving Sports When They Don't Love You Back, Dilemmas of the Modern Fan. Love that title. Yeah. So, Kavitha, thank you for being here. Of course, we got to start with Caitlin Clark, as we said, expected to be the first pick. Where do we think she's going to go, and what kind of impact will her addition have to whatever team she ends up on?
Yeah, so the Indiana Fever, it's a no-brainer, are going to draft Caitlin Clark at number 1, and she will join last year's number 1 pick, Aaliyah Boston, as well, who was the Rookie of the Year in the WNBA. And I think the two of them will fit together nicely. You know, this is a Fever team that finished in 10th place last season. They could really use the help. They absolutely need some defense. But this is a very exciting day for the Fever and for Caitlin Clark. Now, you know, Caitlin Clark will have better defense to face in the WNBA than she did in college. But this is going to be one of the most highly anticipated picks that we've ever seen.
So people are watching Caitlin, but of course, a lot of people are also watching Angel Reese, a number of other players that just crushed it during the tournament. I mean, USC had such a great group of women. Who else do we expect to get drafted tonight? What else are you looking for in terms of where they may go?
Yeah, I think Cameron Brink, who's a power forward out of Stanford, is a lock to be drafted second by the LA Sparks. Then it gets really interesting after her. You know, Rakia Jackson is probably the most league-ready player in this year's draft. She could go either third or fourth. Then you've got Camila Cardoso, who just won the national championship with South Carolina. And as you mentioned, you know, Angel Reese could be drafted in the top 10. I think she's projected at either 7th or 8th. You know, and it'll be interesting to see how her game does translate to the pros.
And Kavitha, we got moments left, but if you were to just finish the sentence, the future of the WNBA league is, where do you think they're going from here?
I mean, it's here, first of all. It's just here.
I love that. It's been a good season.
It really has been. It's made me start to be a fan. Like, I was looking at New York Liberty tickets recently with some other female friends of mine. Yes. And I was like, let's give it a go.
Yeah, so we love to see it.
It is here now. Kavitha Davidson, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Yeah. And thank you at home. There's a lot more news ahead.
So don't go anywhere. You are watching NBC News Daily.
strangers right now who are united by this moment. What does it make you feel inside to see this?
It's like happy, like my heart beating is fast.
I am so happy you guys got to experience this.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Today marks 5 years since a fire tore through the historic Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris.
It was a disaster that caught the world's attention, but now the cathedral's restoration is almost complete. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons spoke with a man who spent years helping to rebuild history.
Hey there, good day to you. That is it, the spire of Notre Dame without the scaffold around it. Around 1,000 craftspeople have worked on Notre Dame for the past 5 years, including one guy over here who hails from over there. The world able to admire this iconic cathedral once again. Beautiful.
It's fantastic. It's awesome. I just wish I could get inside.
Years of delicate restorative repairs. Inside and out, the centuries-old monument now nearing completion. Parts of the massive scaffold are gone, revealing the carefully mended scars from the devastating fire. 5 years ago, an inferno tore through the interior of the magnificent church, consuming 800 years of history in minutes. Bringing the cathedral back to its former glory required rare skills, remaking each of its famous wood structures. Amongst the few foreigners involved in the colossal effort, Hank Silver, a carpenter from New England who helped rebuild the roof made by medieval craftsmen.
What does it feel like to be standing here now? It still doesn't feel real, if I'm honest. It's still a bit of a dream, really.
Hank belongs to Carpenters Without Borders, a volunteer group of woodwork experts restoring historic structures around the globe. Last year, he watched overwhelmed as the trusses he crafted were transported and lifted into position.
What was it like to watch that? To see a truss of that scale, hand-hewn, pegged together, flying through space, it's a really out-of-time kind of experience.
Last December, NBC News got a special glimpse inside the cathedral, climbing 300 feet to spectacular views across Paris. So this is the spire that went crashing down. Exactly. We all watched it, all around the world. Right up there is where we were. Now the coquerel can be seen across Paris again. We first met Hank last summer at a workshop in Normandy, painstakingly crafting the roof's beam.
In the US, we have a built tradition that's much newer. Being able to work on this building, which is the birth of this technique, is particularly meaningful.
Using replicas of medieval tools like these axes, Hank and his colleagues reconstructed each truss exactly as they were made in the 13th century.
As carpenters here, we've had to do things that the original carpenters never did. We've had to recreate all these inconsistencies, all these deformations that have accrued over the centuries.
The reconstruction effort, 5 years on, nearing the finish line, while Hank now calls France home. This incredible building has changed your life.
Oh, absolutely.
For the rest of your life, you can come here,
yeah,
and look at this and know that you had a part in it.
I'll be dining out on this for a long time, yeah. I think.
This is the city to dine out. And Hank says that he may have hidden a few mementos, maybe even a signature or two inside Notre Dame there. They plan to reopen in December, so that's when you'll get the chance to go inside. Book your tickets.
I have never been. It's a to-do list, but you've been.
Highly recommend. And Keir, thank you for that. I was there just months before it actually burned, and then I just went to Paris a few weeks ago, so it feels very full circle, and I'm so encouraged to see that it's coming along.
And now you got to book your ticket to go
back. Absolutely,
when
as do you all. But before we go, let's turn to today's Daily Snapshot. Before nearly 30,000 runners took their mark today in the Boston Marathon, the city went to the dogs. Hundreds of golden retrievers took over the Boston Common on Sunday. They were there to honor honor the memory of the marathon's official dog. Yes, they had an official dog. His name was Spencer. He was considered a hometown hero, known for cheering runners on with Boston Strong flags in his mouth, but he died last year and leaves behind a golden memory.
And speaking of today's big race, here is Marcel Hug of Switzerland crossing the finish line. He placed first in the men's wheelchair division, breaking his own course record for, get this, the second year in a row.
I love marathons. They're so inspiring.
Me too. They're great.
Thanks for watching.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Yamiche Alcindor. Today, we're following two major stories. Right now, the White House and the world are awaiting Israel's next move as its leaders vow to retaliate against Iran for this weekend's unprecedented aerial strikes. U.S. officials are increasingly concerned that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu could respond to Iran's attack without thinking through the potential fallout. We'll have much more on that story ahead, but we begin in New York, where history is being made. Donald Trump is now the first former U.S. president to stand trial on criminal charges. Jury selection is underway in the trial over an alleged hush money payment Trump made to an adult film star during the 2016 campaign. As a criminal defendant, Trump must be present in court for those proceedings. That could take him off the campaign trail for weeks. This morning, Trump entered the courtroom defiant, continuing to spread falsehoods about the case and the charges.
This is an assault on our country, and it's a country that's failing. It's a country that's run by an incompetent man who's very much involved in this case. This is really an attack on a political opponent. That's all it is. So I'm very honored to be here. Thank you very much.
The former president is facing 34 counts of falsifying business records. Prosecutors say in the aftermath of the release of the Access Hollywood tape, Trump wanted to bury a story about an alleged affair with adult film actress Stormy Daniels. So his former lawyer and fixer, Michael Cohen, paid her off. Trump then allegedly doctored his company's records to cover up reimbursing Cohen. Trump denies the affair and has pleaded not guilty on all counts. Meanwhile, Cohen is expected to testify during the trial. And the former president himself has also said he wants to testify. But neither will happen quickly. Jury selection alone could take days or even weeks. Attorneys are paring down a pool of thousands of prospective jurors to just 12, plus 6 alternates. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins me now from outside the Manhattan courthouse with more. I'm here with NBC News' Garrett Hake, who is, of course, covering all things Trump campaign. So, Garrett, I'm going to start with you. You've been here. We know that this is, of course, a history-making day.
Yeah.
The former president, is now the first to stand trial in a criminal trial. I mean, I can't even wrap my head around how big of a deal this is. But Trump is really trying to, in some ways, make this politically advantaged to him and really, in some ways, make this about the campaign trail. Tell me about that.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's really tried to flip the historic nature of this moment on its head and argue that this is being done only because he is in such strong position against the incumbent president, an argument that he started making more than a year ago when this indictment first came down, and that he's really refined over time. He went on even this morning kind of arguing that this is a Biden prosecution against him. I put that in air quotes given the lack of any actual evidence to that accord. But this is something that has become an article of faith among his core supporters. He's used it to fundraise quite effectively. And I think we're about to find out. I wouldn't presume to know the answer to this question about how effective of a kind of campaign line it will be over the next couple of weeks when the images we are going to see to him will be predominantly going back and forth down that hallway and in and out of his car from Trump Tower. To the degree to which he's able to take advantage of the spotlight that is on him, I think remains to be seen. But the campaign is pretty comfortable with the idea that this is what this portion of this campaign between now and the convention functionally is going to be about.
Yeah, and we're still trying to get Dasha, but I want to stick with you because, of course, there's also this idea that there are some voters who have said to me, to other reporters, that if Trump were to be convicted, that might change their view of him. How worried, concerned is former President Trump about this issue in the campaign, and of course, about this issue of whether or not an issue that hasn't really hurt him, being charged with all of these different counts, that could change if he's convicted?
Yeah, I'm fascinated by this question, too, because you and I both found this when we talk to voters. You see it in polls. Not a huge percentage of voters, but a significant, even if it's 5 to 10%, some polls suggest it's double that, of folks who might be soft Trump supporters who say a conviction in this case or the others might change their view of him in some way. It's always tough to poll a hypothetical. I think those voters tend to be, at least in my experience, I suspect probably in yours, the folks who are more Trump skeptical to begin with. You know, they want to vote for a Republican. They may not love Joe Biden. They're kind of talking themselves into Donald Trump again, but a conviction is the kind of thing that might push him back out of the MAGA camp. The general Trump strategy relies less on those kind of voters and more on activating his base and keeping Biden voters unsatisfied and less likely to turn out for him. But again, in an election we expect to be incredibly close across the half dozen states that will decide it. It doesn't take a lot of those people who might have been leaning towards Trump to say, you know what, this whole thing is just too gross. I'm too exhausted by it. I don't want it to swing an election.
Yeah. Well, we're also going to be joined now by Jeremy Saland. He's a former assistant district attorney in the Manhattan DA's trial division. Also with me is Chuck Rosenberg, former U.S. attorney, former senior FBI official, and now an NBC News legal analyst. Chuck, I want to start with you. Give me an overview of what's been going on in the court today, especially when you look at both sides, but also, of course, the former president sitting there in court.
Right. Well, in the morning, primarily, Yamish, housekeeping matters and rulings by the judge on certain evidentiary issues. The government wanted to introduce what we call prior bad acts to show patterns of conduct or motive. And the judge, for instance, permitted the transcript of the Access Hollywood tape on that sort of rationale. Later in the day, after the lunch break, actually much later in the day, around 2 or 2:30, potential jurors started filing into the courtroom. They were going to complete questionnaires. Then they would be questioned on their answers. Those who felt they couldn't be impartial or fair would be excused. And from that initial pool of 100 or so potential jurors who were in the room, plus others waiting their turn, eventually the court would narrow it down to 12 jurors and 6 alternates who would sit in at trial as jurors in the case of People versus Donald Trump. Still a few days, maybe a couple of weeks off, but that process to pick the jury has begun.
And I'm told, Joshua, you're now with us, so I want to bring you into the fold here. Of course, she's been outside the Manhattan courthouse here. Talk about, of course, the history of this day, but really what has stuck out to you as you've been monitoring these procedures and all that we saw today.
Well, look, we saw just in the last couple of hours, after a lot of conversation between the lawyers for both sides and the judge, finally jurors brought into the courtroom. 96 were brought in. About more than half were dismissed after Judge Merchan asked if they were unable to be impartial in this case, to dismiss themselves, or if they were unable to serve for some other reason. So more than half dismissed. Then they went on with the actual process of voir dire, of asking the jurors questions from that 42-question survey, questions that include things like, have you ever read a Trump book? Have you been to a Trump rally? Are you a member of Antifa or the Proud Boys? Where do you get your news? So that is the process they're going through now. But it was a heated discussion between the lawyers and the judge today. As you know, we've talked about how this case may not be seen quite as seriously as some of the other cases that he is involved with right now. But this is one that has some of the more salacious details, the details that he's alleged to have tried to suppress back in the 2016 election. So we saw almost immediately the Access Hollywood tape, that infamous tape, come into the picture, with the prosecutors wanting to submit that into evidence. The judge saying they cannot play the tape, but they are able to read from that transcript. Also, allegations that the Trump campaign and the National Enquirer were in coordination to try to boost Trump's image and to damage the image of his rivals in 2016. Because remember, while the prosecution is going to try to prove to the jury that he falsified business records in this hush money scheme, the other piece that they're going to try to convince the jury of is that he did so to try to influence the 2016 election. So they're trying to establish a pattern of behavior. And of course, Yamish, a lot of focus on the star witness for the prosecution, Michael Cohen, how to handle his guilty plea and how to really deal with his credibility, which is something that the defense will be trying to undermine and something the prosecution is going to be trying to boost, Yamish.
And Jeremy, thank you so much for that reporting. I want to also bring in, or we should bring back Jeremy. Jeremy, when you think about voir dire, the judge here has said that this is really one of the most extensive lists of questions that he's seen as a judge. What do you think about what's going on and the questions that jurors are facing in this moment?
You know, you have to vet him to the degree that he is, because the concern for both parties is that you're going to have a potential juror, and all you need is one for a mistrial or a hung jury, is that you're going to bring in one of these jurors, and that juror or more is going to be biased. And if it's biased and predetermined against Donald Trump, you also, as a prosecutor, don't want this biased juror that can ultimately upend on appeal your case if there's a conviction. So you have to ask these questions. We hear about the Proud Boys, from podcasts, from Trump rallies. What news sources do they follow and read? All this is relevant, and you may find in real time, unlike a case that's run of the mill, if you will, that the defense and the prosecution is going to try to see, let me look at these individuals' social media. Let me see what they've been saying. Are they individuals that have some really strong, passionate feelings one way or the other? Or are they just regular folks who don't really even get involved in politics? So all of this is the time to vet those people and really engage them and try to figure out who's going to be a fair juror and listen to the evidence and not be someone we'll call that sleeper juror.
Chuck, if I could go to you, there's also this issue that Dasha was talking about with this Access Hollywood tape. They're not going to be able to play the tape, but they can read the transcripts of it, which means that prosecutors can read out loud Trump talking about grabbing people by the you-know-what. Tell me the significance of this tape to the prosecutor's case and what it means that they won't be able to play the tape, but they can still read essentially what Trump said.
Yeah, I think the judge, Yamish, was trying to split the baby a little bit on this one. So there's a rule of evidence that permits prosecutors to put in what we call prior bad act evidence. I thought the tape, the Access Hollywood tape, was loathsome, right? Mr. Trump talks in disgusting terms about assaulting women for his own sexual gratification.
Of course, the prosecutors want to play it, but they can't play it simply to dirty him up, to make the jury mad at Mr. Trump, so they're more likely to convict on the charges in the case. But they can try and use that transcript, they were asking for the tape, but they can try and use it, Yamiche, in order to show a pattern of conduct or motive. The motive here, of course, is that the Trump campaign, when this Access Hollywood tape broke, was in some disarray. They had to react to the disclosure of the tape. They were sort of fighting a rear guard battle. It heightened the import of both Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels, who had their own salacious tales to tell about Mr. Trump's conduct. So permitting the government to introduce, in this case, at least the transcript of that Access Hollywood tape allows the government to set the context, to explain the backdrop of the story. Under Rule 404B, it's therefore admissible for that limited purpose. The judge, again, trying to split the baby somewhat, is allowing them to use the transcript, which is fine and sufficient, but not allowing them to play the audio.
And Josh, I want to ask you about another issue, which is the gag order. There are prosecutors were pushing for Trump to be sanctioned. There's not going to be a hearing, from my understanding, next week. What's the significance of that, and what are prosecutors trying to really accomplish there?
Well, prosecutors are saying that he violated the gag order by sharing some Truth Social posts over the weekend. They point to 3 posts in particular and say that he should be fined $1,000 for each of those posts. The judge seemed to not want to deal with that issue today, but to get the jury into the courtroom. About 500 jurors had been waiting throughout the proceedings here today. But he says he will tackle that in a hearing next Tuesday. So expect that to be handled. And of course, we'll be watching for that, Yasmin.
And Garrett, I want to go to you. There's this idea, again, of a gag order. How worried, how concerned is former President Trump about this? I mean, he's on social media all day today, talking not specifically about this case all the time, but definitely doesn't seem shy about violating this. Is the campaign or the president, former president, worried about this at all?
Certainly not yet, they're not. I mean, he's shown no indication of curtailing his behavior in particular here. I mean, he wants to go after the judge, and he wants to go after the prosecutor, both of whom are still technically in bounds. Those attacks against Michael Cohen are the kind of thing that might get him in trouble, but at $1,000 a Truth Social post, I don't think that's the kind of fine that's going to keep Donald Trump up at night. Now, obviously, that could change during the course of this trial, but as of right now, neither he nor his attorneys appear particularly concerned about fallout from the gag order.
And Chuck, Garrett brings up a good point. Why not just keep violating this gag order, Chuck, and paying the fine as it comes?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a good question and such an odd case, right? You would hope on one hand that the judge wouldn't issue a gag order unless he was serious about it. You hope on the other hand that if he was serious about it, he would enforce it. The judge is in a very tough position, and Jeremy, I'm sure, knows this court far better than I ever will. But if there's a gag order out there, it's there for a reason. It's to protect witnesses and others affiliated with the case. And I think it's time for the judge to show that he's serious. He didn't issue the order for fun. He issued it so Mr. Trump, the defendant in this case, would abide it.
And Jeremy, we've been talking about this gag order that deals with, of course, what former President Trump is saying outside the courtroom. But he's also said he wants to speak inside the courtroom. Trump has said that he wants to testify. How likely, Jeremy, do you think it could be that we actually see Donald Trump take the stand here?
I think it would be incredibly foolish. You know, he would be a prosecutor's dream, if you will. The magnitude of things that he would say, going off script, if he can even have a script, alienating a jury, insulting, and just misbehaving, and not to sound like treating it as a child, but he would be his worst enemy, and it would be really a gift. I am fairly confident that his attorneys are saying, no, do not do that. There may be some value outside the courtroom because there's politics. Inside that courtroom, you don't want to alienate that jury. You don't want to look like you're disrespecting the court. That will never work in your favor. And I would just add one other comment. When you're talking about that gag order, what I think is important too, it's not the $1,000. Prosecutors are trying to get out in front of it now and say, out of the gate, let's get that first ruling in our favor that he's not following the law, so that if it escalates, we can say he had that opportunity. He was told, he was only given a fine. Now there's more real consequences. So there's a strategy here as to why they want to challenge us, even if it's just nominal dollars to Donald Trump.
Jeremy, I also want to ask you about just how long this is all going to take, especially when you think that the judges said something like 2,000 extra New Yorkers have been called to possibly serve on the jury because they want to have a really wide swath of people. How long of a trial could we be talking about here, especially as you're thinking about what both sides are trying to get out of this jury?
Yeah, well, first of all, for better or for worse, fortunately, we've got a lot of New Yorkers, so we'll fill that jury room. But this absolutely can take a long time because your run-of-the-mill case, if there's such a term, something that's even a misdemeanor or a felony, could take days. It's not usually done in hours. Here you have something that's far more salacious, if you will, and far more serious than even Harvey Weinstein's case that took a long time. And you have a lot of celebrity cases in the city of New York that take time. So I expect that this is going to be very methodical and slow. And if you may know or recall, Donald Trump didn't waive what's called his antimarchy right. So he's saying, I want to be present at any sort of bench approach or anything that's not done before the jury. I want to be part of that process, whereas many jurors say, or pardon me, many defendants waive that right to expedite things. But this is going to be slow and methodical. I will say, though, that Merchan is thinking this through and trying to say, if you don't want to appear on this jury and you're concerned, for example, your well-being, I'm not going to make you answer questions. I'll just release you. So he's trying to move this along.
Well, slow and methodical. I'm sure former President Trump does not want that to be the case, of course, given that he's now off the campaign trail. So thank you so much to Garrett, to Dasha, to Jeremy, to Chuck, all of you for getting us started. And coming up, we'll dive more into the potential political fallout of this historic trial, what it means to have Trump off the campaign trail and in the criminal courtroom. But first, a dangerous escalation in the tensions in the Middle East. President Biden urges Israel not to respond to aerial strikes by Iran over the weekend. We're live in Israel and at the White House next.
Lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Today, after a meeting of Israel's war cabinet, an official said Israel's response to Iran's unprecedented attack this weekend may be, quote, imminent. That same official said that any Israeli action would be coordinated with the U.S. That comes as NBC News reports that some top U.S. officials are worried that Israel may respond too quickly to Iran and provoke a wider conflict. On Saturday, more than 300 missiles and drones were fired at Israel. Iran called the attack retaliation for an Israeli attack on Iran's consulate in Damascus. The assault marks the first time Iran has launched a direct attack on Israel from Iranian soil. The Israeli military says 99% of the projectiles were intercepted with the help of allies. Today, while meeting with leaders from Iraq and Washington, both President Biden and Secretary of State Blinken emphasized the U.S.'s commitment to Israel's defense.
Iran launched an unprecedented aerial attack against Israel, and we mounted an unprecedented military effort to defend Israel. Together with our partners, we defeated that attack.
What this weekend demonstrated is that Israel did not have to and does not have to defend itself alone when it is the victim of an aggression, the victim of an attack. I've been in close communication with counterparts in the region, and we will continue to do so in the hours and days ahead. We don't seek escalation, but we'll continue to support the defense of Israel and to protect our personnel in the region.
Privately, President Biden has expressed concern that Prime Minister Netanyahu is trying to drag Washington into a broader conflict, according to people familiar with his comments. The president is also warning Netanyahu that the U.S. will not participate in any offensive operations against Iran, according to a senior administration official. Joining me now on the ground from Tel Aviv is NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez, and NBC News' Ali Rafa is at the White House. So, Raf, I want to start with you. As we wait to see what, if any, response Israel might take, what do we know about Israel's war cabinet meeting today?
Yamish, an Israeli official tells me that the consensus inside of the war cabinet is that Israel needs to respond, and it needs to respond swiftly, that it cannot afford to wait for weeks after this unprecedented Iranian attack, that the world needs to see an Israeli response and see it soon. That official says that response is imminent at this point. They say a range of military and diplomatic options were discussed by the war cabinet, and that any response will ultimately be coordinated with the United States. But as you said, this is not the answer that President Biden was hoping for. The U.S. was hoping that Saturday's attack would be the end of this escalation. Instead, it seems to be just one rung on this ladder. Remember, this began on April 1st in the Syrian capital, Damascus, where Iran says Israel carried out an airstrike on its embassy compound, killing 7 senior members of the Revolutionary Guard. Iran says Saturday's attack with 350 missiles and drones was a response to that bombing in Syria. And now it appears that Israel is gearing up for a response to that response. Yamish.
And Raf, it appears at least that there are a few injuries in Israel and no deaths after that attack this weekend. What more do we know about this attack by Iran on Israel and how it really unfolded here? And in particular, what kind of intelligence do we think Israel had ahead of time before these strikes started and even during the strikes?
So Iran very clearly telegraphed that this attack was coming following that April 1 strike in Syria. But the Israelis are saying they had their own intelligence, and they had a lot of intelligence from the U.S. and from other coalition partners who took part in that defense. As you said, Yamish, there have been no deaths in Israel yet. There is a 7-year-old girl down in the southern desert from a Bedouin community who is in hospital right now fighting for her life. She suffered head injuries after there was an interception above her home, shrapnel falling on the house. Her family deeply, deeply concerned for her. This was kind of a slow-moving, slowly unfolding, almost surreal attack, Yamish, that around 11 o'clock at night here in Israel, the military spokesman went up on television and informed people in this country that a wave of Iranian drones were on their way. It was going to take several hours for them to get here, and nobody knew what would happen when they arrived along with those missiles. Ultimately, there appears to have been minimal damage to one Israeli airbase down in the south of this country. But while the attack was unprecedented, the response also unprecedented, that you had Israeli and American fighter jets entering the airspace of Jordan and fighting alongside Jordanian military units. This is an Arab nation using its military to help defend Israel from incoming fire. That is a coalition the Israelis say they're deeply grateful for, and they say that they hope they can build upon. Yamish.
Well, definitely a situation we're going to continue to watch. Thank you, Ross Sanchez, for your reporting from Tel Aviv. And Ali, of course, at the White House, there's clearly concern there about escalation and this becoming a possible regional war. Does President Biden feel like his warnings to Israel are really being heard in this moment?
Yeah, Yamish, it's a great question, especially when you remember the public and private tensions that President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu have had over the past 6 months. And you mentioned what Biden aides say are these private concerns the president has that Prime Minister Netanyahu is trying to drag the U.S. deeper into this conflict, potentially for political reasons. So as we await what Israel could do next to retaliate against Iran for those strikes over the weekend, it's really shining a light on how delicate of a position the president is in right now, as he told Netanyahu in a call over the weekend that the U.S. would not be involved in that response. He also is urging its restraint and de-escalation to Netanyahu, but he's also pledging ironclad U.S. support for Israel, while also trying to not get U.S. troops and U.S. assets in this region put under an even larger threat. So the best way that the White House sees an ability to be able to do this is to urge that restraint, is to make public this messaging that the U.S. is not seeking a wider war. It's not seeking a conflict with Iran. And so that just leads to these big outstanding questions, of course, what Israel is going to do next, but also what sort of involvement the U.S. has in that decision. As we know, U.S. officials have asked their Israeli counterparts not only for a heads up on what is going to happen, but also a say in the decision of how Israel is going to respond. So really a big question of how the U.S., how the president is going to not be involved in that response, but also continue to support Israel through it. Yamish.
Thank you so much, Ali Rafa, from the White House, for your reporting. Up next, Israel's response to Iran's attack may potentially come at any time. So what would a broader war mean for the region and for the world? You're watching Meet the Press Now.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. As we mentioned, this weekend's attack by Iran has renewed fears of a wider conflict in the Middle East, and world leaders are warning against escalation in the region. Today, the UN Secretary General said it is, quote, time to step back from the brink. Joining me now for more on what all of this could mean for the region is Bilal Saab. He's an associate fellow for the Middle East and North Africa program at Chatham House, and retired Admiral James Stavridis. He is the former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO and NBC News Chief International Analyst. And Admiral, I want to start with you. There are some analysts who said that Iran wanted to telegraph their strike to potentially give Israel time to prepare. So what do you make of how this attack unfolded, and especially Iran's statements before the strike?
I think it's accurate to say Iran wanted to conduct a strike in a way that was not going to creating massive escalation. So that means launching the drone wave first. That gave Israel hours of advance notice. There have been some reports that some back-channel communication was also used. And then ultimately, I think the idea here was for Iran to be able to turn internally, say to their people, hey, we responded to this strike by Israel of 10 days ago against their consulate in Damascus. But as the Iranians themselves said, we consider the matter closed. Unfortunately for Tehran, I don't think Jerusalem considers the matter closed. So here we sit awaiting what the Israeli response is going to be over the next few days.
And Bilal, as we wait, as the Admiral just said, for that response, I wonder, Bilal, if you could talk a little bit about the fact that Iran took this unprecedented step. But we wonder, what does it mean for how that country, Iran, could be viewing a potential for escalated conflict? And in particular, can they even really afford to be drawn into a direct war given their military capabilities here?
No, they can't. And it's not just a military issue as well. It's also economically speaking, they're in dire straits, obviously. They cannot afford to enter into a large-scale confrontation, not just with Israel, but potentially also with the United States. So those are two foes that are far more capable than Iran on its own. I agree with Jim 100%, and this is something I'm probably going to say multiple times throughout this conversation. The intent was not necessarily to significantly hurt. The intent was to send a cease and desist message to the Israelis, probably establish or restore some element of deterrence, even though that's always a debatable proposition. It's incredibly difficult to achieve that. And as Jim said, now we wait with bated breath how the Israelis are going to respond. And my hope is that it would be a coordinated response with the United States. In preference, they would also avoid escalation.
As you said, Iran maybe doesn't have the military capabilities for this direct war. But I wonder, when you look at this strike, Bilal, what did you learn? What did we as the world learn about their capabilities from this attack?
Yeah, great question. So everything that they've done was deliberate. I mean, when you look at how they violated a core principle of military operations, which is the element of surprise, right? So they telegraphed their intentions. They probably passed on information to Washington through Arab and European intermediaries that our strike is going to be limited. So when you telegraph your intentions like that, that tells you that they have no interest in, seeking escalation with the Israelis. But in terms of capabilities, Yamish, it is easy to rush to the conclusion that the Iranians mounted a highly unsuccessful military attack. But I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. It takes some level of skill to lob this many missiles and fly this many drones with the intent of actually not killing and not hurting. So they demonstrated two things. One, precision. Two, range. And three, sufficient awareness of the strategic environment. And I think at all of these variables, put in a completely different context with the intent of actually hurting, could be quite detrimental for the Israelis next time around. They're not going to have enough time to prepare. They're not going to have enough time to respond should they mount an attack that would be intended to hurt as opposed to just send a message. So I would be wary of Iranian capabilities. I would not be rushing to the wrong conclusions here.
It's such an important point to make that they didn't want to hurt anybody, it seems, this time, but that they could possibly, with precision and range, do so in the future. So, Admiral, we are waiting to see what Israel's going to do here. What strikes you as the most obvious response for Israel here? And if the Biden administration is not going to participate, if they're saying no offensive strike is going to be part of the U.S.'s strategy here, does that limit Israel's options?
No, it doesn't particularly limit Israel's options. They have enormous military capability, much better than the Iranians do. They could use, for example, their F-35 fighters and go after the industrial facility where the drones were being built that were used against them. That would be, in one sense, proportional. They could go after Iranian maritime assets at sea. They could go after the Iranian economy using cyber. They could use special forces against a variety of topics. So I think they have a pretty rich basket of options they can pursue without Washington's assistance. The challenge for Israel is going to be that there's so much international pressure being put on Israel, first about its activities in Gaza. And if Israel does respond in a highly aggressive and offensive way at this point, they'll receive even more pressure coming from the G7, the Arab world, the global South, and others. So it's a tough position for Israel. If you ask me, what do I think they'll do? I think they'll kind of pick a middle path, not a big, massive assault, but they're not going to just sit back and do nothing. So I'd look for a combination of cyber, perhaps strikes against maritime targets that are not on the mainland of Iran, but not a big strike against industrial targets in Tehran. Look, we're going to know in a couple of days.
Yeah. Well, Admiral, if we don't expect any Washington assistance, is it possible that other allies of Israel, that they could be potentially involved in whatever their response is to Iran?
No. The only candidate to be part of a strike against Iran that I can see would be the United States. All the other partners to Israel are further distant from Israel than the United States. And certainly if the United States declines to be involved, I think it's highly unlikely you'd see any other nation participate.
And the one nation that we did see participate on Saturday, Bilal, was Jordan. Ralph Sanchez was talking about how significant it was that you had an Arab nation protecting Israel in this way. Talk to me a bit about the significance of that, given the history of these two countries and at times Jordan's harsh criticism of Israel's actions, specifically as it relates to Gaza and the humanitarian crisis there.
Well, Jordan also was looking to safeguard its own security interests. This is not just about protecting Israel. I mean, those projectiles were flying over Jordanian skies. And so first and foremost, it was about Jordanian security. Second, frankly, in my opinion, I hope I'm not wrong on this, more important than the protection of Israel was the effort to signal, to communicate to the United States that you can depend on us. We are a reliable partner. We understand that you are our #1 security partner, and therefore we have some kind of loyalty towards you. So at the end of the day, I don't think it was that controversial that the Jordanians participated and contributed military assets to down, threats over their own skies. But anything beyond that, frankly, that is more comprehensive, comes some, a joint effort to go after Iranian targets. I fully agree with Jim. I find that rather inconceivable.
Well, an issue and really a situation we're going to watch closely. So thank you, Admiral Stavridis and Bilal Saab. We're now following, of course, breaking news out of New York when the court right now has just adjourned for the day. Let's go back to NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. She's outside the courthouse there in Manhattan. So, Dasha, what do we know now that the court is adjourned? What are we waiting on now?
Well, court has adjourned. We're waiting to see whether or not the former president will address the press or not. We are being told that about 10 potential jurors, according to our colleagues inside the courtroom, were able to get through those survey questions. Just 10 jurors. 500 were waiting today, Yamish, and 96 were let into the courtroom.
Dasha, I'm going to stop you because the former president is walking up to camera, so we're going to pause here while he speaks.
Amazing things happen today. As you know, my son is graduating from high school, and it looks like the judge will not let me go to the graduation of my son, who's worked very, very hard. He's a great student, and he's very proud of the fact that he did so well. And I was looking forward for years to have graduation with his mother and father there. And it looks like the judge isn't going to allow me to escape this scam. It's a scam trial. If you read all of the legal pundits, all of the legal scholars today, there's not one that I see that said this is a case that should be brought or tried. It's a scam. It's a political witch hunt. It continues, and it continues forever. And we're not going to be given a fair trial. It's a very, very sad thing. In addition, as you know, next Thursday, we're before the United States Supreme Court on a very big hearing on immunity. And this is something that we've been waiting for a long time. And the judge, of course, is not going to allow us. He's a very conflicted judge, and he's not going to allow us to go to that. He won't allow me to leave here for a half a day, go to D.C. and go before the United States Supreme Court, because he thinks he's superior, I guess, to the Supreme Court. We got a real problem with this judge. We have a real problem with a lot of things having to do with this trial, including the DA, because you go right outside and people are being mugged and killed all day long, and he's sitting here all day with about 10 or 12 prosecutors over nothing, over what people say shouldn't be a trial. So I just want to thank you very much, but that I can't go to my son's graduation, or that I can't go to the United States Supreme Court, that I'm not in Georgia or Florida or North Carolina campaigning like I should be. It's perfect for the radical left Democrats. That's exactly what they want. This is about election interference. That's all it's about. Thank you very much.
So that was former President Donald Trump speaking there at that Manhattan courthouse. He said a number of things, including that this was a scam trial, that this is a witch hunt. He also said that the judge here, that he's conflicted. Of course, we know that the president is facing charges, 34 of them, and that this trial is about activities that were related to the 2016 campaign, alleged activities here. Dr. Burns, you're outside that Manhattan courthouse. You can break down a little bit more of what the president was saying, but I want to just fact check a bit of what the former president was saying there. So go ahead, Dasha.
Well, first of all, he was talking about and complaining about potentially not being able to go to his son Barron Trump's graduation, which is on May 17th. That was one of the topics of debate today. I don't believe that there has been a ruling on that. The judge basically reserved the right to play with the schedule as needed. For example, there might be a different schedule next week because of Passover. So we don't know for sure whether or not the former president is going to be able to attend that graduation, but clearly a point of conflict for him there. And once again, took aim at the judge, took aim at this trial, saying it's unfounded, calling it election interference. You know, one thing that we consistently hear from the former president, he and his team have been calling this and other cases the Biden trials, trying to point towards the former, pointing towards the current president, who of course is not responsible for these cases or for this trial. This was brought by the Manhattan district attorney and is being argued by the prosecutors that are not in coordination with the White House in any way. Just before we went to his remarks there, Yamiche, I was talking about the drawn-out process that this is really expected to be. That's one thing that Judge Merchan emphasized today. Much of the day was spent on pretrial motions, and then just in the last couple of hours of the day did the actual process that is supposed to be the focus of the next couple of weeks, the jury selection process that really just began. And today we only got through about 10 jurors answering those survey questions, and there are thousands waiting in the wings as they try to find that small group of people, 12 jurors and 6 alternates, that will be able to judge this case impartially without bias. That is the challenge. That is the goal and the focus of the next couple of weeks that will set the stage for the rest of this trial. But certainly a slow, methodical, and thoughtful start. This is how the system goes. But for those who are a little bit impatient, perhaps a little too slow for the former president in particular, Yamiche.
Thank you so much, Dasha Burns, outside the Manhattan courthouse. I want to bring in our panel now, Julia Manchester. She's a national political reporter for The Hill, Cornell Belcher, Democratic pollster, and NBC News political analyst, and Stephen Hayes, editor and CEO of The Dispatch. He's also an NBC News political analyst. So, Steve, I want to start with you. We just heard the former president say a bunch of things, some of them really not true, going after the judge who has said multiple times he's not going to recuse himself, that he can get a fair trial. We're obviously in the middle of jury selection because they're trying to find 12 people, 6 alternates, to fairly judge the former president. What do you make of what he's saying here and the fact that we're in this unprecedented moment where, of course, he's the first former president to face criminal charges in a trial?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think one of the big things he said that was true was that legal experts from sort of across the political spectrum think this is the weakest of the cases that was brought against Donald Trump. He may well be guilty of the things that are about to come up in this trial, the things that the prosecutors say that he did, but it's sort of a triple bank shot in terms of the legal process. I think the most troubling aspect of what he said was what he said at the end. This is part of election interference. It's the Biden administration trying to keep him off the campaign trail, implied that this was keeping him from being able to run a fair race, from being able to compete against Joe Biden. Those are the kind of things that, as we look forward into November, October, November, and maybe the post-election period, are the kinds of things that will have Donald Trump's most ardent supporters the most upset. I don't think that's what's happening. I think Dasha walked through the reasons that that's not happening, but it will certainly resonate with Donald Trump's most hardcore supporters.
Corinne, I'll jump in here on what you think this all means, especially as we've seen some voters say that if Trump is convicted, that might change their minds. But you have a lot of Trump supporters who are seeing this and all the other cases and saying, well, this is really a big sort of conspiracy against the former president.
Well, look, I know that there's a lot of spin here about how, this doesn't hurt him. But the truth of the matter is, being under criminal charges is not an ideal place for any candidate to be. And why is it not an ideal place for it to be? Because, look, his base is going to be with him. But you win elections in this country in the middle, right? You can energize your base, but each candidate has to compete for moderate voters. Joe Biden won moderate voters by 34 points in the last presidential election. It's hard for me to see how, and let's be real, let's level set here. Donald Trump needs more votes, right? He needs to get more votes than he got the last time around. So how is this going to make him more competitive among moderate voters in the middle of the electorate? It's hard to see how that's going to help him.
And Julia, I mean, as Cornell, who of course does so much polling, as he's laying out sort of the political stakes here, I want to put up a poll for you. It says that something like 58% of people in this hush money trial poll that we're looking at see this as very or somewhat serious, and 46% believe that Trump is guilty. What are you watching for as you think about those numbers and what this means for the former president?
Yeah, look, in terms of what I'm watching for, and we're watching for this in all these cases, how much are the voters prioritizing these cases when they go to make their decisions? We talk about how these kitchen table issues oftentimes top their lists of priorities. However, Donald Trump, being convicted ultimately in one of these trials or multiple of these trials could ultimately hurt him in the long run. But I want to jump off of something Cornell was talking about with, Donald Trump maybe galvanizing his base, but he's losing the independent vote. It's really interesting to see Donald Trump this week. He's at this hush money trial. Whereas Joe Biden, he's going to be campaigning in Pennsylvania, a major battleground state that Donald Trump needs to win back.
Yeah. Well, Stephen, I want to go there. What about the fundraising aspect of this? I'm struck by the fact that Donald Trump can still raise millions and millions of dollars off of this. What does that tell you about the Republican Party and sort of what this might mean for the election here?
I mean, they're enthralled to Donald Trump. I mean, there's no question that this will juice particularly his small dollar fundraising efforts. How much that matters? I mean, I think as we sit here today, some 7 months out from the election, it's hard for me to imagine that this is an election that's going to be decided by who raises more money or who raises less money. Joe Biden certainly has an advantage in that right now, and raising money to help Donald Trump offset his legal costs is money that isn't going to other Republican candidates down ballot. You don't hear a lot of Republicans crying about that in public, but they're certainly grumbling about it in private.
And can I lean in on that? I mean, look, it is not ideal because in the end, what you do have is Joe Biden's campaign is hiring people on the ground right now, and they're talking about all across the battleground states. And does it matter for television advertising? No, but it does matter for what you're doing on the ground. It does matter for mobilizing. It does matter for canvassing and touching voters. And I think Democrats have an advantage there, the likes of which we had not had, certainly not during the Bush years. we now have an advantage in this, and it's going to hurt his down base. Like, if I'm a down ballot Republican and the RNC is completely sort of focused on Donald Trump and paying his money, you can't like that if you're a down ballot Republican.
And Cornell, if I could stick with you, what does that mean, though, for the current president, President Biden? If you put yourself in the Biden campaign shoes, should they be talking about this as this trial gets underway? Is it really instead something that they sit back and just let the media coverage do what it's going to do?
Well, you know, there's two political minds of this, and there's one is the time-old saying is when your opponent is destroying himself, stay out of his way. But there's also the piece of this that I think is for the White House is a bigger deal, is that he is still the commander-in-chief, he's still the chief executive of our country, so he shouldn't talk about it too much. But strictly from a political standpoint, I think Donald Trump would wants them to talk about it, because then he could say it's political. If I were the president, I would say as far away from it as I possibly could.
And Julia, how much do media silos matter here? When you think about sort of how people view this, if you're viewing it on one network versus another, how much does that impact the way that people see it?
I think it absolutely impacts it. Look, I think Trump's base, they're going to watch, obviously, more conservative-leaning media, whereas more liberal voters will watch liberal-leaning media. The question I have is, what are moderate and independent voters watching? Because when talking to them out on the campaign trail, they don't want to hear the noise. So I'm curious to see what they're actually observing.
If I could, I also want to ask you about the idea that there are some who see Donald Trump's time in office as better than President Biden. We saw a poll now, if we could put it up for folks, about this idea that it was mostly good for America. If you look at President Biden, that number's 25%. What do you make of that?
I'm curious to see how much of that is impacted by the economy. Look, I think much of President Biden's administration has sort of been, in the recent 2 years, has been sort of labeled, marred by inflation in many ways. Donald Trump, up until the COVID pandemic, his supporters would argue it was a very strong economy.
Yeah. I want to just also, I'm sorry, I was being told something in my ear. It's a little bit of a wildy day. So we're just going to go on until I hear that again. So tell me, Cornell, when you look at those numbers, what do you think?
I think President Biden, like every president, has a story to tell. You know, Bush had a story to tell about Israel, like where he started off behind. You know, certainly, when I worked on the Obama campaign, we started off 5 points behind Mitt Romney. The question is, do you have a story to tell? And I think the president does have a good story to tell. I will also point out, Mish, that the guy I worked for, his numbers actually went up after he was out of the office. So there's always a little nostalgia as you look back at a presidency.
A little bit of the Obama swag you want to fit in there. That's fine. That's fine. Julia, if I could turn now, of course, to the situation on the Middle East. There's so much going on there with Biden under fire from all sides. What do you make of sort of where he is and where he finds himself?
Look, it's an incredibly difficult position for President Biden because his own party is really divided on this issue in terms of Israel and Gaza. And he obviously doesn't want a major foreign escalation. Right now, it's not only the problems he's facing within his own party, but it's also the fact that a lot of Americans don't want to see another entrance into a foreign war. We already have the debate over Israel funding and Ukraine funding. So he's trying to appease both sides of his party while also, trying to work with Republicans here.
Yeah, well, I could talk to you about so much other stuff, but it's one of those days we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much to Julia, to Cornell, to Stephen. And after the break, House Speaker Mike Johnson is now under increasing pressure to move forward with aid to both Israel and Ukraine. What he's going to do and how that could cost him his job. You're watching Meet the Press now.
report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Iran's attack on Israel has ramped up pressure on House Speaker Mike Johnson to pass a foreign aid bill, despite threats by his fellow Republicans that he might lose his job. Today, a bipartisan group of 91 House members sent a letter to Speaker Johnson to bring the aid bill for Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, passed by the Senate, to a House vote. On Meet the Press, the House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner said he thinks there is support for the bill, and he expects a vote could come this week. Take a listen.
I think it will have overwhelming support, both the Ukraine, Israel, and Asia packages, not just because of what's happened with Iran escalating the conflict in the Middle East, but because these are allies that need and deserve our support.
As you know, Donald Trump has been on the sideline saying he doesn't want to see that aid go to Ukraine unless it's in the form of a loan. But just very quickly, do you expect it to get a vote this week, Congressman?
I do, and I expect it to pass.
Yesterday, Speaker Johnson said he would try to advance an aid bill for Israel this week, but he did not specify if it would also include Ukraine aid, which would anger some of the far-right members of the Republican caucus. NBC News' Ryan Nobles has the latest on Capitol Hill. So Speaker Johnson and House Republicans are reportedly meeting tonight to talk about the Iran attack. What is House Speaker Johnson's options right now as you think about the way forward?
Well, I think, Yamiche, it's pretty clear that Speaker Johnson is not going to get everything here. And so he's going to have to try and pick the path of least resistance in order to get through this impasse. And that means he's going to have to sacrifice something on the other side of it. And what I mean by that is it may be very difficult for him to put Ukraine aid on the floor, aid to Israel, aid to Taiwan, in a form and fashion that can pass quickly and also make it through the Senate without sacrificing the threat of a motion to vacate in his job as Speaker of the House. It seems as though he's trying to work through some middle ground here where he can put the aid bill on the floor and not face the wrath of those conservative Republicans who are very much opposed to any form of Ukraine funding. That's one of the reasons we haven't heard from Speaker Johnson. It seems clear that he's going through a long list of possible options to try and get through this particular quandary he finds himself in. But make no mistake, Yamiche, the quickest and most expedient way to get this passed is by putting that Senate bill that's already passed on the floor of the House. Chairman Turner is exactly right. It would pass without very much of a margin for error, but it would then risk Speaker Johnson's job, which is one of the reasons he's been reluctant to do that so far.
And what are the other options there, and how quickly could they happen?
Well, one option is that he could split it apart, right? He could put the Israel funding on the floor all by itself. He could put the Ukraine package on the floor all by itself and then add in some of these conditions that Republicans, including the former president, have asked for in terms of turning it into a loan or something along those lines. But every single one of those scenarios means that the bill would have to come back to the Senate. And it's become a more complicated process in the Senate. A number of Senate Democrats in particular have been raising their voices and saying that they believe any additional funding to Israel would have to include conditions that would guarantee support for the humanitarian crisis there. That might not necessarily be a part of a package that the House delivers. So if they want to get it done quickly by the end of this week, then they've got to get the Senate bill passed. Yamiche.
A situation we'll definitely keep watching, so thank you, Ryan. And we'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air tonight with the extraordinary scene here in New York. Former President Trump, now criminal defendant Trump, on trial, facing those felony charges with jury selection set to pick up first thing in the morning after just wrapping for the day. Mr. Trump, late tonight, characteristically defiant. We're going to bring you what he just said live outside the courthouse on this historic day in just a sec. We're also live in Baltimore, where we're learning about a new federal criminal investigation into that deadly bridge collapse. What sources are telling us about whether that cargo ship's crew knew their boat had problems before it smashed into those pillars. Plus, an Uber driver dead now after finding herself in the middle of a scam gone wrong. Why an 81-year-old man says he thought the driver was in on it. Plus, in New Mexico, the woman who handled weapons on the set of the film Rust getting the max prison sentence tonight for her role in the cinematographer's death. We'll have scenes from the emotional sentencing just months before actor Alec Baldwin faces charges in the case. And later on, the most highly anticipated draft in women's sports history. What is next for this woman, Caitlin Clark, as we take you live to the center where it's all going down a little bit later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we have never seen before what we're about to show you tonight. What we're about to talk about tonight here, a former president seated among potential jurors, a former president who faces arrest if he does not show up for court in his own case, even as he's actively running for president. In just the last 15 minutes, we've seen Donald Trump on his way out of court, characteristically defiant, claiming that this is a scam trial. You're seeing the hallway outside court. We can't show you inside because this trial isn't on TV, but we do have some still pictures. You see them here. Mr. Trump watching as his lawyers hash things out with prosecutors and the judge. You're about to see those, actually. Remember why we're here. The former president says he is not guilty on 34 felony charges of falsifying business records, basically making up records to cover up alleged hush money payments he made to former adult film star Stormy Daniels, all of it to try to stop a sex scandal right before the 2016 campaign. On day one, both sides getting some big wins. For the prosecution, the judge, whom Mr. Trump attacked for months, says he will not recuse himself. The prosecution can bring in key evidence, like one of the witnesses, Karen McDougal, part of an alleged so-called catch-and-kill scheme. They can talk about tabloid stories and some of the details from the infamous Access Hollywood tape. The prosecutors can quote the tape. However, they cannot actually show the tape to the jury itself. And that is a huge win for the Trump team. Also wins for them. The other side cannot use Mr. Trump's deposition from a separate civil sex abuse trial and can't bring up certain arguments, like when his wife Melania was pregnant. This is the deposition, other arguments they can't get into. There's a lot to break down tonight. Danny Savalos is going to get to the legal piece of it in a second, but I want to start with Vaughn Hilliard, who is live outside court, because let's be clear, Vaughn, this is the blockbuster collision between criminal court and the campaign trail and sort of all of the spectacle that would entail. Let's start with what we just heard from former President Trump. He has to be there. He faces arrest if he is not at court. I mean, He's got to be in those seats unless the judge excuses him. He is not happy about that. Talk us through it.
Right. He went on the attack against District Attorney Alvin Bragg, whose office is the one that brought this indictment and are the ones that are going to be questioning the witnesses, including those that were so close to Donald Trump throughout his life, from Michael Cohen to David Pecker to former Trump aide Hope Hicks. And you saw him also go on the attack against Judge Merchan, who, if Donald Trump is found guilty, this is what is unique. You don't necessarily see this from a criminal defendant, but attacking the judge repeatedly upon leaving the courthouse is unfair. Now, let's see. If the fact is that he were to be found guilty, it'd be Judge Merchan who would be the one in charge of sentencing. And that is where, for Donald Trump, the stakes are so high, because you said it. It's not just the legal, but this is also a political stage for him. And the ability to make the mass appeal to the electorate at large, no matter what those future 12 jurors determine inside the courtroom about his guilt or innocence, for him, the greater jury is the American electorate come November. Because if he were to win the White House, that would keep him from ultimately having to serve that prison time imminently, Hallie.
There's also been this spectacle. I mean, listen, and I think we can't overstate the extraordinary moment here. Whatever you think of the case, and we're going to get to that in a second, the legalities of it and the strength of this case. It is, for the first time, a former president facing these criminal charges, going to trial, and watching jury selection happen. You're seeing people by the dozens coming in. They're getting asked a series of questions. Some of them are saying, I cannot be impartial, essentially. They are getting excused. Watching this unfold has been remarkably dramatic late this afternoon.
Absolutely. And for these jurors that were coming through, you're looking at about 2/3 of them that were ultimately dismissed, saying that they could not be partial or fair in this. And that is where you are watching what is going to be a lengthy process here play out. Jury selection could take very well 2 weeks. They were just still working through that first batch of 96 of them. We're looking at potentially hundreds going through before they settle on these jurors here. And Donald Trump, he, in a fundraising, not only emails, but also text message, One just sent out moments ago. He said, quote, "I just stormed out of court. They think I'm finished, but I'll never surrender." Again, for Donald Trump, he is trying to use this to the best of his ability under the circumstances, because as a criminal defendant, he is going to have to be inside of this courtroom whether he likes it or not.
There is a chance, though, Vaughn, right, that this particular legal issue, and we should note here, it is the one that seems most likely to wrap up before the November election, may not be as beneficial to former President Trump as he thinks.
No, and you look at just this weekend, a New York Times Siena College poll that was released that showed a majority of Americans, including independents, view the majority that these charges against him here in New York are either very serious or somewhat serious. And when you're looking at that, it is hard to wrestle with some of these facts, especially ones that are so sensitive, so personal, like Stormy Daniels' allegation that she had an affair with Donald Trump while Melania Trump was pregnant with Barron, right? That necessarily is not what is being litigated inside the courtroom. Donald Trump isn't being found guilty or innocent on whether Stormy Daniels was paid hush money payment or not, or whether he cheated on his wife, soon to be expecting wife. But those are details that are going to be coming out throughout this process, that the prosecutors are going to ask these very difficult questions and are going to bring it to light on a daily basis what they believe is evidence from the past that will undercut Donald Trump's reputation with this jury and makes them question whether Donald Trump is actually innocent in this particular case on these 34 counts.
Super quick, Vaughn, I want to get to Danny on the legal stuff, but just like vibe check, right? I mean, it is kind of a zoo down there. Lower Manhattan, first day of trial. There's like 1 billion members of the media. There's a bunch of Trump supporters, Trump, opponents out there, right?
It's loud. There's supporters, there are protesters, and there are folks that are coming by that have been honking their car horns throughout the day. And to kind of give you an idea, we're just 1 block away, Hallie, from where his civil fraud trial took place just a couple months ago here. So it's sort of deja vu, but that was a civil trial. This is a criminal trial. And one thing that we can say over the course of the last 9 years is that the support and the anti-protests of Donald Trump, they haven't calmed down, they haven't gone anywhere, and it's only eating up, and we're still 6.5 months away from a general election where that is only going to be heightened even more, Hallie.
Vaughn Hill, you're starting things off tonight for us there in downtown Manhattan. Vaughn, thank you. Danny Savalos joins us now. Okay, so let's talk through some of this from the legal perspective, what we have seen unfold today. First things first, jury selection. We have seen a solid number of jurors be dismissed, be excused here. Our sources are suggesting that potentially thousands of people could end up called in over the course of the next couple of weeks, maybe that long, as they try to figure out which, 12 people, 6 alternates are going to sit on this jury. Is it normal that many people end up dismissed from a jury?
No, and they're not dismissed that easily. In fact, normally the sense is that jurors come in, potential jurors, and they want to get out of jury duty, and the judge is trying so hard to keep them in. But in this case, he's got to presume that people who are raising their hand and saying, I will be biased, I cannot be fair and impartial, he's kind of presuming that they're telling the truth. That's not the way it normally works.
Anybody who's been called in for jury duty, I mean, I remember having this experience. The judge makes a big point to say, there's no excuse, there's very few excuses good enough for you to get out of jury duty, right? Like, I'm busy, I got a vacation, that ain't the bar. That's not going to cut it here. But there's a different standard in this case.
I've seen this dance a million times. People come in, maybe they think their work is important, or they have a big business meeting coming up. They have child care issues. You're absolutely right. Normally, the judge is inclined to keep people and pressure them to stay on and not use these excuses. This is different. I think Judge Merchan realizes that when people in this case identify as someone who cannot be fair and impartial about this particular defendant, the most infamous or famous defendant in criminal history, then they're going to have to just let them go and keep searching for fair and impartial jurors. That's why they're burning through so many. That's why they called so many to the courthouse.
So now we are in for the next indeterminate period of time, probably days, a couple of weeks, what you could colloquially call grind land. Just the grind, the slog, churning through these jurors, trying to narrow down this pool of thousands to just a couple dozen or just a dozen or so here. But what will happen coming up next week, next Tuesday morning, is critical, because that is when the judge is going to make a decision on whether Donald Trump violated a partial gag order when he went after somebody who was going to be potentially one of the star witnesses in this case, his former fixer, Michael Cohen, who's testifying against him.
Yes, he's setting the standard early and making it clear that if Donald Trump misbehaves with the gag order or plays around on the fringes, he's going to be called in for a hearing. And who's to say he doesn't go right back to the well and misbehave online or in a speech out
out in front of the courthouse. This is a good line to set for the judge so that Donald Trump doesn't continue with violations or perceived violations of the gag order. And Hallie, I'm so glad you brought up that other thing, which is that jury selection is normally incredibly tedious. It was exciting today because we had some motion hearings in the beginning of the day, but now it's going to settle in to what I consider, and a grind is a perfect word for it. I am not a fan of jury selection. It is boring, but also terrifying because you never know if you just let on some juror who's going to torpedo your entire case. And that's because all of jury selection, in my view, is astrology. Yes, lawyers can tell you about their generalizations about this particular job or where this person lives, but it's all generalization. In my view, jurors will surprise you. They're individuals. And I think the other thing that will surprise all of us, especially all of us here, is that you will be amazed. Even with a defendant like Donald Trump, you're still going to find some people who don't read papers, don't watch the news, and know vaguely who he is. I know it sounds astounding, but those jurors exist. They're out there somewhere. The judge just has to find them.
What is so interesting about this case, though, is the historic nature of it. I mean, how many times can we say the word, this is unprecedented, but that in this instance, these three words are actually true. It is unprecedented. You talked about those motions hearings this morning. That's kind of like the procedural piece of it. Both sides came away with some wins. How do you see it? I mean, the judge has to make some of these decisions here about what evidence is going to be allowed, what evidence is not going to be allowed. Did he play it down the middle in your view?
He did. And when it comes to the character evidence issue, I mean, that is always a fight in every criminal case. As a defense attorney, I'm a little biased. I often think too much character evidence comes in. And it's to simplify it, you can't normally introduce evidence that somebody did a bad thing to prove that they committed this crime. But what prosecutors, clever prosecutors, do is they introduce that evidence for some other purpose, like modus operandi or identity or something else like that. So definitely some wins for both sides. But this is always a contentious issue at the start of every trial.
Danny Cevallos, thank you so much. Lots to watch, lots of headlines here at home. Thank you. And also a lot of headlines overseas, because right now the world, it's holding its breath to see what Israel could do next, with more military action may be imminent, according to one official there, after that Iranian aerial attack. Hundreds of missiles and drones launched on Israel just about 48 hours ago now. The Israelis are facing, you see some of the video there, the Israelis are facing growing pressure from these top world leaders to basically have some restraint to avoid fueling an even bigger conflict.
We're committed to a ceasefire that will bring the hostages home and preventing conflict from spreading beyond what it already has.
And listen, while these Iranian strikes, you can see the flares here, they weren't super successful. Israel managed to deflect, I think, 99% of them, roughly, they say. It is the first direct assault from Iranian territory into Israel ever. So today, again, after another meeting yesterday, the war cabinet got together and Israel huddled, with an Israeli official telling NBC News the country will respond. When or how? That is the question. Remember, these new Iranian strikes, retaliation for the attack on its embassy in Syria that killed some of its top military commanders at the beginning of the month. Iran blames Israel. Israel is not claiming responsibility. Raf Sanchez is on the ground for us live in Tel Aviv. So Tehran says it doesn't want any further escalation, that it would essentially leave this issue here. Potentially, of course, that could change depending on what kind of counterattack Israel decides to launch. One expert, former national security official, suggested to me that perhaps it would be maybe something like a cyber attack, something that wasn't so aggressive or immediate, if you will. Do we have any indications or hints from the Israelis as to what's to come?
Well, Hallie, what they are saying is that whatever is coming, it is coming soon. An Israeli official, after that war cabinet meeting wrapped up earlier today, told me the consensus among those key Israeli decision makers is Israel's response needs to come swiftly. This was an unprecedented attack by Iran, unprecedented, as you said, for Iran to attack directly from its soil, but also just the scale of this, Hallie, 350 drones, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, the feeling among Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's inner circle is Israel needs to be seen to respond soon. One possibility is a cyber attack. Another possibility, airstrikes, something sort of blow for blow as to what Iran did on Saturday. What complicates that, Hallie, is Israel would have to fly through the airspace of its Arab neighbors, some of those neighbors who helped fend off that attack on Saturday night.
You talked about the pressure that the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu faces, Raf. He has some domestic politics at play, too, in Israel here, between some of his more far-right cabinet members versus those more moderates.
That's right. So some members of the far right in his cabinet are saying Israel basically needs to go crazy, that they need to be seen to strike back hard, that escalation be damned. But on his other shoulder, Hallie, he has President Biden, who told him on Saturday, while this attack was still underway, take the win.
That's right.
Israel has succeeded in fending off the overwhelming majority of these missiles and drones. There is no need to escalate further. And so Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to have to walk that tightrope. It's notable he has actually been very, very quiet in the 48 hours or so since that attack, hasn't done any press conferences, hasn't done any public speeches. And that suggests to me that this is a leader who's trying to keep his options open.
What's the sense? You're there in Tel Aviv, Raf, and it, you know, even throughout the war, and I have far less experience there than you, obviously, but people tend to go about business as usual. Can you give us a sense of what it's like tonight there now, 48 hours after the attack? It is obviously over. There is a concern about fallout here, but what is day-to-day life like?
Yeah, Hallie, you've been exactly here where we do our live shots. We're looking out over one of the main streets in Tel Aviv. It's late here, but it's been quiet, calm all day. There were restrictions for the civilian population in Israel imposed by the military. Schools were closed. There were limits on the number of people who could gather, but the military actually has lifted those restrictions now, which was widely seen here as a sign that Israel was not planning to retaliate anytime soon. But the military tonight saying, while those restrictions are lifted for now, they could be reimposed if this situation escalates. Hallie.
Raf Sanchez live for us in Tel Aviv tonight. Raf, good to see you. Thank you so much for that new reporting. Another new report finding that the suicide bombing at Kabul airport in Afghanistan back in 2021 was not preventable like some thought at first. The bombing happened, of course, at Abbey Gate during those final chaotic days of the U.S.'s withdrawal from Afghanistan. 13 U.S. troops, 170 Afghans were killed in that attack. But the U.S. Central Command is releasing some of this new info today, confirming that the person some U.S. service members saw the morning of the attack, who they thought was the bomber, actually was not. This was the so-called bald man in black service members had seen. They thought they had a chance to take him out. They did not get approval to do it, which led to a lot of criticism that nobody had been held accountable for this attack. Courtney Kuby is joining us now. So CENTCOM, as it's known, has this initial investigation into this attack, got a lot of heat over what we just talked about. Go through the details in this report, what we're learning and the fallout here.
So the original review or investigation found, as you said, Hallie, it went through everything about the attack. You know, the what happened, where it happened. One thing that initial investigation, which by the way was released about a year ago, it never identified the bomber, the suicide bomber. That is one thing that's different about this review that CENTCOM officially released here today. They are identifying the person who they say U.S. intelligence has determined was the bomber that day, August 26, 2021, as Mohammed al-Laghari. Now, he was an ISIS Khorasan or ISIS-K operative who we also learned from this report or this review was in a coalition prison up until just days before the bombing at Abbey Gate. And he was one of the prisoners who was released by the Taliban in their run up to Kabul in those last days before that evacuation, Hallie.
The initial report also concluded that the attack was not preventable, but who was the bomber, right? I mean, what is it telling us about the identity here?
Yeah, so he was an ISIS-K operative. The difference between him and the photo that you showed earlier, the so-called bald man in black, who's also identified in this review, the U.S. military, just to ensure that these U.S. Marines, specifically Tyler Vargas Andrews, a former U.S. Marine sergeant who has claimed in the last year or so that he had this man in his sights, the suicide bomber in his sights. This review determined that, in fact, the man who Sergeant Vargas Andrews was looking at was this bald man in black. And they did a review or an analysis of both of their faces and determined with almost complete certainty that there was no way it was the same person who actually U.S. intelligence now says was the bomber, Hallie.
Courtney Kuby live for us there at the Pentagon Court. Thank you.
Thanks.
To Baltimore now, where the FBI is opening a criminal investigation into that deadly Baltimore bridge collapse that killed at least 6 people. Sources tell NBC News that the feds are now looking into whether or not these crew members on board that ship that crashed into the bridge knew about any problems with the ship before that catastrophe, essentially, when the ship plowed through one of the pillars there on the bridge that runs over the Patapsco, taking the whole thing down. According to 2 senior law enforcement officials, federal agents went on board that ship in just the last few hours with search warrants. It comes as attorneys for 2 of the men killed and 1 survivor now allege those men got no warning in the critical seconds before the collapse happened.
He got 0 warning. He had no idea. He watched everybody go into the water. So, you know, they were not warned. They were actually sitting in their cars on break.
Tom Costello has been following this from the beginning. He is joining us now. Tom, we'll get to what else we're hearing from the victims' attorneys in a second, but start with this FBI investigation here and this news that perhaps there were search warrants executed on board that ship.
Yeah, that's right. Our NBC News Justice team is reporting that, in fact, the FBI did have search warrants to go onto the Dolly. That's that massive container ship that crashed into the bridge a month ago. And what are they looking for? It would appear that they want to talk to members of the crew, maybe review the documents on board the deck on the bridge of the ship. Specifically, was there any indication, did the crew have any prior knowledge that there were problems with the power systems on board the ship, with either the lights going in and out, with the electricity on board going on and off, and also any information about the quality of the fuel? As you know, there have been rumors and discussions about whether there might have been contaminated fuel. All of that is part of the NTSB investigation, the Coast Guard investigation. But now that the FBI is coming on board, that would suggest a criminal element to this, at least a criminal investigation. That may be pro forma, given the nature of this disaster and the fact that 6 lives were lost. And by the way, it falls under U.S. maritime law.
So, okay, that's bucket 1, right, which is this investigation, which is the details there. I want to get to bucket 2, which is what we're hearing from the victims' attorneys, the idea that they were sitting in their cars and had no warning. Initially, when this collapse first happened, we heard from officials at these news conferences in the minutes and the hours after the crash that there was at least some degree of a warning for folks who were coming onto the bridge, stopping essentially. How do we reconcile these pieces of information? What do we know or what do we don't know?
I think it's consistent with the narrative from the very beginning, because really, from the minute that the captain on board or the pilot on board that ship said, we've got a problem, we've lost control, they radioed the dispatcher involved and responsible for that bridge. The dispatcher immediately told the police on either ends of the bridge, shut the bridge down, right? So they shut down traffic going over the bridge, but the construction workers were stuck on top of the bridge and did not have, it appears, radio contact. So they never heard the imminent warning that there may be a possibility of the ship being out of control. And then suddenly they went into the water 90 seconds to 2 minutes after that initial warning. So it is consistent with the fact that the police got traffic stopped, but on the bridge itself, those workers didn't know.
Tom Costello, live for us there back home in Washington. Thank you very much for that.
You bet.
Out west, the armorer from the movie Rust tonight has been given the max sentence, 18 months after being found guilty for involuntary manslaughter over the death of the movie's cinematographer. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed addressing the court before this sentence came down. Look at these emotional moments.
I am saddened by the way the media sensationalized our traumatic tragedy and portrayed me as a complete monster, which has actually been the total opposite of what's been in my heart.
You see Gutierrez-Reed here at the moment that the judge handed down that sentence, referencing what was described as her lack of remorse. Before the hearing, the state detailed calls Gutierrez-Reed allegedly made from behind bars as she was waiting for her sentence, calling the jurors and the special prosecutor derogatory names. You see it there, saying the jury was so, in her words, allegedly, effing stupid, effing idiots, that she was insulting people, said that she thought the judge was getting paid off, and saying that Hannah wants them to put Alec Baldwin in jail as well. Remember, cinematographer Helena Hutchins was killed when the gun that Baldwin was holding, a prop gun loaded with live ammo, went off on set. I want to bring in Dana Griffin with more. Super emotional in court today. Dana, talk us through it.
Yeah. So emotional. We saw recorded video statements from Helena's mother, sister from Ukraine, and also her attorney read a statement from her father who said that he doesn't want revenge, but he wants her to be held responsible. We also heard from several of Helena's professional friends, and they just described her as the type of friend that any of us would be lucky to have. Listen to some of what they said today.
Last 4 words she ever said to me: I believe in you. Those 4 words will forever echo in my soul.
Your death will count for something more than the sadness and regret that it's left in its wake.
She was complicated and talented and beautiful and caring and kind and funny and committed and charming and weird and fearless. She was all of my favorite adjectives.
All of her favorite adjectives. We also heard from director Joel Souza, who was also injured in that shooting. He says that he is still feeling pain and says that he wants to be the person that he used to be, saying, quote, "One moment the world made sense, the next moment it didn't." And Hallie, this is also interesting to know. The judge gave her 18 months, the max sentence here, even though the defense asked for probation. And part of it was because she brought up those disparaging comments that she made during those jail phone conversations, and also that during Hannah's own statement in the courtroom, the first time we've actually heard her speak, she did not take any accountability for her actions. And I also want to talk about Alec Baldwin here, because we know that his defense team is watching every moment of this trial and possibly will be making decisions about what they do next. Do they try to reach out and take another plea deal, or do they go to trial in July, knowing that he is facing the exact same charges that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed faced, and we now know how much time she's getting in prison. Hallie?
Dana Griffin live for us there out west in L.A. Dana, thank you. We've got to get to some breaking news just coming into us in the last couple of minutes here. We're learning the Supreme Court is letting Idaho enforce its ban on gender-affirming care for transgender kids, a law that could potentially put doctors behind bars if they give a child under the age of 18 hormones or puberty blockers or any other gender-affirming care. Lawrence Hurley is joining us now. Bring us up to speed.
Yeah, so basically the Supreme Court divided, with the 3 liberal justices dissenting, has allowed this law to go into effect almost fully. What they're saying is that the 2 transgender teens who challenged the law, they can still pursue their claim, and it's not going to be enforced against them. But a district court went too far in saying that the entire law had to be blocked. And so that means that it can still be enforced against other people. And one key provision, which is one concerning a ban on surgery, which will remain blocked too. And the court says, among other things, that the 2 teens in this case had not said that they were requiring surgery anyway, which is one of the reasons why the law shouldn't be blocked as a whole. Those 2 teens were getting puberty blockers and estrogen, and they will still be able to get the care that they need. But anyone else in the state who maybe needs that care or would like surgery, who's in that same position, would not be able to get it for now.
Lawrence Hurley, thanks for scrambling to the camera with that. Lots to watch, of course, on that front in the months to come. Appreciate it. Coming up here in the show, why police are charging 4 people in the disappearance of 2 moms who never showed up for a kid's birthday party. Plus, invasive mosquitoes found out in California, why officials warn they could carry a potentially deadly disease. I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment to
apologize
Hallie
for the many
Jackson now
questions.
will never be questioned.
Officials in Oklahoma tonight saying 2 mothers from Kansas missing since the end of March are dead. 4 people, including the grandmother of one of the victims' kids, have been charged with murder in this case, being held without bond. And the allegations here, this violent custody dispute. 2 bodies have been recovered in a rural part of Oklahoma. No official ID from the medical examiner yet, but officials say the women, 27-year-old Veronica Butler and 39-year-old Jillian Kelly, were driving through the Oklahoma Panhandle on their way to pick up Butler's children. The 2 women never showed up. Later that day, their car was found abandoned on a highway right near the Oklahoma-Kansas state line. Marissa Parra is joining us now. This has been a mystery that has been out there now for days. Bring us up to speed about what we're learning from some of these documents in this news conference today.
Hey, Hallie. So we got a lot of twists and turns today from the documents that were released and just some really shocking stuff. But I want to start first just laying out the relationships between everyone. So these are the 4 people that were charged with first-degree murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy. So one of the women charged, you can see Tiffany Adams. This is the grandmother of Veronica Butler's children. And there was a years-long custody battle over Butler's children. There were tense relations between Tiffany Adams and Butler described in the affidavits, these documents that we got our hands on today. And unfortunately, the other victim here, Kelly, it appears to be she was just sort of collateral damage in this years-long and contentious custody battle. Now, all 4 of these people that you saw on your screen just now were part of a religious group. The court documents saying that this was an anti-government group, and they self-identified themselves as God's misfits. That is a direct quote, self-identification there. So some of the details that we've learned, I want to warn viewers, it might be difficult to hear. They are disturbing. But among the many things that investigators laid out were evidence that led them to these 4 people. They described finding blood outside of that abandoned car. They found a broken hammer. They described matching up cell phone tower evidence along with search history that Tiffany Adams had searched for gun shops. She bought 5 stun guns in the days before the disappearance. But one of the most shocking parts, Hallie, was an interview done with the daughter of one of those people charged. They referred to this daughter as CW. This daughter told investigators she had heard of discussions of attempts to kill Butler in February, that she had heard the plan was to throw an anvil through Butler's windshield to make it look like a traffic accident. And I want to bring you to this quote from the document here. They had told this daughter they were on a mission, and they came back later and said things didn't go as planned, but that they wouldn't have to worry about Butler again. So, Hallie, so many other things to unpack, but I want to end with something that's just as important here. Remember, this all centers around those children, the children at the center of this years-long the custody battle here, the children that were supposed to be picked up by these mothers. And so as these families are searching for closure, the one thing we can share is that those children, while their whereabouts are not being disclosed, they are safe, Hallie.
Marissa Parra, thank you very much for that update. A difficult one, of course, tonight. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, police in Sydney, Australia say a 15-year-old stabbed a bishop who was delivering a sermon today during a live stream service at a church. Other people were hurt. You're looking at some of the aftermath there, that scramble. Fortunately, everybody, including that bishop, are expected to be okay. The suspect is now in custody. This happened days after a different stabbing in the same city where a man killed 6 people. Number 2, top scientists at NOAA say coral reefs around the world are going through this mass bleaching for the 4th time ever because oceans are getting warmer. It's climate change. If the bleaching is really serious and lasts a long time, the coral can die. Number 3, potentially some turmoil at Tesla with Elon Musk telling employees in a new memo it'll be laying off more than 10% of its workers. That's something like 14,000 employees who could be losing their jobs. Musk says it's all part of a push to cut costs and make productivity better for the company as they grow. Tesla shares have taken a hit in the last few months, falling just about 30% this year so far. Number 4, Canadian singer Grimes giving fans a long apology on social media after a messy Coachella set. Some video from over the weekend shows her yelling into her mic at one point because stuff just kept breaking down. She said it had to do with tech problems. She promised she would do better at this weekend's Coachella Round 2. Number 2, take a look at this video. The moment a driver tried to turn a car into a residential street, ended up in the air, crashing into somebody's house. The whole thing, look at that. It's literally sailing over that other car right into the garage. That's the aftermath there. A neighbor, you said the doorbell camera captured it. Officials say the driver was taken to the hospital but was not seriously hurt. Health officials in California tonight sounding some alarms after discovering a dangerous kind of mosquito that can carry dengue fever. These mosquitoes are coming up all over California with some red flags on that because outbreaks are raging down in Latin America and the Caribbean, including some big spikes in Puerto Rico. Part of the problem, according to experts, this hotter, warmer climate, which creates a really good breeding ground for these mosquitoes. There have been nearly 5 million cases this year in the Americas, according to an agency within the WHO, most of them further south, where their summer is starting to wrap up right as ours heats up. That number is more than the total cases of any year on record that they've had with that agency. It's only April. Dengue is usually pretty mild. You can get it and not even know you have it, but it can create fever, headaches, nausea, etc. The list goes on. A lot of times it gets better after like a week. But in some instances, it can lead to hospitalization and obviously can be fatal. Dr. Akshay Syal, our NBC medical fellow, joins us now. As always, please give us a context check, a gut check. Should we be freaking out as mosquito season approaches, or is there a reason to be optimistic here?
So no, we should not be freaking out, Hallie. I think, you know...
That is a good headline, Dr. Syal. Thank you.
Being aware but not being, freaked out is, I think, the takeaway, Hallie. But, on a broader point about mosquitoes, so the National Academy of Sciences, Hallie, just months ago had a big meeting where they brought together all these experts in mosquito and tropical-borne diseases, and they're really saying that the overall theme, Hallie, is that the U.S. is just not prepared for this. We're kind of... One of the things they talked about was that we're watching this happen in other countries, and we're just standing by and be like, oh, that's interesting, We're not prepared to track these things. We're not prepared to fight these things. And, if it's happening there, there's no reason it can't happen here down the line. You talked about as the climate gets warmer and it gets hotter and more humid, these things could potentially be a threat. And it's not just dengue virus, right? We're talking about malaria. We're talking about chikungunya, West Nile, these things that these mosquitoes can carry. There's a little concern that we're not adequately prepared to fight these things.
What about, as you talk about the issue with mosquitoes here, it's an El Nino year. Does that play into it?
It does. These climate sort of shocks, right? These extreme weather events, these warmer, more humid events. And it's not just mosquito-borne diseases, right? You and I talked a few months ago about Lyme disease and alpha-gal syndrome, where you can get allergic to red meat. These ticks are migrating where it's warmer and more humid, too. And so there's a whole host of things we should be watching for. And, for those out there who are wondering, what can I do, at least at a local level, to fight mosquitoes?
Let me guess. Wear repellent?
Wear repellent, wear bug spray. But, that's not going to cut it. We need to do a little bit more. And one of the things we can do is, if you have stagnant water, you have water sort of lying around, to make sure you're emptying that in your pots and your saucers and flower vases, pet bowls, and really outside, check for rainwater that can collect. Oftentimes we can forget about that, overlook that, so make sure that's emptying as well. But good news, Hallie, I know I've been a little bit, more somber today, but the good news is there is a vaccine in development for dengue. It's showing about 90% effectiveness in early stage trials in Brazil, so something to look forward to there.
When could that actually be out for availability for shots in arms?
There's a little bit of skepticism here in the U.S. with prior experiences with dengue vaccines. They have had some serious side effects, so until it becomes a real big threat here, I wouldn't expect it to be approved just yet here.
Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Anytime.
Lots more to come here on the show, including how a scam allegedly targeting an 81-year-old man may have ended with an Uber driver shot and killed. Plus, park rangers in Arizona want felony charges for 2 men hiking on centuries-old rocks. We'll explain.
the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Tonight, an 81-year-old man now charged for shooting and killing an Uber driver he says he thought was part of a scam. Video from the victim's car, Lalitha Hall, shows her walking up to William Brock's home to pick up a package. This is like an Uber delivery situation. So look at this video. A couple minutes later, Brock confronts her with a gun. You see him here holding the gun. She's walking around her car. When she tries to get away, he allegedly shoots her several times, according to the sheriff's office. They say Brock told them he thought Hall was part of a scam. Somebody had been calling him, demanding money, saying one of Brock's family members was in custody. The sheriff says Hall had no idea about any of this and never threatened him. Maura Barrett is following this one for us tonight. What in the world happened here? Talk to us about the charges Brock faces and what else police are saying.
Hallie, it's just a terribly tragic situation. Basically, Hall got involved in this just because she was doing her job. She was responding to Uber calls, and that call that you were referring to with the person impersonating an officer calling Brock, basically, as police described it to us, they said that after it escalated into this ransom situation, the person who made the call or one of their accomplices ordered this Uber, in which Hall was then called to Brock's house to allegedly pick up what they were hoping would be a package of money. And that's when this confrontation happened. You can see him threatening her with the gun, and then he ultimately shoots her allegedly 3 times. He sustained a head injury at one point, and that's when he called authorities, but she was unfortunately transferred to a hospital and passed away there. This all unfolded about a month ago. We're learning details now because there was a grand jury presentation today. Brock was charged with 3 counts of murder, 1 count of felonious assault, and 1 count of kidnapping. He'll be arraigned on those charges later this week. Now, as for Uber's involvement, Uber released a statement saying that it's a horrific tragedy. Our hearts continue to be with Lalitha's loved ones as they grieve. We've been in contact with law enforcement and remain committed to supporting their investigation. Uber also tells NBC News that the account for the person that ordered the Uber, the one that brought Hall to Brock's home, has since been banned. Officials haven't revealed who that person is, what their name might be, or if there's been any other arrests associated with this whole incident, Hallie.
Maura Barrett, thank you very much for that update. NBC News covers hundreds of other stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, police in New Orleans say they're looking for a shooter who killed somebody and hurt 11 other people. Police on the ground describing the panic, the chaos when folks heard gunfire around midnight at a club just steps from Bourbon Street. As of right now, no arrests yet. Out of our Western Bureau, park rangers in Arizona want your help finding these 2 guys caught on camera messing up these rock formations that are centuries old at the super popular Lake Mead National Recreation Area. Look, what are they doing? They're trying to get these chunks of sandstone dumped over. Not ideal, which is why they could face federal prison time on felony charges if they're caught. And back to our Southern Bureau, look at this wild video. A guy driving his SUV right into a garage door belonging to a sheriff's deputy in Florida. Then gets out of the car, starts shooting at the deputy and his family. The deputy returned fire. Fortunately, nobody was hurt. Police said the 2 had no prior beef. They called it a targeted attack on law enforcement. The suspect now faces first-degree murder charges. Still to come, security concerns may be pouring some cold water on plans for what would be an historic opening ceremony for the Summer Olympics in Paris. We're talking about the new backup plan in just a sec.
lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
So the French president tonight says there is a backup plan for what should be an opening ceremony that makes history at this summer's Olympics. Plan A, okay, this is Plan A. All the athletes, all the heads of state from around the world set to sail down the iconic Seine River right through the heart of Paris. Look at that. It would be the first time an Olympics opening ceremony will be held outside of a stadium. But there is also a Plan B now apparently being considered. The reason? Potential security risks. Possibly ramped up more with wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. Keir Simmons is joining us now. Okay, to say that an opening ceremony is a huge logistical undertaking is an understatement any year in any city, but especially this year, especially in Paris, especially with the plan they have in place, right?
That's right. That's so right. And add to that too, Hallie, the president of France has enormous power. It's the nature of the system. And the impression we've got today is that President Macron has thrown his officials for a loop by making this statement, because up until now they have been insisting, despite everything you've laid out there, that the opening ceremony would go ahead on the Seine. Now, to be fair on President Macron, and there's rarely a reason to be fair on politicians, but let's be fair, he did say that likely the opening ceremony will happen on the river there. So here's what the plan is, if that is still going to be the plan. There'll be 160 boats, 10,500 athletes, 3.5 miles along the Seine, 300,000 spectators. That's fewer than had been planned of 600,000. But you can see why, Harry. It is worrying for some because it's so sizable, and that's why there's this increased security. So 45,000 French police and security forces, 20,000 private security personnel, 15,000 military, and they now say, the French, that they're going to get support in the security operation from 45 countries.
So if the opening ceremony isn't, all these folks sailing down the Seine, what is Plan B? Does it move indoors? Like, how do you satisfy the concerns with these security potential issues with, delivering something that is, as people come to expect from the Olympics, spectacular?
Well, there is a Plan B, apparently, and also a Plan C, according to President Macron. Just in terms of Plan A, by the way, people on balconies like the one I'm on right now in Paris, if they are overlooking events, they are going to get a visit from security services, we're told. But then the opening ceremony itself on the Seine, well, it finishes at the Trocadero, and a lot of the events will happen there. But a Plan B would be to have all of the opening ceremony there at the Trocadero, perhaps on boats that don't actually move along the river. And then the Plan C, according to President Macron, is to go back to the traditional inside the Olympic Stadium opening ceremony. I mean, it would be a disappointment, wouldn't it? I mean, it's one of the things we've been really excited about. Yeah. And I do get the impression from officials here, and of course from what the president said, that they do really, really want this opening ceremony to go the way they have planned it, which is on the river, an incredible television spectacle. Yeah. And for those who get a chance to see it, the first time it would ever have happened outside an Olympic stadium.
And in so many ways, Keir, setting the table, if it does happen, for the city as the venue itself, if you will. Keir Simmons, live for us there overseas. Keir, thank you so much in Paris for us tonight. Lots more back here at home to come, including Caitlin Clark going pro tonight, expected to be the top pick at the WNBA draft in Brooklyn. It's not just Clark, by the way. Cameron Brink, Angel Reese, some other big stars are in the draft as the league hopes to ride this record wave of popularity from the college tournament that, as we've talked about here on the show, it set records like all over the place. Capped off by that championship game where nearly 19 million people watched Clark and Iowa lose to South Carolina. Still the highest rated basketball game, period. Like, period. WNBA, NBA, whatever, since 2019. Clark's been doing the rounds. Here she is in New York. She even popped by SNL.
Good luck in the WNBA. I hope you have a great first season.
Thanks. I'm sure it will be a big first step for me. But it's just one step for the WNBA. Thanks to all the great players like Cheryl Swoops, Lisa Leslie, Cynthia Cooper, the great Dawn Staley, and my basketball hero, Maya Moore. These are the women that kicked down the door so I could walk inside.
Caitlin Clark giving that big shout out to the legends that came before her. Stephanie Gosk, she was where I was in 30 Rock this weekend. She's, I think, going to be where you are at the Brooklyn Academy of Music, where the draft's going to go down. They're selling tickets this year to the drafts for the first time ever that sold out like that. Give us a vibe check.
Yeah, they sold out in 15 minutes. You know, I spoke with the commissioner for the WNBA earlier today, and she would be quick to tell you that that national championship game at its peak was 24 million viewers. And they're really confident at the WNBA that they're going to be able to take that excitement, that energy, and translate it into excitement and energy for the WNBA season. But, you know, we've been obviously talking a lot about Caitlin Clark, but as you mentioned, there are some pretty awesome players in this draftee class. I had a chance to talk to them. They are dressed to the nines tonight. And keep in mind, they've been working for this for years. They had a lot to say about the excitement and just how happy they are to be here. Take a listen.
I want to be a great player, of course, and just be a sponge.
It means so much. My mom played basketball at Virginia Tech, and she would not have gone to VT if she, you know, because of Title IX. And so she was the first person to graduate college in her family. And so it just means the world that we've come from that to like millions and millions of people watching games.
It means the most to me. It just tells me that all the hard work that I went through, all the hard work I put on is paying off right now, and I'm just so proud of myself.
You know, they're really ready to just ride that wave into their pro careers. Outside of this building today at the Brooklyn Academy of Music, you have fans. And, you know, the fans split into two groups. You have people who have been watching women's basketball for a long time, and then you've got a whole group of newbies that are out there as well. It is a big tent of fans, and there's a lot of excitement. Listen to what they had to say.
I think it's amazing. I think the discourse around basketball, not just being men's this year, has been really cool to see. So often women are just left in the shadow and there's no stars or there's no one who can, but clearly the talent's been there. They just need the media to act on it.
For a lot of women in this game who've been playing or coaching or whatever it is, they'll tell you, you know, this has been an exciting game to watch for a long time, but they are very happy to welcome the new fans, Hallie.
I love that. What else did Caitlin Clark tell you? Because she is like, and you're right. I mean, there's a ton of players. I mean, listen, Angel Reese has been all over my For You page over the course of the college championship, the college playoffs there. But it is Clark that seems to be capturing, in so many ways, lightning in a bottle here.
Yeah, she really has, Hallie, and you can understand why, even without knowing anything about basketball, just watching one of her games, watching her launch one of those logo threes from the middle of the court and sinking it, the records that she has broken, the scoring records, those three-point records, she has galvanized interest in this sport and has translated into actually big money, not just on the collegiate level, but now going into the pros. She's going to most likely be drafted by the Indiana Fever. And right now, season tickets for the Indiana Fever are up astronomically. People are buying them. There's a lot of room to grow. The commissioner also told me today that some of the teams she's playing against, or that the Fever would be playing against, have changed their venues to larger locations to accommodate all the fans for her games, Hallie.
That's bananas. I mean, like, it feels like there just hasn't been a moment like this for women's basketball before.
Yeah, it's remarkable, whether you are new to this sport or not, to see this kind of excitement and energy, something that, you know, you could probably equate to women's soccer, that kind of national energy around it. It's going to be a really fun pro season this year for the WNBA. And don't forget, you have the Paris Olympics as well. And there's a good chance Caitlin Clark's going to show up there as well.
How could we ever forget Stephanie Gosk? I'm sure we'll be talking about that more in the weeks and months to come. Thank you so much, Steph. Have a great time tonight. I wish we could be hanging out with you there, be a fly on the wall. Appreciate it, Steph. Still ahead, the legacy of one